Chapter 305. The first battle of the new path in the ruins of Tianxing Town. The creation of physical bodies continued, though they remained indistinct. Li Hao and his companions required additional data support. At this juncture, two factions were swiftly converging towards the central area. One comprised the avatar of the 9th commander emerging from Zhantian City, while the other consisted of over 10 formidable original avatars. Both factions were operating at the pinnacle of their powers, teetering on the edge of absolute dominance. In the current realm, conditions were sufficient to sustain those at the peak. These individuals, with their indistinct appearances, emerged from the north, advancing towards the center with the intent to capture Li Hao. The Li Hao of Tianxing City was no weakling. It was said he had entered the realm of the 7 systems. Yet, the 7 systems only represented the initial stage of absolute dominance. One individual would suffice to handle him. Nevertheless, to mitigate any unforeseen complications, these individuals dispatched over 10 original avatars to ensure complete eradication. As there were suspicions that the disturbances in the realm were orchestrated by Li Hao. Even if he were not the genius of this new era, he must be eliminated. Not only him, but also the martial artists of Yinhua were to be purged. The two factions did not travel the same path, but rather diverged slightly, each heading towards Tianxing City. Over 10 figures soared through the skies, invisible to the weak. Their speed was astonishing, capable of tearing through the void. However, due to the instability of the void, they only tore it superficially to avoid complications, not completely traversing thousands of miles instantaneously. Li Hao and his group were already in the central Tianxing City, moving quietly. They intended to find Li Hao and eliminate him on the spot. Should he resist or be seen by others, they would annihilate him. Speed was essential, and noise should be minimized. The leading figure's voice was indistinct, yet resonated from all directions, prompting the other powerful avatars to respond. Additionally, the Starry Sky Sword was in Li Hao's possession, if possible. They aimed to seize the Starry Sky Sword and strip Li Hao of his bloodline. Understood. By the way, did Li Daozong from Zhantian City just appear? What does it mean that Wang Yi was killed? Was an avatar slain? The relationship between Zhantian City and Li Hao was profound. Li Hao supported the revival of Zhantian City, and in return, Zhantian City had reciprocated. It was rumored that Li Hao had become a commander there. Could something have occurred in the ruins of Tianxing Town that led to the death of Wang Yi's avatar? It is possible that we have another task, to establish communication in Tianxing Town. The Thorned Rose has consistently obstructed our entry. If we can, we should test our might against them. As they are weak, a direct strike would suffice. However, it may be challenging. Sun Xin might not be able to drive them away. Perhaps he has already attained sainthood. If he has, we could enter through other routes. Other aberrant flora might still remember us and hesitate to deny passage. Joining forces with other aberrant flora, along with Sun Xin, we could then eliminate the Thorned Rose. I wonder if that esteemed individual has awakened yet. Uncertain, as another esteemed individual had mentioned the other day that there was a disturbance in the source, suggesting that this esteemed one might be experiencing some issues with their essence. Essence? Is it the true essence or a false one? Do they possess any essence? We are unsure and can only speculate. Understood. The group moved swiftly, conversing as they went. Soon, they crossed the northern sea and entered the central region. At this moment, in the central region, numerous teams are advancing, comprising both extraordinary forces and those assembled by the Silver Moon martial artists from various locales. These individuals have also encountered formidable opponents. For instance, this group has spotted a certain individual, and upon cross-referencing the list and images, they swiftly remark, the person below. A Silver Moon martial artist, Hiyong of the Southern Fist. Should we eliminate him? We must not alert Li Hao, if he becomes aware. It could lead to complications if he seeks refuge in a relic. First, we must deal with Li Hao, and then we can systematically eliminate these lesser figures. If time does not permit, we shall leave it to the 3 major organizations to handle. Acknowledgement follows, and the group swiftly glides over the head of the Southern Fist. Below, Southern Fist is basking in the satisfaction of completing this mission, having expelled the Southern and Western Kings, thereby fulfilling the grand unification plan for the central region, and is about to return to Tianxing City. Suddenly, he gazes upward, a slight frown creasing his brow. A strong presence? He is no longer a weakling. The current Southern Fist is not the same individual who could not contend with the Northern Fist or the earth-shattering sword. At this stage, everyone is stagnated at the 6th tier, himself included. Thus, He does not consider himself significantly weaker than others. A sixth-tier powerhouse. Such strength is scarce throughout the central region, with most being Silver Moon warriors. But just now, did someone not probe him? He looks up, furrowing his brow. If it were a Silver Moon martial artist, they would surely announce themselves. Could they not be one? Or perhaps they belong to one of the three major organizations. He contemplates, wondering if it was merely a misperception, a fleeting sense of being watched. However, as a martial artist, he trusts his instincts. Who dares to spy on me? He muses, sending a message through his armor, which is now capable of transmitting over 3,000 miles. Though this location lies beyond that range from Tianxing City, the communication network established by Li Hao is extensive, ensuring that within 3,000 miles, the black armor is stationed. The message swiftly propagates towards Tianxing City. Furthermore, news of the troops dispatched from Zhantian City also rapidly makes its way to Tianxing City. In Tianxing City, Li Hao has vanished once more, taking with him another group of martial artists, leaving Lin Hongyu feeling rather helpless. At this moment, she is preoccupied with various matters concerning martial arts academies and literacy programs within the city. Suddenly, Director Zhou arrives gracefully. Without further ado, he presents a piece of silver armor, stating, "This was entrusted to me by the governor for the city lord. I had been too busy to deliver it earlier." Lin Hongyu, somewhat taken aback, responds, "The Zhantian armor?" "Indeed, the regiment's armor." Zhou continues swiftly, "Two matters. First, Zhantian City has dispatched troops, led by a golden warrior, with thousands marching directly towards Tianxing, purportedly seeking vengeance for Director Wang. The specifics are unclear, but the situation is not critical. Our relationship with Zhantian City is fairly amicable, though we must remain vigilant. Second, Southern Fist, while returning with his team, sensed someone traversing the void, probing him. He did not perceive much, but suspects the presence of a seventh-tier powerhouse, likely from the northern region. Lin Hongyu furrows her brow slightly. The first matter could bear significant consequences. Li Hao's ties with Zhantian City are profound, and there may not be any trouble. Perhaps it is even an advantage. The second matter, too, holds potential for either great peril or opportunity. Passing by a formidable figure seemed quite ordinary. At this stage, the heavens and the earth have become more stable, capable of supporting the emergence of several strong individuals. Even if the main body is lacking, the avatars are more than sufficient. There are numerous relics in the central region, and encountering one in the south is really not a significant matter. It hardly warrants such a mobilization. Director Zhou specifically addressed this issue, stating with gravity, "Under normal circumstances, we could overlook it, but today the heavens have shifted. Outsiders may be unaware, yet we are privy to some knowledge. It is possible that the governor is once again exploring new paths. Previously, the governor visited the Lucian Research Institute and brought back certain items, shortly before the celestial alterations occurred. Thus, these individuals may have been lured here by the governor, who instigated the changes in the heavens. They might be oblivious to this, yet they could perceive that regardless of the governor's involvement, with the heavens now partially unsealed, it is an opportune moment to eliminate him. This is a distinct possibility. The mobilization of Battle Heaven City also falls within this context. Claiming it is merely for revenge may not be entirely accurate. It could also be an endeavor to ascertain the truth of the situation. The sudden military action from Battle Heaven City does not necessarily imply a quest for vengeance. They are well aware of whether Director Wang is alive or dead. Thus, their motives may very well be to investigate the recent celestial shifts. The appearance of a second sun today, though it has vanished for now, created significant commotion. Who knows if this is what has drawn them here? Tianxing City may not remain tranquil for long. Director Zhou asserted solemnly. "Indeed, at this juncture, we fear nothing. However, what the governor desires to witness is not a post-battle Tianxing City, nor a city scarred and ravaged by conflict. He is advocating for education and a technological revolution, which requires a period of peace. Any slight disturbance could potentially trigger a catastrophic upheaval." Lin Hongyu nodded. After contemplating, she remarked that Li Hao likely had pressing matters to attend to. After a moment's thought, she spoke. "If a formidable enemy truly exists, it might be of the Seven Systems caliber. Although we may not be intimidated, engaging in battle inevitably incurs some damages." She continued, "I have heard that there are quite a few puppet students of the new era within the city. Indeed, summon them, and in exchange for divine energy stones, send them outside Tianxing City, into the Tianxing Sea region, to ambush the strong adversaries. Prepare thoroughly, gather 30 puppet students, mobilize 10 million divine energy stones from the repository, distributing 3 million to each. I shall personally lead the team. If no one arrives, it will be as it is, but if they do, our primary objective is to capture them. If capture proves impossible, we shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Lin Hongyu, being a decisive individual, quickly made up her mind. As for informing Li Hao, it was unnecessary for the time being. If everything were to fall upon Li Hao, what purpose would she serve? Her role was to alleviate their burdens. She added, "Let us take the celestial curtain as a precaution." Director Zhou's gaze flickered, and he nodded in agreement, affirming, "Excellent." Lin Hongyu pondered briefly and then inquired, "What is the governor researching this time?" Director Zhou shook his head, admitting he truly did not know. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, "Include the Mu family and the Chun father-son duo. It serves as both a deterrent and a way to enlist their assistance should a true threat arise. These individuals can indeed play a role." Agreed. The two parties swiftly reached a consensus. Not long after, within the city, a group of puppet students, some brimming with excitement, followed a cadre of individuals flying towards the northern city. After many years of remaining within the confines of the ruins, the prospect of participating in battle once again fills me with exhilaration. A group of audacious individuals, fearless and undaunted, would never shy away from any adversary. Currently, the heavens and earth are insufficient to support the arrival of formidable beings. Even those at the peak of their powers are not significantly stronger. Although they may not excel in one-on-one combat, 2 against 1 is still enough to engage in battle. At this moment, Li Hao remains blissfully unaware of all that transpires. This illustrates the advantage of teamwork. Certain matters can be handled by others, sparing him from involvement. In this instance, Li Hao, having gained his first experience, is in the process of fabricating other bodies. As he creates, he exclaims with excitement, "This is merely a preliminary trial. The initial physical forms have limited capabilities, but as I progress, their potential will increase. The successful positioning achieved is based on the primordial path, rather than on the physical body. Thus, it suffices to shift the primordial path without requiring me to reposition it again." Li Hao is brimming with enthusiasm, while Director Wang is not as pleased. He feels utterly exhausted. The sight of Li Hao brings him a sense of familiarity, leading him to believe that Li Hao is deliberately taking advantage of him. Li Hao, indifferent to this notion, continues to mold human forms while casting a glance at the divine body, raising an eyebrow and stating, "This divine body must not be wasted." Although it possesses only a singular pathway, its combat prowess is formidable. He reflects further, adding, "In truth, it may be quite suitable for you, Director Qi. Though your understanding of a divine body's singular pathway may be limited, and thus you may not unleash its full potential." Turning to Director Qi, Li Hao inquires, "Old Qi, if you are interested, I can procure a modern human body for you, or restore a body from the new martial era. This divine form, however, I intend to keep for myself." Director Qi is unconcerned, smiling as he responds, "Do as you wish." Li Hao, invigorated by the prospect, exclaims, "Excellent. I shall take it, and I plan to transform it into my secret weapon, elevating it to the level of a sacred body. The previous quasi-king body, a new martial body, was of no use to me, but this one I can refine. With the control of earth-based divine symbols, while it may not unleash its full power, it will undoubtedly become a formidable force to suppress contemporary challenges. I do find myself troubled, despite my significant increase in strength. I am still not a match for those powerful beings who venture into the ruins alone, a perilous endeavor indeed. If I can refine this body, I would be invincible outside, and within the ruins, a sacred body is not something just anyone can overcome." Li Hao envisions transforming this corpse into a puppet battle body suited for his purposes. With this asset, he would even dare to venture into the ruins alone to address certain troubles. In light of this, Li Hao adds, "Furthermore, everyone should practice the breaking through technique diligently to enhance our strength and convert resources into power. The mineral veins here are available for all to utilize. It would be a tremendous waste if one were to perish while the mineral veins remain untouched." The group remains silent, and Li Hao refrains from elaborating further, swiftly resuming his creation of individuals. Meanwhile, Director Wang endures the trials repeatedly. Li Hao did not rush to resolve everything in one go. After completing several bodies, he turned his attention to the divine physique. This was the embodiment of a deity, a formidable force of the earth element. and Li Hao's earth-based divine script could not fully control or unleash the might of the sacred path. However, even so, as he delved deeper into mastery, he sensed the overwhelming strength, akin to the grandeur of the earth itself. Meanwhile, outside Tianxing City, in the Tianxing Sea, the void began to ripple. On the surface of the sea, a group of individuals was observing, when suddenly, a scholarly-looking superhuman's expression shifted. I sense a wave of murderous intent. Beside him, a rather unseemly elder trembled all over. I can feel an inexhaustible and immense power. It is not singular, but many. How many? Lin Hongyu had deliberately brought these two special superhuman experts, unearthed by the superhuman city. The scholar swallowed hard. 14 strands of black murderous intent. The elder's ears quivered, his body shaking. Incredibly powerful, even more so than the city lord. Lin Hongyu's expression changed. 14. There was no need for speculation. The visitors were certainly ill-intentioned. With murderous intent, these 14 powerful beings were headed straight for Tianxing City. It was evident they came to confront Li Hao. Fortunately, she had brought along a full 30 students. Her demeanor shifted as she addressed those around her. Deploy the demon hunting army. Utilize the void shield and locking chains. Additionally, let the energy cannons commence a round of blanket fire. The sky will record everything for future promotional use. And let our enemies understand the true strength of the Tianxing governor's office. Having said that, she commanded, all senior students, change into your battle gear. Wear the demon hunting army armor. The students from Yuanping Wuka University had no objections, as it was merely the battle armor of the heavenly army. At this moment, they were equally exhilarated. Initially, they had worried about the insufficient number of adversaries, but now, the more, the better. They were curious whether they would encounter any familiar faces. However, the director of academic affairs had stated that once they were out, they should not concern themselves with anything else. Whatever arrangements Li Hao made was to be carried out without issue. For a group of audacious descendants of emperors, the director's words were enough assurance. Regardless of who the adversaries were, they would engage without hesitation. Lin Hongyu was somewhat excited. This was her first time commanding such a multitude of powerful beings to encircle ancient existences. Although they were likely mere origin avatars rather than true forms, it still sent shivers of anticipation coursing through her, an exhilarating tremor. In the superhuman city, her opponents were the modern martial artists and superhumans, the 9 divisions, and the royal family. However, joining the Tianxing governor's office, she felt her life had taken a turn. Her adversaries were no longer those individuals, but rather the formidable beings of ancient civilizations. This was life, the pursuit of true strength, was it not? She glanced at Director Zhou, feeling a bit bashful. Yet she spoke up. Director Zhou, you take charge of the command. I wish to personally engage and test the strength of these individuals. I want to see if my 6-element divine abilities, coupled with 144 acupoints, can contend with some origin avatars. She was eager to take matters into her own hands. Director Zhou appeared somewhat resigned. Ultimately, a martial artist remains a martial artist. Lin Hongyu, who usually exudes a sense of composure, finds himself compelled to take action at a crucial moment. He offers a nod and states, exercise utmost caution. This matter has yet to be communicated to the governor. If possible, we must capture at least one living source. Though their avatars may disintegrate, they will not perish, yet the losses will be significant. Unless absolutely necessary, these individuals will not self-destruct. Therefore, it is imperative to seize one before they descend into despair. He continues, the formidable warriors emerging from Zhantian City are close behind. We must act swiftly and remain vigilant against any unexpected developments from Zhantian City. Once we resolve this group, we must prevent the enemy from entering the city. Even if trouble arises, we must await the governor's arrival before proceeding. I understand. Lin Hongyu affirms with a nod. Meanwhile, Chen Zhongtian remains silent, albeit with a hint of excitement, while Chun Yao feels somewhat powerless and whispers, Old man, are we truly capable of dealing with the ancient strong ones? What nonsense! What of the ancient strong ones? Look around you. Chen Yao retorts. Everyone may underestimate Li Hao, but we cannot. Presently, Li Hao's forces are robust, and he has not diverted his attention elsewhere. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for the 3 major organizations to retreat. The opponent has dispatched over 10 avatars of ancient strong ones, believing they have Li Hao at their mercy. Yet they fail to recognize that Li Hao's main forces remain intact. Lin Hongyu, merely stationed here, harbors the intention to annihilate their entire army and claim the credit. The true essence of this group is paramount. With the adversary mobilizing, Li Hao will undoubtedly be stirred. If the opponent refrains from action, so be it. But once they strike, do you truly believe that you and the others can restrain themselves? Therefore, we must seize the opportunity and establish our merit. Only then can we solidify our standing, lest we be swiftly cast aside. Chen Yao ponders this thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Concurrently, a considerable force of the demon-hunting army, maneuvering their ground-drilling shuttles, swiftly disperses in all directions. This time, the commander is not Lu Long, but Huang Yu. Armed with a spear, Huang Yu awaits orders. This marks the first large-scale deployment of the demon-hunting army against the ancient civilization's strong ones. Even as mere supporting actors, they must showcase the prowess of the demon-hunting army. Our sole mission is to seal the void, permitting no one to escape. The enemy comprises two factions. The first group consists of ancient civilization strong ones, while the second is the Zhantian army, which we are aware of. The true Zhantian army has emerged to demonstrate their formidable strength. Huang Yu has received word and, at this moment, regards the Zhantian army as enemies. A prudent approach for a military commander, regardless of whether they are friend or foe. This ensures no complacency arises. Thousands of demon-hunting soldiers are presently trembling with anticipation, clad in Zhantian armor. They are well aware of the Zhantian army and now have the opportunity to witness the true might of the Zhantian army. How could they not be exhilarated? Their feelings toward Zhantian City and the Zhantian army are complex, yet when confronted, they feel undaunted. The void ripples repeatedly. More than 10 indistinct silhouettes of powerful warriors swiftly surge forward, undeterred by anything. They do not believe that anyone in the external world can rival them at this stage. They are an invincible presence. Moreover, it is not merely one, but rather a multitude exceeding 10. Were it not for the necessity of concealing their whereabouts to avoid detection by certain formidable beings of the Silver Moon, they could undoubtedly descend upon Starry City with great confidence, compelling that Li Hao to face his demise. It appears there are quite a number of individuals nearby. Their presence is acknowledged. I too have sensed them, a throng as feeble as ants. Upon entering the Starry Sea, they have become aware of certain matters. However, they are utterly insignificant. Though numerous, what concern do we have for them? A mere swarm of ants. To them, all beneath the pinnacle are akin to ants. Furthermore, their true forms transcend mere peak existence. Had their origins not dissipated and the heavens not imposed restrictions, they would scarcely be concerned even if a true pinnacle were to arrive. Oh, it seems they are approaching us. The leader appears somewhat taken aback. And in the next moment, a low command is issued, as a colossal shield materializes in the void, obscuring the sky. The void shield? In an instant, a chain, infused with myriad life forces, traverses the emptiness, ensnaring all directions. The shield and chains manifest simultaneously, binding heaven and earth, much to the surprise of those formidable beings. Is this the equipment of the Battle Heaven army? A horde of ants has ambushed us. Did they possess prior knowledge, or did they merely stumble upon us by chance? Why ponder so much? Eradicate them all. Kill. In an instant, a figure delivers a punch, striking the void. The void tears asunder. Yet, what emerges is merely a shield. The assailant, bearing a hint of disdain, reflects that if the Battle Heaven army had mobilized thousands in former years, they might have posed a threat. Yet, this current assembly of inferior beings aspires to emulate the true Battle Heaven army. What a farce! Though their life forces are amalgamated with a single blow, even if the shield remains unshattered, these wretches shall be rendered lifeless. Open fire. A command reverberates within the armor. In the next moment, 10 super-powered cannons materialize, booming forth. Countless projectiles are unleashed. Boom. The void erupts. A dozen figures spring into action. Some scoff disdainfully. Let those weaklings contend with such trivialities. But what use are these against us? Boom. The projectiles detonate, yet are instantaneously extinguished. Some strike with fists, others wield swords, and in the blink of an eye, the void shatters, a massive shield bearing the imprint of a fist, causing the life forces of countless demon hunters to dissipate, with many spitting forth blood uncontrollably. This scene causes many to furrow their brows. Upon the shield, Lin Hongyu and Director Zhou wear frowns. Through telepathy, he conveys, the demon hunters remain too weak. When confronted with true pinnacle beings, even well-equipped, they struggle to compete. Indeed, their numbers have dwindled somewhat. There is no alternative, with armor in limited supply. Production is underway at an accelerated pace. As a few engage in dialogue, the father and son from the Mu family, participating in such a grand conflict for the first time, are left in awe. At this moment, their perspective diverges from that of others. They witness over 10 top-tier powerhouses, immensely formidable, being halted by a group of feeble demon hunters, confined upon the surface of the sea. The aura of each individual surpasses their own might. Astonishing. Is this the adversary Li Hao seeks to confront? No, Li Hao perhaps pays no heed to these individuals. The disparity between the Jusi and the Tianxing governorate is indeed vast. It is no wonder that Jusi has been rendered defenseless and swiftly vanquished. As the demon-hunting army struggles to contain the formidable adversaries, Lin Hongyu gives a decisive command: strike. In an instant, a cadre of armored figures materializes. The puppets don their armor, and just as the phantoms prepare to assault the demon-hunting army, the heavens and earth crack open, revealing a figure clad in silver armor. Her delicate visage unmistakable. With a cold huff, she proclaims, "I am Lin Hongyu, the governor of Tianxing, here to seek enlightenment. Though you are formidable beings from ancient civilizations, each possessing the power of the 7 systems, daring to intrude upon my territory, you shall face no mercy." With a mere utterance, over 30 figures surge forth. Boom. A formidable force rends the fabric of space itself. The phantoms swiftly alter their hues. Lin Hongyu? Who is she? Why do so many powerful beings appear? Was it not said that this was merely a small faction composed of contemporary martial artists? The phantoms are taken aback, and in the next moment, the battle erupts without further discourse. Suspended in the air, Lin Hongyu coldly declares, "We of ancient civilizations do not interfere with one another. You have trespassed into the domain of Tianxing without invitation. Reveal your puppet master, or face annihilation." Arrogance. A voice bellows in anger. The feeble modern human race dares to act so presumptuously. Feeble? Lin Hongyu retorts with a disdainful huff. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what the new era entails. Who claims the modern humans are weak? Ignorant fools. I am Lin Hongyu, a practitioner of the Mountain Sea realm. I implore you to enlighten me. With that, she presents her curved blade and strikes. The void shatters. The phantom, taken aback, realizes that Lin Hongyu's blade has torn through the fabric of space. Their physical forms are not as weak as presumed. On the contrary, in comparison to their mere essence, her corporeal form is immensely powerful. With a single slash, she rends the void, her blade intent sweeping across the heavens. In her heart, she silently vows, "I fight to expel these foes and safeguard the world. Grant me the strength, O heavens." At that moment, it seems as if the universe truly favors her. The blade intent surges with newfound vigor, and with a thunderous strike, the phantom retaliates with a punch, shattering the void as well. In the clash of their powers, the phantom stumbles slightly, incredulous, as a gash appears upon its fist. Lin Hongyu's spirit soars, and she shouts, "The new martial way established by the governor is unparalleled. The past is but a memory. With the power of the 6 systems of Mountain Sea, I can still vanquish those at the pinnacle of the 7 systems." Boom. The blade light cleaves through the cosmos, her curved blade tearing the void as the phantom is struck with shock. What new martial way is this? How dare ignorant beings presume to comprehend? This path shall soon be inherited by all. Everyone may learn it. The might of the governor is beyond your understanding. The people of Tianxing shall transcend ancient civilizations and fight. Boom. From all directions, phantoms are swiftly subdued, and the puppets spring into action, employing diverse tactics. Though these descendants of emperors may have lost their corporeal forms, and even their essence, who among them was not a genius in their prime? Who among them was not unrivaled in strength? At this moment, a formidable assembly of 30 puppets instantaneously subdued the 12 other phantoms, rendering them incapable of raising their heads. The combined efforts of the Mu and Qin families saw the 4 of them engage a single phantom, while the 2 elder commanders exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Though they did not gain the upper hand, their battle was nonetheless vibrant and fierce. At this juncture, the phantoms were utterly astounded. How could this be? How could so many powerful beings suddenly emerge? With a resounding boom, 3 puppets besieged a single strong adversary. In no time, the first phantom was obliterated. Lin Hongyu shouted sharply, "Capture them alive. Offer surrender, and they shall not be slain, even if they are not the true forms. Their essence is dispersed enough to be of use to you." Surrender, and your hidden masters, unaware of the situation, will not know how to deal with your true selves. Her ability to suppress a formidable phantom while still finding the breath to speak was nothing short of astonishing. For those who are obstinate and refuse to surrender, they shall be killed without mercy. With a powerful slash, the phantom was cleaved, its essence shattered. In an instant, it coalesced, bewildered, exclaiming, "How is it possible? How can you be so powerful?" No, those individuals are not of your era. Turning its gaze toward the black-armored figures, it realized that they were not denizens of the new era. However, this woman was. "Where's Li Hao?" The figure bellowed. "You shameless scoundrels. Relying on the existence of ancient civilizations to confront us, lurking in the shadows. What sort of heroes are you?" Lin Hongyu responded coldly. "Do you think it requires a commander to execute you? The commander is entirely unaware of your arrival. You are merely a swarm of pests. If your hidden masters or true forms dare to show themselves, they may have some worth. But for now, I shall send you on your way." As her words fell, the blade's light once again danced across the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the void was cleaved, revealing a colossal beast, an imposing red tiger. Director Zhou, who was observing, gasped in astonishment, recognizing the tiger's might. This was indeed a maternal tiger. It was no wonder she was so formidable. She had cultivated the essence of the tiger. At that very moment, points of light emerged from Lin Hongyu, resembling stars, as her acupoints burst forth, revealing a staggering 180 openings. With a fierce shout, she commanded, "Kill." The immense strength of her physical form surged forth, her vital energy soaring as she unleashed another strike, simultaneously activating 6 elemental powers. The forces of the 5 elements erupted instantaneously. With a thunderous crash, a portion of the void collapsed, and the powerful phantom howled in rage, only to be ensnared by chains that bound it in all directions. Its expression shifted dramatically, but it had no time to retaliate before being struck by Lin Hongyu's blade. With a resounding blast, the phantom disintegrated. Filled with a mix of resentment and disbelief. "New path power? You have discovered a new path?" It was too late for realization. The blade flashed as Lin Hongyu traversed the void, unleashing dozens of strikes that shattered her opponent into fragments. With a swift grasp, she gathered a copious amount of essence, manifesting a divine weapon in her hand, channeling all that essence into it. Meanwhile, across various locations, roars of fury and curses echoed incessantly. Before the astonished eyes of the surrounding soldiers, phantoms were shattered into oblivion. It was beyond belief. At this moment, the soldiers were utterly astounded. Such formidable beings had been so effortlessly annihilated. Lin Hongyu's voice resonated once more across the expanse. "They are merely a bunch of insignificant rodents. The 7 systems of power are trivial. The new martial way is about to be inherited throughout the realm. As long as one transcends the 7 heavens of the mountains and seas, the 7 systems are but feeble opponents." With the general forging a new path in martial arts, a unified world was imminent. All adversaries were merely insignificant pests. Upon utterance of these words, an overwhelming roar erupted from all directions. The general's might was unparalleled. The world was on the brink of unification. In this moment, Huang Yu raised his spear and bellowed fiercely, "All who obstruct our path are demons. The demon hunting army exists to hunt the malevolent. Hunt, hunt, hunt." The echoes reverberated through heaven and earth, and at this juncture, the demon hunting army was equally shaken and exhilarated, reveling in their newfound strength. The general's house had grown astonishingly powerful. A group from the 7 systems had been effortlessly dispatched, and they barely recognized any familiar faces among them. Only Lin Hongyu, who had surrendered, and a few old and new directors were known to them. These individuals had merely acted. What had become of the Silver Moon martial masters? Meanwhile, in the distance, an individual's eyes blazed with divine light, perceiving the world as if it were transparent, observing the unfolding scene with a sense of trepidation. How could this be? The 9th commander, leading his troops, sensed a disturbance and hastened to assess the situation. At that moment, he beheld the skies darkening, witnessing the avatars of the primal power being torn asunder. Without considering the puppets, he recognized them and surmised their identities. Yet, Lin Hongyu had actually slain an avatar of a primal power. The 9th commander found this utterly inconceivable. When had Li Hao gathered such a fierce female general? As he pondered this, in the distance, Zhantian erupted with vigor, his energy surging, and with a fearsome roar, he unleashed a sword that pierced through the illusion, declaring, "I am Zhantian of the Inspection Division, at the 6th level of the mountains and seas, here to eliminate the ancient civilization of the 7 systems." He understood that the heavenly curtain was recording everything, likely to be used as promotional material for the new martial way. Lin Hongyu had deliberately crafted her words with forethought. He, being wise with age, surely could not miss the opportunity to enhance his own leverage. After shouting, he growled, "The generals might surpass as the seas. The 7 systems are utterly unworthy." Even at this moment, with his internal strength nearly depleted, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Not far away, Lin Hongyu glanced at him without comment, pondering how she would edit his speech later, preserving the visuals of the killings while omitting the flattery that followed. Observing that several primal avatars still refused to surrender, she coldly snorted and commanded, "Eliminate them all. No need to ascertain their identities. Once the general emerges, we shall sweep away all disloyalty." With each fierce command, in the blink of an eye, several primal avatars were obliterated. One shouted in fury, "You will not have a favorable outcome. Do you think this is our full strength? Wait until my true self emerges." Lin Hongyu coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe this is our full strength? The governor merely resides within the 6-fold mountains and seas, at the celestial command of the Starry Sky Governor's office, and above the 9-fold heavens of the mountains and seas, where dozens of formidable beings within the sun and moon realm could effortlessly annihilate you as one would slice through melons. Fool, in your arrogance and hubris, do you dare to call yourself a new martial powerhouse? Absurd. The presence of individuals like you in the realm of new martial arts is a disgrace." Flash. A figure appeared, imbued with incredulity, sun and moon. What realm is that? Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. Boom. With resounding crashes, all the avatars of origin shattered. In the land of the silver moon, an ancient city suddenly witnessed powerful entities spitting blood, their origins in tumult. In an instant, the entire city seemed to come alive. Some, in disbelief, exclaimed, "All our avatars have perished, slain by an unseen assailant." Given the speed, they could have just arrived at the Starry Sky City. How could this be possible? Who was the one responsible? 14 powerful beings. How could they be dispatched so swiftly? In the heart of the city, within a mansion, an ancient existence abruptly opened its eyes, imbued with coldness and gravity. No wonder, it seems the upheaval is indeed related to Li Hao. 14 avatars of origin, each possessing peak power, though not as formidable as in years past, still represented the strongest of this era. To have them all slain in such a brief moment is beyond belief. It has been less than half a day since I issued my command. My lord, someone awaited orders at the door, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Send someone to investigate, and do so discreetly without rash actions. The ancient being intoned, furrowing its brow. The limitations of this realm imply that to slay 14 peak entities, it cannot be the work of a higher existence. Thus, it stands to reason that the adversary must have a significant number of new martial powerhouses aiding them. At this moment, clarity eluded him. He could only assess the situation further, have the 3 major organizations expedite their investigations, and summon the Red Moon to meet with me at once. Understood. At this moment, upon the sea of the starry sky, Lin Hongyu gazed into the distance, a smile gracing her lips, her voice gentle. "The esteemed predecessor from Battle Heaven City has arrived. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. The governor is in seclusion, and I, Hongyu, temporarily assumed the role of city lord. I have prepared a banquet outside the city. I humbly invite the venerable predecessor to rest for a moment while I report to the governor and open the city gates to welcome our distinguished guest." At this juncture, thousands of demon hunting troops formed ranks, with powerful figures standing upon the sea. Opposite them, thousands of Battle Heaven troops lay in silent repose. The 9th commander gazed across the way, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. I never anticipated that within such a short span, the 11th commander would have amassed thousands of troops. They are well trained. Though they may not qualify as elite forces, they are indeed a rarity. Lin Hongyu replied with a smile. This is merely 1/3 of the demon hunting army. Presently, our numbers exceed 10,000. This is only the second echelon. The first echelon is safeguarding the governor's office, suppressing rebellious factions. Please forgive the spectacle. Over 10,000 troops. The 9th commander mused, feeling a sense of wonder. Taking a step forward, he hardly recognized anyone present. With the 11th commander still in seclusion, he was about to speak when someone beside Lin Hongyu interjected. Just wait. Li Daozong, why are you so loquacious? The 9th commander was taken aback, wondering who had spoken. The next moment, he glanced at the individuals beside Lin Hongyu. And someone remarked, what are you staring at? I am Jiang Li. The 9th commander was taken aback. Although he had anticipated the involvement of these individuals, he was surprised to find that they were actually advocating for Li Hao. Have you seen Wang Yi? He inquired. Yes, we have. His path was severed, but rest assured, he is alive. Moreover, Teacher Zhang is right here. What could possibly happen? The 9th commander's heart stirred as he quickly asked, is Master also present? Certainly. Li Daozong, you lead your troops here, and under normal circumstances, you should not be hindered. However, times have changed. Teacher Zhang has stated that the new warriors, having forsaken this realm, must adhere to its rules. This is no longer the world of 100,000 years ago. Upon hearing these words, the 9th commander felt a momentary daze. It is no longer the world of 100,000 years ago. Master Zhang has instructed everyone to abide by the regulations of this era. He gazed towards Tianxing City, then at the thousands of armored soldiers across from him, and finally at the modern powerhouses obstructing their path. After a long silence, he declared, I shall wait here for the 11th commander to emerge. We will camp here. Understood, responded several commanders in unison, and soon, thousands of the Battle Heaven army quietly began to set up camp. Meanwhile, the demon hunters across the way observed meticulously, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched these ancient troops. It was said that these warriors had perished, merely remnants of their former selves. Yet, at this moment, they remained exceptionally formidable. Previously, a golden warrior had claimed they were not elite, causing some to express dissent, but now, as they witnessed the swift establishment of a defensive formation, their precision and speed left everyone feeling invigorated. Is this truly the elite troops of antiquity? At this moment, Huang Yu was also observing with a grave expression. Such an army was the result of others' demise, and this was merely a reserve defense force, not a frontline battalion. He pondered how long his mere thousands could withstand the full might of the Battle Heaven army at its peak. Upon reflection, he concluded that perhaps they could barely hold out for a mere quarter of an hour before being utterly annihilated. Across the way, the 9th commander silently regarded the modern demon hunters, feeling a mix of emotions. They were but a feeble existence, yet their discipline was commendable. Even when faced with formidable foes, they remained unbroken. How had Li Hao managed to train such a well-disciplined army in such a short span of time? This man, who appeared so carefree and unrefined, lacking any semblance of military demeanor, had managed to cultivate a near-elite force. It was truly hard to believe. Moreover, was Wang Yi truly dead? What was the nature of the Shanghai Ryu mentioned by these individuals? At this moment, the 9th commander was engulfed in countless doubts. Increasingly curious about the origins of those slain primordial avatars, which faction had revived so many individuals. 14 primordial avatars represented the resurgence of 14 powerful beings, each at the very least an immortal entity. The pinnacle of existence would not easily sever their essence. In an instant, the two armies faced off. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyu was not idle. She swiftly arranged for the recorded celestial footage to be edited by professionals. The new martial arts were on the brink of inheriting the world, and this scene could serve as a promotional video, far surpassing anything else. To have slain over 10 formidable ancient civilization warriors from the 7 systems might just send ripples across the continents. Lin Hongyu has firmly established her position. As for the formidable warriors of Zhantian City across the way, they are indeed powerful. However, since they have chosen to camp, she refrains from further comment. This battle, accomplished without notifying Li Hao, resulted in a resounding victory, leaving Lin Hongyu in high spirits. Furthermore, the standoff between the demon hunting army and the Zhantian army serves to bolster their courage. After contemplating her circumstances, Lin Hongyu felt quite pleased. She glanced over at Chen Zhongtian, who appeared equally content, and smiled to herself. Once the promotional video is released, her good mood may dissipate, as few will recognize her. It is rather presumptuous to vie for attention without consideration of one's competitors. Director Zhou, however, remained silent, vanishing with the wind to report the situation within the city. This matter transcends the mere elimination of 14 avatars. It signifies that the enemy has turned their sights upon them. It remains to be seen how Li Hao will confront this challenge. Chapter 306. Public martial arts in the ruins of Tianxing Town. numerous physical forms materialized. Some exploded, while others remained intact, leaving Director Wang at a loss for choice. His eyes gleamed with clarity, yet he found himself uncertain about which one to select. Meanwhile, Li Hao paid little attention to this dilemma. At that moment, he was focused on refining the divine physical body. A potent earth element force surged forth, commanding the power of the earth. A talisman inscribed with the character for earth entered his body, allowing him to manipulate the physical form. Although he could not unleash the power of the sacred path, it remained incredibly formidable. The robust physique, initially quite large, gradually diminished in size until it transformed into a form resembling that of an ordinary person, soon appearing beside Li Hao as a guardian. This guardian was far superior to others and, crucially, exhibited a fearless dedication to protecting Li Hao. At this juncture, Yuan Shuo and the others felt quite satisfied. Frankly, entrusting a new martial artist with Li Hao's protection had caused some trepidation. However, the divine body alleviated such concerns. Li Hao was indeed powerful, perhaps the only true Sun and Moon realm expert currently. Yet, compared to those new martial artists, there remained a significant disparity. With the addition of a divine guardian, everyone felt a great deal more at ease. Li Hao, too, wore a smile. Although the divine body could not be utilized indefinitely, it provided him ample time and opportunities at this stage. Moreover, this was a deity from their own realm, and when compared to the formidable bodies of new martial artists, Li Hao felt it was even more advantageous than the previous Quasi-King body. At the very least, he could control this one, whereas the Quasi-King body would likely elude his command, as only the source of the Great Path could truly unleash its potential. Gratitude filled Li Hao's heart towards Yu Ming and Director Qi. He turned to the two, wearing a smile. Director Qi, if you have any specific requirements regarding the physical body, please do not hesitate to voice them. I will endeavor to create one that meets your specifications as swiftly as possible. Director Qi pondered for a moment before responding. I seek a body with some unique attributes. If that is possible, please do elaborate, Director Qi. Li Hao replied with utmost courtesy, for although they had exchanged few words, this individual had helped him resolve many of his doubts. Director Qi spoke, expressing his desire for an exceptionally unique physical form that solely develops the cerebral domain and its pathways. He emphasized that he did not require physical or other supernatural abilities, merely the pure and unadulterated development of cerebral pathways. Li Hao was taken aback, furrowing his brow at the immense challenge this posed. How many pathways existed within the cerebral domain? They had conducted a preliminary survey and discovered fewer than 10 at this stage, a stark contrast to other pathways, which were far more abundant. The cerebral pathways had yet to form a complete circulatory system, making the pursuit of a purely cerebral domain physical form a daunting endeavor for even Li Hao. Noticing Li Hao's hesitation, Director Qi continued, suggesting that if other supernatural abilities were unnecessary, then a combination of physical and cerebral pathways would suffice. He expressed a desire to focus exclusively on the development of the cerebral domain, pondering what differences such an approach might yield. Reflecting on the past, he noted that the physique of the new martial race was not as complex as that of the contemporary human race, which he regarded as a treasure. Once, Zhang En and his peers had dismissed it, yet now he felt a profound envy for the present-day human race, which seemed to possess an extraordinary advantage. When one perceives pathways not as chains or constraints, but as divine gifts, the innate path body indeed evokes envy. Perhaps this was the advantage of humanity during the primordial era of consciousness awakening. Li Hao interjected, acknowledging that the combination of cerebral and physical pathways was feasible, yet cautioned that the development of cerebral pathways was perilous. Even he had not yet ventured into such territory, advising Director Qi to tread carefully with his aspirations for such a physical form. Director Qi chuckled, remarking that the absence of prior development made the endeavor all the more intriguing. He believed that if someone had already accomplished it, pursuing it would lose its allure. He contended that the lack of exploration presented an opportunity for groundbreaking results, and lamented that the era's researchers had either perished or were absent. Otherwise, a research frenzy would surely ensue. The new generation of humanity might find themselves as mere test subjects, though he kept these thoughts to himself. Li Hao pondered this perspective and found merit in it. As they conversed, a figure swiftly ascended into the sky. Director Zhou landed, nodding slightly to the elderly martial figures, refraining from conversation with others, and quickly transmitted a message to Li Hao. Li Hao listened intently, maintaining his composure. The appearance of 14 avatars of the original source was not entirely unexpected, yet he was surprised by the magnitude of the disturbance, as a second sun had emerged. To be candid, the fact that the mastermind had only now chosen to act against him made Li Hao feel underestimated. Having already secured the central region and seized the Tianxing Town ruins, the late arrival of an assassination attempt felt like a profound dismissal of his capabilities. Fortunately, they had finally made a move, and the emergence of 14 formidable avatars was a reasonable response. Li Hao allowed a smile to surface, acknowledging Lin Hongyu's commendable efforts. Noticing his response, Director Zhou ceased the transmission and quietly remarked, questioning whether Lin Hongyu's authority had become excessive. In the absence of Li Hao, the puppet students and the demon hunters were mobilized directly. Although he had consented, he was also curious to see whether these students and the demon hunters would obey military orders. To his astonishment, they complied without hesitation. He found himself torn, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. The ability to summon such a multitude without Li Hao's command and to swiftly eliminate 14 powerful figures from the 7 systems was previously unfathomable. Li Hao, however, chuckled, remarking, "It is of no consequence. They are merely leveraging my authority, not truly hers. If they could not be mobilized and only listen to me, that would be a predicament." Director Zhou nodded in agreement. Li Hao regarded him thoughtfully and stated, "Director Zhou, I have not been paying much attention to your endeavors in the realm of new martial arts lately. You have embarked upon the primal path of the new martial era, and you can now reconstruct your physical form." Director Zhou shook his head, replying, "I am aware. Yet the primal path and the Haoxing path are merely different manifestations of the same principle. When the Stargate opens, the paths converge. Our adversaries are numerous, and although resources are plentiful, the primal energy is not to be squandered. It is an opportunity for me to eliminate ancient foes. When others do not require primal energy, it becomes my advantage." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment, then laughter erupted. It was indeed a sound argument. If everyone shifted their focus to cultivating new martial arts, the primal energy would lose its significance for the collective. In such a scenario, Director Zhou would have ample opportunities. Should the Stargate open and primal energy continue to flow, it would be difficult to ascertain whose prospects would be broader. No one dared to claim that the Haoxing universe surpassed the primal universe in strength. However, mere anticipation does not equate to reality. The primal path has birthed numerous formidable beings, and even the realm of the human king is a variant of the primal path. In that era, countless strong individuals emerged, a feat that the current human race cannot hope to match. Li Hao refrained from further comment, adjusting his attire. Director Wang, continue experimenting with the new physical forms. The rest of you, accompany me. While I desire to dedicate more time to exploring martial arts and enhancing livelihoods, I understand the necessity of prioritizing the elimination of formidable foes in the face of imminent danger. Let us proceed." With these words, the group followed suit. To everyone's surprise, Director Wang sprang up, exclaiming, "I shall join as well. No need for adjustment. I will utilize this body for now and change it later if necessary." At that moment, he had already entered a new physical form, which possessed a remarkable 108 meridians. With a beaming smile, Director Wang remarked, "Activating 36 meridians will allow me to reach the pinnacle of my former glory. If all 108 are activated, it will be no less formidable than the past." "Very well, let us be on our way," Li Hao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Yuming quickly followed suit, as he needed to arrange the celestial canopy and complete its installation. With the research institute now open, the celestial canopy would save everyone considerable time. Meanwhile, Director Qi opted to remain behind, keeping company with Zhang En, though Zhang En required no such companionship. Once the others had departed, Zhang En prepared to leave. But Director Qi took the initiative to speak. "Director Zhang." Zhang En cast a glance at him, as if just recalling his presence, and after a long pause, uttered, "Junior Qi. Junior. To think Qi Yun hails from the magic martial arts." Of course, many individuals at LV Zhen's research institute are from the magic martial arts. LV Zhen himself is a mentor there, even the dean. His daughter, the teacher of the human king, also holds a significant position within the magic martial arts. And his son-in-law once served as the principal. Qi Yun appeared aged, seemingly older than Zhang En, yet in truth, he was not. At this moment, upon being addressed as a junior by Zhang En, Director Qi revealed a hint of a smile. "Senior Zhang, I have a matter to report to you." What is it? Regarding some previous research at the Institute, it is not appropriate for me to elaborate further. Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak, what is it? The Institute primarily focuses on 8 research directions, including the radiation scope of the origin path. Zhang nodded. Qi Yun continued. This time, with the discovery of the Haoxing realm by Lord Li, I began to ponder whether the severance of the origin path is related to this Haoxing realm. Is the great Tao universe interconnected? If so, can we locate the origin universe and thereby establish a connection with the new martial arts? He turned his gaze towards Zhang. Our strength is feeble, and we lack the capability to explore the Haoxing universe. Senior Zhang, perhaps you are the strongest of the new martial artists and magic martial artists in this era. As the protector of the human king, being the grandson of the Supreme, I believe you have both the obligation and the responsibility to sacrifice a part of yourself to access the Haoxing universe, explore the Haoxing Great Tao, and strive to find a path to connect with the new martial arts. He looked at Zhang. I have noticed that you remain silent and have not mentioned the pursuit of the new martial arts. Lord Li and the others are not from that era and may be indifferent, but why do you not exert effort to seek the path of return? Are you truly waiting for Li Hao to open the Star Gate before embarking on the quest for the new martial arts? Both of us are from the magic martial arts, and while there are many students, the true practitioners are few. As a contemporary peer of the human king, do you not cherish this saintly power? Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you lecturing me, Junior Qi? Previously mild-mannered. Qi Yun now nodded and spoke candidly. As the strongest magic martial artist of this era, logically, all other students of the magic martial arts should align with you. Your status is elevated, and you serve as the backbone for everyone. It is a delight to see you here. Yet you have not shown any intent to return to the new martial arts, nor have you initiated any rescue or exploration efforts. Just now, even Wang Yi was attempting to tread the path of the new Tao. Perhaps there is still a chance to return to the new martial arts. Why does Senior remain silent? I have my own plans. Qi Yun, however, was less courteous. Your plan is merely to wait, to observe in secret? No wonder they say you are the most mediocre among the descendants of the emperor from that era, lacking any ambition, merely flattering Principal Fong. Principal Fong is a remarkable woman. How could she regard someone like you? The human king does not even look favorably upon such a son-in-law. So you should abandon such thoughts. A magic martial artist is not meant to be like this. Zhang silently regarded him, his gaze somewhat cold. Qi Yun, unfazed, retorted, What? Does Senior still wish to lay hands on me? The greatest taboo in the magic martial arts is this, killing among peers. Should it be discovered, even as the grandson of the Supreme, you would meet your demise. Moreover, I am but a fragment of spiritual energy, as the most formidable warrior of this era. If you, Senior, are indifferent to the integration of magic and martial arts and the development of new weapons, then please refrain from referring to yourself as a student of magical martial arts. Zhang let out a disdainful scoff, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. Qi Yun furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. What is the Senior truly contemplating? At such a critical juncture, is he still clinging to his so-called identity as a descendant of the Supreme? The disappearance of the Supremes might even be a blessing for him, as it would liberate him from the constraints of lineage and background. I can consider this for myself. I do not require your admonishments. Zhang had already vanished. Qi Yun sighed and murmured, If not for your immense strength, who would deign to pay you any mind? Alas, none among us possess the power of the king. Otherwise, we would have long since toppled you. Such is the tradition of magical martial arts. If you refuse to act, others will certainly step in. Regrettably, we are powerless to do so. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this further. If Zhang is unwilling to engage with the Haoxing universe, then let them attempt it on their own. Unbeknownst to them, Li Hao was on his way to the Starry Sea. From afar, he sensed a formidable aura, one that felt oddly familiar. He recognized the presence of the 9th Division Commander, Li Daozong. It was likely a result of severing his own source. Director Wang also sensed this, and at this moment, he no longer required Li Hao's protection. He could act freely, though his strength was still considerably diminished. Upon sensing the aura, he felt a surge of excitement. That fellow has arrived. Yet, a pang of confusion struck him. Why is he here? How peculiar. The world has yet to fully accommodate them, and according to the plans of Battle Heaven City, this was not the time for mobilization. At this moment, the 9th Division Commander also picked up on certain signals. The next moment, he beheld Li Hao and his companions soaring into the sky. Li Hao gazed at the 9th Division commander from a distance, recognizing several familiar leaders, which prompted a smile to break upon his face. The arrival of the 9th Division commander was indeed a cause for celebration. With a chuckle, Li Hao leaped into the air without regard for anyone else. Covering the distance in an instant, 9th Division commander, let us test my qualifications for this position today. With that, like a tiger descending from the mountain, he unleashed a punch, the fist that shakes the heavens. A mighty roar echoed through the forest, shattering the void. The 9th Division commander regarded him coldly, remaining silent. As his golden armor radiated brilliance, and he retaliated with a punch. Li Hao, it seems, always sought to turn the tables, eager for an opportunity to exact revenge. He held grudges well, but could he succeed? Two golden armors, two iron fists, collided in the void. Boom! The ocean erupted. A massive black hole appeared, swallowing the seawater and creating a whirlpool. Li Hao traversed the sea, the whirlpool dissipating as the tiger's fist surged once more, accompanied by an overwhelming force descending upon them. Boom! With dozens of punches exchanged, neither retreated. Li Hao chuckled. The 9th Division commander's clone is formidable. I too shall summon my clone to entertain him. Go! Behind him, a figure materialized in an instant, delivering a punch that struck like a mountain, transforming the sea into solid ground as the earth energy was drawn into his form. One punch unleashed, the very heavens trembled. Boom! This time, the divine body remained unyielding, yet the 9th Division commander stumbled back several paces, his eyes glimmering with surprise as he gazed at Li Hao. In this era, in this realm, the present moment can only accommodate the pinnacle of existence. Thus, his avatar possesses formidable combat prowess, rendering it nearly invincible among peers. Yet, it was still suppressed and repelled by this corporeal form. It appears not to be a living entity, but indeed an avatar, imbued with the essence of Li Hao. Curiously, the 9th commander was taken aback, as were several commanders behind him, astonished by the revelation that, despite not being the true body, the combat strength was widely acknowledged, and yet, the 11th commander managed to repel it. Li Hao erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ninth brother, just having a bit of fun, hope you don't mind." The 9th commander paused in surprise. "What did you just call me?" Li Hao replied with a grin. "According to the military regulations of the Battle Heaven Army, you are the 9th commander, and I am the 11th commander. You rank 9th, and I rank 11th. Let us not stand on ceremony as brothers." With that, he laughed heartily. Turning to the commanders behind him, Commander 7, Commander 8, "It's been a long time. I've missed you. Would you be interested in taking up the position of commander in my 11th Division?" The several commanders stood uncomfortably silent, at a loss for words. The 9th commander snorted coldly. "Li Hao, can you truly make use of them? They are all deceased. Giving them to you would hardly sustain their existence." Li Hao chuckled. "If you dare to give them, I dare to employ them. For those who doubt, come forth. I can create suitable corporeal forms for you. They will be quite useful." He then called out, "Director Wang, come forth and meet 9th brother." Behind him, Director Wang felt somewhat awkward. This fellow could be truly audacious at times. 9th brother? Only you would have the audacity to address him so. Moreover, they are all members of the Li family, technically speaking. He could very well be a brother to your ancestors from countless generations ago, and yet you dare to call him 9th brother. Director Wang descended swiftly. The 9th commander no longer focused on Li Hao or the avatar, but turned his attention to Director Wang, his eyes gleaming with intent as if trying to see through him. After a prolonged silence, he coldly inquired, "Are you Wang Yi?" Director Wang was taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, it's me. Don't you recognize me?" As he spoke, he realized something. Indeed, he had changed his physical form, the great Tao had fractured, and he had absorbed the essence of the Hao Star realm, making him appear as if he were an entirely different person. The 9th commander glanced at Li Hao, his voice suddenly icy. "Have you refined him into a puppet avatar?" Li Hao was momentarily stunned. "An avatar? He bears your essence." Li Hao then enlightened, laughed, and shook his head. "No, merely employing some unique techniques. Moreover, a being in the early stages of immortality, having changed his body, what purpose would there be in refining him?" The implication being that many beings in the early stages of immortality had undergone similar transformations. Refining Wang Yi would hold no significant value. That makes sense. The 9th commander nodded slightly and turned his gaze back to Director Wang, who appeared somewhat speechless. Seeing the 9th commander's scrutiny, he helplessly remarked, "It truly is me. The circumstances are somewhat peculiar, and I didn't have the chance to return and inform you. We thought you had perished. The ninth commander responded calmly, when you departed. The generals in the city even bid you farewell. Wang Yi expressed his frustration. The great Tao shattered. Did you perceive that? Somewhat, the ninth commander replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Since you are still alive, I shall take my leave. Wait, Li Hao interjected with a smile. Now that you are here, why rush back? What is the hurry? Ninth brother is anxious, but the rest of us are not. The ninth commander spoke in a deep voice. There are still pressing matters within the city. Let it go. Besides, with the two guardians present, does it even call for your intervention, ninth brother? Li Hao chuckled, but the next moment, he communicated secretly. We have discovered some traitors, and your brother, Li Daoang, is one of them. The ninth commander remained remarkably calm and replied directly. And then? Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean, and then? Aren't you surprised? Your brother has betrayed us and annihilated Tianxing Town. The ninth commander's tone remained composed. Each person has their own aspirations and paths. Although he is my brother, he has chosen to betray us, and if I encounter him, I shall take action. Very well. Li Hao found himself speechless. Why was this man so unperturbed? After so many years of death, could the existence of spiritual energy render one so cold-blooded, especially with the absence of a physical body? I have found a method to cultivate a new path, which can also aid in restoring everyone's physical forms. Do you not care? The several commanders cannot remain as souls of soldiers forever, can they? In the past, it was impossible to revive the soldiers' souls, but now, I have found a way. Soldiers have their own paths, and with armor as a vessel, there is a substantial chance to manifest our physical forms once more. This is the present situation. Previously, Li Hao had been powerless to act. He continued, there was a strong enemy that attacked before. It was highly likely they were from the traitor's side. Does the ninth commander not care? Since they have come, why retreat? Coincidentally, I feel our current strength is insufficient. With the addition of these thousands of battle heavenly army soldiers to help train the demon hunters, it may yield remarkable results. Now that they have emerged, would I let you escape? The ninth commander cast a glance at him and said solemnly, do you intend to deal with those traitors? Of course, Li Hao replied, smiling. Whether they betray or not is not of great concern to me, but if they actively attempt to assassinate me, that becomes a significant matter. Moreover, their betrayal is against the Li family's realm, and for both personal and public reasons, I must act against them. Let us take this opportunity to suppress these rascals to prevent further chaos. In truth, I am not interested in confronting them. However, if they insist on seeking trouble, I shall not be courteous. The ninth commander fell silent for a moment. Then I can remain stationed for a while, but not for too long. Are you in a hurry to return for some matters? Li Hao was puzzled. I have already mentioned that I can create physical forms for everyone. Why the urgency to return? The ninth commander replied calmly. Naturally, there are matters to attend to. The reserve guard army consists of a full 100,000. Currently, only a portion has appeared. We have been busy reviving the others. When we were left behind, it was the entire reserve guard army, not just the 9th Division. Now, in the land of Silver Moon, the energy has begun to thicken. Seizing this opportunity to absorb more energy will allow us to revive more warriors. Are all 100,000 present? Indeed. Is the commander also present? Yes. The 9th commander nodded and added. However, the commander ventured out in danger and returned severely injured. Having remained dormant these years without revival, I am currently acting as the commander, so I ask the 11th commander to treat me with the respect due to a superior. What arrogance is this? The 9th commander could not tolerate such arrogance and success. Originally reluctant to speak, he now voiced his displeasure. I am the acting commander. Do you understand? Li Hao chuckled, unconcerned, and chose to act as if he had not heard. He cast a glance at the warriors of the Battle Heaven army behind him, a sense of solemnity enveloping the moment. Most of them appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, perhaps beyond recovery. However, a few commanding officers still retained some semblance of awareness, though it remained uncertain whether they could fully awaken. He chose not to elaborate further, turning instead to address the demon hunting army, exclaiming, "Well done." The demon hunting army, having evolved from the Battle Heaven army, may lack their strength, yet their spirit must be unwavering. We have pressing tasks ahead, numerous challenges that await our resolution. If we do not confront them, the burdens will inevitably fall upon our descendants. Henceforth, I shall have the Battle Heaven army train each of you. Do not fear hardship. Do not fear injury. If the new martial age can achieve it, so can we. At this point, he raised his voice once more, declaring, "Recently, we have developed a new martial art, which Lord Lin has already showcased to you. Soon, this new technique will be widely disseminated, with priority given to our military. Each of you will have the opportunity to become the favorite of this era, to rival the pinnacle of the mountains and seas, to stand alongside the immortal sun and moon. I firmly believe that years hence, the reputation and might of the demon hunting army will surpass that of the battle heaven army. This era belongs to us." With that, Li Hao raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Demon hunt! Demon hunt! Demon hunt!" Thousands of soldiers echoed his fervent cries, their faces flushed with excitement. "We will surpass the battle heaven army. We certainly will." Li Hao smiled, invigorating the soldiers to lift their spirits. For comparing themselves to the battle heaven army in this moment was futile, yet it did not preclude future comparisons. He then turned to Lin Hongyu and the others, commanding, "Once the sky curtain is laid, swiftly promote the new martial art, which shall be named Haoxing Dao. Begin the dissemination in the central continent. I have heard that you recorded the battle scenes. Let them serve as promotional material." Nearby, Director Wang's expression shifted slightly as he conveyed, "That reveals our strength. Be wary of traitors discovering this. What is there to fear?" Li Hao chuckled. "The second awakening has yet to commence. If they possess the capability to awaken prematurely, let us intimidate them. The more they hesitate, the better. Once the new martial art is promoted and the masses begin to cultivate it, we will swiftly deplete the energy of the heavens and earth, forcing them to pay an exorbitant price for their revival. Let us see if we can drain them dry." Upon hearing this, Director Wang fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyu smiled charmingly, saying, "All right, I will arrange for this immediately. Governor, what shall we do if someone surrenders?" "Punish the guilty, release the innocent," was Li Hao's succinct reply. "Let them choose whether to surrender or not. In a few days, I will send troops to cleanse the 4 continents." Lin Hongyu chose not to press further. Soon, Li Hao also invited General Jiu to enter the city. Although he was somewhat reluctant, Li Hao's enthusiastic persuasion was hard to resist, nearly enveloping him with divine presence. General Jiu, though dissatisfied, had no choice, as he had merely arrived as a projection. As for Director Wang, General Jiu chose to ignore him entirely, feeling disdain for someone who had changed so drastically, losing their essence and path. Such an individual, he thought, deserved to be treated as a traitor. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that each person has their aspirations, and if this individual chose such a path, there was little he could do. Meanwhile, all parties are diligently engaged in various endeavors. The demise of 14 formidable avatars did not stir significant turmoil, for not everyone was privy to the occurrence. On the 5th day following the destruction of those avatars, the celestial canopy system spanning the central continent was finally completed, thanks to the thousands of panels provided by the Research Institute, resulting in the establishment of the canopy in nearly every city across the region. On this particular day, at the break of dawn, the celestial canopies across the central territories began to project onto the world. Enormous canopies cast their reflections into the void, enveloping all directions. Countless canopies ascended into the skies of major cities, and for the first time, the visage of Li Hao was unveiled before all the inhabitants of the central continent. Clad in golden armor and bearing a serene countenance, Li Hao gradually manifested in various locales. This marked Li Hao's inaugural projection across the entirety of the central continent. "Esteemed citizens, I am Li Hao of the Celestial Star Governor's Office. Today, on January 11th, 1731 of the Star Era, our office has reached a momentous decision. In these turbulent times, amidst the incessant internal strife within the Celestial Star, many have even forgotten that we have formidable foes at our doorstep. The 4 great nations surrounding the Celestial Star aspire to invade the central plains, seeking to usurp our realm, slay our kin, raze our cities, and dishonor our wives and daughters. With the rise of extraordinary abilities, chaos reigns, and the populace suffers immeasurably. To fend off these adversaries, to safeguard ourselves, to ensure the survival of the central plains, to protect our wives and daughters, and to secure a future for our descendants, we must choose the path of self-strengthening. How shall we strengthen ourselves? By empowering our individuals, fortifying our nation, and augmenting our military, we shall banish the oppressive darkness from the Celestial Star. We will not permit the agents of chaos to remain. Hence, the promotion of martial arts is imperative. Everyone must strive for self-improvement. Our destinies should be wielded by our own hands. Have you ever been uprooted from your homeland due to the turbulence of extraordinary powers? Have you found yourself cornered by the existence of the extraordinary? Only through the universal practice of martial arts and the cultivation of extraordinary abilities can we escape the fate of being at the mercy of others. A grand voice echoed through the land of the celestial star at that moment. In the central region, millions were captivated by the celestial canopy. Although there were a few on the surrounding continents, they were scarce. Yet, at this moment, many were gazing skyward. In the Silver Moon region, some canopies were also connected for the first time, albeit in limited numbers, with only a few dozen scattered across 32 cities. At this instant, all eyes were fixed upon the heavens, their gazes illuminated by flickers of flame. Indeed, who among them did not realize that only through the practice of martial arts and the attainment of extraordinary prowess could one resist the extraordinary? However, the path of martial arts is arduous, and the cultivation of extraordinary abilities is equally challenging. At this moment, within the celestial canopy, Li Hao spoke once more. Currently, martial arts academies are being established across various regions, yet the faculty is insufficient and the institutions have yet to open. Nevertheless, you may begin your self-training. Once the academies are operational, instructors will guide you to further your progress. After modifications by the governor's office, we have now derived a new martial arts technique, accessible to all, known as the breaking aperture technique. The human body possesses 360 acupoints. By unlocking one can enter the realm of the 10 strikes. The 10 strikes consist of 4 levels, with the first level comprising 9 acupoints, while 36 acupoints represent the pinnacle of the 10 strikes. Unlocking 37 acupoints allows entry into the breaking 100 realm, which has 4 levels, with the first level also comprising 9 acupoints, and 72 acupoints representing the apex of the breaking 100. In the realm of martial arts, one can unlock 73 apertures to transcend into the realm of Doqian, a domain that does not necessitate comprehension of the intricate forces at play. Entering directly into the Doqian realm, one encounters its 3 profound layers. The first layer reveals 36 apertures, totaling 180. At the pinnacle of Doqian lies limitless potential. Beyond Doqian, one ascends to the realm of Shanhai, which encompasses 9 layers, each unveiling 5 apertures, culminating in 225. Above Shanhai, further dimensions await, yet they remain distant to many at present. Li Hao's voice resonated throughout the cosmos. In the 7th layer of Shanhai, one can rival the 7 elemental divine powers. All can cultivate, all can reach such heights. Entering Shanhai is akin to wielding divine abilities. Doqian can withstand the brilliance of the 3 suns, while the power to shatter realms can conquer the radiant sun, and the ability to sever can vanquish the starlight of the new Haoxing martial path, which surpasses all predecessors, making cultivation simpler than ever. At this moment, the Tianxing governor's office has printed 3 million copies of the breaking apertures technique, distributing them across Tianxing for the populace. The opportunity for the masses to embark on a new martial arts journey has arrived. Whether one can seize this chance to soar to great heights lies within their own hands. Furthermore, ancient malevolent entities from bygone civilizations have sought to undermine our new era, striving to obliterate the Tianxing governor's office during the Star Element era. Recently, many of these ancient evildoers, possessing formidable powers, have been vanquished. Today, we shall showcase these events to the public, allowing the citizens of Tianxing to witness the might of our Haoxing martial arts. As Li Hao's words faded, his figure vanished. In the next instant, the scene of a grand naval battle unfolded. Thousands of soldiers sealed off the void, as 14 powerful beings tore through the fabric of space, shattering it with their fists, leaving countless spectators in awe. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? To rend space itself? For many, it was their first realization that space could indeed be breached. Moments later, Lin Hongyu and her companions emerged, their voices resonating, the 6th layer of Shanhai. The formidable Lin Hongyu wielded her curved blade, shattering the void, delivering a final strike that obliterated the powerful foe that had torn through space. This spectacle left all in stunned silence. Could one at the 6th layer of Shanhai truly slay beings of the 7 elemental divine powers? In that instant, regardless of their prowess as superhumans or martial artists, all were left speechless. Countless formidable entities, rumors of the mighty divine powers were laid bare. Not only the second-tier powers were present, but an entire faction of the 7 elemental divine powers lay vanquished. It is said that the governor's office harbors countless beings of the sun and moon realms, existing at even higher echelons. Finally, an image materialized, revealing 360 flickering light points that coalesced into 36 pathways. Li Hao's voice echoed from behind the scenes. Apertures serve as the junctions of these pathways, and their locations have all been predetermined for you. Open the apertures in the prescribed order without erring, and channel the breaking apertures technique to absorb energy. Martial arts academies across the land are to be established within a month, providing opportunities for aspiring individuals to enroll and advance their studies. Refrain from haphazard cultivation. Those with a foundation in superhuman abilities or as martial artists may engage in this practice. Li Hao expressed his hope that in this era, all individuals could attain robust health, cultivating martial prowess not to oppress the weak, but to safeguard oneself and one's homeland, fortifying both body and spirit. The Tianxing governor's office now boasts a multitude of 10,000 within the Shanghai realm, yet such strength remains insufficient amidst the countless heroes of the world. It is hoped that this martial arts promotion will yield exceptional talents to join us in safeguarding this realm and driving out malevolence, restoring light to the earth. In this moment, the world fell silent. All voices ceased, gazing at the myriad light points in the sky, forming the image of a human figure. 360 luminous points, each meticulously numbered from one to the last, awaited their sequential cultivation. The breaking aperture technique remained a mystery to many, for not all could read, yet some voices softly recited the words, while one individual actively circulated their meridians, imparting knowledge on how to cultivate. Some had already settled into a meditative posture, their minds unable to shake the haunting images of the 14 members of the 7 systems being annihilated in an instant. The female general of the 6 realms of mountains and seas, fierce beyond belief, had cleaved down a being purportedly from an ancient civilization. They were unaware of what a clone was. They only knew that the individual was remarkably like Li Hao, capable of shattering the void with a single punch. In Silver Moon, Director Zhao widened his eyes, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Despite prior visits from individuals who had briefed him on these matters, he had never truly grasped the extent of the mountains and seas' power. Yet now, Lin Hongyu had validated this reality. She was not a quintessential practitioner of the 6 realms of mountains and seas. Director Zhao discerned that this woman had independently opened 6 meridians and over 100 apertures, which did not classify her as a pure practitioner of the 6 realms. However, Lin Hongyu's strength had not yet reached the level of the earlier 7 systems. Still, she had managed to slay a formidable avatar. Li Hao's assertion that the Heavenly Star Governor's Mansion now boasted over 10,000 in the mountains and seas was beyond belief. Was the mountains and seas truly equivalent to the previous levels of divine prowess? Over 10,000 in divine might. Moreover, was the cultivation technique really that simplistic? Simply following the markings of the 360 apertures, foolishly circulating the technique to absorb energy, and upon opening all 360, one would become an invincible entity? In that moment, Director Zhao felt a wave of confusion. Could it truly be that straightforward? And was it truly so openly revealed? Simultaneously, at the headquarters where the 3 major organizations and Haoyan Divine Mountain convened, a cadre of powerful beings observed the celestial screen they had procured, independent of Li Hao's system. Yet it too displayed the unfolding events. The scene of Lin Hongyu's lethal prowess replayed incessantly, alongside the intricate details of the cultivation technique. After some time, a gentle laugh resonated, a voice drifting through the air. This breaking aperture technique may well be more profound than the 5 animal secret technique, involving far more complexities. On that day, Yuan Shuo was reluctant to share even the 5 animal secret technique. Yet this fool Li Hao has made everything public. Those present glanced at the speaker, yet silence reigned. A fool. This was sheer confidence. At that moment, several powerful figures remained mute. Below, a high-ranking official from an organization intoned gravely, "We cannot allow this information to circulate. There must be a deception at play. This technique certainly harbors issues. It cannot be practiced without consequence, lest we fall for Li Hao's trap." Indeed, there had to be a catch. How could it be so easy to attain divine combat power by merely opening 181 apertures? Cultivating was a path as arduous as ascending to the heavens. To transcend into the realm of divine prowess, one must access the fountain of life. Li Hao had not even hinted at the potential dangers. Voices rose in a chorus of disbelief. How could this be possible? Cultivation. How sacred and magnificent it is. Whether as martial artists or wielders of supernatural abilities, it necessitates immense talent, abundant resources, and fortuitous opportunities. Yet, what can one truly achieve through mere cultivation? In the forefront of the crowd, Ing Hongyue remained silent, allowing the screen to dictate the moment. One by one, the acupoints on his body lit up instantaneously. The foundation was there, with many meridians revealed, presenting no significant difficulty. 9, 18, 36, he quietly sensed and perceived. Soon, 72. A surge of energy ascended. He closed his eyes, remaining silent, as countless life essences flowed into him, continuously opening acupoints. Before long, he had activated 180 acupoints. When the 181st was unlocked, a thunderous sound reverberated. By comparison, 181 signified an entry into the realm of divine abilities, specifically the first layer of the mountain and sea realm. Ordinarily, without formidable strength within the internal organs, one could not attain this level. Yet, at this moment, there was no fluctuation in his organs. A fierce, unique power surged into his body, amplifying his strength. Ing Honyue's form trembled slightly, and in the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force so potent it seemed to tear the very fabric of space. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Ing Hongyue gazed skyward and, after a long pause, calmly declared, "Everyone, switch to the breaking acupoint technique. Beyond the divine abilities, from the three suns onward, all must adopt the new cultivation method." And swiftly, beside him, Yin Luo and others bore complex expressions. After a prolonged silence, the flying sword immortal suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ing Hongyue, with what shall we continue this battle? Yin Luo remained taciturn, while the lord of Haotian Mountain, who had been deep in cultivation, opened his eyes. Li Hao is indeed audacious, yet his audacity is well-founded. If his claims hold true, with the mountain and sea shattered, the countless celestial bodies, and the three great organizations, including Haotian Divine Mountain, could be rendered utterly defenseless. Unless a multitude of formidable avatars from ancient civilizations appear, or the second resurrection commences immediately, we shall face grave trouble. At that moment, Ing Hongyue spoke slowly. The second resurrection? Have you not felt it yet? What? Energy. In the next instant, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they looked up to witness an overwhelming surge of energy sweeping through heaven and earth, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, it was uncertain whether millions were engaged in cultivation. Even if they were feeble, in a heartbeat, the energy of the world seemed to be drained entirely. Newly birthed energy was instantly consumed. In that moment, even powerful beings within ancient ruins were abruptly interrupted in their cultivation, while one could not seize energy from them. What of thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions? Would the second resurrection remain eternally unattainable? The flying sword immortal murmured, a hint of terror in his voice. Who could rival Li Hao? Who could? Millions engaged in cultivation was merely the beginning. Soon, perhaps there would be billions, or even hundreds of billions. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that all energy might soon be extracted completely, with energy manifesting only to vanish again. At this juncture, even a mine explosion might be instantaneously siphoned away. Ing Hongyue spoke calmly. It will be initiated. The universe is awakening, naturally generating energy. Cultivation shall not perpetually deplete energy. However, the timeline for the second resurrection will be indefinitely postponed. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. For a long time, Yin Luo pondered, what shall we do now? What can we do? After a moment of silence, Ing Hongyue suddenly laughed. We shall cultivate, awaken our potential, traverse the realms of mountains, seas, sun, and moon. Seek out the remnants of the weak, vanquish ancient powers, seize treasures and energy, strengthen ourselves, and then devise a plan. What other course of action is there? Shall we fight to the death against Li Hao and his companions? How can we? With 14 formidable factions on Li Hao's side, and only Lin Hongyu and a few ancient civilization warriors emerging from our ranks, they would swiftly annihilate us. At this moment, what can we possibly do? On that day, the entire dynasty trembled. Countless sovereigns, though they had anticipated this, were left in despair upon witnessing Li Hao publicly unveil the techniques. They had previously exchanged treasures for knowledge. Yet who could have foreseen that such a powerful technique would be laid bare by by Li Hao himself. The world had indeed transformed. On January 11th, Li Hao disclosed the technique, the breaking the aperture formula, which delineated 5 realms, severing 10, breaking 100, contending 1,000, mountains and seas, and sun and moon. In reality, the 36 channels, devoid of attributes, were merely foundational for Li Hao and his allies. Yet even as a foundation, they were sufficient for many to pursue throughout their lives. That day, countless individuals across the land began to cultivate. Some, possessing remarkable talent, awakened their potential on the very same day, entering the path of cultivation and inspiring awe. Others, who were originally martial masters, astonishingly opened all 36 apertures in a single day, leaving everyone speechless. Furthermore, the realms of severing 10 and breaking 100 were indeed more powerful than the martial masters of the past, naturally surpassing the extraordinary beings of that time. Such a potent technique, combined with an intuitive approach to cultivation, spread like wildfire among a population of 1 billion. Even if not everyone grasped it fully, the news reached billions, from the elderly to the very young, all eager to embark on their cultivation journeys. For there was a truth in Li Hao's words: in times of chaos, one can only rely on oneself to safeguard their family. While many were yet to consider the notion of defending their nation, the concept of protecting one's home was universally understood in the darkest of times. Family remains an inextricable bond for most. Thus, even if not for oneself, one must strive to cultivate for the sake of family. However, to cultivate effectively, one must also learn to read and write. Without literacy, understanding the teachings, or even the simplest of texts becomes an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, on that day, thousands of educational institutions opened across the dynasty, not martial arts academies, but literacy classes. Such classes were easy to establish. A single teacher, capable of recognizing characters, could lead a class of anywhere from 100 to several hundred students. At that moment, the people's thirst for knowledge was insatiable. They yearned to read, to comprehend the locations of their apertures, and many did not even recognize the most basic numbers. It was not a lack of potential, but rather an overwhelming abundance of need. Even though Li Hao has numbered all the acupoints, there remain many who are not human. An unfathomable sensation. Yet, the reality is as such. These individuals lack any understanding of numbers, rendering them incapable of cultivation. On the first day of practice, those who falter in their training face dire consequences. However, the fortunate aspect is that they are unqualified to fall into madness, for their erratic attempts at cultivation yield no energy absorption, thus denying them the opportunity to go astray. It is merely a futile endeavor, devoid of any effect. Similarly, on this very day, Li Hao, the governor of the Heavenly Star Prefecture, became a name that resounded throughout the Heavenly Star continent. In the past, many may have heard of him yet remained indifferent, but on this day, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, buzzing with excitement. Li Hao, the esteemed governor. A remarkable man striving to unify the realm through martial prowess. A visionary who established literacy classes and subsidized grain, purportedly aiding in cultivation. With a simple requirement: everyone must be literate. The populace is well aware of who truly has their best interests at heart. What does Li Hao seek? It entails both financial and physical exertion, even apprehending myriad superhumans to establish an academy, all for the betterment of society. The central region has already commenced these initiatives. Yet the other continents have not. On this day, in Silver Moon, the populace was in an uproar, welcoming the governor's return. Zhao Shuguang has stepped down. Governor Li is a native of Silver Moon. Why does he not govern here? To this day, Silver Moon still flies the royal banner of the Golden Dragon, rather than the tiger flag of the governor's office. Governor Li, a son of Silver Moon, why not prioritize establishing literacy classes here? Why not subsidize the sacred rice? It is all due to Zhao Shuguang's handiwork. The people of Silver Moon have never feared death. For the sake of future generations, for the peace of the realm, and to resist the northern Dali, must our generation suffer, so that the next must endure the same? Down with Zhao Shuguang. We seek to cultivate, to educate ourselves, to learn to read, and to defend our homeland. On this day, the fervor began in Silver City, spreading throughout, including White Moon City, with roars of indignation. Why is it that the central region can cultivate, can establish literacy programs, and can subsidize sacred rice, while we have nothing? From the Heavenly Star Governor's Office. Governor Li Hao hails from Silver City. Governor Ho Xiaoqing from the north is from White Moon City. Governor He Yong from the south is from Yaoguang City. Governor Guangming Jian from the east is identified as a Silver Moon native. Though specifics elude all, it is known he is from Silver Moon. All have emerged from Silver Moon. Why, then, does our Silver Moon lag behind? This must surely be the doing of Zhao Shuguang. This old man has ousted Governor Li, driven away Governor Hou, and expelled everyone, yet he still parades under the royal golden dragon flag, although aware of the strength of these officials. For the sake of future generations who should not suffer, individuals have bravely stepped forward, igniting a fervor among the masses. As long as someone dares to rise, a leader emerges. Down with Zhao Shuguang. The era of revolution has arrived. Tear down the golden dragon flag and hoist the tiger flag. We demand sustenance. We demand cultivation. We demand the rebellion against injustice. On this day, the silvery moon shone brightly, prompting one to ponder the state of affairs in other realms. Throughout the vast continent, communication was far from seamless. Yet, on this particular day, an astonishing number of individuals had become aware of the unfolding events. For many wanderers traversing the land were not uncommon, and the news spread with remarkable alacrity. In certain regions, those with intentions to ally with Li Hao covertly established contact in the central region, laying the groundwork for a grand uprising. All of this was witnessed by the populace and swiftly disseminated. Arise, revolution, declared Governor Li, proclaiming that darkness cannot dominate the world. Only light can usher in a promising future. Striving for self-improvement is the singular path forward. If I, a solitary individual, cannot contend with the extraordinary, what of the multitude? Are the extraordinary not afraid of death? Do they not fear the wrath of Governor Li? Those guilty shall be punished. This decree echoed from the Star Governor's office, asserting that whether one is a formidable warrior, extraordinary being, or tyrant, all guilty shall face retribution. Do you not fear the Star Governor's might, or the countless beings of the Mountain Sea realm? Are you not terrified of the powerful who can rend the very fabric of space to claim your life? On this day, tumult erupted across the land. Gatherings formed at the governor's office, the director's residence, the night watch office, military headquarters, and inspection offices. The people united in a fervent call for enlightenment, for martial training, and for sacred rice. As long as they are provided for, they vowed not to revolt, regardless of who ascended to the throne. However, if one cannot secure sustenance for oneself, for family, and for future generations, then rebellion becomes inevitable. The fierce tiger emblem of Li's banner billowed across the central region and throughout the continent, drawing countless individuals towards the heart of the land. If overthrowing the current regime proves impossible, then escape becomes the only recourse, whether it means abandoning one's homeland or seeking refuge elsewhere. If the continent is no longer tenable, then flee to the center. Seek a way out. It was merely an announcement. Yet the local rulers and administrative governors found themselves bereft of options, their plight rendering them almost tearful. Where could they possibly procure sacred rice? Where could they establish enough schools and teachers to facilitate literacy? Li Hao mobilized hundreds of thousands of extraordinary beings to construct schools, a feat few could achieve. Those who dared to conscript the populace without extraordinary powers would incite rebellion. Typically, these common folk showed little concern, but what of the present moment? Can they wield power? Can they suppress? The momentum of Li Hao's unification swept across the land, and unless one was truly reckless, leaving no avenue for retreat, once the slaughter commenced. Those who fell at Li Hao's hands would await their fates. They dared not act. Even the armies hesitated. The extraordinary beings felt apprehensive as well. Li Hao was indeed formidable. In the central region, a reckoning had commenced, transforming the extraordinary into servitude. The formidable beings across the continent were well aware. Who would dare assist in suppressing the populace at such a perilous juncture? Are they not wary of the consequences? Let us not delve into the veracity of the thousands from the Mountain Sea realm. Even the specter of those who effortlessly dispatched over a dozen of the 7 systems elite sent tremors through their ranks. Furthermore, few knew the true strength of these individuals. The top martial artists from the Silver Moon had yet to reveal themselves. Who could ascertain the prowess of these mysterious figures? The cacophony outside was deafening. The clamor to overthrow Zhao Shuguang echoed relentlessly, leaving the loyal guards outside in a state of turmoil and frustration. Inu, however, had consistently supported Li Hao. Even the deputy director had rushed over, along with the marshal and the head of the inspection bureau, while the night patrol minister had also departed. Now, within the vast expanse of Inu, Only the director remained steadfast. These scoundrels were incapable of discerning right from wrong and were intent on rebellion. The guards were seething with rage, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, Director Zhao remained remarkably composed, gazing outside, seemingly lost in thought. Even before his arrival, chaos reigned. The crowd clamored for General Li, showing no regard for the bitter cold of the 12th month. The populace of Tianxing was the most timid and timid, content with mere sustenance, never aspiring for more. Yet today, even in Yinyu, where they could still find warmth and nourishment, what of the other regions? Life had become unbearable. Perhaps rebellion was the only option. A spark can ignite a prairie fire, and Li Hao had begun to set the world ablaze. Whispering in disbelief. The enormity of the situation was staggering. Across the 99 provinces, it was unfathomable. The average person would struggle throughout their life to traverse the entire nation. Yet Li Hao had ventured forth from Yin City in half a year, establishing his roots in Tianxing City within 3 months. In just one day, he made the world aware that a new era had dawned. With a single martial art manual. Indeed, it was merely a manual, accompanied by a few words. There were no grandiose proclamations, nor did he incite the masses to revolt, but as news spread from all directions, the possibility of cultivation became apparent to all. The central regions began to awaken, with some achieving enlightenment in a single day, stepping into the so-called realm of mountains and seas. All around, the populace erupted. We too can transcend. If one had never encountered martial arts or supernatural abilities, they lacked the audacity and resolve. Yet today, many opened their first meridian. For the first time in their lives, they felt they were no longer weak, bullied, ordinary individuals. They too could transcend the mundane, becoming extraordinary, all equal. Class divisions shattered. Yes, as ordinary people and children unlocked their first acupoints, stepping into the 10th realm, the reverence for the extraordinary dissipated in an instant. It turned out everyone was fundamentally the same. Do you possess an additional eye or a mouth? No. One cannot defeat 1,000, nor can one vanquish all of humanity. In this moment, the world was in upheaval. At that instant, within an ancient city, in a time-worn estate, an ancient figure, seemingly dormant for countless eons, emerged from the old residence, gazing up into the void. The new path revealed the martial way of the bright star, Li Hao. Like a deity, the formidable being murmured, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. The energy of the world was instantaneously depleted. The energy born of heaven and earth, which could have swiftly supported a second revival, was unfortunately gone. In a heartbeat, it vanished. Now, it was a matter of consuming what remained. Even if the Tianxing Great Mine were to erupt once more, it would bear little significance, for it would not take long before the billions of souls absorbed it all. At this moment, all that was left was to wait. Wait for what? Awaiting for everyone to settle, for the energy that birthed the heavens and the earth to be sufficient for all to expend. Waiting for those individuals whose actions have fortified the world, enabling the emergence of the strong. Only then will a second revival transpire. Otherwise, even if you detonate colossal mines, it will avail nothing. How absurd, yet terrifying it is. No one anticipated that the process of the second revival would be interrupted by a throng of ordinary people. Is it not laughable? Had the celestial star mine not exploded, the second revival could have been plausible. This group had seized 2/3 of the celestial star mine in the past, and if they were willing, they could have achieved the second revival. Yet, before they could contemplate this, before they could initiate or deliberate on whether to revive, Li Hao extinguished their hopes. Save your breath. Do not squander it. Even if you detonated 3 great mines, I would have absorbed every ounce of energy. I alone cannot absorb it all. If there are 100 million or even 1 billion of you, I shall absorb as much as you possess. In a tone reminiscent of the divine, the man softly inquired, has Ing Hongyue arrived? A cautious voice responded, no. Ing Hongyue has communicated that he is currently evading the pursuit of the Celestial Star Governor's office. To prevent them from discovering our location, he shall not come. The man replied indifferently, it was he who sent the message, not the red robe. Indeed, it was Ing Hongyue's message. What of the red robe? It seems the red robe has vanished. Vanished? How so? Unknown. The man fell silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Could it be that Ing Hongyue has devoured him? The expression of the person beside him changed. How could that be? He nervously replied, the red robe possesses formidable mental strength. Although categorized as a peak of the 7 systems in this world, how could Ing Hongyue, who is yet to unify his 7 veins, possibly kill the red robe? The man calmly stated, "If one desires, it can be done." In the past, did not the human king, in his youth, achieve an astonishing extermination of the subterranean realm amidst the disbelief of all? But that was the human king. Are you jesting? To compare these individuals with the human king? Even the current Li Hao, they believe, is unworthy of such a comparison. Not to mention Honghua, even in treachery, even in denying his identity as the new martial artist, the might, terror, and ruthlessness he embodies are subjects of collective dread. He is a truly invincible being, an existence that has never known defeat. Every adversary ultimately falls beneath his blade, a blade that has truly quelled the chaos of the realm. Regardless of your ancient warriors or emperors, it has cleaved through the celestial emperor and vanquished the world's consciousness, achieving unity across the land. The man smiled. I merely stated that anyone who wishes can potentially accomplish such feats. I did not claim he could rival the human king. With that, his expression returned to serenity. Send someone to Zhantian Town. Inform Xiao to exercise caution. Zhantian Town, the birthplace of the first revival, is also under the watch of a powerful presence that initiated this first revival. Initially, there was a mine there, which was detonated, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, drawing forth the initial energy revival. However, due to the limitations of the world, a powerful being remains stationed there to this day. Upon hearing this, those beside him were somewhat shaken. My lord, I shall go and notify them. The man spoke softly. If the one in the crimson robe perishes, then safety will be elusive. The starry town may well fall. The great star mine has likely succumbed to Li Hao's grasp. Regardless of whether his claims of myriad formidable beings are true or not, Li Hao's faction undoubtedly possesses numerous strong individuals. Should they ally with the entities lurking within the ruins, the annihilation of the saints may be challenging, yet not devoid of hope. In Starry Town, a saint holds dominion. However, after all these years, it is uncertain whether the physical form has been restored, making it difficult to ascertain. Yet, it seems that Starry Town is 99% compromised, and the plan for a second resurrection has utterly failed. The man was not overly surprised. Plans are often shattered. As a denizen of the new martial era, it is common knowledge that plans are the least reliable. The sovereign of men devises countless schemes at every moment, only to dismantle them himself, leaving the enemy oblivious to his intentions. Even the sovereign himself remains in a haze about his own desires. Although Li Hao has proven to be unexpected, he has not yet reached the terrifying level of the sovereign of men, capable of instilling fear and despair. A vision of that formidable being resurfaced in his mind, a terrifying existence. At times, he pondered how everyone would react should the sovereign of men return one day. Yet, what could they do but meet their demise? What else could be done? Lost in thought, he chuckled softly. Honghua has her own plans. Even if she chooses not to collaborate with me, an alliance with others, or perhaps with that individual near the Stargate, would be akin to allying with a tiger. In this world, there are no free lunches. Ultimately, one can only rely on oneself. He continued, as it stands, Li Hao may be intimidating us. Or perhaps he genuinely possesses many strong allies, waiting for us to make a move or to strike first. Regardless, we must avoid any confrontation with him at this stage. He understands the peril of nurturing a tiger at one's doorstep. He knows all too well, the sovereign of men is a fierce beast, raised by many. Yet in the end, this beast devours them all. The lessons of the past are vivid, yet he feels helpless. Perhaps this is the will of fate. It is also heaven's counterstrike. Now, the enemy is both an assailant and a defender. Even if we deploy our primordial avatars, how many should we send? Each engagement risks becoming a mere offering of spoils and may weaken our forces. The crux of the matter lies in consolidating the power of the heavens and earth. A prompt second resurrection is the only true solution. Otherwise, it leads only to death. My lord, the second resurrection is currently quite arduous. No, it is not difficult. The man replied, surveying his surroundings, where numerous figures awaited his command. He declared, this realm is undergoing self-resurrection and self-repair. In the west, deities exist. In the north, the first martial forces. Beneath the surface lies the resurgence of the Forbidden Sea deities, fortifying the heavens and earth. The Forbidden Sea's eruption, coupled with the accumulation of energy from below, can also strengthen the realm. The invasion of the first martial, resulting in the slaughter of countless citizens, can trigger a return of energy, sparking war and leading to the fall of strong beings, thus allowing the energy of the heavens and earth to return. There are myriad methods. The man spoke softly. There is yet another approach, re-establishing connections among the 8 main cities to complete the array's convergence, drawing upon the energy of the heavens and earth to stabilize the realm, which can also provide the necessary strength for the second resurrection. There is more than one way, many ways. At this moment, engaging in a direct confrontation with Li Hao seems unwise. Hence, the only viable course of action is to employ these strategies to swiftly break through the blockade and escape the ancient city, allowing us to eliminate Li Hao before his official rise. The man gazes up at the sky, pausing in silence. Do not confront Li Hao and his ilk head-on. Whether through manipulation, intimidation, or inciting war, let it be the war of the celestial stars. Let us instigate a conflict among the 4 realms. The more lives that are lost, the greater the vitality absorbed by heaven and earth, thereby strengthening their self-awareness and prompting them to stabilize and embrace the powerful. Turning to the hesitant individual, the man speaks softly. You must understand that we have no path of retreat. Do not entertain any feelings of compassion. If there is to be pity, it should have been in the past. Back then, we were responsible for the demise of hundreds of millions in the Silver Moon continent. And now we find ourselves with no alternatives. The ruthlessness and strength of the monarch of humanity are better understood by you than by me. Is the monarch of humanity dead? He chuckles, shaking his head. I cannot say for certain, but it is quite likely that he is not. Those who covertly supported us in the past have also been forsaken. After all these years, the Silver Moon remains unchanged. What does this signify? It suggests that the monarch and his followers may have merely strayed from their course. Their plan to disrupt the void succeeded, causing them to lose their way. But will the monarch return? He addresses the assembly. I do not know, but perhaps he will. If he does return, and we have yet to seize control of the Silver Moon, wield its power to evade pursuit, who among us can claim to rival the monarch? His voice, though not loud, carries a chilling resonance. No one can. Even if one were to become the master of this world, it would not suffice. In the face of the monarch, our demise is inevitable. Therefore, we, too, are fighting for survival. Do you comprehend? If we do not instigate war and allow countless casualties, it is we who shall perish. We must not only initiate warfare, but also eliminate certain individuals, create chaos. Of course, our pace in killing may not surpass that of war, and the risks are considerable, yet we must expedite the second revival. Do you understand? A chorus of resolute affirmations fills the air. This assembly comprises those who once betrayed the new martial order, whether out of leverage, jealousy, resentment, or indignation. They turned against the new martial order and the monarch of humanity. Years have passed, and the heavens remain unconquered. The original plan has been shattered, giving rise to new paths and new wielders of power. This signifies a crucial point. If we do not seize the Silver Moon, there may be no further opportunities. Their objective is straightforward: gain dominion over heaven and earth and abscond with the Silver Moon, which is vital as it represents a sub-realm of the main world. Once the Silver Moon is mastered, there lies hope for tracing back to the source and breaking into the main world. Only then, with the monarch of humanity and the sovereign of the void deceased, do they stand a chance at survival. At this moment, from afar, a formidable figure radiating golden light speaks in a deep voice. General, can the land of the Red Moon offer us any assistance? The man turns, responding softly. The red-robed individuals are inept. What assistance can they provide us? The inhabitants of the land of the Red Moon may possess strength, yet their intellect is lacking. Their leader is sealed near the Stargate, and they are currently preoccupied with plans to unseal him. Where would they find the time and energy to assist us? Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. The choice of betrayal is ultimately ours. When the moment arises, we shall eliminate even those from the Red Moon. The Silver Moon is fundamental to our negotiations. The people of the Red Moon aspire to seize the Silver Moon and launch a counterattack on the main world, while we, too, require the Silver Moon for our survival, even to dominate a territory and forge a new world anew. The powerful figure of golden light fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I understand. As for the newly propagated path of the Tao, it pertains to the Tao veins, which we do not possess. The man gently shook his head. We know not where the vast universe of the Great Way resides. Without Tao veins or coordinates, mastering it would be futile. This technique, Li Hao, does not fear that we of the new martial era will attempt to learn it. Even if we do, it would be in vain. The crowd felt a tinge of regret. The man continued. However, at this stage, even if they were to cultivate to their utmost, they would merely graze the threshold of immortality. The so-called 9 layers of sun and moon merely unlock 36 Tao veins, comparable to the pinnacle of yesteryears, and now. They would only equate to the initial entry into immortality. The crowd nodded, feeling considerably reassured. They had indeed seen the 36 Tao veins. Yet to master them entirely seemed an insurmountable challenge. Initially feasible, it became increasingly difficult. Even those who had never practiced could discern this. As they had all traversed that stage, the man refrained from further elaboration, calming the crowd, and declared, "Let each fulfill their role. We have survived to this day." Undeterred by minor crises, let us give Li Hao some trouble to make him understand that even the sword sovereign could not contend with us, let alone a mere youth still wet behind the ears. The crowd nodded in agreement, saying little more. Yet, despite their words, memories of the past lingered. The human king, merely in his 20s, had slain the heavenly emperor, and some among them had even witnessed it firsthand. Youth was never an excuse. It was merely a reason to underestimate the enemy. In the new martial era, with the human king present, the enemies trembled, and they felt secure. However, with Li Hao's emergence and his swift promotion of the new martial way, some could not help but think of the human king. The man was aware of this. Yet he could not prevent others from thinking this way. Even he, at times, felt the same. A sense of wistfulness enveloped his heart. Was this fate? Years ago, when the star gates were sealed, the source dissipated, and the world became fragile, unable to accommodate them. They had hoped that soon the world would restore itself, allowing their emergence. Yet, this wait extended for 100,000 years. Despite prior arrangements and abundant energy, over these 10 millennia, everyone had made progress. And he himself had ascended to unimaginable heights. Yet, the human king at 20 could slay the heavenly emperor. No matter how strong he was, he knew he still stood some distance from the realm of the emperor. The second revival was clearly within reach, and he could almost taste the completion of all his aspirations. Yet who could have foreseen that calamity would strike at the final moment? How absurd! With a soft sigh within, he vanished from sight in an instant. There remains an opportunity. Even if Li Hao and his companions were to reach the so-called realm of sun and moon, or even ascend to greater heights, crossing into the realms of saints and heavenly kings, he held no fear. Time still favored him. In this world, what one should truly fear is not Li Hao, but rather the leader of the red moon. Of course, it is not the one who reflects the red moon, but rather that individual near the Stargate, who was struck down by the sword sovereign and suppressed in the vicinity of the Stargate. This individual was once a true emperor-level being. However, in recent years, with the Stargate isolating the inside from the outside, the dissipating energy and spatial rifts leave one uncertain as to how much power that individual still possesses. Yet, an emperor is an emperor. Even with just a fraction of their strength, it is doubtful one could prevail. Li Hao, the king of humanity, returned to the Grand Hall, contemplating Li Hao and the king of humanity. After a while, he shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. One should not instill fear within oneself. Throughout history, there has only been one king of humanity. Not everyone can claim to be the king. At the same time, in Tianxing City, the ambition to dominate the world is not something that can be achieved overnight. In the presence of the gathered individuals, Li Hao had little interest in discussing such matters. He quickly stated, "Continue to expand the academy and establish literacy classes. Let all the plants of Tianxing Town be cultivated for food. The great mine of Tianxing is officially commencing excavation. The divine energy stones unearthed will be allocated to the military for training, prioritizing the strengthening of our army and the martial arts students of the academy. Moreover, others have pressing tasks as well." Li Hao declared solemnly, "I intend to sweep through all the ruins in central Tianxing. Whether through capture, extermination, cooperation, or annihilation, all non-governor-affiliated plants must be eradicated. Seek out the 9 communication towers to restore the base station's information." Li Hao continued, "Currently, Tianxing is making significant movements, and our enemies will undoubtedly not remain passive. I must complete all sweeping operations promptly, ensuring logistical support and strengthening ourselves. Only in a peaceful realm can powerful beings continuously emerge. It is not the sole avenue for the birth of strength. The suffering of living beings may catalyze the advancement of the strong, but it is not the only path. To assert that war breeds strength is, in Li Hao's view, a misconception. In a prosperous and peaceful nation, there is more time, energy, and capability to nurture the strong, allowing them to hone their skills in times of peace rather than through the crucible of war. Li Hao spoke no further and began to appoint his commanders: Tianjin, Beiquan, Badao, Nanquan, Shenzhongtian, Guangmingjian, Yiluocha, Pailai, Muhai, Yaoxi, Hosiaoqing, Huangyu, and Kongjia. You will accompany me to cleanse the ruins. Yuanping Wu Science University will dispatch 20 students to assist. Wang Yi, the commander of the reserve guard of Zhantian City, will join me in this expedition. Outside the hall, a figure clad in golden armor turned his head and remarked coolly, "You have no authority to command me." Li Hao replied calmly, "Commander of the 9th Division. This is not a command, but a collaboration. For Zhantian City to revive, energy is indispensable, and I possess an abundance. To eradicate the chaotic plants, beasts, and traitors from ancient civilizations is also your duty. Do you not wish to reach for the heavens once more and return through the Stargate? Then collaboration with me is essential. I am the commander of the 11th Division and your colleague. Why must you be so pedantic and petty?" The 9th Division commander felt a strong urge to retort, "Who are you speaking of? Yourself, perhaps." Some individuals simply cannot tolerate the arrogance of this particular person, who has recently become exceedingly presumptuous. He believes it is imperative for Li Hao to understand that if he were to truly enter the ruins, his divine avatar could easily cleave him in two with a single stroke. What audacity! Li Hao, one must recognize that the ruins possess varying degrees of strength. It is conceivable that formidable existences lurk near Star Island, and your divine avatar may not be capable of subduing all-powerful beings. At this juncture, your divine avatar can, at most, exhibit prowess comparable to the pinnacle of immortality of this era, but how many immortals still survive today? Li Hao, your arrogance is excessive. He feels that Li Hao is in dire need of a lesson. At this moment, to make such bold claims about cleansing the ruins is nothing short of hubris. Accompanied by a cadre of 6th and 7th tier martial artists, does he truly believe he can vanquish all ancient civilization's mightiest? Such confidence is both misguided and overweening. Moreover, the circumstances within the ruins remain uncertain. If Li Hao recklessly ventures in, he is likely to encounter tremendous peril. Should any ruin harbor a sage, Li Hao would be doomed. Are sages truly present? The 9th Master is convinced they must exist. What if it is a ruin linked to a small vein of ore? If the vein still exists, and the monstrous flora or beasts, even humans, have survived for 10 millennia, is it too difficult to ascend to sagehood? Once, the great city lord expended all energy in an instant, targeted by others. Yet, some minor veins may not attract attention at all. Li Hao nodded, suddenly revealing a smile as he descended from the high platform and clasped his hands, stating, "It is precisely for this reason that I seek the assistance of the 9th Master. A mutually beneficial collaboration. After all, the 9th Master is merely a fragment of his original self. Should he fall, I will acquire sufficient essence to aid in the 9th Master's restoration. Thus, this individual has been scheming against me all along." The 9th Master was left speechless. Li Hao continued, "Furthermore, a traitor has emerged within the Li family. I believe both the 9th Master and I wish to personally eliminate this adversary. Of course, as that is your brother, the 9th Master may not wish to engage. Nevertheless, a mutually beneficial collaboration is undoubtedly the right course, and strengthening oneself is paramount. Does the 9th Master not desire to amplify his power and restore himself?" The 9th Master, unreserved, replied, "I have not expressed reluctance. However, I must make one point abundantly clear. If we are to cleanse these powerful beings, I shall be the one to decide. This is the first point. Secondly, should we encounter resolute new martial artists who refuse to cooperate or surrender, they must not be harmed. Thirdly, the spoil shall be divided equally." Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in outrage. Director Wang found himself in an awkward position, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, one of the puppet students suddenly proclaimed, "If that is the case, then our Yuanping University of Martial Science also demands 1/3 of the resources. The remainder is to be evenly divided among you." This declaration further incited the ire of the crowd. Ba Dao's temper flared instantly as he coldly retorted, "Then we shall slay them ourselves, whether in Battle Heaven City or Yuanping University of Martial Science. Our rapid resurgence and freedom to roam have not come without effort from the governor. We have merely assisted one another. It is not solely through your efforts that we have reached this day. Remember, we are merely collaborating. We are not the royal family of the 9 divisions. Nor are we subservient to the demon plants. Ba Dao scoffed coldly, glaring fiercely. Nan Quan also huffed, expressing his disdain. I knew these ancient figures were unreliable. Before our endeavors have even borne fruit, they seek to usurp power, truly believing we are akin to those spineless creatures of the royal family of the 9 divisions? If it comes to that, we can part ways. If a conflict arises, let it be with those present in the ruins of Tianxing Town. They cannot emerge now. Who is afraid of whom? Li Hao raised his hand, interrupting the discourse, and turned to the 9th commander, inquiring earnestly, "Are you serious, commander, or jesting?" "Serious." The 9th commander retorted fearlessly, locking eyes with Li Hao. "I know you have been wary of the new martial artists, but I am indeed one of them. You have seized the Tianxing mine, yet that mine belongs to the new martial artists. You have neither supplied any energy to Zhantian City nor assisted in its restoration. If this continues, Li Hao, we shall inevitably fall under your dominion." He spoke with calm conviction. The new martial artists do not wish to be restrained or sanctioned. You fear being constrained by us, yet we do not wish to be subjugated by you. Wang Ye's choices are his own, but I, as a soldier of the new martial army, cannot surrender the future of new martial entirely into your hands. He continued with gravity. Collaboration should entail equitable treatment. Yet your notion of cooperation is merely us laboring for you while you provide scant remuneration. We are not mercenaries. Yuanping Military Science University may engage in such arrangements, as they are not yet soldiers, merely a group of students. However, for Zhantian City, it cannot be so. We are a principal city. The Zhantian army is a legion, not mercenaries. We possess our own civilization, our own beliefs, our own military spirit, and our own principles, Li Hao. Thus, your 11th commander is but a jest, and you are merely the commander of the demon-hunting army, not the Zhantian army. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. At this juncture, collaborating with me would yield the greatest benefit for Zhantian City. The 9th commander fell silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed. But should that be the case, the military spirit and beliefs of the Zhantian army would vanish. We would become wandering mercenaries. You must understand, they have already perished. Before their demise, they fought for new martial, for the king of humanity, not for Li Hao. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that once beliefs change and methods alter, they will completely dissipate? Very likely, the 9th commander replied calmly. Our spiritual beliefs do not reside in the new era, but in new martial. Therefore, if it were to be purely mercenary, that would be an affront. Li Hao frowned, casting a glance at the 9th commander, uncertain whether this was a bargaining tactic or a genuine sentiment. After a long pause, Li Hao finally spoke. If you insist on this stance, that is unacceptable. The spoils can be divided equally, but one thing is certain. You must provide sufficiently strong power, at least not weaker than ours. If you are weak, then distribution shall be based on contributions. As for your assertion of freedom of choice, no coercion shall be tolerated. Li Hao considered for a moment before continuing. Thus, if there are those unwilling to serve me, unwilling to collaborate, yet have not participated in the current upheaval of new martial strong, I can relocate them to Zhantian City, and you shall be responsible for their sustenance. However, they must not remain in their original location. At this moment, some were seething with rage, feeling that Li Hao was capitulating to new martial. Commander, Li Hao raised his hand. It is of no consequence. I hold great respect for the predecessors of New Wu. Matters of faith and military spirit are worthy of my understanding. However, times have inevitably changed. If the 9th commander is willing, let us reach an agreement. If not, I implore the Battle Heaven Army to return to Battle Heaven City. Li Hao gestured towards the outside, declaring, 9th Commander, the heavens no longer belong to New Wu. He remained calm, stating, you have your beliefs and your thoughts. And I believe that the billions of people in the Star Realm now yearn for peace and support from the Star Commander's office. Should we fail to find common ground, there may be some conflicts ahead. This was his first divergence with Battle Heaven City, and perhaps it was inevitable. After a moment of silence, the 9th Commander replied, very well. Li Hao smiled, that is good to hear. I hope our cooperation with Battle Heaven City can continue indefinitely. The 9th Commander fell silent once more. Behind him, Director Wang let out a subtle sigh of relief. Others remained somewhat dissatisfied, but with the 9th Commander conceding, they refrained from further comment. At that moment, one of the puppet students spoke up, Commander Li, What about us? Li Hao interjected curtly. Silence. This does not concern you. Mind your own business. If you seek benefits, have your academic director return the body of the heavenly king to me. Several puppets immediately fell silent, realizing they had already received ample advantages. After all, they were merely students. The rivalries among these powerful factions had little to do with them. Li Hao chuckled. Do not take Battle Heaven City too seriously. They currently see themselves as the representatives of New Wu. When the day comes that I take control of the Li family Sword City, their representative status will vanish. Among the 8 major cities, Sword City will always reign supreme. At that time, the 9th commander will not be so unyielding, will he? Li Hao glanced at the 9th commander, who calmly replied. If you truly come to govern Sword City, the foremost among the 8 cities, then naturally, you will be the one in charge. Li Hao laughed, nodding indeed. I believe this will not pose a significant problem. I hope this time will not damage our rapport. 9th brother, correct? The 9th commander, disinterested, turned to leave. Behind him, Director Wang awkwardly hurried to catch up. Li Hao conveyed telepathically, Director Wang, please advise the 9th commander. We are all on the same side. Why act so harshly? Director Wang forced a laugh and quickly departed. Outside the commander's office, he caught up with the 9th commander and transmitted, Li Daozong, what are you doing? If Li Hao truly prevails, the benefits for Battle Heaven City will be substantial. Why bring this up? It makes everyone look bad. Foolish. The 9th commander refused to engage. Continuing on his path, while Director Wang hurried to keep pace, irritation evident in his tone. Where is the foolishness in my words? Do enlighten me. The 9th commander paused, halting his steps, and after a moment of silence, he transmitted, consider this. If he wins, where does that leave us, the people of New Wu? Will we simply yield to him if the Stargate remains closed? Director Wang was taken aback. With a sigh, the 9th commander transmitted his thoughts. Rather than face difficulties later, it is preferable to clarify matters now, whether he emerges victorious or not. If he can usher us through the Stargate, then we shall depart from this place. If he cannot, I still hope to leave behind some semblance of legacy. I do not wish for our civilization to be ultimately subsumed by him. Have you not noticed that you have already been somewhat assimilated? He mused, Wang Yi. I do not intend to criticize your choices. I merely wish to convey that time is fleeting. 100,000 years have passed, and the new marshal has faded. Yet I still hope that some traces of it can remain here. You pursue your path, and I shall pursue mine. There is no conflict in that. Should he ultimately prevail and unify the Silver Moon, if the Stargate remains closed, let the Battle Heaven Army become the final legion of the new martial era. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. The 9th commander took his leave, transmitting once more. It is far better to clarify matters today than to struggle tomorrow. While we still have some goodwill and the Battle Heaven City retains some strength, we must strive for opportunities for the new marshal. Otherwise, if he grows truly powerful, we shall have no leverage left to negotiate. With that, he departed. Wang Yi stood in place, silent for a long while. After what felt like an eternity, he let out a soft sigh. Li Daozong, that fellow, could be stubborn to an extreme, yet at times he exhibited remarkable cunning. It was evident that the recent scene was indeed a deliberate act on his part. But would Li Hao truly sever the legacies and civilization of the new marshal? He pondered, uncertain. Glancing back at the Celestial Star Governor's mansion, his emotions were somewhat complex. Li Hao was not as domineering as the King of Men, nor as ruthless. However, having followed Li Hao for some time, he understood that Li Hao possessed a subtlety that the King of Men lacked. Could it be that he had something that only Zhang Zun had? The ability to embrace all? He did not know. Yet he recognized that if he remained with Li Hao for too long, he might forget the new marshal. Li Hao was indeed formidable. He was gradually assimilating everyone. In that moment, while the King of Men might have turned hostile without hesitation, Li Hao chose to acquiesce, albeit with slightly altered terms. It seemed that the 9th commander was equally conflicted. With Li Hao's consent, he found himself unable to refuse. Thus, he too might gradually be assimilated, silently erasing the traces of the new marshal. Wang, the commander, shivered, feeling an inexplicable dread. Surely not. The new marshal would not forget its essence. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Li Hao gazed in the direction of their departure, a smile gracing his lips. Let us not be angry. It is but a trivial matter. The new marshal emphasizes the pursuit of martial prowess. Contention is essential. Without it, there is something amiss. While respecting their beliefs, we must also learn from their strengths. Yu Shuai, Take the demon hunting army and move alongside the battle heaven army, observing their every action and demeanor, including their convictions. An army must possess a soul, and you should accompany the ninth commander, offering him close protection while absorbing the experiences of the new marshal. Huang Yu's gaze shifted, and he replied in a subdued tone, "As ordered." Li Hao smiled, remarking, "The ninth commander is truly delightful. The Li family certainly engages in intriguing schemes. While this may be acceptable, I cannot believe you would willingly allow those soldiers to become wandering spirits. If there is a desire to restore their corporeal forms, I shall advocate for the new era's embodiment, which will inevitably remain my soldiers." In the Grand Hall, Lin Hongyu observed the situation and spoke, "Commander, in order to ensure the Battle Heaven Army possesses both strength and motivation, I propose we send 1,000,000 divine energy stones to Battle Heaven City as a gesture of goodwill and cooperation. This would also reflect your sentiments as the 11th Division Commander. What do you think? 1,000,000 seems insufficient. Let it be 3,000,000. Li Hao chuckled and nodded. "Make the arrangements and convey my admiration for the two guardians." Understood. Lin Hongyu did not elaborate further, merely touching upon the matter. The 9th Division Commander, a soldier, should not indulge in political games, as it would eventually lead to the assimilation of all others in Battle Heaven City. Yet, within the hall, others simmered with indignation at the thought of actively presenting gifts. It was truly infuriating. At that moment, Yuan Shuo recalled something and called out, "Li Hao, what about me? You haven't arranged anything for your teacher." The grand endeavor lies in the hands of the educator. Li Hao had already drifted away, leaving Yuan Shuo speechless. "I merely mentioned it in passing. Yet this rascal has genuinely tasked me with compiling the educational materials." Chapter 308. The Change of Tsongshan. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. With the advent of the new martial arts, the world was thrown into turmoil. Across the vast continents, many raised their banners and called for local sovereigns to submit to the central region and restore the unity of the dynasty. At this moment, some hesitated while others resolved to pledge their allegiance. However, sovereigns still existed across the various continents. The Duke of Dinghua in the east, the Duke of Anghua in the west, and the Duke of Wugua in the south had yet to make their decisions, and others remained watchful, observing both the actions of the central region's governor's office and the choices of ancient entities. As the world watched, the central region was ablaze with activity. Schools were being established, roads constructed, houses built. Everything was prioritized for infrastructure. Drawing from the experiences of the new martial arts, Li Hao transformed the superpowers into fervent builders. Constructing across the land, the superpower cities flourished, with an increasing number of superpowers joining the construction teams. While roads were being paved, everyone also transitioned into the new martial arts. They were now refining their acupoints. These superpowers, having a foundation in meridian breaking, shifted their focus to acupoint refinement. Some acupoints opened instantly without much effort. Regrettably, they could not connect the divine meridians with the 36 pathways, resulting in a significant diminishment of their divine powers. In the South Dipper, a vast construction site was underway to establish the largest martial arts academy in the region. At this moment, nearly 1,000 superpowers were laboring tirelessly to erect the academy. A grand establishment was taking shape through the diligent efforts of the superpowers. At that instant, a night patrol soared into the sky and proclaimed loudly, "Good news. An edict has arrived from the governor's office. Those superpowers involved in the construction of academies who successfully transition into the new path before the start of the school year and achieve the 73 acupoints, entering Doqian, will have the opportunity to remain and become mentors at the academy." The thousands of superpowers laboring on site were momentarily taken aback. The night watchman proclaimed loudly, "The governor has decreed that you shall toil and endure hardship, not to render you slaves, but to allow you to experience the tribulations of life, so that you may understand the struggles of the common people. Should this endeavor of establishing a school yield success, and in light of the current lack of mentors, a select group of individuals who pass the review may remain and become esteemed educators, referred to as teachers or professors. Should you ascend to the role of a mentor, your remuneration will be tenfold the current amount. Moreover, martial arts academies across various regions will be graced by the presence of formidable masters who will personally conduct lectures on martial arts. Therein, perhaps even the legendary figures of mountains and seas will impart the new martial arts." The crowd of superhumans below stirred with excitement at the prospect of remaining to become mentors, educating and nurturing future generations, receiving 10 times their current salary, and learning from the likes of the mountains and seas. Even a single layer of such legendary beings would have been considered an unparalleled power in the past. For many, the concept of extraordinary powers was akin to divinity. Someone could not contain their curiosity and asked, "Is this true? Is it just in the southern territories? Or does it apply elsewhere as well?" "It applies universally," the night watchman replied with a smile. "At least for the central region, it is so. However, as you are all aware, the number of martial arts academies is limited. Currently, only 23 academies have been established, one for each province, and one in Tianxing City. The number of mentors is also finite. It cannot rest solely on your shoulders. The governor's office will dispatch personnel as well. Therefore, I urge you to cherish this opportunity." He continued, "There is also a new directive from the governor's office to establish martial arts academies and sanctuaries, and where circumstances permit, demonic flora will be dispatched across the regions to assist you in your cultivation and harness the energies of heaven and earth." "What? Demonic flora? Ancient demonic flora?" The declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. To many, demonic flora represented ancient, invincible entities upon which various factions relied for their establishment and strength. Yet now, the Tianxing governor's office was not only unbound by these entities, but was also enlisting them to fortify the martial arts academies, drawing upon the energies of the heavens and earth to aid in cultivation. This was utterly inconceivable. The deities they revered would soon become integral members of the academies. The night watchman, invigorated, declared, "This is how the news has been conveyed to me. The specifics of implementation remain unclear. The governor's intention is that both ancient and contemporary powers must collaborate to forge a peaceful abode. We respect the new martial civilization. However, the new martial civilization must also honor us, creating a harmonious society of mutual benefit, akin to the new martial era where demonic flora presides over great cities. At present, the number of demonic flora is limited, so their primary focus will be on the academies to expedite the cultivation of students." As he spoke, the superhumans below were already brimming with excitement. "My lord, must one cultivate to the 73rd aperture?" The night watchman nodded. "Indeed, as a mentor, one cannot be too weak. To traverse the 73rd aperture and enter the realm of the Doqian, one must possess strength comparable to the former Sanyang Shuguang. Without such power, how could one fulfill the role of a mentor? Of course, there are younger individuals who may still have the opportunity to become students. The specifics of recruitment and the criteria for admission remain unclear at this moment. Furthermore, the governor's office is likely to recruit mentors with special abilities, providing ample opportunities for those possessing unique powers. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning that the governor's office has an additional arrangement. Any martial artist who comprehends the essence of force, regardless of their entry into the new path, may directly join the academy with generous benefits. The mention of martial artists who have grasped this essence elicited little excitement from the crowd, as it was historically a feat only achievable by those who had reached the pinnacle of 100 realms. Although such mastery does not denote overwhelming strength, the number of such martial artists is indeed scarce, with most residing in Silver Moon. Outside of Silver Moon, there are few martial artists across the land who have comprehended the essence of force. At that moment, the night watcher cast his gaze upon two figures not far off, a young man and woman, their eyes brimming with defiance and indifference. "Sun Hongxiu, would you and your brother have any interest in joining the martial arts academy?" They were two martial artists, natives of Nandu, both formidable and having grasped the essence of force. In this endeavor to establish the academy, several local strongmen were also recruited. Primarily due to the scarcity of resources, many local superhumans and martial artists sought to secure some resources through this opportunity, which posed little danger, leading to a considerable number choosing to apply for this initiative. The woman below, with a piercing gaze, tilted her head to the sky and addressed the night watcher in a low tone. "Thank you for your kind offer, my lord. But my brother and I are accustomed to our freedom and shall decline." The night watcher expressed a tinge of regret. The two martial artists were indeed not weak, particularly Sun Hongxiu, who was on the verge of transcending the previous layers of combat. Had they joined the academy, it would have been a testament to his recommendation. Presently, the realm was not lacking in superhumans, yet martial artists, especially those who comprehend the essence of force, were truly rare. "Do consider it," he advised before departing. Once he left, the siblings resumed their tasks, which were rather mundane, involving the transportation of massive boulders. The Martial Arts Academy was predominantly established near mountains for the convenience of material acquisition. "Sister," the defiant young man remarked quietly, "this rogue has amassed significant power. Perhaps we should join the academy, biding our time for the future. If we could attract a portion of the students and mentors, it might create some trouble for him, even if we cannot match his strength." Sun Hongxiu remained silent, her head bowed. The two of them had joined this group, motivated by the pursuit of resources and the desire to observe whether the superhumans, branded as slaves by the outside world, could be swayed. However, their hopes were dashed upon discovering that these superhumans lacked the courage and resolve to resist. Instead, they seemed quite content with their current circumstances. This realization left them disheartened. Since the death of their master and senior brother in Silver Moon, they returned to Nandu bearing a blood feud, initially seeking vengeance against Li Hao. Yet, within mere months, Li Hao had seized Tianxing City without bloodshed, defeating the Nine Courts imperial family and replacing them, while the multitude of sovereigns merely watched, even allowing Li Hao to preach across the realm. Now, the prospect of revenge seemed almost hopeless. Sun Hongxiu felt a sense of bewilderment. Her brother had suggested that joining the academy and becoming a mentor could facilitate the recruitment of students and mentors for future endeavors. Yet, was there any hope left? These superhumans showed no inclination to resist. Beside her, the rebellious junior brother murmured, "Senior sister, by joining the academy, we would gain tenfold cultivation resources. Only then would we have a chance to strengthen ourselves and seek vengeance." Sun Hongxiu gazed at her junior, who averted his eyes in discomfort. A wave of self-mockery washed over her. Had she truly surrendered to Li Hao by joining this martial arts academy, her spirit extinguished? Was there any hope for revenge now? Though the prospect seemed bleak, refusing to yield to Li Hao was her final bastion. Yet, her junior was still young. Just yesterday, he had suggested that they first master the new martial arts, understanding their enemy to conquer them. Despite his words, Sun Hongxiu discerned his inclination to compromise. She bore no resentment toward him. Their adversaries were formidable, terrifying beyond measure. The three major organizations had retreated to the central regions. The seven divine mountains had adopted an astonishingly low profile. The royal family of the Nine Courts had been toppled, and the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had met its demise. The 22 provinces in the central region had all bowed in submission. The city of superpowers, boasting 1,000,000 extraordinary beings, stirred not the slightest ripple. 1,000,000 superpowers had become captives, and Lin Hongyu, a paragon among contemporary women, had become a mere pawn for Li Hao. Faced with such an enemy, what could one do but succumb to despair and powerlessness? She realized that her persistence was merely a final struggle, an internal battle. "I fear I cannot avenge you, master and senior brother," she thought, sorrow welling in her heart. Even though Li Hao had slain her master and senior brother in a formal challenge, she could not resign herself to simply moving on. At this moment, her junior bowed his head and resumed his work. Once merely at the pinnacle of the 10th realm, he had now reached the perfection of the 100 realms, his progress remarkable. Yet, in comparison to Li Hao, it seemed trivial. Did her desire for vengeance truly hold any hope? The youth sighed inwardly. His senior sister's refusal to learn the new martial arts or join the academy left them without resources, without a powerful legacy. Could the Chime staff, inherited from their master, truly defeat Li Hao? "Senior sister, the times are changing rapidly. If we do not adapt, we may never have another opportunity. Martial masters have become relics of the past. Our master, a Silver Moon martial master, was slain by Yuan Shuo, yet many of their descendants now serve Li Hao." The two siblings pondered these matters. Just then, the patrolling figure who had recently departed returned, accompanied by another person. The newcomer wore an expression as cold as stone, while the patroller displayed utmost respect and admiration. Hesitating to utter a word, the middle-aged man beside the patroller, without needing guidance, vanished in an instant, appearing before Sun Hongxiu and her junior. Sun Hongxiu felt a surge of trepidation. Meanwhile, the other superpowers cast puzzled glances, some recognizing the visitor, their faces reflecting sheer terror. It was the Heavenly Sword. Indeed, it was none other than the renowned Heavenly Sword, the master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, now also one of Li Hao's fierce generals. Although Sun Hongxiu did not know him personally, she could already sense an overwhelming aura of oppression emanating from him. In her eyes, a flicker of despair passed by. At that moment, the Sky Sword slowly spoke, expressing his surprise at their presence in this academy. having thought they had concealed themselves elsewhere. He was not one to beat around the bush, calmly stating that the death of Qi Mei Gun was a loss for the Silver Moon martial arts. Yet, given his allegiance to the Red Moon and the circumstances of his demise in a duel with Yuan Shuo, there was little to say. Governor Li had been searching for them for some time, without any news. "Are you here to kill us?" Sun Hongxiu replied coldly, "I need no name change. I walk the righteous path. If Li Hao wishes to kill me, let him come." The Sky Sword chuckled softly. After a pause, he remarked, "Does he truly need to take action against you?" Sun Hongxiu furrowed her brow in silence. The Sky Sword chose not to elaborate further, casually mentioning that the governor had one more task left unfinished. On the day of Qi Mei Gun's death, he had left behind a fragment of his spiritual will embodied in the Qi Mei Gun, an extraordinary artifact that the governor had instructed him to deliver to them. Coincidentally, he had been passing by while Li Hao was nearby clearing the ruins. And the labor list submitted from the Southern Dipper included 2 martial artists who caught attention upon further inspection, revealing them to be disciples of Qi Mei Gun. Previously, these 2 had been elusive, making them difficult to locate. The Sky Sword produced the half of the Qi Mei Gun and gazed at both individuals. Observing Sun Hongxiu and then the young martial artist, whose talent appeared to be quite remarkable, while Sun Hongxiu's seemed somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, the Sky Sword entrusted the artifact to Sun Hongxiu, saying, "Take it. Reflect deeply on the will of Qi Mei Gun encapsulated within this fragment. It may inspire your exploration of new martial ways. As the legacy of the Qi Mei Gun King, I hope you will carry it forward." Sun Hongxiu looked at him, gritting her teeth, remaining silent. The Sky Sword sighed, reflecting on the nature of martial artists and the world of martial arts, expressing the governor's desire to forge a different kind of martial landscape, free from strife, bloodshed, and death. A formidable martial artist, even if they fall in battle, should not perish from internal conflict, but rather from the annihilation of external foes. Once, Silver Moon was a sacred ground for martial arts, a stage for heroes to make their names, contributing to both the downfall and success of many. The governor aspired to craft a new roster of heroes, though they would not be the same as those from the past, nor would they be the internal combatants of yore. Yuan Shuo was currently compiling new educational materials for martial arts, and Governor Li hoped to cultivate a genuine batch of martial heroes. After sharing these thoughts, he departed into the void, his voice lingering in their ears. No matter how fierce the internal strife, it does not define a hero. On that day, the governor clashed with the eldest disciple of Qi Mei Gun, asserting that combat embodies a spirit, while taking lives is regrettable. The martial world was thus. If your sister and brother seek vengeance, they are welcome to do so, but I hope you do not fall into the abyss of hatred. With that, he vanished. Sun Hongxiu clutched the half of the Qi Mei Gun, gritting her teeth in silence. Li Hao understood their presence. The Sky Sword had delivered their master's relic, suggesting if they sought vengeance, he would await them, yet he felt no remorse for his stance. Was he wrong? Sun Hongxiu closed her eyes in silence. Perhaps no one was truly at fault, was it not so? Was not their master's journey to Silver Moon also aimed at resolving matters with Yuan Shuo? What pretense of holiness he displays. Sun Hongxiu seethed with indignation, contemplating discarding the Qi Mei staff. Yet, it was a relic of her master, embodying his martial essence. How could she possibly forsake it? Ultimately, she sighed, her eyes brimming with bitterness. In the remote mountains of Nandu, the celestial sword descended. Numerous individuals gathered here, including several high-ranking officials from Nandu. As the celestial sword landed, it proclaimed, "The item has been entrusted to the disciple of the Qi Mei staff." Li Hao nodded slightly, opting for silence. This was a matter from the past, when he had originally taken possession of the half Qi Mei staff. He had vowed to pass it on to its disciple. However, he had been unable to locate anyone until today, thus fulfilling his promise. That half Qi Mei staff was extraordinary, even harboring some essence of the staff arts. Should one truly assimilate its teachings, the world might gain a formidable master of the staff. For there were few strong practitioners in this discipline. Beside him, Nanquan muttered, "The recipient may not appreciate your gesture." "Appreciation is unnecessary," Li Hao chuckled lightly. "I merely wish for the legacy of a martial artist to endure in this world. Every esoteric technique and every tome is the result of countless efforts, talents, and wisdom from those who came before. To lose even one diminishes the contributions and struggles of many. As for the disciple of the Qi Mei staff, should they seek vengeance and fail against me, I shall continue to safeguard their legacy." How ruthless. Nanquan murmured. Are you truly intent on annihilating their descendants for generations? Li Hao's capacity for vengeance was indeed severe. Could the disciples of the Qimei staff ever be his match? Of course, Li Hao remained oblivious to Nanquan's thoughts. Were he aware, he would merely remark that Nanquan's perspective was rather narrow. Having concluded this trivial matter, Li Hao turned to the barren mountains before him, stamping his foot, causing the ground to fracture and reveal a stone door. A subtle aura of mental energy enveloped the surroundings. Li Hao boldly proclaimed, I am Li Hao, the governor of the Celestial Star Governor's Office, inviting esteemed predecessors to join our ranks. Currently, in War Heaven City, Celestial Star Town, the Communication Tower, and the Imperial Palace Guards, several esteemed individuals have already chosen to join. You, esteemed predecessors, have but two paths before you. The first is to join the governor's office, and the second is to ally with War Heaven City. A faint aura of mental energy encircled Li Hao, carrying a chill. We have no quarrel. Yet I know your identity. However, this is my territory. No, this is the domain of the Celestial Star Governor's Office. This place is known as Nandu. Li Hao continued, esteemed predecessors, let us observe propriety before engaging in conflict. Had this been a previous time, I would have opted to eliminate you. However, the 9th Division Commander of the Reserve Guards of War Heaven City has interceded on your behalf. Thus, I choose to take a step back. I extend my courtesy first. Should you refuse, we shall meet in battle. Behind him, a palpable aura surged. Further back, nearly 10,000 troops exuded a fierce vitality, with true warriors from War Heaven mixed among them, like a thunderstorm. I am indomitable, immortal, and unyielding, while the heavens have yet to awaken. You may rule as you please, but should you dare to enter the stone door, I shall ensure you know the depths of heaven and earth. Li Hao, disinterested in further words, manifested his divine avatar. In an instant, he drew his sword, obliterating the surrounding mental energy, and commanded with a low roar, advance within. As the words fell, a multitude swiftly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen individuals surged into the ruins. Outside, the senior members of the Southern Dipper were filled with trepidation. Such audacity, such fortitude. They truly dared to penetrate the depths of the ruins. Could the people of this new era truly stand against the ancient entities that resided within these relics? This was no mere avatar. It was the true essence of their adversary. While the high-ranking officials were engulfed in anxiety, a moment later, a golden fruit tree, subdued by the divine avatar, shimmered like a child, enveloped in a realm of the 5 elements. In that instant, the previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by shock and despair. The little demon is willing to submit. Li Hao revealed a faint smile as he regarded the small tree. Esteemed elder, you were just so courteous. There is no need for such formalities. Though immortality is formidable, it pales in comparison to the past. The current state of immortality merely embodies the pinnacle of yesteryear's power. Moreover, you have not fully recovered, so why boast of your prowess? The little tree felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just a moment ago, as these individuals charged in, the divine avatar transformed into a colossal mountain, nearly shattering it under immense pressure. It had believed its immortal form to be invincible and assumed that the intruders were marching to their doom, hence its earlier arrogance. Little did it know that its opponents were far more powerful. Now acutely aware of the strength of its adversaries, the tree was utterly disheartened. This world had only begun to awaken 21 years prior, and here stood Li Hao, so remarkably young, yet undeniably formidable. The divine avatar was indeed powerful, but Li Hao himself, with a single sword strike, had nearly severed its very essence. How terrifying! Meanwhile, the senior members of the Southern Dipper were ashen-faced, aghast at the prospect that such an ancient existence, a top-tier powerhouse that had survived to this day, could be undone in an instant. In that moment, they began to grasp why Li Hao had summoned the local leaders to accompany him. Witnessing this scene, even if they were endowed with tenfold courage, they would not dare to rebel. The illustrious governor of the celestial stars. The senior officials hastily bowed their heads in submission, each displaying a posture of allegiance. The formidable governor's mansion, a terrifying assembly of powerful beings. More alarming still was the question of how to subdue this immortal and bring it into the realm without facing the inherent pressures of existence. Being in such high positions, they were aware that most powerful beings could not enter or exit the ruins freely, while they might be formidable within the confines of the relics. Outside, they could only manifest avatars. This tree, however, did not appear to be an avatar. Its true essence might have been captured outside. Li Hao himself smiled, pleased with the remarkable efficacy of the divine avatar during its inaugural use. The avatar had transformed into a mighty mountain, overwhelming even the former immortal, who could not withstand its might and was directly subdued. At this moment, witnessing the senior members of the Southern Dipper bowing in submission, Li Hao beamed. There is no need for such formality. If this esteemed elder of the ancient civilization is willing to collaborate with the governor's mansion, perhaps in the future, you might grace the Southern Dipper Martial Arts Academy with your presence. When the world has regained some of its former glory, the true essence shall preside. If not, then the avatar will suffice to oversee matters. You are the pillars of the Southern Dipper, and I hope to work together with the elder to cultivate the Southern Dipper province. The senior officials, trembling with trepidation, were taken aback. Meanwhile, the little tree expressed surprise. If I submit to the governor's mansion, can I venture outside? This seems quite unbelievable. Li Hao chuckled and said, why not? I have not suggested restricting your freedom. However, there are tasks to be accomplished, such as gathering energy, safeguarding the martial arts academy, and cultivating some crops, akin to the tasks you undertook in the new martial realm. He continued, as for the demon plants, they prefer tranquility over activity, making them the optimal choice for guarding a territory. A collaborative and mutually beneficial arrangement is preferable compared to the new martial realm. I am willing to grant you greater autonomy in fulfilling your tasks, provided that you do not contravene the law. Everything else is negotiable. The small tree was somewhat taken aback. Was it really that simple? As for the spring of life, Li Hao stated, 1 drop can be exchanged for 10,000 divine energy stones. You need to provide the governor's office with 1,000 drops annually, and in return, the governor's office can offer you 10 million divine energy stones. The small tree was momentarily shaken. Although this was not as advantageous as exchanging with some powerful factions, it recognized that since Li Hao had subdued numerous demon plants, he must be well aware of their consumption needs. Thus, offering 1 drop for 10,000 was already a considerable concession. Li Hao continued, this 1,000 drops is mandatory. Should you have any surplus, the governor's office can purchase the additional drops at 5,000 stones each. The first 1,000 is a privilege. Any beyond that is entirely voluntary. If you wish not to comply, then so be it. In the future, once the martial arts academy is established, you may engage directly with them. The small tree trembled slightly before responding. If I were to join Battle Heaven City? Li Hao glanced at the ninth master beside him. After a moment of silence, the ninth master solemnly replied, there are no benefits. Only the duty to revive Battle Heaven City. The small tree inwardly scoffed. Did they take it for a fool? With Li Hao, it could act freely, enter and exit at will, and exchange 1,000 drops of the spring of life for 10 million divine energy stones, pocketing 7 million as salary and bonuses. What advantages would it gain by going to Battle Heaven City? Only obligations? Preposterous. Moreover, there were plenty of demon plants there as well. What was the purpose of going? Ignoring the other party entirely, it quickly declared, this little demon is willing to submit to the governor's office, to guard a territory, protect the martial arts academy, provide the spring of life, and safeguard the domain of the governor's office, thus creating a sacred land for martial arts. Li Hao exchanged a glance with the ninth master. Such words were indeed bold. Li Hao pondered whether this could be seen as the ninth master cooperating with him to subdue these demon plants, who would willingly agree to revive these demon plants in Battle Heaven City without any benefits. A comparison made the choice of the governor's office rather obvious. Li Hao spoke again, then let us first proceed together. Once the number exceeds 5, I shall escort your true form to Tianxing Town. Are you aware of what relics are nearby? Yes, indeed. Over 500 miles to the east lies a dojo where another friend of mine, of comparable strength, resides. We have previously contended for the local energy absorption, so I am familiar with its existence. Very well, I kindly request you to lead the way, so we may discuss matters of collaboration with this esteemed individual. Certainly. At that moment, the small tree transformed into a guide. As a demon plant, it could not venture into the relics, but it was aware of the energy extraction occurring and knew where other demon plants were nearby. Due to the fact that the opposing side is also extracting energy, discovering one will lead to the discovery of another. Like pulling a radish from the mud, more and more demon plants will be uncovered. The central region is vast. The once celebrated Tianxing Island housed not merely a single Tianxing Town, This area was once rich in mineral veins, attracting countless powerful beings who sought to cultivate their abilities, establish families, or form sects, even founding martial academies. From this day forth, Li Hao personally led a team to cleanse the relics of the central region. Some demon plants were subdued, while others, stubborn and defiant, met their demise, despite their arrogance and disrespectful words. Even the ninth master found himself at a loss for words. He had once attempted to persuade an immortal demon plant, only to be met with indifference and insults directed at the entire Zhantian City. Consequently, it was swiftly suppressed by Li Hao's divine avatar, who severed the demon's source path, extracting its essence and drawing away the immortal wood, thereby intimidating several of the surrendering great demons. While Li Hao was engaged in the clearance of the central relics, in the northern part of Yinyu, near the Silver City and the Tsang Mountain, four formidable demons emerged from the mountains: a fierce tiger, a colossal serpent, a giant ape, and a golden eagle. These four great demons moved with astonishing speed. At that moment, the golden eagle soared through the air, its rapid mental waves transmitting an urgent message: hurry! The barbaric forces of Li are closing in on us. We are doomed. In the north, Li had been in conflict for some time, having clashed with powerful beings from Li within the Tsang Mountain. The great demons had grown significantly since Li Hao last encountered them, yet they were now filled with anxiety. Below, the giant ape leapt restlessly, its mental energy surging with agitation. Damn it! Why have so many strong warriors from Li suddenly mobilized? The fierce tiger roared, sending shockwaves through the air. Can't you see? Li may be attempting to cross Tsang Mountain and invade Yinyu. Impossible! Exclaimed the giant ape. I have spotted a vast army approaching from the distance. They are surely planning to invade Yinyu. The martial artists of Yinyu are not to be trifled with. How many strong warriors are there now in Yinyu? They are a group of weaklings. We have already surpassed them. Even if the earth-shattering sword returns, it would meet its end at our hands. Yet that individual has become a top-level powerhouse in Yinyu. Even we dare not provoke those barbarians. I fear Yinyu is doomed. Indeed, the great demons fled in a frenzy, as figures emerged behind them. In the distance, the gleam of a long spear illuminated the heavens. A commanding voice rang out: retreat. Return to Yinyu and relay the message. Li is invading. Golden spear. You leave first. The shouts continued, mingled with incomprehensible languages and booming sounds. Up ahead, the great demons did not look back, hastily fleeing. In Li, some martial artists from Tianxing were honing their skills there. This time, they would be the first targets in Li's invasion. Some martial artists, possessing great strength, managed to escape. At that moment, the giant ape communicated: is the golden spear one of the 35 useless ones? Shall we save them along with the earth-shattering sword? Save whom? Why should we bother? No, we save people. One might say we went to Silver Moon to deliver news. Otherwise, the Silver Moon martial artists would not allow us passage. The land of Silver Moon harbors certain dangers. It would be wise for us to depart from Tsangshan and venture to the Four Seas, where we could claim dominion. The adversaries pursuing us do not seem overwhelmingly formidable. Do you think we should intervene? Let us observe first. A few formidable demons, swift in speed yet possessing some wit. Contemplate rescuing a few individuals to barter as tolls for passage through Silver Moon. However, the situation there remains perilous. Meanwhile, the battle rages more fiercely. A tempest of killing intent fills the air. Numerous martial experts traverse the battlefield. Amidst them, the long-absent golden spear emerges, joining forces with several martial masters to fend off the relentless foes, continuously retreating with a grim countenance. This predicament is dire. Li has invaded. Should Li breach Tsangshan, Silver Moon will become the front line of conflict. We must relay this intelligence back, for there are no communication bases in Tsangshan, and the communication jade cannot transmit messages. Our only recourse is to flee and promptly inform the martial experts of Silver Moon, enabling them to muster forces to halt the formidable enemy at Tsangshan. Otherwise, should they penetrate Silver Moon, a bloody tempest shall surely ensue. Kill. Retreat. I will cover you. You must flee swiftly. Now is not the time for bravado. The news must be conveyed at once. Silver Moon is in peril. For over a century, Li has remained silent, yet now they choose to invade Tianxing, a development that none of these martial artists anticipated. However, those who have roamed Li for some time are well aware of its might. Though few in number, They possess many strong individuals and an exceptionally powerful army. A group of fierce warriors, inheritors of ancient civilizations' formidable physiques, includes even those with indestructible golden bodies. Golden Spear wears a solemn expression. In Li, he has encountered several former friends. Yet can we return today? In the distance, formidable beings break through the void, their mere presence suffocating. These are top-tier experts, surpassing even the dawn's light, perhaps stronger than the so-called divine powers. At the very least, Golden Spear understands the hierarchy of such abilities. Those who arrived earlier have already succumbed to despair. Can Silver Moon withstand these powerful entities? Even shattering all super energy locks may prove insufficient. I will shatter the super energy locks to delay them. You all must flee. A voice bellows in anger as a colossal axe cleaves the heavens, charging at the pursuing adversaries. All super energy locks shatter, unleashing unparalleled might. Golden Spear also lets out a roar, thrusting forth a spear as super energy locks break. Then let us engage. The Golden Spear of Silver Moon knows no fear of death. Chapter 309. Li's invasion deep within Tianxing. A great battle ignites. Super energy locks shatter, energy surges, and organs explode. Silver Moon becomes the first battlefield of Li's invasion. At this moment, the Golden Spear and his companions harbor no desire for conquest. They only wish to evade swiftly, return to Silver Moon, and relay the news, allowing for preparations. For over a century, there has been no conflict with Li. In years gone by, the Silver Moon martial artists who once stood against the formidable Li have largely vanished from the realm of Silver Moon. Even after enduring 2 centuries of suppression by the dynasty, Silver Moon is no longer what it once was. Presently, it seems increasingly unlikely that Silver Moon can withstand the might of Li. Yet, at this moment, all are acutely aware of the inevitability of their fate. The manifestation of divine abilities has emerged, or rather, powerful beings comparable to the realm of divine abilities have appeared, with hints of even greater existences, surpassing the second tier of divine powers. Several martial artists possess formidable combat prowess. If it were merely a contest of second-tier divine abilities, they might have a chance to evade capture. However, deep within the Tianxing Mountains, even more formidable beings have taken to the skies, not merely on par with the second tier, but perhaps even the 4th or 5th tier. For Zhantian and his companions, the explosive power of their superhuman locks allows them to contend with both the 2nd and 3rd tiers. But how could they possibly face the 4th or 5th tiers? With a thunderous roar, one of the Li martial artists, wielding a weapon resembling a bone staff, crushed the skull of a fellow martial artist with a single blow. The remaining martial artists erupted in furious roars, their murderous intent palpable. Explosions rang out incessantly, illuminating the heavens and the earth. As they fought and retreated, Zhantian bellowed, "I will cover our retreat." His spear pierced through the very fabric of the cosmos. In that fateful day, he had ventured into Li to shatter Ho Xiaoqing's spear intent, to prove himself, and to ensure that Zhantian would no longer be synonymous with disgrace. Now he had made significant strides in power. From a time when his superhuman locks could not reach saturation, he had progressed to the point where they could indeed be saturated and even shattered. He had gained the strength of those who wielded the earth-overturning sword before his departure, capable of breaking superhuman locks in battle. In Li, he had slain foes, faced formidable adversaries, and engaged in fierce combat against a horde of demon tribes within the Tianxing Mountains. Yet today, the official Li forces had emerged, and these warriors were infinitely stronger than the common martial artists of Li. "Annihilate them, leave not a single one alive," echoed the commanding voice of a powerful figure in the distance. The Li warriors surged forward, invigorated and filled with fervor, their blood surging like a tidal wave. The ground shook as Zhantian and his companions were forced to retreat, clearly outmatched. On the other side of Tianxing, at the foot of the mountain, a 1,000,000-strong army gathered, dense and formidable, their vitality radiating like a tempest, scattering the dark clouds above. Terrifying figures loomed in the void. Leading them was a figure draped in black robes, reminiscent of an ancient priest, wielding a staff, undeterred by the escape of the Silver Moon martial artists. Ignoring the commotion, he proclaimed in a voice of unique resonance, "Advance. Exterminate Silver Moon. Obliterate the celestial star. The Li dynasty shall surely dominate this realm. Kill, kill, kill," roared the 1,000,000-strong army, their voices rising like a tsunami. Clad in scant armor, Many stood bare-chested, akin to savages. Thousands or tens of thousands formed a singular battalion. Each squad was led by a powerful being, some riding demon beasts, others wielding extraordinary weapons, hovering in the air with an imposing presence, akin to ancient primal demons. Beside the black-robed priest stood several others, including a towering figure draped in animal skins, radiating golden light, a giant over 3 meters tall, the king of the Dali dynasty. Indeed, the black-robed priest was a priest of the dynasty, embodying the divine right of kings. In Dali, the divine is ever present. Unlike the deities of the Western divine realm, in the realm of Dali, there exists another kind of god, the primordial martial god. This entity is far older and more powerful than the deities of the divine realm. It hails from an era that produced the 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns, a time when the supreme beings known as the solar gods emerged. However, during the new martial era, many of these primordial gods were vanquished, and even in the age of the 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns, numerous gods fell. Yet, some managed to survive into the new martial era, opting to submit to the human king. It is said that Dali is a kingdom inherited from a primordial martial god. The people of Dali revere this primordial martial god. As for the identity of this deity, the current king of Dali has seemingly forgotten or altered the original faith. Instead, it is claimed that they now worship the most powerful god of the primordial era, the solar god. This entity exists above the human king after the unification of the realms. It traverses chaos, standing alongside the sovereign of the world. The king of Dali is indifferent to which deity is worshipped. He only cares whether this figure can instill courage in the hearts of the people of Dali. The solar god provides such courage to all. In the new martial era, it is the only existence truly capable of rivaling the human king. Beside the king of Dali, several top-tier powerhouses stand, some cloaked in black robes. However, these black-robed figures differ somewhat from the black-robed priests. At this moment, with a command from the black-robed priest, a 1,000,000-strong army begins to traverse the Zhantian Mountains. The king of Dali hovers in the air, his formidable physique scanning the distance. His eyes shimmering with divine light. Is the celestial star truly home to that grand mine? Indeed, a black-robed figure replies softly. That grand mine is abundant with energy stones in the millions, currently seized by Li Hao. He has previously informed the king that he is the successor of the new martial sword sovereign, possessing considerable strength. Now, he is promoting the new martial way within the celestial star. Should he succeed, Dali may soon become his primary target. The grand mine is merely secondary. The crux lies in the dissemination of the new martial way. Soon, countless martial masters will emerge from the celestial star, making Dali perhaps the first target of aggression from the celestial star. The king of Dali is, in fact, unconcerned. In his eyes, the celestial star is no longer the same as it once was. Despite the warnings from the black-robe powerhouses not to underestimate Li Hao, he seems somewhat dismissive. These individuals do not wish to deceive the king of Dali through subterfuge, leading him to be careless and easily defeated by the celestial star. They have repeatedly cautioned him to remain vigilant and take heed. Yet, the king of Dali appears to care little. This has left the black-robed powerhouses feeling quite exasperated. Even if they do not consider themselves true primordial beings, merely inheritors of its legacy, their arrogance is palpable. The primordial martial beings were defeated by the 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns, and by the human king. Such repeated failures. Yet somehow the legacy persists to this day. This is no small feat, however. Should they once again underestimate Li Hao, they risk another failure, which would be unfortunate. Even in defeat, it would be prudent to diminish Li Hao's strength. Just as the black-robed figures find themselves at a loss for words. In the stillness, the soft voice of the black-robed priest resonated, assuring the gathered, "Rest assured, my lords, the king does not underestimate the situation. He is the heart of 1,000,000 soldiers and must not display any overt concern. However, I am fully aware of our circumstances and will not act recklessly." Upon hearing these words, the esteemed warriors felt a sense of relief. The black-robed priest continued, "Nearby Dali, there exist entities akin to your esteemed selves, and their numbers are considerable. Thus, I hope you will lend your strength to this matter." A black-robed figure from the ancient city spoke solemnly, "Fear not. Those primal avatars we previously released were of average strength. Recently, we have eradicated several, and the remaining ones pose little threat. Our hesitance to wipe them out entirely stemmed from concerns that Silver Moon might receive news and eliminate a portion. Should we accidentally annihilate them all? The ancient city's powers and Silver Moon would surely become aware of the upheaval. He added, our forces are already engaged in hunting down those beings. We shall not allow them to return to Silver Moon. The priestess' tone remained calm. I have observed that their numbers are not insignificant. Yet it appears your side has deployed relatively few to successfully contain and eliminate them. I hope this collaboration bears fruitful results for both parties. Indeed, not only in Delhi, but we have also made arrangements to contact allies in other regions, the Western Divine Kingdom, the Eastern Wilds, and the Northern Water Cloud Dynasty. However, communication is currently hampered due to the loss of 9 control stations, hindering our swift contact. Nevertheless, we are striving to seize Tianxing in one fell swoop. The black-robed priest nodded slightly. Tianxing is indeed formidable, with a vast population. Even combined, the 4 dynasties cannot match them, holding dominion over the heart of Central Plains. A core of power where many strong exist. Delhi must not underestimate them. The top-tier warriors exchanged their thoughts. Ahead, the king of Delhi bellowed, crossed Song Mountain. And those who obstruct shall perish. The aura of the Delhi king was unmatched, shattering the void itself. Despite the tearing of space attempting to rend his flesh, he remained unscathed. A black-robed figure from the ancient city marveled, such strength. The might of the Delhi king rivals that of those at the mid-stage of the new martial pinnacle, perhaps even surpassing some current immortals. Yet, it seemed he was not subjected to the oppressive forces of heaven and earth. The spatial cuts appeared merely perfunctory, almost dismissive. Such formidable prowess, unmarred by the tearing of space, evoked both envy and intrigue among the onlookers. Their true forms were not inferior to the Delhi king, yet they remained confined. The black-robed priest smiled softly, remarking, a king is destined by the heavens. With the aura of sovereignty and divine favor, he naturally enjoys certain privileges. The others nodded in agreement, for they too had discerned this truth. The existence of the Delhi dynasty inspired reverence among millions of Delhi people, perhaps attracting the attention of fate, bestowing upon him a measure of protection. This home advantage was not solely possessed by Li Hao. These sovereigns shared it as well. It was precisely this reason that the Delhi king felt unafraid. Thus, the black-robed figures of the ancient city believed that seeking Li Hao was not a venture into demise. A true powerhouse of this era, possessing immortal combat prowess, might be far more formidable than the so-called sun and moon of Li Hao. Given the circumstances, the prospect of breaching the celestial star is not entirely devoid of hope. Severing Li Hao's transmission of martial arts is essential. The black-robed priest cast a glance at the great Li King and chuckled softly, esteemed colleagues. Let us unite in our endeavors. Within the Song Mountain, there reside formidable demons, and we may require your assistance in subduing them. The Song Mountain consists of 9 peaks and 18 layers, teeming with powerful beings that could serve as invaluable allies. Should we manage to tame them alongside the valiant warriors of Great Li, we shall undoubtedly forge an immensely potent demon cavalry. The black-robed figures were acutely aware that they were being utilized as mere laborers. However, in the spirit of mutual cooperation, perhaps more accurately, mutual exploitation, there was little to contest against the high priest's assertions. Rest assured, we shall aid Great Li in subjugating the demons of Song Mountain. One of the black-robed individuals declared. Moreover, if I may be so bold as to inquire, does the temple still harbor the corporeal form of any deities? The Great Li Temple's patron deity remained an enigma to them, and they dismissed the notion of the sun god with skepticism. How could such a thing be plausible? The sun god, unconcerned or perhaps rendered imperceptible by the closure of the Stargate, would have undoubtedly obliterated these self-proclaimed followers long ago. The black-robed priest responded with a smile. Indeed, there are deities, but in this tumultuous era, summoning the divine requires the right opportunity. The others refrained from probing further. It was evident that the priest preferred to keep certain matters shrouded in mystery. Whether or not the deity existed was inconsequential to them. If the deity were to manifest, then their fates would be sealed, and the question of superiority would remain uncertain. During the age of initial martial arts, most ancient deities had been vanquished, particularly the unparalleled entities like the sun god and earth sovereign, who exhibited little interest in propagating the initial martial arts. The remnants of this legacy were but a few surviving practitioners preserved by the king of humanity on the initial martial continent, with only a handful attaining the strength of a celestial king. For those aspiring to ascend to the rank of emperor, The odds were nearly insurmountable. Contemplating these thoughts, the group fell into a contemplative silence. As the army commenced its advance, the Tsang Mountain erupted in turmoil. Countless beasts sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from a being of godlike prowess, dominating the landscape with ease. Deep within the mountains, formidable demons hovered in the air, gazing into the distance with trepidation. Could this realm truly accommodate such a powerful entity? Just days prior, nearly 100 formidable beings had appeared, instilling immense fear. Yet today, an even greater assembly of might had arrived. Was it the great Li King? Indeed, legends spoke of the great Li King being divinely favored, possessing unparalleled abilities. Upon witnessing him today, the tales proved to be true. The formidable demons hastily retreated, unwilling to confront the might of the great Li King, despite their usual impudence. Having previously crossed the Tsang Mountain to engage in battle with Great Li's champions, they dared not provoke any conflict today. With the great Li's million-strong army crossing the expanse and the king himself leading the charge, accompanied by the temple's priest, the demon clans were left in a state of trepidation. Meanwhile, Zhantian and his companions pressed forward with increasing vigor, continuing their relentless advance. Though they were unable to defeat their foes, they nonetheless managed to halt the advance of the enemy's vanguard. The others fled in a frenzy towards the Silver Moon. The treacherous terrain of the Tianxing Mountains, with its winding paths and treacherous bends, posed significant challenges. Typically, one would navigate the mountains with utmost caution, yet today, no one could afford such reservations. The formidable vanguard of the Dali army was on the verge of capturing the few remaining defenders when suddenly, the air trembled, and a resounding roar of an eagle pierced the silence, reverberating through their hearts. In an instant, a fierce tiger charged forth. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ape wielding a club descended with tremendous force. Observing this, a powerful figure clad in golden armor bellowed in fury, "How dare you? Is it you rascals?" The Tianxing region was home to numerous demon clans, some of which were renowned, including these recent arrivals who, months prior, had invaded the Dali territory, committing unspeakable acts and seizing the possessions of many Dali warriors. Though these demons were not exceptionally powerful, they possessed unique attributes, exuding an aura that seemed to merge with the very essence of the world. Furthermore, the four demons typically operated in unison, making it difficult for ordinary warriors to contend with them. However, today, with the Dali army of 1,000,000 mobilized and the king himself leading the charge, would these formidable demons dare disrupt the affairs of the dynasty? With a thunderous roar, the tiger lunged, its claws slicing through the air and leaving several gashes upon the golden figure, which silently lamented the ferocity of its opponent's physical prowess. Its claws were nearly shattered by the impact. Truly terrifying. The tiger felt a pang of regret for provoking such beings, recognizing the peril in which it had placed itself. Yet, having already engaged, it could not retreat. It was merely a matter of rescuing a few souls, a toll for passage to the Silver Moon. "Sangshan, do you know us?" A resounding crash echoed as the mighty ape sent a formidable entity flying with a single blow. The golden eagle soared through the skies, its sharp talons grasping the few remaining defenders, inciting a surge of panic. "The winds are fierce. Quick, flee!" The four great demons, akin to ruthless brigands, had struck successfully, liberating a few individuals before fleeing in desperation. In the blink of an eye, they traversed a towering mountain. A powerful demon hovered above, its spirit in turmoil, roaring, "You dare trespass upon my territory." The golden eagle, brimming with fervor, proclaimed, "The Dali are upon us, intent on annihilating the Tianxing demons. The Mad Bull King, they say, intends to cook you for a feast. Go forth and slay them." Deep within the mountains, a colossal bull demon appeared somewhat frenzied. Upon hearing these words, it let out a thunderous roar, charging with its crimson horns towards the approaching Dali warriors, its spirit ablaze. "Those northern barbarians dare to be arrogant. I shall devour you." The Dali warriors seethed with fury at this foolish bull demon. "You deal with it. I shall pursue them," they commanded in unison. A golden-armored warrior ascended into the air, leaving a few behind to battle the mighty bull of Tianxing. In the distance, the golden eagle soared through the void, while the tiger, ape, and python brothers swiftly made their way towards areas where great demons resided, awakening yet more of them. Before they could regain their senses, the ape roared, "The Dali have invaded, intent on exterminating the demons of Tianxing. Brothers, unite to vanquish our enemies." We shall alert the demon kings of the 9 mountains and 18 ridges, until death do us part. As the newly emerged powerful demon stood momentarily stunned, a formidable golden figure soared towards it, eliciting a gasp of surprise. In the next instant, a surge of mental energy erupted. You, my subjects, join me in vanquishing our foes. Bold marauders, how dare you invade my Tsang Mountain? With a thunderous punch, the golden figure, filled with unrestrained fury, addressed the foolish demon clan. Indeed, the intellect of these 4 great demons was not to be underestimated, perhaps influenced by the cunning celestial beings. They likely hailed from the southern demon tribes of Tsang Mountain, who had frequent dealings with the sly celestial beings. However, reason was futile in this moment. Engaging in discourse with these foolish demons? Preposterous. Only through conquest could they be subdued. Initially, Li had intended to subjugate the demons of Tsang Mountain to deal with these unruly entities. Yet, should the Silver Moon warriors manage to escape, the news of Li's military movements might be leaked. The pursuing golden figure felt a surge of anger. These great demons must be slain. In the void, a golden eagle grasped several individuals, their blood flowing profusely, indifferent to their plight. At this moment, a mental wave inquired, "Who is the golden spear?" On its claws, the golden spear, panting and bloodied, felt weak and shattered internally, feebly responding, "It is I. You are one of the 35 worthless ones." The golden spear fell silent, beginning to comprehend the identities of these demons. Years ago, Yuan Shua had observed 5 demon tribes while merging the 5 forces on Tsang Mountain. Yet, only a bird, a monkey, and a tiger were present here. Where were the bear and the deer? Strangely, there was an additional large serpent. Had Yuan Shua perhaps grasped the 6 forces but kept it hidden? At that moment, the eagle saved them. And as the urgency to report back grew, the golden spear understood the need for caution, replying, "Indeed. Do you recognize the earth-overturning sword?" "I do." "Excellent. Do you know any local Silver Moon warriors?" "Of course." "Then it is settled. We must pass through the Silver Moon to enter the 4 seas, and will take you to the Silver Moon warriors, who will not stand against us." "Will they?" The golden spear quickly assured, "No, as long as a few demon warriors bring us back, and we inform the Silver Moon's stronghold of Li's invasion. Not only will they not impede us, but they will also offer substantial rewards." At this moment, he could only hope for such an outcome. The golden eagle was immensely powerful, and its ability to fly granted them swift movement, allowing them to evade numerous troubles, especially being a demon of Tsang Mountain, which could help them avoid powerful adversaries. If they could return smoothly, they would have the opportunity to relay the news to the Silver Moon in advance. Substantial rewards? The eagle did not care much for such things, but mentally remarked, "You all look near death. With barely a few drops of the fountain of life left, how can you offer us anything of value? You impoverished souls, you expect to provide us with great benefits?" At that moment, the golden spear had no time to ponder such matters and hurriedly stated, "There are indeed rewards. The Silver Moon warriors have set out for Celestial Star City, the capital of the Celestial Star Dynasty, and have now established a foothold there. The demon sword Li Hao has acquired significant power and has formed alliances with some ancient demons, which can yield numerous benefits for you." Li Hao. That name sounded vaguely familiar. In the mind of the golden eagle, it observed the fierce tiger below, whose tongue was lolling out in excitement. Suddenly, the tiger ascended into the clouds, floating gracefully, and inquired curiously, "Do you know someone named Yuan Shua, the king of the 5 beasts?" Before it could finish, the golden spear interjected swiftly, "I am aware of whom you speak. He is also the master of the demon sword, Li Hao, and is now beginning to rise in prominence." The tiger, intrigued, asked, "What is his strength at this moment?" The golden spear hesitated for a moment before replying, "Perhaps he has reached the level of divine abilities? Who knows? After several months, I am uncertain of Yuan Shua's current prowess. But he had begun to approach divine abilities previously." "Divine abilities? That is comparable to several others, including us?" At this moment, the tiger's eyes sparkled with clarity. "Does he possess only divine power? If so, does that imply?" In the next instant, several great demons began to stir with a sense of purpose. "That fellow who once bullied us possesses merely divine power? Does this mean we can seek revenge? Let us vanquish that scoundrel. Do you know where he is?" "I do not know, but we can locate him." At this moment, the golden spear realized something significant, yet that was a matter for later. First, they needed to return. As for Yuan Shua, surely he is fine? Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. I can lead a few of you to find him. Excellent. The great demons quickly gathered and clung to the golden eagle. The eagle, unfazed, unleashed its immense power, traversing the void with astonishing speed. As for the golden spear and the others, they had not perished yet, merely needing to survive until they reached Silver Moon. What would happen afterward, whether they lived or died, was of no concern to the eagle. As for expending treasures to save them, that was better left aside. The impoverished martial artists of Silver Moon would hardly offer any reward. Why bother saving them? They could seek out Yuan Shua themselves. The great demons traversed the realms. And at the eagle's swift passage through the void, they soon shook off their pursuers. They continued to move through the air, and before long, they could see the other side of Tianxing Mountain. The golden eagle emitted a sharp cry, announcing their return. They had spotted their territory. A wave of mental energy surged forth. Warriors, emerge from the mountains. Venture into the heart of the central plains. Tianxing is no longer safe. Follow us to Tianxing, where the great king resides. In an instant, countless demon clans roared from the edges of Tianxing. Soon, hundreds, nearly 1,000, of demons surged forth from all directions. In the sky, more demons flew in, excited to follow their great kings. Were they finally leaving Tianxing to indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm? The great demons quickly assembled, unconcerned about their assets. In this desolate place of Tianxing, there was little of value left. Escaping was paramount. At the foot of Tianxing, there were indeed sentinels present. Director Zhao had made preparations to defend against the great Li, but he had not anticipated that many of the powerful beings' primal avatars would be ruthlessly targeted and killed. A portion of those remaining were entangled by the avatars of the ancient city, rendering them ineffective. The first batch of primal avatars that appeared possessed only average strength. As the world had not yet stabilized as it was today, some had merely severed a portion of their essence, lacking any peak power. Even their 6 elemental strengths were somewhat tenuous. Encountering a true pinnacle of doppelgangers is simply unmatched. As a formidable demon emerged from the mountains, a swift communication was initiated from the watchtower. The Tianxing demon clan is descending. In Baiyu City, Director Zhao was still grappling with matters concerning the Silver Moon when suddenly, a jade pendant began to tremble. Upon examining it, his brows furrowed. The Tianxing demon clan has come down? How could this be? Many of the original avatars of those ancient civilization powerhouses should still reside within Tianxing. Why was there no warning? With a slight frown, he quickly rose, feeling somewhat helpless. Previously, in such situations, he could summon others to handle it, but now those rascals had fled, and they were thriving in the central region. He understood that he could not call them back. It was up to him alone. The Silver Moon guards swiftly mobilized, heading towards Silver City to confront the descending Tianxing demon clan. With a command given, a team of formidable individuals followed Director Zhao towards Silver City. Zhao himself urged his steed onward, his brow slightly knitted. He did not perceive this as overly troublesome. Although the Tianxing demon clan was powerful, it was likely not the entirety of them that had descended, as long as Dali remained untroubled. Moreover, he had already made preparations, and there should be no issues. The distance from Silver City to Baiyu City was still considerable. However, Director Zhao's strength was not to be underestimated, as the jade pendant continued to vibrate. He could not wait any longer. You all follow shortly. I will go ahead to take a look. In the blink of an eye, the void split open. Director Zhao moved with extraordinary speed, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant, repeatedly crossing through the air, leaving behind a series of fissures on his body that quickly healed, showcasing his formidable power. In the central region, Li Hao was still leading his troops to eliminate those relic powerhouses, either subduing, expelling, or slaying them. This marked the 4th day of his campaign. He had slain 3 demon plants and subdued 5, with 2 even willing to serve in Zhantian City. Li Hao could only remark that the reputation of the place was not merely due to its current state, but because it represented the new martial inheritance. These demon plants still feared the new martial arts and believed it to be ongoing. Over the course of 4 days, he resolved 10 relics. Li Hao was not entirely satisfied with this pace, but it was still acceptable. Additionally, there were 6 demon plants from the 12 prominent families yet to be dealt with. Thus, when he returned to address those, it would still be quite impressive. At the very least, combined with those from Tianxing Town, it would suffice to establish a martial arts academy, dispatching a demon plant to oversee it. Just as Li Hao prepared to head to the next relic, Huang Yu, who had been leading the troops alongside him, suddenly frowned and spoke. There is an urgent report from Silver Moon that Zhantian demon clan has emerged, and a golden eagle has been spotted, apparently capturing several individuals. Golden eagle? Li Hao was taken aback, glancing at Nanquan nearby, who instantly brightened with excitement. Could there also be a fierce tiger, a giant ape, or a colossal serpent? With a toothy grin, he added, I was hoping to find them. I didn't expect they would come out. I had previously sent people to search for these great demons, and they had nearly caused my demise. On that day, they had almost lost their lives in Zhantian. Later, it was said that those great demons had fled, perhaps foreseeing the impending crisis. Now, they had actually emerged. Their audacity was truly remarkable. Beside him, the ninth commander appeared slightly contemplative. The Zhantian demon clan? Do they dare to venture into the Silver Moon realm? The Silver Moon realm, revitalized by the resurgence of the main city, exudes an aura that eludes the weak while the strong can perceive its presence. The demons, in particular, are attuned to such energies. Would they recklessly descend from Zhantian to invade Silver Moon? He found this scenario somewhat troubling, unless the demons were exceedingly weak. Yet even feeble demons would not be deemed significant by the likes of Nanquan. Li Hao, perplexed, remarked, the Zhantian demon clan has descended. Could the golden eagle be seeking vengeance against my master? A silence enveloped the group. Li Hao chuckled softly. These few demons might be the ones my master observed when he practiced the 5-animal secret technique. Their strength was formidable even then, having undergone a transformation. Now, they may have reached the realm of divine powers, albeit appearing rather ordinary at present. Several possessing divine abilities remain formidable. However, the Silver Moon realm is not without its share of strong individuals, especially with Director Zhao stationed there, leading Li Hao to believe that the situation might not be dire. As he spoke, a jade talisman in Huang Yu's hand suddenly flickered incessantly. Huang Yu glanced at it, and the next moment, his expression changed. A message from old Zhao has arrived. Director Zhao seldom communicates with them unless faced with significant trouble. Yet, a message has come now. Huang Yu took a deep breath, opting not to announce it publicly, but to convey it privately to Li Hao. Return swiftly. The Great Li has mobilized its forces, crossing Zhantian, intending to invade Silver Moon. 100 ancient civilization powerhouses' source avatars have vanished without a trace, either dead or concealed. Great Li is unfathomable. Li Hao's countenance shifted slightly. 100 source avatars, regardless of their strength, must possess at least the power of divine abilities, right? 100 gone? The Great Li is mobilizing, crossing Zhantian. How could this happen? Li Hao's expression fluctuated. The dynasty had personnel in the 4 great nations, and the inspection bureau had dispatched individuals, yet no news had returned. Unless the enemy moved with extraordinary speed. Prior to this, there had been no signs of troop movements. The sudden mobilization was indeed startling. Li Hao furrowed his brow. The chaos of the Tianxing has not yet abated. The issues of the 4 continents remain unresolved, and the new martial arts have yet to be fully disseminated. Strong individuals have yet to emerge. Originally, he had intended to stabilize the internal situation, allowing Tianxing to recuperate for a time before launching an offensive against the 4 nations. Little did he know that the adversary had made the first move. Li Hao frowned and muttered, "Why now? It is bizarre. Even if the 4 nations plan to deploy troops, the timing is remarkably astute, coinciding perfectly with a period of reconstruction. If only Li Hao had a bit more time to conquer the 4 continents, cleanse all remnants save for Silver Moon, and bolster his ranks with a plethora of strong individuals, then the 4 nations would pose no threat. But now, it is only the beginning." As Li Hao pondered, he recalled the 14 slain source avatars and vaguely speculated. Could it be related to these individuals? He glanced around and sighed. He had intended to eliminate all remnants in the central region, yet it now seems necessary to prioritize Silver Moon. Returning to Silver Moon is not Li Hao's desire. However, with Silver City at the foot of Zhantian and the Great Li mobilizing, there may be numerous strong individuals. Especially if there are supporters behind them, the Silver Moon may not withstand the onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao declared, "The demon hunting army, prepare for battle. Immediately, we shall march towards Silver Moon." The night watchmen have summoned an extraordinary force of 10,000, while the infrastructure team has called forth an impressive 30,000 to hasten to Silver Moon. The 9 divisions, the superhuman army left by the royal family, will dispatch 20,000, led personally by Mu Qingsong and Chen Zhongtian, to swiftly arrive at Silver Moon. A heavy silence envelopes the crowd. Has something occurred in Silver Moon? The Li has invaded. Li Hao's voice rang out, startling everyone. With a cold and sharp tone, he declared, "Proclaim to the world, the Li has invaded," sending forth millions, with a superhuman legion of hundreds of thousands, intent on sweeping away Tianxing in one fell swoop. I am eager to observe how the various overlords of the continents will react, whether they will seize this opportunity to sow discord or otherwise. I wish to see how these individuals will choose when their homeland is under siege. He ordered the northern 19 provinces to cease their internal strife, dispatching 100,000 troops and 10,000 superhumans, ensuring all superpowered artillery is fully equipped. They are to proceed to Silver Moon to thwart the enemy at Songshan. Those who resist shall be eradicated without exception. Li Hao's voice was icy, as a palpable atmosphere of impending conflict arose. He did not desire to employ excessively violent means to conquer the continents. Rather, he wished to influence subtly, enticing those overlords to voluntarily submit, thereby stripping them of their people's support and hastening their surrender. To claim the 4 continents without bloodshed would indeed be a swifter outcome than any mere plan. Moreover, he instructed the Duke of Wu, the Duke of Un, and the Marquis of Ding to maintain vigilance against the 3 great nations beyond the continents. For now, the internal conflicts within the 4 continents could be temporarily paused, uniting against external foes. Should they fail to prevent the 3 nations from being invaded by foreign enemies, I shall behead them as a sacrifice to the flag. The assembly responded in solemn unison. What of the Li's invasion of the other 3 nations? With Li alone, Tianxing's strength is not to be underestimated. Yet if the other 3 nations also commence their assaults, it would spell significant trouble. The 4 continents are still not under the control of Li Hao and his allies. At this moment, someone spoke softly, suggesting, "Commander, perhaps we should allow the other 3 nations to invade the 3 continents, depleting their strength and causing the populace to flee, thereby diminishing the overlord's power before we intervene." The implication was clear. Focusing on the other 3 continents might lead to being besieged from all sides. Moreover, attempting to manage all fronts could prove overwhelming. Silver Moon cannot be neglected, but why concern ourselves with the other 3? The common folk suffer, and the overlords are vanquished. It may be more prudent to handle the aftermath later. In this way, the beleaguered populace of the 3 continents could regard us as saviors, while the overlords would be too weakened to cause further turmoil. Admittedly, this would come at a cost, with many lives lost, yet for those ambitious overlords, such a scenario presents a fortuitous opportunity. Furthermore, the reality is that Li Hao's forces genuinely struggle to fend off all 4 fronts simultaneously. Though currently only Li has invaded, what of the other 3 nations? They might very well act in concert. The situation in Silver Moon is intricate, and soon all may find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. It may be wisest to abandon support for the other 3 continents, allowing their strong to battle it out. Would those overlords willingly relinquish their territories? Li Hao turned to the speaker, neither surprised nor surprised, recognizing him as none other than Qian Wuliang, the scholar who had previously chosen to ally with him in the City of Superpowers, possessing the ability to perceive emotions. Due to his unique abilities, he has been closely following Li Hao and his companions alongside the individual known for his acute hearing during the previous mission to eliminate those 14 formidable foes. Both of them contributed significantly. This individual is a leader capable of rallying thousands of superpowered beings overnight, not merely due to exceptional strength, but because he possesses certain abilities that others lack. Is this suggestion erroneous? Not at all, although no one openly expressed approval. The absence of dissent at this moment indicates that the proposal has garnered some level of acceptance. Currently, Li Hao's side is facing a shortage of personnel. The troops are insufficient. Moreover, many of the superpowered individuals are recent defectors and have not been with them long enough to be deployed effectively. Summoning them to Silver Moon, with Li Hao at the helm, seems feasible. Yet, would it be wise to call upon these individuals to the 3 continents? Are they not afraid of colluding with the strong of the 3 continents and turning against Li Hao? It would be better to allow the 3 continents to be reduced to ruins, despite the significant losses. As long as Li Hao can repel the Great Li and regroup to counter the troubles posed by the 3 continents, the unification of the world would ensue seamlessly. There lies no difficulty in this. The assembly remained silent. Even the newly emerged martial strongmen, including Commander Jiu, refrained from speaking, for the individual's words held merit, and indeed, Li Hao was in a precarious position, beset by both internal and external threats. Silver Moon harbors many ancient entities, as well as the shadowy figures betraying the new martial order, while the three major organizations linger in the north. How can one manage to address crises from all directions? Li Hao inhaled deeply. My ambition extends beyond mere unification of the realm. He gazed at the crowd. Perhaps I, Li Hao, have been overly ambitious, misjudging my capabilities. Or perhaps my youth has led me to act impulsively. I understand the reasoning. The strength is indeed limited. However, my adversaries are not merely tyrants. I aspire for Tianxing and Silver Moon to thrive distinctly from the desolation common in the twilight of dynasties. Must the populace suffer endlessly? Though I do not claim to be a scholar, I am not entirely a mere wanderer either. Li Hao chuckled softly. Yet I wish to be a beacon in this age, to champion justice and draw blood in the face of inequity. Let us not forget who we are. Most within this governor's mansion are indeed gallant figures of the martial world. Therefore, let us act with fervor. Will those of the martial realm cower in the face of adversity? Li Hao's voice resonated. True strength compels one to lead from the front. There is a saying in the new martial order. Only through the protection of the strong can the weak flourish and become a source of enduring strength. Are the realms truly powerful? Born into this era, internal strife is enough to evoke despair if we do not address the invading foes now. Even if we conquer the world, how many of the survivors will yield? The other three factions have yet to make their move, but if we act swiftly, we can thwart the great Li's advances and subsequently find the time and strength to confront the other three factions. With that, Li Hao declared with fervor, we shall create our own light. Darkness shall not ultimately govern this land. Though I may be lacking, I willingly stand as a flicker of hope in this era, illuminating the path for all. Even should I extinguish, I wish to clarify the road ahead. An army unformed, an authority unestablished, the dark ages shall remain a thing of the past. To arms! The roar of the hunting demon army echoed in a tumultuous crescendo. At this moment, the once silent war heaven army resonated with a thunderous heartbeat, eager to contribute to this era of light. The 9th Division commander glanced at Li Hao, fell into silence for a moment, and slowly declared, in this battle, the war heaven city can dispatch 10,000 troops. The war heaven army shall serve as the vanguard. Thank you. Li Hao responded succinctly, issuing a command, march forth, to Silver Moon. Understood. The response reverberated through the heavens and earth. Ground drills and aerial vessels appeared in succession. Li Hao, casting aside all distractions, led a group of formidable warriors directly towards Silver Moon, continuously issuing military orders for support from the Tianxing City. News of the invasion by the Great Li swiftly spread, plunging Tianxing into turmoil once more. Li Hao did not conceal his actions. He wished to observe whether, after years of tribulation and several purifications, this realm had reverted to the chaotic state of the late tumultuous era. Meanwhile, in Silver City, Director Zhao wore an exceedingly grim expression. Damn it! Internal troubles remain unresolved, and now external ones arise. Glancing at the few golden spear-wielding figures before him, he hastily retrieved a substantial quantity of the fountain of life to mend their internal injuries. Then, observing the impressive beasts around him, he took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you, esteemed friends of the Demon Clan, for your assistance. This favor shall be remembered by Silver Moon. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Silver Moon shall endeavor to fulfill them. The formidable demons exchanged glances. In such a desolate place, they were hardly inclined to make requests, scoffing at the notion. The fierce tiger, exuding an aura of power, asserted, given your apparent strength, you must possess some treasures. Facilitate our exit from Silver Moon, that is one. Secondly, do you have a few 100,000 divine energy stones, or perhaps 10 drops of the fountain of life? Director Zhao was taken aback. Was that all? These formidable demons were not weak, they possessed divine abilities. To be frank, such demands were not excessive. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well, a trifling matter. But are you certain you wish to leave Silver Moon? It is not safe beyond these walls, and once you step outside, you may encounter the approaching reinforcements. Are you truly offering? The white tiger seemed unconcerned about the mention of reinforcements, instead pondering the newfound wealth of Silver Moon. Hundreds of thousands of divine energy stones, indeed. Certainly, Director Zhao affirmed, adding, if you truly intend to leave Silver Moon, I shall dispatch escorts. However, it is advisable to remain. Should you insist on venturing out and encounter the reinforcements, it is imperative to report your identities at the earliest opportunity, just in case. The demons showed little concern. What is there to fear? We could easily dominate Tianxing. You should be more worried about greatly breaching this place and subsequently entering Tianxing. Faced with the demon's insistence, Director Zhao felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he deemed the situation manageable. Should they exit Silver Moon, they were likely to encounter powerful allies from Tianxing. At that point, these creatures would realize the greater danger outside, knowing that the messengers were formidable demons and would likely refrain from immediate slaughter. A mere few with divine abilities, perhaps of the second or third tier, could easily be dispatched by any well-known martial artist of Silver Moon. Several formidable demons, gleefully reaping benefits, perceived the old man as a fool, disregarding his entreaties. In an instant, they accompanied a Silver Moon guard, eager to depart, for they had no desire to remain amidst the impending arrival of the formidable forces of Dali. Once they had left, Director Zhao was left feeling somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Jin Chong, coughing blood, remarked, "Let them go. These demons have at least saved us. We must relay the message swiftly. Staying here is perilous." Director Zhao remained speechless. That was not his intent. He harbored no thoughts of sacrificing them. Yet, he felt that his words would not be comprehended. He shook his head. This fellow likely still believed that keeping them here would provide defense. What significance was there in retaining a few transcendent beings? Jin Chong had indeed overestimated these demons. He exhaled deeply, stating, "Do not worry. The Tianxing governor's office has already sent a message for reinforcements. Dali dares to invade this time. They shall surely be obliterated here." The expressions of Jin Chong and his companions were fraught with concern. Empty words are easy to utter, yet Dali is undeniably formidable. An elder martial artist spoke gravely. Dali has mobilized millions, all extraordinary beings, countless in strength. According to Jin Chong's words regarding the realm of divine powers, they likely possess no fewer than 1,000 terrifying individuals. It is said that the Dali king possesses abilities comparable to those of ancient relics. Let us hastily evacuate the populace, Zhao urged. From Tianxing, we in Silver Moon boast 1,000,000 troops and extraordinary beings numbering in the millions. We need not fear. A few martial artists muttered curses under their breath. Damn it, foolish Zhao Shuguang. What time is it, and you still boast? Does he not fear the demise of Silver Moon? Observing their reactions, Director Zhao felt equally exasperated. It is not mere boasting, it is what Li Hao stated. As for whether we possess over 10,000 extraordinary beings, I merely convey the message. Even if we do not, our strength is formidable enough that we need not fear Dali. At this moment, his greater concern lay with the ancient powerhouses within Silver Moon. Should they all manifest their original avatars, it would pose a monumental challenge, leaving them besieged on all fronts. Naturally, he was disinclined to elaborate further, swiftly commencing arrangements for the evacuation of Silver City as populace. Other locations may not require evacuation, but Silver City could very well become one of the principal battlegrounds. Chapter 310. The Four Provinces, Subscription and Monthly Tickets Requested. The Tianxing dynasty trembled. Previously, when Li Hao had proclaimed that the nations from all corners would invade, slaying our kin and annihilating our civilization, most had regarded it as mere fear-mongering and absurdity. The dynasty had endured for 200 years, although it was fraught with turmoil. Few were aware of the existence of the Four Kingdoms. They believed that only the Tianxing dynasty prevailed in the realm. Yet on this day, a military order reverberated across the land. Dali had invaded. In the north, across the Zhantian Mountains, Dali had mobilized millions, with hundreds of thousands of extraordinary beings crossing over to invade the Tianxing dynasty. Moreover, the other three factions were preparing for war as well. On this day, the entirety of Tianxing was engulfed in bewilderment. Did the Four Kingdoms truly exist? On this day, a multitude of extraordinary beings began to converge, heading northward. The Celestial Star Governor's office issued an edict to mobilize construction superhumans, summoning 100,000 from the Imperial Royal House of the 9 divisions to advance towards the Silver Moon territory in the north, ready to confront the invading forces of the Great Li dynasty. In the other 3 continents, the Celestial Star Governor's office also commanded the cessation of internal conflicts, urging vigilance against the incursions of the 3 great nations, assuring full support in the defense of the realm. There is no need to pacify the internal strife while repelling external threats. The defense of our borders is a collective responsibility for our loved ones, for our nation, and for ourselves. We must all rise to the occasion. The governor's office swiftly issued another military order to the world. All superhumans and martial artists could respond to the call, heading to the 4 continents to confront the enemy and safeguard the celestial star. It is not merely the duty of one household or individual. One military order after another was dispatched. Within Celestial Star Town, a vast quantity of divine energy stones were unearthed, and all magical flora were given a singular command to produce the spring of life, with abundant resources being transported to the front lines. In this extraordinary era, as the sky unfolded above us, the pace of events remained rapid. The Celestial Star Governor's office faced no hindrances, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Director Zhou and Lin Hongyu were in charge of coordination, stationed in Celestial Star City. Hong Yitong had not been reassigned. At this moment, Li Hao appointed him as the Celestial Star Inspector General, tasked with overseeing the central region to prevent unforeseen circumstances and suppress any insurrections. Kong Jie and 6 elders were also retained, overseeing various provinces to continue supervising infrastructure projects and ensuring the vigilance of the superhumans, just in case. In the north, the news spread like wildfire, causing a wave of turmoil. The 19 provinces in the north had experienced continuous unrest over the past year. However, the disturbances in the northern 3 provinces were merely minor skirmishes. This time, it was the neighboring Great Li dynasty that was invading. At the Jianglin governor's office, Fan Chang's face lit up with joy. What splendid news! Fan Chang was immensely excited. Recently, the Silver Moon had mobilized troops to eliminate pirates and seize control of the northern sea waters, advancing towards Jianglin. He had been filled with trepidation, helplessly fearing that one day the Silver Moon would march into Jianglin and take his head. As he watched the Silver Moon's army pressing towards Jianglin, despair loomed over him. But now, with the Great Li dynasty invading, the Silver Moon forces, which had been closing in on Jianglin, were swiftly retreating and beginning to withdraw from Jianglin territory. Zhao Shuguang's hopes of swiftly stabilizing the north were abruptly disrupted by the Great Li invasion. How could Fan Chang not rejoice? Not only was he delighted, but he also gritted his teeth and coldly declared, "I have enmity with Li Hao. While others may surrender, we shall not. This is an opportunity. Although our contact with Songshan is limited, let us not forget that Songshan does not merely border Silver Moon." A strategist below spoke solemnly, "Governor, with external enemies invading and Silver Moon facing an overwhelming incursion from the Great Li's millions of superhumans, Silver Moon is on the brink of annihilation. Now, the Celestial Star Governor's office has also issued commands to the 4 continents. Those who contribute to the resistance may have their penalties mitigated." Preposterous! Fan Chang snapped coldly. To be recognized for resistance, yet still face punishment. Li Hao is nothing but a farce. Throughout the ages of royal contention, who has ever pursued charges during such tumultuous times? Only he, Li Hao, insists on scrutinizing the sins of the old dynasty. Is that not laughable? Li Hao is too much of a bookish idealist, at least in my view. In the struggle for supremacy, who can truly be deemed virtuous? Must we annihilate all the monarchs of the world? If one is willing to surrender, a wise ruler should forgive past grievances. Fan Chang, drawn to the Silver Moon, contemplated surrender when Li Hao dominated the central regions, yet was met with the decree, "Let the guilty be punished." What a jest! Among the current rulers, how many are truly innocent? So, does surrender equate to death? With such a command from Li Hao, his dreams of sovereignty were shattered. Across the vast continents, many harbored thoughts of surrender, yet upon hearing such words, they opted to remain passive, too fearful to yield. Who among them can claim a clear conscience? Now, the governor's office of Tianxing has issued a proclamation. If any local ruler achieves merit in the forthcoming battle, they may be spared from death at the governor's discretion. How absurd! Merely a reprieve from death, rather than promotion or honor. Those deserving of imprisonment shall still be imprisoned. Those who ought to be judged will be judged. So, if one emerges victorious, suffering countless casualties and exerting tremendous effort, is the only reward that Li Hao will not take their heads? In Fan Chang's eyes, this is nothing short of farcical. Any ruler with a sound mind would not make such a choice. Even after triumphing over the nations, establishing great merit, they would still only be spared from death. Who would find joy in that? Below, a strategist furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking again. "Governor, the forces of Silver Moon are fierce and robust. Though the world remains divided, the central regions offer little resistance, and we are adjacent to Silver Moon. The 9 offices and the imperial family have both perished. Limjiang is too weak to contend with Silver Moon. This moment is indeed rare. It presents an opportunity. Previously, no one dared to advise Fan Chong, as doing so would be tantamount to leading him to his demise. But now, if we rise immediately and assist Silver Moon against the Great Li, once they are defeated, even if Fan Chong bears guilt, with Li Hao's prior decree, he could be spared and still have a chance. Thus, as a strategist, he was inclined to counsel him. However, these words incensed Fan Chong greatly. A rare opportunity? Is this truly an opportunity? What nonsense! He turned to the speaker, his voice low. It seems the Limjiang province has many who have been intimidated by Li Hao. Do you genuinely believe his claims of mountains and seas are credible? The governor replied calmly, Enough. I am aware of my own limits. No further discourse is necessary. The strategist, seeing this, felt a sense of futility, yet spoke again. My lord, do not conspire with the Great Li. The Great Li, as recorded in history, hails from a savage land, an era of barbarism, a civilization in ruins, worshipping the primal deities of war, yet the primal has long been supplanted by the new. They have faced defeat repeatedly. Choosing to ally with the Great Li would be the height of folly. He hastily added, The people of the Great Li regard us as mere weeds. Enough. Fan Chang's gaze grew icy. Have I not made myself clear? Am I to be instructed on how to act by you, Director Han? Below, the strategist sighed inwardly, retreating into the ranks and falling silent. A general, adorned as a warrior, stepped forward, coldly declaring, Governor, do not heed the impractical musings of Han Yang. Our Limjiang forces are formidable. If Li Hao were truly a wise ruler, he would have already sent envoys to negotiate, promising benefits, who would resort to threats of total annihilation. After speaking, he continued, With the invasion of the Great Li, we must first observe. Surely reinforcements will arrive from the central region. If we can intercept these reinforcements. Fan Chong lightly coughed, dismissing the notion with a hint of jest. That simply won't do. The general, well aware of the futility, quickly shifted his tone. The Great Li's invasion will undoubtedly cause turmoil in Silver Moon. At a critical moment, Fan Chong, lost in thought, finally spoke. First, we must mobilize the main forces, summoning the governor's office and the Linjiang garrison to rally together, raising our banners to support Silver Moon. We shall concentrate our troops in one location, refraining from rash actions, and primarily observe the situation. At that moment, various movements stirred across the northern territories. Some provincial armies were already en route to Silver Moon, while others were gathering their forces, choosing to remain passive and watchful. There were also those who stood idly by, waiting for the opportune moment. Initially, when Li Hao swiftly seized the central region, hope had dwindled. Yet now, with the Great Li's incursion, Silver Moon's forces returning, opportunities had arisen. Simultaneously, on the shores of the Northern Sea, a warship glided through the air, its fierce tiger insignia fluttering in the wind, eager to claim lives. Li Hao stood upon the deck, gazing down at the Northern Sea. Beyond lay the northern territories. Since departing from Silver Moon, he had returned several times. Yet each visit was fleeting, never allowing himself to engage deeply with the issues of the North. Now, leading his troops back, he sensed that a great battle loomed. Well-versed in historical texts, he understood clearly that at such moments, all manner of individuals would emerge, invoking national righteousness and the defense of their homeland. Mere farce, he thought. For some, victory justified the means, even if it meant appointing puppet rulers or inviting foreign entities into their midst. To them, ceding land or enslavement bore little significance. Annual tributes were hardly monumental. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the presence of warriors, yet none could fathom the thoughts swirling in Li Hao's mind at this juncture. He felt a weariness, not of the body but of the spirit. At times, he preferred to refrain from excessive contemplation. Yet, there were no strategists to rely upon. Lin Hongyu and Director Zhou were commendable, yet they needed to remain stationed in the central region as a precaution. At present, everything rested upon his own shoulders. The rise of Silver Moon had been swift, and around Li Hao, there was a dearth of capable individuals. Observing the Northern Sea, he noted that it had yet to thaw. Beyond it lay the territories of the northern 3 provinces, Heyuan Province, Wu Province, and the Northern Sea Province, acting as a sharp blade piercing the Northern Sea, establishing a stronghold in the north. Behind them lay the heartland of Linjiang, adjacent to Yunjiang, a tributary of the Northern Sea. Further on was the Silver Moon Province. The northern three provinces had remained in turmoil. For months, the populace had been displaced, and now, with the Great Li breaching the northern front, a tide of refugees surged anew. On the icy surface, countless families were struggling to migrate. The ice, no longer as thick as before, showed signs of cracking. Once it fractured, those who fell would meet their demise in the Northern Sea. Yet, in their desperation to escape the north, they paid no heed to the danger. At this moment, as Li Hao's warships soared above, some individuals looked up, recognizing the flag. Their hearts igniting with excitement. It's Commander Li. Yes, I recognize the fierce tiger banner. Commander Li has returned to the north. Should we still flee? It is said that General Li is preparing to confront the formidable Li dynasty with his troops at Silver Moon. However, it would be wise to flee. For the Dali people are rumored to be ravenous beasts, and victory for General Li and his forces is by no means guaranteed. In the skies above, Li Hao waved his hand, unleashing a chilling aura that further solidified the ice of the Northern Sea. His voice resonated through the air. People of the north, you may head to the central regions, where shelter and work await. You can assist in the construction of vital infrastructure, and sustenance will not be an issue. In no more than 3 months, peace shall be restored to the north, and by then, as spring blooms, all shall return to their homelands. As his words lingered, the warships soared across the Northern Sea, and Li Hao's commanding voice reverberated throughout the Northern Sea province. The celestial dome momentarily manifested his figure to the 3 northern provinces. Cease all turmoil. Heads of the administrative, military, inspection, and night patrol departments, come to see me at once. Leaders among the insurgents, you too shall come forth. In this time of national crisis, we must unite to repel the foreign invaders. At that moment, formidable figures from the 3 northern provinces received the news. Yet the simplicity of Li Hao's declaration belied the complexities of war. Can such a tumultuous conflict simply be resolved with a mere pronouncement? It is far from that straightforward. On board the warship, Yao Si spoke gravely. This may prove to be a formidable challenge. I am aware of the turmoil within the 3 provinces, ever since General Ko's demise. Unrest has plagued the region. Furthermore, it is said that after the initial resurgence, instability began to fester, potentially linked to the 3 major organizations that have infiltrated the north, possibly hiding within the borders of the 3 provinces. He was uncertain of Li Hao's intentions, realizing that compelling the 3 provinces to cease their warfare would be exceedingly difficult, and he himself might become ensnared in this predicament. Li Hao nodded, yet at that moment, he resolved, if the 3 provinces refuse to comply, the other 3 factions shall remain temporarily powerless. However, I must first stabilize the north. We shall execute a decapitation strategy, eliminating the insurgents, along with the provincial governors and military commanders. A collective shock rippled through the assembly. Li Hao had recently adopted a conciliatory approach, leading them to believe he intended to rule through benevolence. Yet today he proclaimed that regardless of right or wrong, all must be executed. Huang Yu spoke solemnly. General, this matter warrants further deliberation. No, Li Hao interjected, shaking his head resolutely. With the nation in peril and foreign enemies breaching our borders, if at this juncture there are still those unwilling to cease hostilities, to unite against the enemy, and to relinquish military command, then such individuals have no place in our ranks. Although there may be turbulence for a time, we must act decisively now. They believed that at this moment, he would not take severe measures against them. Li Hao grinned, baring his teeth. My previous leniency stemmed from my desire for a peaceful transition. However, if they believe that I, Li Hao, am unwilling or incapable of bloodshed, they are gravely mistaken. Before this night concludes, I expect to see all leaders of the 3 provinces executed. If those who wield military power do not arrive, we shall infiltrate the barracks and implement the decapitation plan. General Yu and several other commanders were tasked with consolidating the troops. Insurgents would be slain, and deserters would be dealt with at this moment. We cannot allow the army to disband. Even if it means sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder, we must not let these forces scatter. A chill ran through the hearts of the assembly, even if it meant being used as expendable pawns. The military of the 3 provinces exceeds 100,000. Yet, Li Hao understood far better than they. The armies of regional warlords had long since decayed, and should they disband, the ensuing devastation could surpass even that wrought by the Li dynasty. At this moment, Decisive action must be taken with resolute determination. These individuals, even if they were to perish entirely in the Tsang Mountains, annihilated by the forces of the Great Li, must not be allowed to falter. Otherwise, chaos would ensue throughout the north. Li Hao refrained from further discussion and swiftly issued orders. Yao Si, you are in charge of leading a team of formidable warriors, commanding 1,000 from the demon hunting army to locate the stationed troops in the North Sea province, awaiting my directive to take command of the North Sea military. Huang Yu, you are similarly tasked with the troops stationed at Heyuan. Both individuals had previously served as commanders of their respective domains and were capable of fulfilling their duties. Li Hao then surveyed the crowd. While these individuals possessed strength, they were ill-equipped for specific tasks. His gaze soon fell upon the 9th commander. 9th commander, you shall oversee the troops stationed in the Mist province. In coordination with Ho Xiaoqing, the 9th commander paused, taken aback. Me? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Should there be a rebellion, kill. With that, the 9th commander ceased further discourse. With Li Hao's words, the matter became manageable. Li Hao addressed the assembly. There are several factions of rebel forces in the 3 northern provinces, varying in strength. They refer to themselves as the uprising army. Regardless of whether they are rebels or insurgents, at this juncture, they are virtually indistinguishable. Who among you can lead the charge to take command of their forces? The crowd exchanged glances, each person seemingly at a loss. None possessed experience in this regard. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. It was Huang Yu who spoke up. Let a powerful warrior lead the execution, complemented by those with military management experience. They need not be exceptionally strong. He then turned to the several captains of the Battle Sky City. These captains have previously commanded the Battle Sky Army. Although they are only leaders of 1,000, they should still possess some experience, and, when paired with soldiers, would be capable of taking over the military. Li Hao regarded the captains. Upon noticing his gaze, the 7th captain appeared somewhat bashful. Li Hao smiled. As the 7th captain once stated, as long as one dares to dream, they can achieve it. They are merely a band of rabble, insignificant compared to the Battle Sky Army. The 3 northern provinces must be secured, for this is the stronghold of the north, and our subsequent reinforcements will need to pass through these territories. Continuing, he added, additionally, we must address Lin Jiang and Fan Chong, a treacherous individual who has long maintained a blockade over Silver Moon. In Lin Jiang, he has ruthlessly eliminated the high-ranking officials. My previous hesitance stemmed from concerns of unrest, but he can no longer be tolerated. He proceeded, I demand that within a day, we forcibly seize control of the 4 provinces, withdraw the local military, and fully connect Silver Moon with the 3 northern provinces of Linjiang. After a brief hesitation, Li Hao turned his attention to one individual, Qian Wuliang. Present, the cunning scholar, Qian Wuliang, quickly stepped forward, appearing somewhat anxious. Li Hao scrutinized him. Having joined my ranks, you have not engaged in any significant endeavors of late. Your only proposal has been that regardless of the 3 continental governors, I control a faction of power. Not everyone can embody virtue and goodness. There must exist some unscrupulous individuals, some with malevolent intentions. Qian Wuliang swallowed hard, unsure whether this was praise or admonishment. Li Hao continued, you possess the ability to perceive the intricacies of the human heart. The situation across the river at Linjiang is exceedingly chaotic, and the military there is in a state of utter decay. The garrison at Linjiang exceeds 500,000, far surpassing that of Silver Moon. I shall provide you with 1,000 demon hunter troops, along with the assistance of Guangming Jian, Yu Luocha, and Nanquan. Can you swiftly conquer Linjiang? Qian Wuliang shuddered slightly. The 3 Silver Moon martial artists supporting him were unmatched in the Tianxing governor's office. Even Lin Hongyu, should she choose to ally with them, would not hold a rank superior to these individuals. Yet at this moment, Li Hao was entrusting him with the responsibility of capturing Linjiang. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Hao added, speed is of the essence in warfare. The demon hunter troops possess ground drilling shuttles for your use. Do you have any further requests? Please state them all at once. Suppressing his trepidation, Qian Wuliang felt a surge of excitement. Gritting his teeth, he promptly replied, with your trust, my lord, I shall exert every effort. In addition to these individuals, I require 10 million divine energy stones and 1,000 drops of the fountain of life. Many around him glared in disbelief. Qian Wuliang quickly clarified, if I successfully complete the mission, I will bring these items back. Li Hao nodded, agreed. Qian Wuliang was elated. He immediately added, "Furthermore, there is no need for the esteemed seniors from Nanquan to accompany me. I would prefer to have Senior Tianjin by my side." At this proclamation, the members of Nanquan were incensed. Did this imply a lack of respect towards them? Qian Wuliang hurriedly explained, "Esteemed seniors, do not take offense. It is not a matter of disrespect. It is simply that Senior Tianjin draws his sword more swiftly." This reasoning seemed feeble at best. In truth, Qian Wuliang believed that not only did these individuals lack the prowess of Tianjin, but they also had a tendency to chatter incessantly, especially Nanquan, who was not particularly obedient and often stirred trouble. Tianjin, on the other hand, though indifferent, would follow orders without question. Moreover, the presence of two women would only complicate matters further. He felt that it would be far more efficient to take Tianjin alone rather than three individuals, as this was his first opportunity to achieve merit, and he wished to avoid any missteps. Li Hao, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. "Very well, let Senior Tianjin accompany you." He then turned to the members of Nanquan. "As for you, hasten to the Zhongshan region. I must remain here for a day and cannot return to Silver Moon just yet. Senior Nanquan, as the commander of Zhantian City, you and Director Wang must travel to Zhantian City and request the deployment of 5,000 troops, along with the local Zhantian army. We shall muster a total of 10,000. Director Wang, recognizing his own responsibilities, did not refuse and nodded. "I have no objections, but I will need an order from Division Commander Jiao, as he is currently the highest military authority." Division Commander Jiao did not elaborate further. He produced a token and handed it to Wang, speaking in a low tone. "Mobilize the revived 9th Division and bring along 1,000 inspectors to compensate for previous losses." Understood. Director Wang nodded, and no further words were exchanged. Soon, everyone dispersed, each heading in different directions. Once they had all departed, Li Hao resumed communication with various parties. By nightfall, the leaders of the three provinces were to convene with him, and he would await their arrival at the confluence of the provinces. At this moment, only a few individuals remained by his side, including Lu Long. Others observed Li Hao deep in thought and hesitated to approach him. However, Lu Long stepped forward and whispered, "If these individuals truly do not arrive, will the army be left to abandon Zhongshan?" Li Hao remained still, but once he moved, it would be akin to a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The ordinary troops abandoning Zhongshan, regardless of whether they could withstand the Dali forces, would likely face near certain death if they were to venture into that territory. The three provinces, along with Linjiang, boasted an army exceeding 2 million, a staggering figure indeed. At that moment, the toll could very well reach 100,000 lives lost. 1,000,000 may seem merely a number. Yet Lu Long could envision the brutal reality of such a scenario. After a moment of silence, Li Hao slowly spoke. "Brother, do you believe there is still hope for the armies of the northern three provinces and Linjiang? I witnessed firsthand their collusion with pirates and the massacre of innocents. Aside from the Silver Moon region, the forces in the north have decayed. Not everyone can dictate their own fate," Lu Long replied softly. "They too have commanders and leaders, but they are merely following orders." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "Thus, if the transition proceeds smoothly and these troops remain compliant and obedient, I shall not resort to slaughtering them all. However, if they prove troublesome and refuse to heed my commands, I shall expel them into Zhongshan to confront Dali. And if they perish, so be it. Perhaps I will incur countless curses, but I am indifferent to such sentiments. I have always aspired to enact these changes through peaceful means, yet if that proves impossible, then decisive action must be taken." On that day, unrest stirred in the northern three provinces. Li Hao had arrived at the confluence of the three provinces, granting them a day to meet with him, subtly hinting at the necessity of surrendering military authority and assembling their forces to march towards Silver Moon. For those in power, it was a challenge to tolerate such demands. Moreover, given Li Hao's formidable strength, approaching him could result in their subjugation. In the Northern Sea Administrative Region, an elderly man with a booming voice addressed the assembly. "Do you think we should proceed? The Dali invasion has yet to reveal itself, and the Tianxing governor's office has summoned us to meet with General Li. There is no guarantee we would return. Then let us not go." Although Li Hao is powerful, he is currently beset by internal and external troubles and would not dare to turn against us recklessly. I believe the others will also refrain from attending. "Whoever goes is a fool," countered another voice. Yet, some argued, the Tianxing governor's office is formidable, and with Li Hao personally leading the return, we must be wary of leaving him with a negative impression of us. "What is there to fear?" Someone scoffed. This is not the central region. Moreover, observing Li Hao's methods, he has not executed many in the central provinces. Those spineless individuals capitulated easily. We are not like them. If Li Hao dares to act against us, with millions in the 3 provinces, any upheaval would result in countless casualties. If he truly aspires to be a sage, he would not dare to harm us. Li Hao's recent conduct has been noted by all, advocating education, constructing roads, promoting literacy, and endorsing martial arts. As of now, aside from the royal family, who may have suffered considerable losses, the 9 offices have seen very few casualties. In the central region's 22 provinces, only a handful of governors have been removed, with a few having succumbed to death while others remain imprisoned, yet none have been executed by Li Hao. This atmosphere of tranquility renders the shifts in royal power remarkably gentle. Throughout history, which dynasty transition has not been marked by countless casualties and rivers of blood? Since Li Hao aspires to be a sage, let us indulge him. We shall disregard him. Once you engage in battle with the great Li, we will observe the outcome. Should you emerge victorious, your might will indeed be formidable, and we may reconsider our stance. However, if you are defeated, then there will be no further discussion. The world will no longer bear the surname Li. Let us not forget, Li Hao, once notorious for his magical sword, had previously claimed many lives in the land of Silver Moon. One should not naively assume him to be benevolent in nature. At present, the populace perceives their ability to deceive Li Hao's aspirations for sainthood, thus they harbor little fear of him. Yet, have we truly forgotten his former reputation? That was merely minor skirmishes. Now, during this transition of dynasties, Li Hao has established a persona of benevolence towards his people, and he must adhere to it. Otherwise, should he strike against us, the 3 provinces would erupt in chaos, and countless troops would collapse. Could Li Hao withstand the ensuing scorn of the realm? The assembly, contemplating this logic, concluded that sending their representatives to meet Li Hao and relinquishing their power would indeed be too burdensome. Of course, the director of the North Sea province was not entirely devoid of trepidation. He remarked, "We must go, but we need not attend in person. We can send envoys to convey our concerns about the unrest in the North Sea and our inability to abandon our duties. However, we shall support Governor Li's efforts against the enemy, and, once the turmoil in the 3 provinces subsides, we will promptly dispatch troops to assist." In a bid to maintain appearances, he added with a smile, "Let us send some of those less compliant individuals, those eager to confront the great Li. I believe they would gladly engage in discussions with Governor Li." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a prudent strategy. While some were inclined to oppose the great Li, today, proposals emerged to dispatch troops to the land of Silver Moon to engage in combat with the great Li. These troublemakers would be better utilized in negotiations with Li Hao. If Li Hao were to truly request military support from the provinces, let those individuals, accompanied by the elderly and the injured, be sent forth. Thus, it was decided. Soon, the North Sea province reached a resolution, and the other 2 major provinces echoed similar sentiments. As for the rebel forces within the 3 provinces, some expressed a willingness to meet Li Hao, while others disregarded him entirely, treating him as if he were non-existent. The heavens are high and the emperor is far. Even if Li Hao were nearby, what significance would it hold? The likelihood is that the 3 provinces would choose to ignore him. On this day, certain individuals journeyed to the confluence of the 3 provinces to meet Li Hao, while the majority observed with cold indifference. To assist in the battle at Silver Moon would be tantamount to courting death. Who would dare confront 100,000 superhumans? If only Li Hao would withhold some information or temper his declarations, perhaps we would be more inclined to offer our support. As it stands, his alarming proclamations deter us from exhausting our military strength in service to him. At this very moment, the capitals of the 3 provinces were graced with the presence of formidable figures. From the North Sea, Yao Si and his companions stealthily approached, while Huang Yu from Heyuan hastened to the front lines. In the direction of Wuxing, the commander of the 9th Division, at an unparalleled speed, swiftly reached the designated location alongside Ho Xiaoqing, the confluence of 3 provinces. This area, though a vast plain, was devoid of human presence, and it had witnessed the fiercest clashes among the 3 provinces, resulting in countless fatalities. It was often the battleground for their conflicts. At this moment, numerous individuals arrived in succession, breathless from their haste. In the center of the plain, a colossal warship loomed in the void, silently awaiting its purpose. Seated upon the deck was Li Hao, facing the triad of seating arrangements. A day's time was ample for the representatives of the three provinces to arrive. As darkness enveloped the sky, lights illuminated the warship, and Li Hao's voice resonated. Esteemed guests, now that you have arrived, let us convene. The situation is tense, so I shall dispense with formalities. Soon, a multitude of formidable individuals hastened to the scene, though they were merely a few from the Sunlight sect. None possessed transcendent powers. Nearby, a modest contingent of soldiers gathered, totaling around 10,000 when combined, alongside some insurgents. Shortly thereafter, approximately 20 individuals ascended to the deck. Encountering the youthful figure of Li Hao, he scanned the crowd. Some bore expressions of sorrow, others exuded indignation, while a few displayed resolute determination. And some appeared fraught with trepidation. Li Hao spoke. Is there not a single leader from the four factions of the three provinces present? Among the crowd, a portly middle-aged man hastily replied. Reporting to the general, several officials from Wuxing were compelled to remain on home soil due to unforeseen circumstances, to guard against any potential threats. A middle-aged man from the North Sea province scoffed, his voice low and filled with disdain. What unforeseen circumstances? General Li, let me speak plainly. The willingness to engage in battle at Silver Moon is scarce. This is all the force I could muster, 5,000 soldiers. My subordinates from the North Sea. That is the extent of our military might. I shall accompany the general to Silver Moon. But do not expect any others to join us. Upon hearing this, a palpable fear rippled through the crowd. Although the truth was indeed harsh, such bluntness was ill-favored. Li Hao, in a fit of anger, found himself powerless against those present, who seemed to be a source of trouble. He smiled and nodded. Very well, I understand. Please, take your seats. Witnessing his demeanor, the man who had spoken earlier appeared displeased, snorting coldly. The general is certainly more charming in person than by reputation. At such a critical juncture, you still find cause to smile. He continued icily, surely. The general is not deliberately deceiving us into believing that the great Li is not advancing? Li Hao chuckled lightly. I would not resort to such deceit. Then does the general intend to linger here for a day longer? Time is of the essence. Given the circumstances, it is evident that a large-scale deployment from the three provinces is implausible. We should hasten directly to Silver Moon instead of waiting for impossible news. Li Hao regarded him with mild surprise and smiled. May I ask your esteemed name? General? Yu Hongchang. Upon the utterance of those words, Li Hao's companion, the temporarily retained Yu Luosha, swiftly conveyed through sound transmission. I am familiar with this individual. The Northern Sea garrison is divided into 6 divisions, and he was originally a leader of one of them. However, he subsequently offended the former governor of the three provinces, Governor Ko, and also crossed paths with the current head of the Northern Sea Administrative Office, leading to a series of demotions. Now, he holds merely the title of a captain, commanding a meager force of elderly, infirm, and weak soldiers, which, according to his claims, numbers merely 5,000. As for Yu Hongchang, his strength is commendable. At the peak of Shuguang, though he appears to have made only limited progress. Li Hao nodded slightly and turned to the others, who also introduced themselves. Among them were those who had brought troops, albeit in scant numbers, with Yu Hongchang commanding the largest contingent. From the Mist Province, there was a guard unit of 100 men escorting a certain rotund individual, while others were notably absent. The Heiyuan region contributed both a scholar and a warrior, leading a force of 3,000, yet they too were comprised of the aged and infirm. Additionally, several leaders of the righteous army had brought thousands of troops, though not all had arrived, with some remaining stationed to guard against potential ambushes. Li Hao felt a pang of melancholy in times of national crisis. From the lands of the three provinces, over 1 million soldiers had dwindled to just over 10,000, with only a single captain of note. Indeed, a disheartening reality. Yu Hongchang, without reservation, remarked, is it not the case that a nation is reduced to mere semblance, a home to mere pretense, simply to replace an emperor? The Li family may rule the world, be it the great Li or another, as long as they are not of their own ilk. Who truly cares? The notion of a national crisis seemed laughable to him. At that moment, he realized that idealists like Li Hao might not stand a chance against the great Li. This demonic blade, once a harbinger of decisive slaughter, now presented itself in such a gentle manner. Could such a being truly withstand the encroachment of the great Li? Historically, the great Li were depicted as a feral force. Li Hao chuckled softly, nodding in agreement, and refrained from further discourse. as a celestial tapestry unfolded before them. What you all say bears merit. General Yu is indeed correct. Let us not rush, but observe the situation further. General Yu Hongchang, somewhat irate, insisted. Time is of the essence. We should set forth towards Silver Moon without delay, for we are still thousands of miles away. Why squander precious moments here? His temper was indeed volatile, which explained his numerous enemies. Yu Hongchang fell silent, merely casting a cold glance at Li Hao. Volatile? Was he any less so now? At that moment, the scene displayed numerous small images, and Yu Hongchang, initially indifferent, suddenly paused, his gaze drawn to a particular location, the Northern Sea Administrative Office, which he recognized. Others began to voice their thoughts. The garrison of the Mist Province, the Heiyuan Governor's Office? Everyone appeared momentarily distracted. How could these locations manifest here? Li Hao smiled, donning a set of golden armor, and spoke slowly. What must come has arrived. Those who do not come need not remain. Let us strike, eradicate all opposition, and take command of the three armies. With his words hanging in the air, a momentous roar erupted, shaking the very ground. In the Northern Sea, Yaoxi unleashed a devastating punch, causing the heavens to tremble and the Northern Sea Administrative Building to collapse instantaneously. Within, anguished cries and wails erupted as individuals soared into the sky, one bellowing, "Who dares?" With a single punch from Yaoxi, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, causing his adversary to be utterly obliterated. Yu Hongchang's expression shifted dramatically. The Marshal of Beihai. Today, all these individuals are convening at the administrative headquarters. What a splendid opportunity to ensnare them all. The formidable Marshal of Beihai, who had already ascended to the realm of divine abilities, was struck down by Yaoxi's fist. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Yu Hongchang, a succession of Beihai's high-ranking officials met their demise, utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the administrative headquarters of Beihai was left with only a handful of weaklings and ordinary citizens, as all the powerful individuals were annihilated. Yaoxi, holding the head of an elderly man, addressed the screen in a somber tone. The director of the Beihai administration has been eliminated. Governor, I am now proceeding to take control of the military camp, as Beihai is experiencing some unrest. Li Hao's voice echoed. Go ahead, and be swift about it. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Let chaos reign a little, for it is preferable to a complete upheaval. Understood. The scene quickly shifted to the military camp, where the sounds of battle erupted. At this moment, the screens displayed the harrowing scenes of high-ranking officials from the three provinces being slain, leaving those before Li Hao pale with terror. Li Hao sipped his tea, observing the crowd with a smile. General Yu, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Yu Hongchang hesitated, finally responding after a prolonged silence. The slaughter is commendable, but there are innocents among them. Who is innocent? Li Hao chuckled. At this juncture, those unwilling to exert even the slightest effort cannot be deemed innocent. If they were mere common folk, it would be one thing. But these are all high-ranking officials who thrive on the people's toil. What use is there in leaving behind those who refuse to act? He continued. This is merely the beginning. After we take control of the military forces across the three provinces, we shall eliminate the instigators and the traitors, while the rest will be transported to the Tianxing region. What do you think, General Yu? Yu Hongchang's complexion paled. Can we rely on them to resist the Dali? Is that not possible? Yu Hongchang gazed at Li Hao, whose demeanor remained unyielding, and after a long pause, remarked, the governor is indeed ruthless. This man knows no mercy when the time calls for severity. Li Hao surveyed the large screen, witnessing rivers of blood and the mass slaughter of powerful figures. While the restless soldiers were swiftly dealt with, those who dared to rise in rebellion were cut down in an instant. 1,000 martial artists could rival 1,000 men, and these individuals exceeded that threshold. At this moment, the land of the three provinces was awash with blood and littered with corpses. Li Hao observed silently, as some present were already on the brink of collapse, some even losing control of their bodily functions. After a while, Li Hao slowly declared, tomorrow, we will make these circumstances public. Let each region decide whether to rebel or not. It is of no concern to us. The northern 19 provinces must mobilize at least 100,000 troops, with 1,000 extraordinary individuals. Those who do not comply shall be met with no mercy. Understood. Soon, orders were relayed, preparing for the announcement the following day. At that moment, in the governor's mansion of Linjiang, Qian Wuliang jovially distributed a plethora of treasures. causing Fan Chang's eyes to widen in astonishment as he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Qian Wuliang exchanged glances with several individuals in the crowd, assessing the situation and then casting his gaze upon the immovable Tianjian, whispering a few words regarding who should live and who should perish. General Qian, what does this mean? Fan Chang never anticipated that Li Hao would send someone to present gifts, hoping for his assistance in battle. It was utterly ridiculous. Qian Wuliang chuckled amiably. Governor, please accept this humble token of esteem. After speaking, he transmitted a message. In the next instant, the heavenly sword cleaved through the firmament. Fan Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to retaliate, a companion unexpectedly thrust a sword through his abdomen with a vicious intent. Fan Chang's countenance paled as he turned to look, only to see the heavenly sword descending upon him. The person beside him, overwhelmed by fear yet tinged with ecstasy, gazed at Qian Wuliang, who smiled radiantly. You may take away 30% of the treasures here. Thank you, General. At that moment, the others in the Grand Hall also quickly realized the situation. Some attempted to flee but were instantly slain by their comrades. The heavenly sword descended with a thunderous crash, and Fan Chang's head tumbled to the ground. Disbelief etched upon his face. Qian Wuliang, however, wore a cheerful smile as he surveyed the surroundings, beaming, everyone stands to gain. As long as you assist us in smoothly seizing the military camp, this is merely the beginning. He then transmitted to the heavenly sword. After taking over the military camp, all but a few individuals must be eliminated. The heavenly sword's expression shifted slightly. Was this not a reversal of intent? Regardless, it was my command. What relevance did it hold for the governor? With a radiant smile, Qian Wuliang identified the few who could be spared. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern emotions, clearly recognizing those consumed by avarice and those harboring hostility. It was precisely this insight that enabled him to easily persuade some to eliminate Fan Chang. The heavenly sword, too, was shaken. If this individual were adversarial, it was best not to leave any traces behind. Today, he witnessed firsthand how this man effortlessly swayed those reputed to be Fan Chang's confidants to betray him. Such a talent was profoundly intimidating. If he could treat Fan Chang this way today, he could similarly turn against Li Hao tomorrow. He discerned who was greedy, who was cowardly, who feared death, and who was indecisive. This was indeed a terrifying prospect. The governor's decision to send this person to the Jiang region had proven remarkably effective. Fan Chang's governor's mansion, heavily fortified, despite its strength and the numerous formidable individuals within, was now embroiled in internal strife, with allies turning against each other. Qian Wuliang stepped forward to retrieve Fan Chang's head, shaking his head, truly oblivious to the peril, even at this juncture, harboring treacherous thoughts of colluding with Li. This is nothing short of seeking death. He then turned to the heavenly sword, displaying a smile. Rest assured, Elder, I can only perceive the thoughts of the weak, while the minds of the strong remain elusive to me. You need not worry about my actions, and moreover, the governor is indeed wise and formidable. I observe that every soldier under his command is loyal and devoted, destined to usher in a magnificent era that surpasses the new marshal. The heavenly sword remained silent. He was not one to indulge in flattery. Everything that transpired today would be conveyed to Li Hao. Whether this individual could remain would ultimately depend on Li Hao's choice. Chapter 311. The Rise of Humanity, Subscription and Monthly Votes Requested. In a single day, the 4 major provinces were subdued. The high-ranking officials across the provinces were nearly all captured. Simultaneously, the military was swiftly taken over. On Li Hao's side, the Tianmu team quickly followed suit, and soon, preparations for the Tianmu were underway across various locations. A night passed, and as dawn broke, the day began anew. Amidst the trembling apprehension of the residents from the 4 provinces, a resounding voice echoed forth. I am Li Hao of the Tianxing governor's office, a man from the north. The silver moon Li Hao. A magnificent sky suddenly materialized, and the figure of Li Hao reappeared in various locations. Clad in golden armor, with the fierce tiger flag billowing behind him, he stood atop a warship. As many gazes turned toward him, Li Hao proclaimed, for more than half a year, the north has been in turmoil. The northern 3 provinces have remained restless, and now, with the invasion of the Great Li, the fate of the realm hangs in the balance. It is the duty of every man to respond. The high-ranking officials of the 4 provinces, disregarding orders, insist on igniting civil strife, which is utterly intolerable. Last night, the Tianxing governor's office launched an offensive, eliminating those who insisted on internal discord. Today, the armies of the 4 provinces have been taken over and will soon march toward the Silver Moon. In the coming days, the 4 provinces will experience a chaotic period. Lacking governance, organization, and military support, the Tianxing governor's office also finds itself short-staffed and unable to replenish its ranks swiftly. Consequently, societal development is bound to stagnate, even descend into unrest. I implore all fellow countrymen to voluntarily form civilian militias to safeguard our homeland and protect our loved ones, and to bravely resist the thieves and bandits. With these words, unrest surged in all directions. Li Hao's voice resonated once more. The rise and fall of the nation affect the people. In times of prosperity, they suffer, and in times of decline, they suffer even more. As martial arts are promoted, individuals everywhere are becoming martial artists, uniting to protect their hometowns and families. Why pursue martial arts? If one cannot safeguard their loved ones, what purpose does it serve? I do not demand that you charge into battle against the formidable foes of the great Li. Yet you must take up arms and declare your defiance against the enemy. In a narrow passage, the brave shall prevail. Is it your desire to witness the plundering of your possessions, the slaughter of your wives and daughters, and to go hungry? I had no intention of disbanding the armies of the 4 provinces, yet I am well aware that these forces are more perilous than bandits. If left intact, they will only bring calamity upon our communities. In every city, I shall leave behind 10 members of the Demon Hunter Army, and local elders may voluntarily register to establish militia organizations, receiving weapons, food, and clothing. For significant matters, report to the station members of the Demon Hunter Army. For minor issues, protect your homeland. At this moment, those who commit crimes are akin to traitors. All lawbreakers shall be dealt with severely. There will be no mercy for the guilty. Li Hao's voice turned icy. To cultivate strength, to burn, rob, and bully the weak. If you do not perish, then who deserves to die? If you truly possess energy with no outlet, if you genuinely seek resources for cultivation, come to Silver City at the foot of Zhantian Mountain and join the fight against the Great Li. Defeat the enemy, seize treasures, acquire resources, cultivate your power, and strengthen yourselves. To slay foes and conquer foreign powers strengthens oneself. This is the path of the demon hunters. To kill one's own kin and prey upon the weak is to embody a fiend reborn, deserving of extermination. Li Hao's voice rose fervently. Dear fellow countrymen, I have slain many, yet I cannot swiftly quell the turmoil. I can only beseech you to take up arms for your own protection. I feel remorse for you all. But in this time of unrest, we must strive and stand strong to foster hope for a better future for the next generation. In the northern 19 provinces, aside from the 4 major provinces and excluding Silver Moon, the remaining 14 provinces are prepared to mobilize troops to reinforce Silver Moon. With a minimum deployment of 100,000 soldiers and over 1,000 extraordinary personnel, all supported by the Tianxing governor's office. Should there be any dissent, let the 4 major provinces serve as a warning. Subsequently, the governor's office publicly displayed the law enforcement scenes from yesterday, which were somewhat gruesome and unsuitable for children. However, everyone else watched intently. Whether bloody or brutal, in this world, how can the timid and cowardly protect themselves? If one aspires to transcend, how can one shy away from witnessing bloodshed? In a world rife with turmoil and countless enemies, you are merely invited to observe, not to partake. If even the act of watching is deemed cruel, once the nation falls, our plight will be far more pitiable. The people of Dali are more ferocious than beasts. At that moment, your despair will deepen. As Li Hao's words resonated, the large screen illuminated with scenes from the previous day. Slaughter. Endless slaughter. The high-ranking officials of the 4 major provinces were ruthlessly executed, vast numbers of rebels were slain, and some insurrectionists were obliterated in an instant. With scenes of massacre unfolding as many rebellious armies, despite their numerical superiority, were swiftly annihilated by extraordinary artillery, reduced to mere pulp. The image of the War Heaven Army and the Demon Hunter Army emerged for the first time. Commander Gio led 1,000 War Heaven soldiers, functioning like a machine of death, annihilating tens of thousands of soldiers in the blink of an eye. A horrifying sight that left the populace of the 4 major provinces in shock. Intimidation. Indeed, not only was this intended to intimidate the other northern provinces, but also to instill fear in certain strong individuals or malevolent entities within the 4 major provinces. In the short term, the four major provinces would descend into a state of anarchy. Although Li Hao had summoned various factions to organize militia groups, there would always be those who remained indifferent. At this moment, disregarding opposition, he publicly aired these scenes for the first time, showcasing the relentless slaughter and the decapitation of numerous high-ranking officials. The warships continued to hover in the sky. Many present felt a sense of unease. Yet, at that instant, someone below spotted an airship and suddenly knelt in reverence, shouting loudly, "The governor's might! Long live the governor!" An indescribable excitement and fervor surged. While some may not comprehend, many had grown weary of the rampant incompetence, corruption, darkness, and brutality of the upper echelons. The army was decaying, with soldiers as numerous as the grains of wheat. Not to mention the turmoil in the three provinces, the situation in Linjiang was far darker than in the three major provinces. Today, Li Hao decisively quelled the high-ranking officials of the four provinces, executing them and seizing their armies, which brought immense joy to some, as the numbness in their eyes dissipated. They no longer perceived the scenes as excessively brutal. Instead, they felt a sense of vindication. It should have been this way. It was long overdue. In that instant, the echoes of cheers surged like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the land, as many joined in the fervent cries, "The governor's might! Governor, I wish to enlist and slay the people of Dali." Below, a young man sprinted after the warship, shouting fervently, "To the north, to slay the enemy. To the Tianxing Mountains, to achieve greatness and protect our homeland." On that day, the four provinces trembled as countless voices rose. The once numb expressions transformed into excitement and fervor. In the sky, the looping footage did not frighten them. Rather, it invigorated them, igniting their fervor and enthusiasm. A true man should act as such. Countless youths, laden with their burdens and armed with a diverse array of weapons, be it hoes or chopping blades, pursued the warships, sprinting northward. Behind them echoed the heartfelt admonitions of their elderly parents, filled with reluctance. "Go, but do not emulate those soldiers. Learn from General Li and the Demon Hunter Army. Rest assured, I shall care for the family, and the children will continue their studies. I await your return." Accompanied by the tender reminders of wives and the tearful farewells of children, this day witnessed thousands of young men from the four northern provinces bidding adieu to their families. Propelled by fervor as they raced towards the north, the northern people, having endured too many days of hardship, were branded as northern barbarians by those in the central regions. Life had become nearly unbearable, yet now, the darkness overshadowing the mountains had been shattered, with the formidable presence of the Demon Hunter Army etched into their hearts. To the north, to slay the enemy. For if the forces of Dali descend upon us, the hard-won light will soon be engulfed by darkness once more. On this day, turmoil enveloped the entire northern continent. Each province reverberated with the words of Li Hao, broadcasting scenes of carnage. The great provinces bore witness to an increasing number of sky canopies, yet none dared to intervene, allowing the canopy teams to brazenly establish their dominion over the skies of the cities, even right beneath their noses. But what could they do? They were paralyzed by fear. On this day, the other provinces trembled, gripped by dread and cowardice. Li Hao was no saint. He merely refrained from employing such measures. Yet, should he be cornered, under the thunderous wrath, all who resisted would meet their demise. Once more, a tide surged across the northern lands. To Silver Moon, enlist in the army, slay the enemy. To Silver Moon, ally with General Li, return with troops to vanquish our tyrannical commander. Fellow townsfolk, although the four northern provinces were devoid of government and had only just formed civilian militias, we too must establish ourselves to protect our families. If those soldiers dare approach again, we shall fight back. This day, the upheaval surpassed all prior instances. The news spread swiftly throughout the north. The sky canopies were omnipresent. Witnessing such scenes, the numb populace could no longer endure. Talk of strength became irrelevant. They were no match for the coming storm. When General Li arrives, he shall swiftly eradicate all shadows. All must perish. Now, we shall take charge of our own destiny. In an instant, civilian militias sprang up from all directions. Previously, such foundations did not exist, but now, the populace was fervently promoting new martial arts. Even women, endowed with remarkable talent, had unlocked their potential, reaching the 10th realm of slaughter, capable of wielding blades and taking lives. The power of the people proved to be the mightiest force. In some areas, individuals began to assault the grand official residences, demanding the deployment of troops to repel the invasion of Li. Other civilian militias boldly raised the tiger banner, urging unscrupulous merchants and wealthy individuals to open their granaries. The north began to stir violently. Some high-ranking officials, paralyzed by fear, even began to flee, no longer daring to assume their posts or return to their official residences. Such unrest began to spread. Crossing the northern continent, the call to arms spreads towards the east, west, and south. Deploy the troops. The north shall march forth to conquer the Great Li, and the other regions must swiftly mobilize to fend off the impending invasion from the three great kingdoms. Li Hao proclaimed that the hearts of the people are the most formidable force. In the past, many dismissed this notion. Yet on this day, the sovereigns of various factions witnessed firsthand, as thousands of rural communities rapidly established themselves, an influx of enlightened warriors joining their ranks, beginning to defy official commands and embrace self-governance. Some with intent even commenced the recruitment of villagers, forming teams to rush towards Silver Moon to engage in battle. The entire north, the entire dynasty, erupted into a fervor. Though Li Hao had yet to arrive at Silver Moon, the people there already knew of their imminent approach. If the outsiders could rally such support, how much more fervently would the martial-minded Silver Moon respond? In Baiwa City, thousands of individuals, organized by a few, gathered in droves, vociferously declaring, "We shall enlist, we shall slay the enemy, we shall defend our homeland." The administrative office was urged to mobilize. Let us march to Silver City for battle. Outsiders are on their way. Are we, the people of Silver Moon, to be outdone? To vanquish the Great Li, to obliterate the Great Li? Let us follow the governor to trample over the Great Li. Let us flatten the Zhantian. The clamorous shouts echoed throughout Baiwa City. Some individuals bore expressions of profound complexity. Li Hao, the demon sword. Though he had not yet arrived, the heavens had already shifted. The world had come to know the demon sword, to recognize Li Hao, to acknowledge Governor Li. In a single day, the high officials of the four major provinces were eradicated, plunging the region into a state of anarchy. Millions of troops had been slaughtered, with nearly 100,000 lives lost, while the remainder were coerced into the lands of Silver Moon. The ruthless Li Hao, whom many anticipated would incite widespread fury, instead evoked a different sentiment, one of profound hatred. On the banks of the river, the sound of firecrackers echoed more fervently than during the New Year. Those soldiers, in the eyes of the people, were less than bandits. Now, with their ranks diminished, the survivors were urged to the front lines, and the people of Linjiang rejoiced instead of lamenting Li Hao's brutality. In a secluded valley, the members of the Crimson Moon gazed into the distance. One sighed, "Damn it, our three organizations have taken countless lives. But can we claim to have killed as many as he did in a single day?" In one night, Li Hao had slain over 100,000 individuals. Though they too had taken many lives, far more had perished because of them. Yet, when it came to direct killings, their numbers paled in comparison. They were met with cries for their demise, while Li Hao was met with resounding acclaim. Well done. The cheers, even in their secluded mountains, rang clear. The entire north was in turmoil, countless hearts ablaze with fervor, thousands of young souls departing their homes, eager to follow Li Hao and confront the might of the Great Li. What was initially an invasion had transformed into something entirely different. The Crimson Moon whispered, "Li Hao wields incredible tactics. This may not be by mere chance. Perhaps it is intentional, to incite the people's spirit of rebellion, to awaken their fervent blood." Was Li Hao's display merely a deterrent? Perhaps not. It may well be to shatter the fears that dwell within their hearts. For no enemy is as fearsome as they seem. He could have gone directly to Silver Moon, yet he chose not to. At this moment, he squandered an exceedingly crucial day, seemingly only taking away the disobedient troops, but in truth, he ignited the hearts of billions. The three major organizations clamored for his downfall, while on the contrary, Li Hao appeared as if a sage had descended upon the world. What a hypocrite! Suddenly, the Sword Immortal chuckled. This fellow is indeed quite duplicitous. Yet his methods are truly remarkable. When we take lives, it is deemed evil. When he does so, it is justice, a hunt for demons. Even naming his army the Demon Hunters. Yet, paradoxically, everyone buys into this narrative. You have all heard the clamorous cheers. The North is about to celebrate its second New Year. Where is the tension of the Dali invasion? At this juncture, he turned to Ming Hongyuan and asked, "What shall we do?" With Li Hao arriving in the north and Dali launching an assault, Should we mobilize our forces to ally with Li and launch a concerted attack to deliver a devastating blow to Li Hao? In that moment, the others looked toward Yinghongyue. This indeed presented an opportunity. The three major organizations, along with Haotian Divine Mountain, possessed a considerable number of formidable individuals, with thousands of extraordinary beings and hundreds at the divine level. Such a fearsome force. If they coordinated with Li to launch a pincer attack on Li Hao, emerging from the rear, perhaps they could deliver him a thunderous strike. Li would surely face defeat. At that instant, Yinghongyue suddenly interjected. Do you know how many strong individuals Li Hao possesses on his side? He gazed into the distance. Li Hao has likely received the favor of heaven. His words are severe, deliberately inciting the populace's patriotic fervor. In reality, he still has the audacity to station someone in the Central Star to represent him. Unafraid of Li's incursion, taking a deep breath, he continued, those individuals are counting on Li inflicting substantial harm upon Li Hao, but that may yield little result. Of course, their orchestration of the four great nations' invasion may harbor their own intentions. Perhaps if enough lives are lost, the outcome could differ. At this point, he had gleaned some insight. Even if all of Li's people perished, those behind the red robes would remain indifferent. Their primary concern lies in the second resurrection. The death of anyone is inconsequential. Would an internal and external assault on Li Hao inflict significant damage? If they cannot kill Li Hao, all efforts would be in vain. The others turned their gaze to Yinghongyue, and Yin Luo spoke solemnly. Then what do you propose? Shall we merely watch as Li Hao crushes Li? To speak frankly, even if Li Hao spares everyone, he will not let you go. Evading him is not a viable strategy. Yinghongyue seemed to have been evading Li Hao all along. This was not a favorable sign. Suddenly, Yinghongyue smiled. You have a point. Hence, while Li Hao is preoccupied here, let us pursue other endeavors. We must strengthen ourselves and gather powerful allies. Furthermore, we are in need of resources. So while this fellow is entangled, let us venture into Li's homeland. The crowd was taken aback. Yinghongyue's eyes sparkled. The king of Li has personally led a large contingent of strong warriors into battle, leaving behind few formidable individuals within the homeland. Li possesses abundant resources. Many ruins, demon plants, and even treasures from the primordial martial era remain in Li. While both sides are embroiled in conflict and Li lacks strong guardians, we shall seize everything of value from them. The crowd swallowed hard. Master Haotian spoke in a deep voice. Isn't this aiding Li Hao? No, no, no. Yinghongyue replied with a smile, shaking her head. This is forcing the great Li dynasty and Li Hao to battle to the death, leaving them no avenue for retreat. We have severed their escape routes. They are cornered. Let them fight fiercely amidst the Zhangshan silver moon. If Li Hao intends merely to crush them, I shall make him aware that breaking the pot and sinking the boat, fighting with one's back to the water, the people of Great Li are still formidable. Without conquering the Central Plains, with the Great Li dynasty besieged on all sides, do you think he has any escape left? None. The three major organizations, with their thousands of superpowers and numerous strong warriors, have seized all of Great Li's resources, leaving them not even a hair. Tell me, at that moment, can Great Li retreat? The expressions of several individuals shifted subtly. Indeed, their own strength was also exceedingly formidable. Direct confrontation with Great Li was naturally unfeasible. However, at this moment, with the people of Great Li having fled and only a few strong warriors remaining, if they were to take a back route and seize everything from Great Li, it would be an immense gain for them. Yinghongyue smiled. Li Hao is a difficult opponent to deal with. What we must do is simple: continually strengthen ourselves. Only in this way do we stand a chance. Moreover, the forbidden sea beneath, which traverses heaven and earth, I have discovered that its source may lie in the Great Li territory. If we can ignite the forbidden sea and release some ancient relics in advance, it could lead to an intriguing spectacle. Of course, we must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if the gap between both sides is too great and Li Hao's group is annihilated instantly, we shall have no favorable outcome either. We possess a significant advantage over Li Hao: mobility. Yinghongyue's smile radiated brightly, showcasing an exceptional warmth. We can depart at any moment, to any location. While he cannot, he must secure the Tianxing dynasty. Therefore, do not create too much trouble for Tianxing. Otherwise, if we push him too hard, causing him to abandon Tianxing, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to handle him then. The group nodded slightly. Yinghongyue had little more to say. Quickly, gather everyone. Retreat from the north. and stealthily cross the Tianxing Mountains from the northern end, eliminating anyone who lays eyes upon us, and enter Great Li. Moments later, a grand palace rose into the air, followed closely by a divine mountain, with a crimson moon traversing the void. Since Li Hao had arrived, they would retreat. Great Li, they were coming. Moreover, this time, there was a significant advantage. The Great Li dynasty was engaged with the Tianxing demon clan, which was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Great Li, showing no interest in their movements. The massive exodus of demons also provided them an opportunity for stealthy crossing. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, with the numerous demons of Tianxing, any attempt to sneak across would undoubtedly attract their attention, making secrecy impossible. Just as Great Li's troops were dispatched, the Tianxing demon clan was the first to learn of these developments. There was no escaping it. On this day, the three major organizations and Haoyan Divine Mountain once again traversed the void. They did not follow the ancient city's orders to strike Li Hao with a thunderous blow in Silver Moon, but rather vanished silently from the northern land. Meanwhile, Li Hao was also on alert, having retreated to the north in response to the movements of the three major organizations. Yet, the whereabouts of Ying Hongyue and her companions were elusive, rendering them impossible to locate. Not even the keenest ears could discern their position. At this moment, Li Hao was making his way to Silver Moon. The roar of the mountains and the waves could be heard wherever he went. This revelation left others utterly astonished. Could it truly be that taking a life could yield such results? They had presumed that with the multitude of lives Li Hao had claimed, unrest would inevitably follow. Yet, surprisingly, there was none. Even those who harbored dissenting opinions found themselves silenced by the overwhelming majority. In this moment, who would dare speak ill of Li Hao? They would be met with a torrent of verbal condemnation. Yu Luocha couldn't help but exclaim, "For the first time, I realized that one can attain sanctity through murder." Indeed, she had heard many fervently proclaiming Li Hao as a saint descended upon the earth. Yet, where could one find such a saint? Just last night, at least 100,000 had perished. Now, nearly 2 million troops, escorted by thousands of demon-hunting soldiers and heavenly warriors, were en route to Silver Moon. Should they engage in battle, countless more lives would be lost. How could a being, capable of slaughtering millions, be deemed a saint? She found it utterly inconceivable. In comparison to Li Hao, she felt that Yuan Shua had been wronged. How many martial artists had Yuan Shua slain? 300, perhaps? Yet, Yuan Shua was recognized as a demon in the martial world, while Li Hao was hailed as a saint. It left her at a loss for words. The titles of this master and disciple seemed to be in reverse order. Contemplating this, Yu Luocha chose not to dwell on it further and instead inquired. The celestial sword conveyed a message regarding Qian Wuliang's situation. How does the governor propose to handle it? Handle it? Li Hao chuckled. Why should we handle it? He has rendered great service, capturing Linjiang without shedding blood and eliminating Fan Chong, that scoundrel who plotted to conspire with the Great Li. What reason do we have to take action against him? Yu Luocha shifted uncomfortably. He is quite formidable. Presently, he is merely at the level of Su Guang. Once he enters the realm of Shanhai or divine powers, he may become even more terrifying. She felt that Li Hao's stance was somewhat reckless. Qian Wuliang's abilities were indeed formidable. Li Hao shook his head. Divine powers are not what instills fear. It is the human heart that is truly daunting. As humans, we possess emotions and desires. It is up to us to maintain control over them. Whether in anger, joy, or greed, such feelings are natural. However, one must not allow these desires to consume oneself. If one can exercise restraint, Qian Wuliang cannot truly sway you. It sounds simple. Yu Luocha couldn't help but interject, but the governor has also said that the human heart is the most difficult to gauge. Some may merely contemplate their darker impulses without acting upon them. Yet he has the capacity to amplify the wickedness within people's hearts. Such an existence is exceedingly dangerous. Li Hao nodded. You make a valid point. Yet this is his path. With myriad paths available, each unique, his journey of mastering emotions is intricate and difficult to discern. I cannot determine which paths of the Tao have caused these changes. He has not erred. Why should I take action against him? At this juncture, Li Hao added, should he err one day, I shall naturally impose punishment. But that is not the case now. Chief Steward, you sighed. Very well. But this individual instills a certain dread within me. The governor values him highly, and he may soon unleash his full potential, which would indeed be even more terrifying. Li Hao acknowledged her concerns, admitting that this individual's capabilities were indeed formidable. He had the ability to perceive human emotions, murderous intent, greed, lust, and even the truthfulness of words. Such a talent, aligned with the pathways of the Tao, was something Li Hao himself had yet to identify. It must surely be a manifestation of a unique aspect of the great Tao. However, Li Hao remained undeterred, as long as he bore no guilt, fear, or malice. What was there to dread? He could comprehend the trepidation of others. When a person speaks insincerely, having grown accustomed to such pretense, how uncomfortable it must be to have their facade unveiled, to know someone sees through them. Qian Wuliang hoped that he too could restrain this extraordinary ability. Li Hao pondered. Such a power should not be employed incessantly, for doing so would ensnare oneself in insatiable desires, leading to an inextricable predicament. If one were to fully trust that this power would never deceive them, they would already be deceived. At that juncture, Qian Wuliang would encounter troubles. Of course, no matter how formidable the power, true strength ultimately prevails. Mastering emotions and manipulating the human heart is but a minor art. Yet, the significance of the path lies not in its magnitude but in its application. Amidst his musings, a voice suddenly called out nearby, "Governor." A demonic creature approaches from the sky. It's a golden eagle. On the bow of the ship, Li Hao's junior disciple, Li Meng, opened her third eye, gazing into the distance. Perceiving far beyond the veils of illusion, Li Hao too glanced into the distance. Could this golden eagle be from the Tianxing region? Previously, news had reached him from Director Zhao that several great demons were departing from the Silver Moon to this vicinity. This area was not far from the Silver Moon, situated within the borders of Linjiang. A smile graced Li Hao's face. Old friends. The four great demons were indeed old acquaintances. Moreover, he had inquiries for these old friends, particularly regarding the matter of the Forbidden Sea. These beings had once nurtured the celestial golden lotus, which originated from the Forbidden Sea. Why was there a connection to the Forbidden Sea in Tianxing? The great demon from the Northern Sea had mentioned that the Forbidden Sea ran through heaven and earth, hinting at signs of an impending eruption. What could be the source? Additionally, what was the true strength of the Great Li? These individuals should have recently journeyed there. Furthermore, these beings were familiar with his master. Though his teacher remained in Tianxing City, he had already instructed Yuan Shua to set aside his textbook compilation and head to Silver Moon for a rendezvous. Perhaps he would soon meet these old friends. Contemplating this, Li Hao spoke. "Let us go meet them." Understood. The warship swiftly soared toward that direction. Li Hao felt a twinge of regret. If only Black Panther were present, they could engage in conversation with the demon clan. That fellow had been cultivating in the colossal mine of Tianxing Town, perhaps seeking to unlock the demonic lineage. But did it even possess such lineage? If not, it would be a lonely endeavor. In the distance, the golden eagle clutched a great serpent, disdainful of its sluggish pace. Below, the white tiger and giant ape raced forward, having also heard the tumultuous sounds of the mountains and seas. Yet, they deliberately avoided human cities, the reasons for which were unclear to them. They simply perceived that these humans seemed madly jubilant despite the invasion of the Great Li. Following the four great demons, a multitude of other demon clans trailed behind. These were the Tianxing demons. The golden eagle projected a mental wave. "We have already left the Silver Moon. Let us journey to the Northern Sea. The foolish serpent reigns as the sovereign of the sea. We shall show it the true ocean, lest it remain ignorant of what a foul ditch truly is. The vast expanse of the four seas shall soon belong to us. How fortuitous it is that we can divide this immense territory among ourselves. The four seas are immeasurably grand, and we shall dominate this realm, unperturbed by the presence of mere humans. Henceforth, any who dare traverse the seas shall pay a toll sufficient to sustain our cultivation." The golden eagle envisioned a splendid future. The four seas are rumored to be exceedingly prosperous. To reign over such a domain is sheer delight. We shall soar across the skies of the four seas, and whenever we please, take a leisurely tour around the central region of the celestial star. Even if the Great Li were to breach the celestial star, it would matter little, for our territory is sparsely populated. Would they dare to come to the four seas to capture and slay us? Lost in thought, a sudden wave rippled through the void. A warship materialized before them. The great demons were momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, they were astonished by the speed and size of the vessel. Such a grand ship must be a divine artifact. Where could it have originated? They were unsure. As the great demons communicated amongst themselves, a voice filled with laughter echoed. "Noble lords, do you remember me?" Li Hao emerged into view. Upon recognizing him, the Golden Eagle and the other great demons were startled. They were familiar with this individual, having encountered him before under unfortunate circumstances when they faced the earth-shattering sword and southern fist, ultimately compelled to relinquish half of the heavenly golden lotus. At that moment, the great serpent seethed with rage. "Demon sword? I had no intention of seeking you out, but I must ask, where is your master?" Li Hao was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. "I recall that my teacher's 5 animals technique does not include the serpent clan. Why the ire?" The serpent, however, was consumed with fury, insisting that it was precisely for this reason that it sought him out. Why should the serpent clan be excluded? Was our lineage unworthy? Previously, it had been mocked by the other great demons for its perceived weakness, leading to Yuan Shua's disregard for it, as he chose to emulate only the Golden Eagle and its companions, neglecting the serpent's prowess. Was it not justifiable for the serpent to feel indignant? The serpent was furious, especially after nearly facing death in their last encounter, ultimately forced to concede. Now, upon seeing Li Hao, it speculated that this individual was heading to the Silver Moon to confront the great Li, feeling certain that he was heading towards demise. With this thought, it immediately sent out a mental wave. "You are going to the Silver Moon to battle the great Li? Then you are surely doomed. You would be better off accompanying me, and I could help you find your master, providing you with a chance at survival, young man. Come quickly." Li Hao was taken aback, chuckling at the absurdity. How amusing it was that this great demon feared for his life. Indeed, he was aware of a certain serpent king of Qishan, who was likely more formidable than this one. Before Li Hao could respond, powerful figures behind him glared with indignation. How audacious! In an instant, a torrent of powerful auras surged forth, and the Jade Rakshasa soared into the air, admonishing, "You demons from the Tianxing region. We are aware that you brought back the golden spear. That is why the Silver Moon has permitted your passage, but you must not show disrespect to the governor." At this moment, the Jade Rakshasa was nearly inclined to side with Li Hao, and would not tolerate these demons belittling him. In that fleeting instant, a wave of energy locked onto the great demons, leaving them feeling as though calamity was imminent. The Golden Eagle and the others were left agape. How could there be so many powerful humans? This was inconceivable. The realm of Li is filled with formidable beings, each well aware of their own power. However, in the Silver Moon, aside from the Silver Moon martial artists, even those martial artists wield only average prowess. Why are there so many strong individuals here? Indeed, numerous. Although many are absent, there are still quite a few formidable beings of the mountain sea level on Li Hao's side. Particularly, within the team, there are several puppets from various academies, each exhibiting extraordinary strength. Li Hao chuckled and remarked, "Well, these great demons are my friends from the human race, esteemed contributors. However, the outside world is currently tumultuous. The 4 continents are in disarray, and the central region is in dire need of reconstruction. Those who have ventured there have little safe haven, and with the heavens now accommodating the emergence of powerful beings, it is perilous to roam freely, as these creatures may easily devour the unwary." He spoke with earnestness. Presently, some entities within ancient ruins can manifest avatars, possessing strength comparable to the pinnacle of the 7 systems. Should these demons, with their 3 to 4 system abilities, be spotted with vibrant vitality, they will surely attract the attention of new martial artists eager for sustenance. Li Hao continued with a smile. "Let us first journey to the Silver Moon. Once we have quelled the chaos in Li, I shall take you on an excursion. Coincidentally, my teacher is also arriving soon, and you shall have the opportunity to meet an old friend." The great demons were left utterly astonished. At that moment, the Golden Eagle appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing at Li Hao and inquired, "Are you the one from Tianxing that day?" "Indeed, it is I," Li Hao replied. "Are these individuals your subordinates?" the eagle asked, incredulously. "Sort of," he responded, with a hint of amusement. The Golden Eagle was taken aback. "Are they truly as powerful as the so-called divine beings you speak of?" "Quite nearly." Li Hao chuckled. "Time is of the essence, so let us not linger in idle chatter. I must return to Silver Moon to meet some old friends. It would be wise for you to accompany me. Do not wander off. I speak seriously, the outside world is fraught with danger. I find myself in Silver Moon, and I have no inclination to deal with those ancient relics. It would be all too easy to become prey for others." Below, the enormous serpent growled, "I shall take you away, yet you wish to lead me into such perilous territory? The Li is teeming with powerful beings. Do you wish to deliver us to our deaths? Do you think I am as foolish as you? The serpent appeared rather dim-witted. Li Hao chose not to argue further. With a swift motion, he shattered the void. The great demons instantly changed color, as in the blink of an eye. The golden eagle was grasped firmly in Li Hao's hand, and the next moment, the white tiger was also ensnared. The giant ape turned to flee, only to be subdued by Li Hao. A divine inscription flew forth, securing the serpent in the void. The thousands of demons behind stood in stunned silence as Li Hao extended his hand, conjuring the realm of the 5 elements, which ensnared the demons. Rapidly drawing a multitude back onto the warship, Li Hao tossed them onto the ship, releasing them, and said with a smile, "Enough of this commotion. Remain here and join us. I am looking out for your well-being. The North Sea is off limits. There resides a powerful bull, a formidable creature of the demon race, currently lacking vitality. If you venture there, you may be captured and devoured, thus replenishing your vitality." At this moment, the great demons were utterly dumbfounded. The golden eagle, in a daze, finally conveyed a thought. "Are you a reincarnated mighty being? What? Are you a powerful being from ancient civilizations? Not at all. Then how do you cultivate?" Li Hao chuckled as he observed the few members of the demon tribe, feeling a pang of nostalgia. On that day at Songshan, he had encountered several of them and found them to be immensely powerful, broadening his horizons. They had inadvertently aided him by eliminating those who pursued him, and now they brought news of the invasion from Dali, which was indeed a significant help. Accompanying him was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although their powers were formidable, they were not insurmountable. Once my master arrives, I shall have the opportunity to converse further with them. The giant ape, displaying an understanding of the situation, settled down obediently, its eyes gleaming with curiosity as it looked at Li Hao and then at the others. With a mental wave, it inquired, "Are these individuals your allies?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied. "They possess remarkable strength, yet Dali is even more formidable. Over there, the level of divine powers you speak of is comparable to ours. And there are likely hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Is that so?" Li Hao nodded slightly. "Fortunately, only a small fraction of my forces are currently aboard the ship. By the way, do they have any beings capable of tearing through the void?" "Huh, do they? Surely they must have some, right? How many?" The great demons were at a loss for an answer. How would we know? If we knew, would we still be alive? Hearing this, Li Hao mused that those who could tear through the void were indeed the stronger ones. The golden eagle could not help but interject. Previously, it seemed that Silver Moon was not particularly powerful. Indeed, it has grown stronger now. You all seem to be at the 3rd to 4th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. And there are 9 tiers in total. Beyond that lies the Sun Moon realm. With around the 7th tier of Mountain Sea, one could indeed tear through the void. The great demons were left bewildered. 3rd or 4th tier of Mountain Sea. Why do we feel so weak? However, this does not add up. We were clearly powerful before. The clumsy serpent struggled to comprehend. Why have you become so strong? Because I possess exceptional talent. Is that so? Li Hao engaged in casual conversation with the great demons and glanced at the demon tribes they had brought along. Would you be interested in collaborating with my demon hunter army? There are benefits to be had. We fight together. And we have no shortage of divine energy stones or wells of life. The great demons were somewhat incensed. Are you suggesting we are mere mounts? That is outrageous. Just as they contemplated this, Li Hao continued, "Never mind, they seem too weak. Among them, I can see some demons that have barely crossed the threshold of 100, far too weak and lacking in intelligence. They might hinder the demon hunter army." The great demons fell into further silence. At that moment, Li Hao had already entered the territory of Silver Moon. As the warship materialized, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the first city. Within, several high-ranking officials, accompanied by hundreds of extraordinary warriors, stood poised in the air. Upon sighting Li Hao's warship, they collectively shouted, "From Beiding City, we invoke military law and summon the inspection and night patrols to meet the governor. Beiding City offers 5,000 militia, willing to follow the governor into battle against Dali." Below, thousands of militiamen clad in battle armor echoed the rallying cry, "We follow the governor, hunting demons in all directions." The people of Silver Moon fear nothing. In that moment, the entire city erupted in cheers. "We follow the governor, defending home and country." Li Hao looked down, a smile gracing his face. The people of Silver Moon were indeed courageous. The journey commenced as they set forth to join the main army, hastening towards Silver City. "At your command." The high-ranking officials were filled with joy, and in the next instant, thousands of soldiers began their march to unite with the forces behind them, swelling the ranks of this expedition. As the inhabitants had yet to reach Silver City, the silhouette of Li Hao's battleship had already materialized above the heavens in the direction of Silver City. Not only that, but behind them, millions of troops surged forth, densely packed like swarming ants, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. At this moment, under the escort of the War Sky Army and the Demon Hunter Army, they hastened towards Silver City with remarkable speed. Although many among them were ordinary folks, they possessed some measure of combat prowess. Yet the War Sky Army and the Demon Hunter Army did not expect them to engage in battle. Thus, they expended all their energy on the journey. As long as these individuals arrived in Silver City without causing disturbances elsewhere, it would be the greatest blessing. At this very moment, it was not only the people of Silver City who were observing. Countless others were also watching, for the heavens began to unveil the grand sight of Silver City. Opposite them stood the Tianxing Mountains. Moreover, at this moment, ethereal figures began to manifest over the skies of ancient cities: Zhantian City, the Zhao family's main city, the Zhang family's stronghold, the Hong family's domain, and even some unknown ruins, all revealed the presence of formidable beings. They sensed it. They felt the surging vitality. They perceived the ominous intent, and also a tremendous force, a force seemingly intertwined with the will of the heavens, sweeping in from the south. Similarly, from the north of the Tianxing Mountains, an overwhelming momentum appeared to be converging. Above Zhantian City, within the Hengduan Canyon, the projections of the old tortoise and General Huai emerged as the army traversed the canyon. The battleship soared through the skies. Li Hao also caught sight of the two figures and offered a slight nod. The two elders gazed at Li Hao with a mixture of admiration and nostalgia. In the next moment, thousands of soldiers emerged from Zhantian City, led by Director Wang, joining the ranks of the army. The voice of the old tortoise resonated. May Commander Li achieve victory. Zhantian City shall stand on the side of justice. Li Hao displayed a faint smile. Justice is ours. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated across the land. I wish for peaceful coexistence with New Wu. This battle concerns the fate of the Tianxing dynasty. I hope all powerful beings can adhere to their principles and refrain from unnecessary movements that may cause trouble. Li Hao expressed his gratitude for the unwavering support from all, wishing not to sever the ties between New Wu and Silver Moon. Should there be any who assist De Li, regardless of their strength, I shall strike them down. Upon the utterance of these words, it was as if the will of the heavens had descended. At this moment, Li Hao's figure resonated through the void. In the skies above some ancient cities, Li Hao's silhouette seemed to emerge, and the sound of the great Tao reverberated. Many powerful figures were taken aback. How could Li Hao's every word and action draw upon the will of the heavens? To what realm had he ascended? It was utterly astonishing. The old tortoise and General Huai also felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Li Hao had the heavens on his side. Even if the king of De Li were indeed stronger than Li Hao, he might not necessarily prevail against him. How had this individual transformed so significantly in such a short span of time? It was simply unfathomable. In another ancient city, there were those peering into the outside world. The ancient being sighed. The Son of Heaven bears a resemblance to the heavenly emperor of yore, though lacking the heavenly emperor's might. He has gained the blessings of Silver Moon's divine will, rendering him immortal. He shall undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. The choice made was indeed the right one, for they had opted not to send anyone to engage him in battle at this juncture. Otherwise, no benefits can be gained. However, the invasion of the four nations of Dali brings advantages regardless of the outcome. At this moment, amidst the Tianxing Mountains, a great army assembles. With countless demon tribes being slain or captured, the air is filled with the clamor of human voices and the roars of beasts. In front of the crowd, the king of Dali seems to pierce through the mountains and gaze into the distance. After a long pause, a cold snort escapes him. So, we have encountered a formidable opponent. Very well, I am eager to see what heroes the Central Plains will produce this time, and whether they can contend with me in battle. Forward! Before dawn tomorrow, we must enter the land of Silver Moon. The army swiftly marches onward, 1,000,000 strong, alongside tens of thousands of demon warriors, all racing towards the outskirts of Tianxing. Meanwhile, the black-robed priest gazes into the distance, his brow furrowed. What he perceives is not the mountains, but the overwhelming tide of destiny. It appears as though he sees a figure clad in golden armor. with throngs of people prostrating before him, reminiscent of an emperor inspecting his realm. Is the land of celestial stars truly about to give birth to a sovereign or a supreme ruler? How could this be possible? Since the emergence of the new martial era, no sovereign or emperor has arisen, and throughout the ages, the rulers of the silver moon have shown no signs of such a phenomenon. At this moment, the black-robed priest grows solemn. Dali has labored diligently for 2 centuries, fostering martial prowess and amassing countless strong warriors. In recent years, they have trained their troops in Zhantian, cultivating formidable soldiers. Their intent this time is to decisively breach the barriers of the Celestial Star Dynasty, advancing straight into the heart of Tianxing City. Yet, it now appears that the challenge is formidable. Li Hao, he murmurs to himself. Is this the Li Hao that those individuals spoke of, the one recognized by the heavens? If so, this battle may be perilous indeed. No wonder these ancient beings, who once dared to betray even the kings, are now anxious. If the land of Silver Moon truly births a sovereign or even the master of the world, then these powerful entities will find themselves at a disadvantage. For Dali, if the Silver Moon were to unify once more, it would not bode well. Dali does not wish to remain confined to a corner, coexisting with tigers and leopards. The new martial era offers no opportunities in the main world, yet perhaps there are still some chances here. Chapter 312. Deployment of Forces. Silver City, the northernmost city of the Celestial Star Dynasty. A small city of 1 million people, it initially garnered little attention. However, as powerful figures emerged from Silver City and news spread regarding the 8 great families, it swiftly became a focal point for many. Among the notable figures are Ing Hongyue from one of the 3 major organizations, Li Hao, who oversees the Tianxing governor's office, and Yuan Shua, who has taught in Silver City for many years, alongside Lu Long, the commander of the demon-hunting army. All these individuals hail from this small locale, a mere city of 1 million in a harsh, frigid land. Yet today, Silver City once again stands at the center of attention, drawing the gaze of the world. For Li Hao has arrived. Not only Li Hao, but the forces from Dali on the opposite side of Zhantian have also come. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds anxiety. As the warships draw closer to Silver City, Li Hao stands upon the deck, gazing into the distance. The desolation and silence are characteristic of Silver City. Once lively, this small town now feels stark and barren in contrast to the bustling heart of the Central Plains. In the vast Silver City, not a single tall building graces its skyline. The streets are not crowded with vehicles. Rather, most inhabitants prefer bicycles or simply walking. Silver City stands solitary at the foot of the Zhangshan Mountains. It is said that this place was once the very heart of the world 100,000 years ago, and that the legendary Sword City once thrived here. Yet, the current Silver City is merely a reconstruction of the original Sword City. At this moment, Li Hao finds himself surrounded by numerous companions, including Director Wang on the deck. As he gazes into the distance, he catches sight of the elusive silhouette of Silver City and sighs, reflecting on the fact that Sword City has indeed vanished. Once the foremost among the 8 cities and the center of the universe, it now exists only as a solitary small town. Li Hao remains silent, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Upon returning to the vicinity of Silver City, he once again perceives the intricate pattern of the Bagua, now clearer than before, revealing itself without the need for the red shadow's power to stimulate his senses. His eyes shimmer with brilliance as he observes a colossal Bagua diagram enveloping the entirety of Silver City. 8 lines emerge from it, one notably robust, connecting to Li Hao, while the others extend towards different directions. A frown creases Li Hao's brow as he notes that several lines appear faint, likely due to the fragmentation of divine weapons. However, the trajectory of the lines seems misaligned. The red line directs towards the opposite side of the Zhangshan Mountains. Is the reflected red moon not in the Silver Moon or the northern 3 provinces? Is it in the Great Li across the mountains? Or perhaps acting in concert with Great Li? Thoughts flicker through his mind as he contemplates the not-so-clear Bagua diagram, visible from outside Silver City. He scrutinizes it further, but due to the considerable distance, he fails to perceive the ancestral phantoms or the portals deep within the starry expanse. He understands what lies beyond the Stargate. It is said to be the passageway out of this world, leading to the primary realm. On a prior occasion, he had glimpsed something ominous or monstrous near the Stargate, leaving him puzzled about its nature. Moreover, what exactly is the significance of the Stargate's Bagua diagram? Li Hao softly inquires. Director Wang, I previously mentioned the Bagua diagram above the Stargate to you, yet you did not enlighten me on its true nature. What is it? Director Wang hesitates before responding. I cannot say for certain. The Stargate is indeed the Stargate, but as for the Bagua diagram you speak of, it might be the Tianxing Bagua Zhantian formation of the Silver Moon. This formation was created by the 8 cities, yet it was disrupted long ago, leading to the disconnection of the 8 main cities. Its appearance here may be due to the legacy of Sword City, or perhaps a secondary formation. The Tianxing Bagua Zhantian formation, Li Hao is well aware of its significance. The 8 great cities were established to construct this formation, a means to suppress the heavens and earth, ensuring that consciousness did not arise and stray from the primary realm, especially after the Blood Emperor cleaved the Silver Moon into 8 parts. Yet now, this Bagua diagram hovers above Silver City. Its implications are profound. This locale is rich in treasures, including the Stone Gate, rumored to be a site of inheritance for the 8 great families. Previously, Li Hao had already discovered one such stone gate, within the confines of Sherman. The energy, an amalgamation of the 8 great families' forces, now appears to be the essence of the formation's power, possessing a unique efficacy against the power of the Red Shadow. The Red Shadow is a manifestation conjured by Ying Hongyue. As Yuan Shuo once articulated, this is a form of puppet mastery. The strength of the 8 families is specifically attuned to counteract such power. In the past, during an incident in Silver City, Li Hao had contemplated employing the might of the 8 families to obliterate Ying Hongyue, only to discover that she herself bore little of the Red Shadow's essence. Now, as he returns to the Silver City region, a multitude of thoughts flashes through his mind. He gazes upon Silver City, alongside a few others who share his view. Many are intrigued by Silver City, yet have lacked the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Now faced with its reality, it starkly contrasts with their imaginings. There is no grandeur, no ancient aura, only decay remains. Is this truly Silver City? The warship advances towards Silver City, while behind it, millions of soldiers swarm like locusts. Their relentless march causing the very ground to tremble and collapse as they hasten towards their destination. The very earth quakes. At the dilapidated gates of Silver City, Director Zhao stands, accompanied not only by him but also by Jin Chong and several other martial artists, all with pallid visages, fixated on the horizon. Beside Jin Chong, an elderly figure appears somewhat peculiar. Is that indeed Yuan Shua's disciple? A solitary figure stands upon the deck, radiating a golden light visible from a distance. These individuals had ventured to Dili years ago, and Yuan Shua had been aware of it, yet he had not anticipated that in such a brief span, his disciple would achieve such remarkable success. Regardless of their actual combat prowess, the sheer number of troops is undeniably imposing. On the massive warship, numerous armored soldiers stand vigil. Some old friends from yesteryears can merely assist this individual. It must be noted that the martial world as perceived by the Silver Moon warriors differs vastly from Li Hao's perspective. They had never envisioned that the people of the martial world could ascend to such heights. Jin Chong's expression reflects a complex mix of emotions as he nods. Indeed, it is he, the demon sword Li Hao, the closed-door disciple of Yuan Shua from 3 or 4 years prior, who initially embarked on a scholarly path, but has now forged ahead into the martial way. The elder martial artists are somewhat aware of the unfolding events. For the past few days, the entire Silver City has been abuzz with discussions of Li Hao, albeit tinged with an air of disbelief. Just 6 months ago, he was merely a minor inspector in Silver City, yet now he commands millions of troops, returning to confront Dili, a truly earth-shattering turn of events. As they converse, a figure suddenly soars from the warship, causing the air itself to quiver slightly. Li Hao materializes, a smile gracing his features. Director Zhao, Senior Jin Chong, esteemed elders. I greet you. Director Zhao, somewhat nostalgic, glances at Li Hao, clears his throat, and responds with a smile. In but a short span, you have grown ever more illustrious and formidable, Governor. Zhao's jest is met with a warm smile. He adds, this is the truth. Yet this is not the moment for such pleasantries. The governor has summoned the northern regions to converge upon Silver City to confront Dili, and I, Zhao Shuguang of the Silver Moon Administrative Bureau, am here at his behest. Please, Governor, direct us. Li Hao raises an eyebrow slightly. Glimpsing at the venerable official entrenched in the bureaucratic realm for nearly 40 years in Silver Moon, one cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable swiftness with which his demeanor shifts. This is not a disparaging remark. Rather, It is an observation that director Zhao, in pivotal moments, exhibits an intriguing character. In the domain of Silver Moon, Zhao Shuguang has perpetually held the mantle of supreme leader. Having navigated this territory for decades, he has been meticulously preparing for this moment. Yet now, with Li Hao's recent arrival, he first acknowledges him as the governor and then expresses his willingness to heed his directives. Initially, Li Hao harbored some reservations, but now, Zhao has effectively paved the way. Director Zhao, you jest. Li Hao replied with a smile. The prosperity of Silver Moon owes much to your years of relentless dedication. In the northern regions, the roads are littered with the bones of the perished, yet in Silver Moon, everyone at least has enough to eat and wear, for which your efforts are indispensable. All present were contributing their part. Zhao chuckled, surveying the arriving guests, and without excessive formality remarked, Governor, your journey from afar warrants a warm welcome, yet given the urgency of the situation, perhaps we should convene a meeting first? Certainly. Li Hao nodded slightly, glancing up at the sky. At that moment, it seemed as though a light rain was imminent. Within him, his bloodline stirred, a subtle turbulence coursing through. In the next instant, Li Hao's formidable aura abruptly dissipated, as though it had vanished into thin air. Above Silver City, the Bagua diagram flickered ever so slightly, leaving an enigmatic sensation in its wake. Li Hao lifted his gaze skyward once more, and others followed suit, observing the turbulent sky where dark clouds began to congregate. Was rain about to fall? The rainy season had only just concluded. At that juncture, Li Hao unexpectedly expelled golden light, a surge of sword intent emanating from him. Before the astonished eyes of the multitude, a beam of sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The dark clouds shattered instantaneously, transforming into raindrops that sought to descend, yet in the blink of an eye, a divine inscription flashed, dispersing all clouds and raindrops entirely. This spectacle left several, including Jin Chong, utterly astounded. Even Director Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Such power! To what extent has Li Hao ascended? With a single sword strike, the sky cleared, and the impending rain vanished from Silver City. Li Hao, lifting his gaze once more, noted that the dark clouds seemed intent on gathering again. He furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he scrutinized the heavens. In the distance, it vaguely appeared as though he glimpsed a portal, though it was not distinctly clear. He refrained from following the bloodline's extension, for each endeavor in that regard bore significant peril. The others followed his lead, peering into the sky, yet they perceived nothing amiss. Conversely, Director Zhao felt a faint tremor within his bloodline. Casting a glance at Li Hao, he slowly remarked, "Previously, I encountered a reflection of the red moon here, and it was said that this place possesses an array capable of siphoning the bloodline power of the 8 great families, which would eventually weaken their lineage and lead to the unsealing of their seals." Li Hao pondered this thoughtfully. Nearby, Director Wang interjected, "The Star Gate should be in close proximity. However, it is currently sealed, and its essence has dissipated, rendering it invisible and imperceptible to us." He added, "The Star Gate was once the strongest forging entity of the new martial era, crafted by the Divine Emperor of Creation. In the past, they refrained from recklessly invoking the title of Emperor. In contemporary times, there exists a certain liberation from restraint. One ponders that if one could truly perceive and approach, it would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. Of course, there was once an air of reverence associated with it. Now, however, it matters little. If they arrive, it would be most welcome." The title of the Divine Smith Emperor, known to Li Hao, is reputedly linked to the creation of many formidable weapons, including the Starry Sword, which is said to have been forged in collaboration with the King of Humans. Director Wang further elaborated, "The Stargate serves as the portal to this world. The universe was originally complete and flawless, devoid of any gaps. However, in order to bridge 2 realms, the Stargate was constructed." He continued, "That celestial body, the moon, occupies a specific region. Yet, the skies of the Silver Moon realm have their limits, and one cannot transcend beyond them. The Stargate itself cannot be directly reached. It is a threshold suspended at the world's edge." Li Hao found himself perplexed, questioning why one could not ascend beyond. He had attempted to do so, only to be thwarted at a certain altitude, as if encountering a barrier. Director Wang elucidated, "The world barrier of a minor realm is akin to a narrow crevice. The Stargate resides within this crevice, while we are beneath it, and the universe lies beyond. Thus, upon reaching a certain height, one confronts the world barrier. an insurmountable obstacle. However, if you possess the power of an emperor, there remains hope for you to breach it. At that moment, Li Hao grasped the significance of the world barrier. The Star Gate, ensconced within this barrier, traverses the silver moon and connects to the cosmic expanse. It was no wonder that the Star Gate he had observed appeared to stand amidst boundless void. He lifted his gaze once more, refraining from further discourse. Turning his attention to the others, he smiled and nodded, stating, "Let us set aside pleasantries and convene a military meeting to address the impending invasion of Dali." With that, he pivoted to the rear, where a multitude of troops surged forth. There were legions upon legions. The desolate land outside Silver City could scarcely accommodate them. At that moment, the sounds of heavy breathing echoed through the air. Li Hao's voice resonated, "Establish camp on the spot. Without my command. Remain stationed and do not act impulsively." "Aye," came the resounding reply from the distant War Heaven Army and Demon Hunter Army. Yet, the other troops responded with a sense of bewilderment, their replies disorganized and lackluster. Observing this situation, Director Zhao's expression contorted in dismay. These ragtag forces. Indeed, they appeared formidable, boasting a staggering 2 million soldiers. However, the majority were mere commoners, and their disarray was alarming. Should conflict arise, they would likely become mere fodder, obstructing progress. The troops Li Hao had brought were nearly of no use. Their sole advantage lay in preventing chaos from engulfing the northern territories. The pressing concern remained that maintaining a million-strong army entailed considerable logistical burdens. Having brought them along, one could hardly neglect their sustenance. Starvation could lead to unpredictable actions. Li Hao chose not to dwell on these matters, issuing orders for the strong among them to gather at the inspection office for a meeting. Indeed, the inspection office was a place he was most familiar with, having served there for over a year. Before the inspection office, the portly figure of Mu Sun remained. Upon seeing Li Hao and his companions, he beamed with a radiant smile. Even his brother, Mulin, from a distance, looked at his younger sibling with a hint of disdain, smiling so radiantly that one might think a joyous occasion was at hand. Little did they notice the impending threat from the direction of Tsangshan. With the forces of Dali drawing near, not only Mosin, but at this moment, several extraordinary individuals were present. Sent by the headquarters of the Silver Moon Night Watch after Li Hao's departure, they had previously held the fort here, and Li Hao recognized a few of them, including the acting minister of Silver City, Elder Huang. In the past, Huang's prowess had commanded immense respect, yet now, despite having stepped into the realm of the Three Suns and having opened several acupoints, he seemed insignificant in the eyes of the assembly. "Governor." Mosin maintained his radiant smile. "Welcome home." Li Hao also returned a smile. "Director Mosi, it has been a while." After leaving Silver City, Li Hao had returned once, but departed swiftly, lacking the opportunity for interaction. Seeing these familiar faces now evoked a sense of warmth. Mosin promptly gestured, "Please, Governor." Li Hao refrained from further conversation, following Mosin towards the Inspection Bureau building. At this moment, several inspectors from Silver City observed from the periphery, many of whom were acquaintances of Li Hao, all astonished. In their eyes, Li Hao was still that shy young boy, honest, diligent, and hardworking. Who would have imagined that within a mere 6 months, he would soar to such heights? An utterly remarkable transformation? When Li Hao left Silver City, none anticipated his return in such a manner. Li Hao's emotions were somewhat complex. Silver City was his hometown, a place harboring numerous secrets. Yet, this time, he was not here to unearth mysteries, but rather to confront formidable foes. Dali, a power to be reckoned with. Upon entering the grand conference room, formidable figures began to gather. The 4 guardians of Silver Moon were present, save for Kong Jia, who remained stationed at Tianxing City. Renowned heroes also congregated, alongside several new entrants. Qian Wuliang, the 9th Division commander from Zhantian City, Director Wang, Lu Long from Silver City, and commanders from the other 2 military divisions of Silver Moon, including the long-absent Hu Dingfang. A few unfamiliar faces accompanied Director Zhao, strong individuals both young and old. Furthermore, there were representatives from Tianxing City, including Chun Zhongtian, the elder director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mu Qingsong, and Yao Si, the head of the Night Watch headquarters. At this moment, Li Hao's side was indeed brimming with powerhouses. Yuan Shuo and his companions were still in the central region. Yet they had received orders and were hastening towards this location. Director Zhou and Lin Hongyu remained to stabilize the situation in the central area, coordinating with Chun Yao and others. The assembly entering the conference room was filled with awe and nostalgia, sensing each other's formidable presence. The Zhantian group felt particularly complex emotions. They had believed their strength to be among the top, only to realize, upon sensing the strength around them, that they were among the weakest. Li Hao, however, wasted no time. He spoke directly. Please, take a seat. We shall discuss pleasantries later. Let us address the matter at hand. Director Zhao, please share the situation. Director Zhao swiftly stated, 3 days ago, the Kingdom of Dali commenced its military operations from the opposite side of Tianxing, with an estimated force of around 1 million. The exact number remains uncertain, and I currently lack detailed intelligence on the situation. He continued, the forces of Dali are organized into 2 distinct systems, the temple system and the dynasty system. They advocate the divine right of kings. Thus Dali is essentially led by 2 figures, the king of Dali and the high priest of the temple. The Dali dynasty has its roots in the early martial arts. Director Wang interjected, raising his hand. Li Hao turned to him, and Director Wang elaborated. It would be inaccurate to label it solely as an early martial arts system. In its latter stages, early martial arts faded into obscurity. It was characterized by an individual mastering one path, while all others were cultivated collectively. The descendants of early martial arts today bear resemblance to our contemporary martial cultivation system. Albeit with a significant difference, they do not practice the fundamental path, but rather focus on elemental and physical cultivation. He added, in fact, they are quite similar to modern martial artists. Strictly speaking, according to the governor's remarks, this era can also be viewed as an extension of the early martial arts of Silver Moon, hence there are numerous similarities between them. Li Hao nodded in understanding and continued to listen to Director Zhao, who remarked, in Dali, certain tribal formations have evolved in a manner distinct from ours. However, they are exceedingly brave, as their mountainous terrain is rife with beasts, leading to frequent tribal conflicts. Therefore, in terms of combat experience, they may indeed surpass our own, particularly among the common soldiers. He continued, previously, I reached an agreement with several powerful figures from the ancient cities, rallying nearly 100 of them to venture forth, severing a portion of their fundamental essence. Although they may not possess the strength of the 7 systems, most at least exhibit capabilities in 5 or 6 systems, equivalent to the 5th or 6th tier of the mountain and sea realm. Unfortunately, none returned. His expression grew grave as he stated, this matter is rather complex. I have communicated further with some of the ancient city's warriors, and they reported that some of their essence avatars were annihilated almost instantaneously. Moreover, they likely did not gather in one place, indicating that the entities responsible for slaying their avatars were not singular, but rather a multitude. At that moment, an elder martial artist whom Li Hao did not recognize interjected unexpectedly. Rather than raising his hand like the others, he spoke directly, I possess some knowledge regarding this matter. Li Hao smiled slightly. Please, esteemed elder, do share. Feeling the eyes of the assembly upon him, the elder martial artist became somewhat uncomfortable, muttering to himself. Why are they staring at me? Must I raise my hand? Accustomed to a more liberated demeanor, he found this formality rather disconcerting. Nevertheless, he pressed on. As Zhao has mentioned, Dali is indeed structured in a tribal format. This time, with 1 million troops mobilized, nearly everyone is a martial artist. It is likely that the strongest individuals from various tribes have joined forces. However, tribal cohesion is lacking, and only the king of Dali can command them. Along with the high priest of the temple, Dali places great emphasis on strength, perhaps even more so than we do. Each centurion in Dali undoubtedly possesses the capability of breaking the 100 mark, and the 1,000-man commanders are equipped with combat power comparable to our 1,000-fighter ranks. He continued, furthermore, it is said that a new system has emerged, which I find difficult to compare with our own. However, according to previous classifications, the 1,000-man commanders in Dali do not refer to themselves as such. To put it simply, they are roughly equivalent to the ranks between the sunlight and the 3 suns. As for the 10,000-man commanders, they undoubtedly wield the power of the dawn. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. So, does that imply their strength is average? Not quite, came the elder's response. The elder explained, within their ranks, the number of formidable warriors is not excessively high, particularly those of the utmost caliber. However, their temple priests and the royal guards are indeed top-tier warriors. The mightiest beings from various tribes are invariably integrated into the temple and the royal guard. These individuals represent the pinnacle of strength. According to Zhantian, they possess divine abilities. The temple priests alone number in the hundreds, while the royal guards are even more numerous. The elder's tone grew serious. This is where the true top combat power of Li resides, immensely formidable. To ascend to the realm of divine abilities, we must fortify our internal organs, yet they require no such enhancement. The physique of the Li people differs significantly from ours. They may have inherited the superior physical qualities of the new martial era. Li Hao nodded slightly, though he was uncertain of the exact numbers. Hundreds of warriors with divine abilities. How powerful they truly are remains a mystery. The elder continued, moreover, the martial artists of Li excel not solely in physical combat. Many among them are adept in spiritual attacks, capable of summoning wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Their powers bear resemblance to those of psychics, yet they surpass them in strength, requiring a far more robust physique. Li Hao nodded once more, contemplating, then spoke. In addition to the formidable warriors of Li, there are likely external forces involved. Those who once betrayed the new martial order must certainly be participating. Even if they are merely avatars, they likely possess abilities across the 7 elemental systems. We previously vanquished 14, yet the number of adversaries remaining is unknown. And these individuals are indeed formidable opponents. Upon hearing this, many faces paled. The 7 elemental systems. The 7 layers of mountain and sea. Those who open 7 meridians and over 200 acupoints qualify as such. In truth, very few possess the strength of the 7 layers of mountain and sea. The convergence of these 2 factions would pose a significant challenge. Li Hao continued. The king of Li and the high priest of the temple, upon reflection, their powers are likely quite formidable. I can vaguely sense some of their strength. As the ruler of the dynasty, the king carries with him a portion of the heavenly Tao's momentum. Only through direct confrontation can I ascertain who is superior. He surveyed the group and declared, to contend with the high priest, we require at least 1 warrior of the 7 layers of mountain and sea, or even those of the 8th or 9th layer to have any hope. The crowd felt a wave of concern. At that moment, Li Hao turned to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, are you capable of handling this? Director Zhao was taken aback. Me? Li Hao nodded. Director Zhao sighed. Is that even feasible? He shook his head. If, as you say, they possess the strength of the 8th or 9th layer, or even greater, I would indeed face considerable difficulty alone. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Director Zhao pondered and added, moreover, I am a civil official. He intended to imply that his strengths did not lie in combat. Li Hao responded, Director Zhao, with external threats looming, now is not the time for modesty. Let us do this. Allow Director Wang to assist you. The 2 of you together should be capable of overcoming a high priest. He continued, additionally, let the martial artists of Silver Moon handle the temple priests, while the students of Yuanping Martial Science University take on the royal guards. At this juncture, Yao Si felt compelled to interject. But what if numerous ancient city warriors join the fray? The avatars of formidable strength, the students of Yuanping Martial Science University, did not all arrive this time. Only a portion made their presence felt. With Li Hao at the helm, their chances against those possessing divine abilities were undoubtedly favorable. However, what of the avatars of ancient power? According to Yao Si's perspective, it would be prudent to entrust these ancient avatars to them. Yet, Li Hao merely smiled, stating that these ancient avatars were imbued with profound primal energy. Thus, it would be primal against primal. He had already summoned his mentor, who brought an abundance of primal plant avatars to the fray. Additionally, he had tamed numerous primal plants, and this time, these avatars would contend with the avatars of their adversaries. In this realm where nature imposes limitations, everyone was on equal footing, even if disparities existed. Victory would not be swiftly determined. Furthermore, I have mobilized a contingent of 100,000 superpowered individuals from the central region, along with 10,000 from the Battle Sky Army and another 10,000 from the Demon Hun Army, with the superpowered reinforcements from the Northern Territories soon to arrive. The total number of superpowered individuals should exceed 150,000, perhaps even surpassing 200,000. Lu Long is tasked with commanding the Demon Hun Army, while the Battle Sky Army is under the leadership of the 9th Division Commander. Yao Si is responsible for the central superpowered forces. In Marshal Huang, you will integrate the troops arriving from the northern regions. The commanding general of the 4 armies left everyone momentarily stunned. It was neither the 9th Division Commander nor Huang Yu. Could there be someone more suitable than them? Even Huang Yu and his companions were somewhat perplexed. In Huang Yu's view, Being entrusted with the task of integrating those chaotic forces was a testament to trust, albeit a formidable challenge. But who was the commander? The 9th Division commander of the Battle Sky Army could certainly fulfill this role, given his strength and combat prowess. But was there anyone else who could take on this mantle? Hong Yitong. The assembly fell silent, for Hong Yitong was not present, and moreover, he was merely a martial artist without any prior experience in commanding troops. Li Hao's decision to favor personal connections in such a critical moment was questionable. Even Tianxian, who maintained a decent relationship with Hong Yitong, could not restrain himself. How could it be him? Commander, with hundreds of thousands of troops, all possessing superpowered capabilities. We cannot afford to be reckless, whether it be Huang Yu or the 9th Division commander, if it came to a pinch. Individuals like Yao Si or Chun Zhongtian could easily step in, if worst came to worst. Even the less powerful Hu Dingfang had far more experience in commanding than Hong Yitong. Even if Hong Yitong were present, he would still need to voice his opinion. He would be better suited to confront divine guards or temple priests rather than assume the role of the supreme commander. The assembly felt a sense of helplessness as Li Hao continued. Qian Wuliang will serve as the advisor. This, at least, garnered no objections. However, regarding the matter of Hong Yitong, they still wished to voice their concerns. Observing the collective gaze upon him, Li Hao elucidated, the primary focus of each army will be defense. However, when the moment to break through arises, we must do so instantaneously against the enemy's ranks. I require Master Hong's earth-shattering array to fortify our defenses. His presence will facilitate timely adjustments across the 4 armies. Huang Yu pondered briefly, but he stands alone against a million-strong army. This is not merely a sparring match. Li Hao nodded. I am aware, hence this time. Master Hong must exert himself to the utmost. I will assist in coordinating his efforts. Once he arrives, I shall ensure we are well prepared. Yet, concerns lingered among the assembly. The notion of the earth-shattering sword as the supreme commander was indeed unexpected. Perhaps even Hong Yitong himself had not anticipated such a development. However, Li Hao remained resolute, for he harbored his own convictions. At this moment, it was unnecessary to divulge every detail. The earth-sinking sword was ever-changing, its paths unique. Indeed, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Yet the strength of a single individual, regardless of their defenses, bore limited efficacy. But what if a divine avatar were to aid him? A deity of the earth? As for confronting the king of Dali, Li Hao did not intend to employ this strategy. Rather, he was eager to witness just how powerful that individual was beyond the ruins. The combination of the earth-sinking sword and the divine avatar would undoubtedly create an unparalleled defense. At a crucial moment, opting for a breakthrough would be even more formidable. On his side, excluding the minor soldiers, there were approximately 200,000 superhumans, merely 1/5 of the opposing force. Engaging them directly would surely incur significant losses, an outcome Li Hao wished to avoid. It was imperative to focus on defense and wear down the adversary first. At this juncture, Li Hao continued, the Battle Heaven Army and the Demon Hunter Army shall serve as the vanguard, with a central force of 100,000 superhumans positioned behind, while the northern superhumans will flank the sides to prevent any disruption of our formation. As for the specifics, he urged the generals to deliberate. Acknowledging his lack of experience in commanding troops, not only did he lack expertise, but even Master Hong, despite his role as commander, had little experience in direct combat and leadership. However, at critical moments, he would convey commands, and all forces were expected to comply. Upon hearing these words, a collective sense of relief washed over the assembly. They grasped the essence of the situation. The earth-sinking sword was not a commander in the conventional sense, but rather a force that needed to exert itself at pivotal moments, requiring the cooperation of various divisions. Hence the bestowed title of commander. Li Hao assigned tasks and further stated, as for the execution of these plans, I shall not partake, for I am not well versed in the current circumstances. It is crucial to investigate the specifics of the opposing forces. The battleground should ideally lie between Silver City and Tsongshan, ensuring it does not encroach upon Silver City. If we can intercept them at the foot of Tsongshan, it would be even better. Major General Jiu slightly shook his head, voicing his concerns. That is unwise. Should they descend from the mountain, they would hold the advantageous high ground, posing significant risks. For the powerful, it may not matter. But for soldiers, blocking the enemy at the mountain's base is less favorable than engaging on the plains. Furthermore, they are exceptionally skilled in mountainous combat. whereas we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Li Hao nodded, acknowledging, "Then we shall heed your counsel." He merely offered a suggestion. These individuals possessed far more experience than he. With a smile, Li Hao declared, "My sole task is to slay the king of Dali, to shatter their morale and sever their military spirit." The assembly felt a chill at this proclamation. Such a feat was no trifling matter. The king of Dali had unified his realm and commanded millions to assault Dali. One could not achieve that without substantial strength. At that moment, Director Zhao hesitated. Speaking in a low tone, "We must remain vigilant regarding the powerful beings within the ancient cities." This was indeed a concern for Li Hao. Of the 8 ancient cities, at least 7 lay behind them. Not to mention Battle Heaven City, the other 6 ancient cities might already be occupied by the enemy, such as the Zheng family's ancient city. Should a fierce battle ensue, the sudden emergence of dozens or even hundreds of primal avatars from the rear would pose a true danger. This was precisely why the realm of Silver Moon was fraught with complications. "I am aware of the stakes." Li Hao refrained from elaborating further. And after a moment of hesitation, Director Zhao chose not to speak again. As for how Li Hao dealt with Director Zhao, he felt quite helpless. If things did not go as planned, he would have to traverse the major ancient cities once more. Regardless, he decided to send some individuals to assist in the battle. Li Hao said nothing further. Thus, arrangements were made swiftly. As the opposing forces were approaching rapidly, time was of the essence. Understood. Someone took the command, and soon the meeting dispersed. Huang Yu stepped forward and whispered, "What about the ordinary troops? There are quite a number, and with reinforcements from the northern regions. Their numbers may exceed 3 million. Are we to abandon them here? In the event of a great battle, what if they flee?" Li Hao fell silent for a moment, gazing at Huang Yu, and after a while responded, "They can be placed behind the main forces. A battle against the wind is certainly unfeasible. Yet with 3 million in a favorable wind, even if it's 100 to 1, we can still inflict some casualties. However, we must only engage when the winds are favorable. Should we encounter a setback?" He paused again, then transmitted his thoughts. "In the event of a setback, if a retreat is necessary, let these individuals serve as a rear guard, acting as cannon fodder to obstruct the enemy." Huang Yu's heart tightened, and he nodded without further comment. In favorable conditions, these troops could still be utilized, but a battle against the wind was best avoided. As long as they did not break the formation, it would be a blessing. Furthermore, all super cannons must be mobilized to bombard the enemy. "We can manage that," he replied. "Indeed." Li Hao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and stepped away. The steward Yu attempted to follow, but Li Hao gestured for him to remain behind. Paying no heed to the others, Li Hao exited the inspection office and soon vanished from sight. Even Director Zhao, who had hurried to catch up and continue the conversation, could not find him. Feeling somewhat vexed, Zhao pondered where Li Hao could have possibly gone at this critical juncture. Surely he wouldn't venture alone to Tianxing? That would be exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Li Hao did not linger. Amidst the turmoil of the void, he had already disappeared from Silver City. He harbored no fear of the great Li. His only concern lay not with others, but rather with the formidable beings from the ancient cities. Would they deliver a devastating blow at a crucial moment? Thus, he needed a strategy to confront such a crisis. The only ones capable of dealing with these powerful adversaries were the ancient strongmen. Yet among them, those truly worthy of trust to delegate significant matters were few and far between. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only reliable figure was the director of the Academic Affairs Office. The strength of this individual was formidable, and Li Hao could not transport Zhang in too far. Therefore, he considered having Zhang in temporarily relinquish control of that corporeal form. Whether Zhang in consented or not mattered little. Li Hao had prepared for contingencies. If Zhang in proved unwilling, he would settle for bringing back the true essence of the Imperial Guardian, a genuine pinnacle-level powerhouse. With the true essence participating in battle alongside the projection of the Imperial Palace, might resolve some of the troubles at hand. At this moment, Li Hao was traversing the void with great speed. He aimed to carry out these plans without anyone's knowledge to avoid being spied upon. As for the 8 ancient cities, it was increasingly difficult for Li Hao to place complete trust in them. Although Zhantian City had been reliable and maintained communication, it was evident that General Huai and the Old Tortoise had no intention of directly engaging in the conflict. Otherwise, when passing through Zhantian City, both would have made some choices. They claimed to stand on the side of justice. But who truly embodies justice? Perhaps they possess their own criteria for judgment. Li Hao does not relish putting others in difficult positions. These two may have their own grievances and thoughts, and he does not insist. Thus, in this moment, Li Hao would rather cover additional distance to summon Zhang and or Di Wei. At this moment, the sky has turned pitch dark. On the other side of Tianxing, a million-strong army has reached the last mountain, the original lair of the four great demons. War is imminent. As dawn gradually breaks, clouds and mist envelop Tianxing. Di Fujian and Yuan Shua have already arrived at night. Now, the army begins to mobilize, forming a torrent across the plains at the foot of Tianxing. In the sky, demon beasts circle, those emerging from Tianxing, along with some under the command of the Golden Eagle, clash in midair, resulting in skirmishes and casualties even before the main forces engage. Around the perimeter of Tianxing, the forest stirs. Disturbing cries faintly emerge. The reconnaissance forces from both sides clash within the woods, engaging in skirmishes, with sporadic screams punctuating the air. This battle arrives hastily. Neither side is fully prepared, unaware of the other's depths, and here, in the thickets, they engage in their first formal confrontation in over a century. In the forest, Wu Chao from the Silver City Demon Hunting Squad moves like a specter, gliding through the trees with a dagger poised. He swiftly plunges it into an adversary's neck, slicing through the throat. In this last bastion of isolation between the two sides, blood spurts forth as they clash intensely, quickening Wu Chao's heartbeat. Such resilient skin. On either side, elite scouts from various factions are embroiled in the fight, silent save for the faint cries of those nearing death, which provoke all present. As the armies engage, the scouts lead the charge. Although contemporary battles involving superpowers often allow for distant observation, this time both sides possess formidable warriors, stirring the winds of fate and obscuring the detection of each other's superpowered beings. Unfamiliar with each other's strengths and combat styles, they opt for a preliminary bout of probing. Wu Chao weaves swiftly through the chaos when suddenly, his expression shifts. A sharp sound pierces the air, and an arrow flashes ominously past him. Around him, the air crackles with the sound of projectiles. A dull thud reverberates as a clear arrow mark appears on his armor. Wu Chao's insides tremble, and he nearly spits blood. His face pales slightly. An archer, in Silver Moon, or indeed across the entire Tianxing, archery is exceedingly rare since the advent of firearms, which has even led to the cancellation of bowmen in the army. Yet, the opposing camp possesses archers. How many? Thoughts flicker through his mind as he leaps upwards, evading in all directions, heading toward a darkened area in the distance where the archer resides. Simultaneously, behind the thicket, a multitude of soldiers congregates, beginning to carve their way through the underbrush, advancing slowly while making some adjustments. The king of Dali does not hastily lead his troops down the mountain. From within the forest ahead, sharp cries occasionally pierce the air, yet no one pays them heed. The king of Dali did not exhibit the reckless demeanor one might expect from the legends. He advanced his troops with measured caution. In the central camp, he did not repose upon a grand throne but sat cross-legged upon the ground, the tent flaps wide open, gazing into the distance as if he could peer through the mountains and forests to behold the Silver City. A subtle chill graced his countenance as he commanded, "Advance slowly, gradually tearing apart the enemy's defenses. This will afford my sons the opportunity to acclimate to the battlefield of the Celestial Star." Meanwhile, Li Hao refrained from making any impulsive moves, opting instead to probe cautiously, seemingly willing to engage in a strategic game with Li Hao. Nearby, a messenger was dispatched swiftly. The chief priest of the temple also cast his gaze toward the horizon and spoke slowly. "My king, the Celestial Star is a tough adversary. Since our position has been revealed, the principle of swift action need not be prioritized. We may afford to slow our advance and await intelligence from the other three factions. As long as we can contain the might of the Celestial Star, Li Hao's forces will inevitably crumble without a fight. Time, in truth, is on our side. The one who ought to be anxious is Li Hao, for the realms beyond are not stirred solely by Dali's movements. Dali simply acts with greater speed and efficiency." The king of Dali offered no further words, merely nodding slightly as he awaited the outcome of the engagement. Having not visited the Central Plains for an extended period, he was uncertain of the current strength of the Celestial Star dynasty. Although he possessed some intelligence reports, they could not compare to first-hand experience. In the dense thicket ahead, anguished cries echoed incessantly. After an indeterminate duration, a general clad in half armor returned swiftly, reporting gravely, "I report to you, my king. that the vanguard engaged the enemy in the forest for an hour. The Celestial Star forces are formidable and do not exhibit the rumored weakness of spirit. We suffered 197 casualties. While the enemy's losses are commensurate, there are no signs of collapse. Rumors had suggested that the Celestial Star army was decayed and ineffectual. It was said that in a conflict of equal rank, Dali could defeat 10 foes effortlessly. Indeed, some who had ventured into the Celestial Star territory claimed that with an army of over 1,000, Dali could effortlessly pursue and annihilate a foe of 100,000. Yet, in this encounter within the thicket, Dali had not gained the upper hand. At this moment, a burly man beside the king, filled with murderous intent, exclaimed, "Incompetence! The Celestial Star army has long been decrepit. How can we sustain equal losses? Allow me to enter and slay them." The king of Dali furrowed his brow slightly, responding coldly, "It was merely a test. Does the enemy not possess strong warriors? Is it your place to flaunt your prowess?" The sharp reprimand silenced the ambitious warrior instantly. After a moment of contemplation, the king declared, "Continue the advance. The vanguard shall take turns entering the forest to engage the enemy." The Celestial Star has held sway over the central plains for many years. Even if they are decaying, they are not so feeble. In the realm of the extraordinary, the outcome of battles hinges upon the strength of the powerful. Should the army be weak and feeble, no matter how many strong warriors they have, they will inevitably become mired in the quagmire of war and be dragged down. Dali's forces were not numerous. If the army lacked strength, how could they hope to dominate the Celestial Star? Having arrived, he was naturally imbued with grand ambitions. Commanding 1,000,000 valiant troops was his capital for advancing into the Celestial Star. If it were merely one individual who was powerful, it would not be sufficient to intimidate the entirety of the Celestial Star dynasty. Only through the relentless advance of his mighty army could he dismantle the resolve of the Celestial Star and ultimately bring it to ruin. Those around him fell silent, and the procession moved forward slowly. In the northern city of Silver, amidst the vast plains, several commanding officers gathered. Soon, the news reached the leaders of the 9th Division, prompting Huang to exhale softly. He remarked, "The enemy's combat capabilities are formidable, and their morale is high. However, they are not as terrifying as the legends suggest. The battle losses are quite balanced. Notably, they possess archers, while their infantry lacks proper armor. Though agile, in a grand conflict, agility proves futile. Our armor is robust, surpassing theirs." Having only heard tales of the fierce Dali, those returning from there often described it as a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Yet, in our initial clash, our side did not suffer losses. Despite sending elite scouts, the enemy also fielded skilled troops, resulting in equivalent battle losses of 1-to-1, indicating that Dali may not be as fearsome as portrayed. Yao Si and the others nodded slightly, revealing faint smiles, while the 9th Division commander interjected, "Caution is essential. We must not let our guard down." "That is indeed a possibility," Huang responded, "but considering the enemy's long journey and our initial encounter, the likelihood of them feigning weakness is minimal. Both sides must assess each other's strength and bolster morale. Dali's king has no reason to appear feeble at this juncture, for they are the invaders, not the defenders." Huang did not relinquish his stance merely because the enemy was led by a general of the War Sky Army, and he voiced his perspective. The 9th Division commander nodded in agreement without contradiction. Among them, Hong Yitong listened intently, surprised to learn that Li Hao had chosen him as the commander, feeling both astonished and somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, he chose to absorb the opinions of others rather than display any profound wisdom. Once the discussion had progressed, he slowly inquired, "What do the generals believe we should do next? Should we strike decisively while the enemy is still unsteady?" "No." Huang was the first to voice his dissent, shaking his head. "The Grand Commander may not know, but the Tianxing soldiers have not engaged in battle for an extended period, especially against external foes. Dali is rumored to be a savage and exceptionally strong people. At present, our soldiers are filled with trepidation and dare not take the initiative. This battle also serves the purpose of training." He turned to Hong Yitong. "Any elite force is forged in the crucible of combat, not merely through drills. It is only through genuine battle experience, killing and enduring, that one can become elite. This process inevitably incurs significant casualties. Yet, only those who survive will become seasoned veterans, invincible in 100 battles." Huang continued, "Thus, in this confrontation, we cannot simply rush forward. We must engage in a measured approach. striking in turns and gradually wearing down the enemy. Should we incur losses, we can draw upon the 3 million strong army in the rear to replenish our ranks with the elite, maintaining a front line of 200,000 troops to continually practice against the enemy. I implore the Grand Commander to advise the governor not to hastily initiate a fierce battle. Grant us some time to train. This is the first time we are experiencing a war of such magnitude, and the enemy is in the same situation. As long as we are willing to demonstrate a posture of military training, the opposing side will also cooperate. He explained, in the realm of Li, such large-scale warfare will not occur, thus the adversary is accustomed to small skirmishes. If the king of Li harbors ambitions, he would certainly be inclined to assist us in our military drills. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before he spoke. However, time is not on our side. Huang Yu nodded, acknowledging this. Yet, he understood another crucial point, stating solemnly, Commander, if we swiftly conclude our skirmishes, regardless of victory or defeat, we will glean no benefits or experience from the conflict, rendering our efforts futile. Should there be warfare among the 3 continental factions thereafter, our forces would be akin to scattered sand. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. Only by honing an elite force amidst these lofty mountains can we adequately face the forthcoming wars. Tianxing possesses an advantage that others lack. He revealed a smile. A large population, abundant resources, and now, with the entire nation mobilized for war, a continuous supply of troops. Many individuals are rushing northward. Filled with fervor, with time, we can train not merely an elite force of 200,000, but potentially one involving millions who have participated in great battles. This includes the subsequent 3 million troops, among whom a significant number of enlightened warriors exist, constituting at least 1/10, a total of 300,000 individuals. These can be extracted to refine our ranks. Hong Yitong contemplated this and nodded. Very well, I may not comprehend these matters. But if Commander Yu believes it feasible and the other generals have no objections, then it is settled. The 9th Division commander spoke gravely, without adequate time for training. This indeed appears to be the only viable approach to swiftly assemble an army. Otherwise, we would only waste time, incrementally training, making it exceedingly difficult to forge a force comparable to the elite Tianjin. This declaration solidified Hong Yitong's resolve. Then let it be so. As for the other 3 continents, we shall not concern ourselves with them. He stated firmly, since the current conflict lies in the north, we shall focus solely on this. Should war arise among the other 3 continents, it is a matter for Governor Li to handle, unrelated to us. How he resolves it is the responsibility of the governor's office. Although I am no military expert, I understand that once war commences, we cannot afford to be indecisive. The others nodded in agreement. Though he may lack understanding, his willingness to listen suffices. Despite Li Hao being present, there is a fear that he may perceive others as less reliable than Hong Yitong. Should Hong Yitong act recklessly, and Li Hao follow suit in misguided commands, it would pose the greatest trouble. The sky brightened fully. In the plains, small contingents of troops continually descended from the mountains, soon replaced by others ascending to the front lines, where the station forces were on high alert. At that moment, a hunting squad of over 30 members withdrew from the front lines, drenched in blood, yet their leader, Wu Chao, wore an invigorated expression as he swiftly led his team back, proclaiming loudly, "The vanguard of the demon hunters has achieved a resounding victory, routing an enemy contingent of 1,000, killing over half, with our own casualties numbering less than 300. Ahead, some soldiers were stirred, caught between excitement and disbelief. Is Li truly so vulnerable? Were they not reputed to be incredibly formidable? With 300 fallen on our side, against the enemy's 500. Does this not suggest that the demon hunters are indeed superior? Although the demon hunters are also elite, many believe they cannot possibly rival the Li forces. However, within the military, despite having heard the news, no one dared to speak freely, especially with the presence of the Sky War Army and the Demon Hunt Army conducting inspections. The superhuman individuals, somewhat apprehensive, were particularly cautious about voicing their thoughts. In the direction of Silver City, Li Hao had just returned and received intelligence. Upon hearing the news, he displayed a faint smile and turned to those around him, stating, "We have achieved a minor victory. The Demon Hunt Army suffered 300 casualties in exchange for 500 from the enemy." At this, someone responded with anger. 300 lives lost already? Commander, we should charge directly up Tsongshan. Li Hao furrowed his brow and glanced at the speaker. If you do not understand, then remain silent. Though I too am not entirely knowledgeable in these matters, several generals have declared this a significant triumph. As for the loss of hundreds of soldiers, such is the nature of war. I am aware that in the pursuit of victory, countless lives may be sacrificed. He took a deep breath. Thus, I am reluctant to initiate such a conflict, but since it has come to pass, we must confront it. The Demon Hunt Army consists of my Silver Moon warriors, rooted in the foundation of the Silver Moon Army, with some also stemming from the Martial Guard Army, embodying the essence of Silver Moon's martial legacy. Now that we find ourselves at this juncture, we must set aside these concerns. He addressed the assembly. Our strategy is to utilize the training of the Great Li forces. We need to solidify our rear guard. We may lack military expertise, but we can excel in logistics. This includes ensuring that the 3 million troops from various regions are well supplied and ready for reinforcements at any moment. Moreover, the young and capable individuals and superhumans from all over must be swiftly organized to avoid chaos. This task is quite troublesome. Director Zhao will oversee it. The divine energy stones, the springs of life, and the sacred rice must all be supplied adequately. In the event of a great battle, all expenditures shall be borne by the commander's office. We cannot allow our troops to fight without even sufficient sustenance. Furthermore, we have another task, to identify the formidable individuals among the Great Li royalty. Li Hao said earnestly, we must strive to buy time, which may indeed align with their desired outcome. At that moment, Ho Xiaoqing spoke up. If war breaks out among the 3 continents, we will be trapped here. The commander previously stated that we cannot allow the beings of the 3 continents to suffer. Time is not on our side. Li Hao nodded. I understand. So while the 3 factions have yet to arrive, we must first cultivate an elite force here. Otherwise, we risk losing on both fronts. When the conflict truly ignites, it may require considerable effort from all. Having said that, he rose and declared, the Great Li army is descending from the mountain. We must follow. No one uttered another word, and they all followed suit. Outside, warships floated in the air. Soon, a multitude of troops surged toward the battlefield. Boom. A large contingent descended from Tianxing, flattening all obstacles in their path. The anticipated ambush did not occur. To the surprise of the Great Li warriors, they descended from Tianxing without encountering bloody conflict. Many stood on Central Plains soil for the first time. Some powerful individuals were so exhilarated they shouted, "Is this the Tianxing?" Although it was merely a border region, they could already sense the abundant vitality surrounding them. Here, the land was flat and expansive, unlike the treacherous terrain of Great Li, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests. Is this the Tianxing dynasty? Is this Silver Moon? At long last, we have fulfilled the expectations of our ancestors and have stepped into the Central Plains. The million-strong army surged with unparalleled excitement, their vitality reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Whether to intimidate or out of genuine fervor, a cacophony of fervent shouts erupted. Long live our king! Kill! 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 The resonant cries of the multitude pressed forward like an overwhelming tide towards the distant forces of the celestial stars, their formidable spirit shaking the very fabric of existence. Astonishingly, the celestial stars had granted them ample territory. One could only ponder their reasoning. At this moment, with a mere few thousand meters separating them, those with keen eyesight could even discern the fearful expressions of their adversaries, which ignited a profound exhilaration among the Great Li soldiers. The celestial star warriors, clad in seemingly impenetrable armor and wielding sharp weapons, represented wealth to them. As for danger, the people of Great Li had faced countless perils. In this moment, their spirits soared even higher. Ahead, a flash of golden light appeared, revealing an emperor whose fierce aura shook the heavens and split the surrounding space, causing many to struggle for breath beneath its oppressive weight. Yet, this only intensified their excitement. This was their king, a king of unmatched might. Meanwhile, at the rear of the celestial star army, Li Hao stepped forth from the void, gazing resolutely ahead. Before his opponents could utter a word, his voice boomed like a great bell. The kingdom of Great Li has historically cherished peace, never encroaching upon others' lands, adhering to the path of great nations, and ensuring self-sufficiency for its people, never taking pride in plunder. Your army of millions has invaded our territory, slaughtering our citizens, and even the Zhantian demon clan, which sought no conflict, has been ruthlessly decimated by Great Li. This is a matter of heavenly wrath and human resentment. Behind us lies our homeland, and we shall not yield an inch of it. If you desire war, then we shall engage." As Li Hao spoke, his momentum swelled, enveloping the world. The might of the great Tao erupted, akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. A tremendous force surged forth, overwhelming and suppressing the heavens and earth as the void trembled. It was as if two colossal dragons clashed in the abyss, with fierce auras manifesting around both figures. Numerous powerful warriors revealed themselves, unleashing formidable energies. Li Hao's voice remained resounding. "Since time immemorial, righteousness has triumphed over evil. Invaders shall meet a dire fate. Yet, considering your origins in the wilderness, devoid of rank or status, untamed and unrefined, lacking wisdom and steeped in savagery, if you withdraw now, heaven is benevolent in its mercy. The celestial stars, as a great nation, shall not pursue total extermination of the king of Great Li. What say you?" In the distance, the king of Great Li's expression darkened, his aura raging as an overwhelming force bore down upon Li Hao. With a distinctive accent, he enunciated each word deliberately. "The victor shall be king, and the vanquished will be the bandit. The celestial stars are but decayed and feeble. I shall witness their advantages." There was no room for conciliatory words. Li Hao, too, expanded his aura, shaking the surroundings as his voice echoed across the wilderness. "The enemy invades our territory, slaughtering our kin. Warriors, seize this opportunity to slay the foe and achieve glory." Upon his words, the banners of the army unfurled, and a contingent of 10,000 soldiers surged forth. Opposite, the king of Great Li murmured softly, furrowing his brow as he regarded the enemy without further comment. Soon, among his ranks, a fierce general mounted a great beast and charged forward, followed by over 10,000 roaring soldiers. Li Hao raised his brow slightly at this moment. It was not someone else leading the demon hunting army, but Lu Long himself. Although Lu Long's strength was not particularly formidable, he had barely entered the second realm of the mountain and sea. In contrast, the opposing commander emanated an aura suggesting he possessed at least the power of the second or third realm of the mountain and sea, and crucially, he was mounted on a formidable demon. The sky loomed ominously overhead. This was the first engagement between the two sides, and Li Hao was uncertain of the outcome. He had hoped for the Battle Heaven army to make an advance, yet the chief commanders, through their deliberations, had opted to deploy only the demon hunting army, leaving the Battle Heaven army in reserve. A defeat in this initial skirmish would undoubtedly inflict a considerable blow to morale, especially now, with the central and northern regions keenly observing. Even the other three continents might be spectating through the sparse celestial barriers. Li Hao's thoughts raced, yet he suppressed them. The king of Li, clearly understanding his intent, refrained from committing his entire force immediately. Both sides harbored ambitions to train their troops, as well as a desire to gain the upper hand in the initial confrontation to undermine the opponent's spirit. The supernaturals from the central region and the extraordinary beings from the north, along with the millions of troops stationed in the rear, were all in a state of heightened tension. Some individuals felt their palms perspiring. On the battlefield, even though they were not at the front line, the sheer atmosphere rendered them breathless. Some were even weakened at the knees. Further back, the passionate youths who had rushed from various northern locales appeared pale, unable to discern the specifics from thousands of meters away. Yet, the oppressive sensation jolted them into a stark awareness, filling them with trepidation. At this moment, the entire Tianxing dynasty was fixated on this battle. Both sides had mobilized approximately 10,000 troops, with the strongest yet to make their appearance. Who would emerge victorious? Though the numbers were few, this marked the first large-scale military confrontation between the two factions in a century, and the entire dynasty's billions of citizens felt an anxious breathlessness. Up front, Lu Long was drenched in cold sweat, a product of his anxiety. Nevertheless, even in his nervousness, he moved with great speed, choosing not to mount a demon but to traverse the air, wielding a short axe as he bellowed, "Charge! Hunt the demons! Hunt the demons! Hunt the demons!" It seemed as if he sought to bolster his own spirit, to validate himself. In this moment, the demon-hunting army roared in unison. Beneath their black armor, warriors from Silver Moon bellowed forth. Among them were members of various demon-hunting squads from Silver City, warriors from the martial guards, elite soldiers from the Silver Moon army, and even the daughter of Kong Jia, the renowned swordmaster. At this juncture, they all shared a singular thought. Victory in the first battle was imperative. If even the elite demon-hunting army could not withstand the blow to morale posed by their adversaries, it was unfathomable. Apart from the Battle-Heaven army, they were perhaps the most elite military force within the dynasty at present, composed almost entirely of superhuman beings. They would require little time to close the distance of several thousand meters. Amidst the suffocating anticipation of the gathered crowd, the two torrents of force collided. The battle cries erupted instantaneously. Kill! Boom! Blood surged, martial techniques unleashed, combat skills ignited, and secret arts were unleashed. In the heart of the wilderness, the heavens and earth were turned upside down. A myriad of forces surged forth, their battle strategies intertwining in every direction. In the forefront, Lu Long swung his axe with unparalleled precision, channeling the essence of the Nine Forgings technique to its utmost limit, exhibiting not a flicker of hesitation. With a mighty roar, he cleaved through all that lay before him, sending the formidable general of the Great Li staggering back. The monstrous beast beneath him emitted a piercing howl as its skull was shattered by the axe's descent. Kill! Lu Long's spirit soared. At that moment, fear and anxiety were cast aside. From all directions, the battle cries erupted, fierce and unyielding. The robust battle armor provided them with unparalleled defense. As each centurion and commander led the charge, unmatched in their ferocity. Amidst the throng, Hong Qing and Liu Yan, devoid of any thoughts of allegiance to Li Hao, plunged into the fray. All were equal in this moment. In this very instant, should one fall before the battle commenced, Lu Long had asserted that the powerful would not intervene. The first to strike would be the one at a disadvantage. At this juncture, all shared a singular intention: to annihilate the opposing warriors. In the skies above, Li Hao felt a sense of breathlessness. Were he to enter the fray himself, he would not feel such trepidation. However, witnessing even a clash between these relatively weak adversaries, no stronger than the third or fourth tier of the Mountain Sea realm, rendered him somewhat suffocated. He had never encountered such warfare. His conquest of the superpower city had been a solitary endeavor, merely dispatching a few formidable foes. Yet, the clash of armies was an experience he had never faced. His conquest of the central region had proceeded smoothly, with his demon-hunting legion incurring minimal losses since its inception, barely 100 casualties including the elite 1,000 of Silver Moon brought by Huang Yu. Indeed, it was nothing short of a miracle. The most significant loss he had endured occurred during the suppression of the superpowers in Superpower City, where several dozen soldiers had perished. Li Hao had not been acquainted with extensive warfare. Yet today, a mere battle involving over 20,000 had him feeling somewhat breathless. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern familiar presences even through the chaos. Lu Long, along with the members of the demon hunting squad, had all taken to the front lines, as had the hunters he had assembled later. Those dozens of men he had always regarded as his most loyal guardians, seldom permitting them to engage in perilous tasks. Yet today, Lu Long insisted on personally leading the demon-hunting army into battle, bringing along these individuals, and even Hong Qing was among them. While Hong Yitang surprisingly offered no objections, Li Hao understood their sentiments. They were the very foundation of his rise. Although their strength had waned, they yearned to demonstrate to all that they remained his most steadfast protectors, his most formidable support. In the face of battle, I shall lead. The echoes of the demon hunt resounded incessantly. Before Li Hao's eyes, a vivid tapestry unfolded, blood splattering, blades clashing, weapons piercing flesh, and the sound of armor shattering filled the air. He found himself momentarily dazed, wavering at this critical juncture. Should he truly allow them to engage in battle? After all, they were all individuals close to him. However, a myriad of thoughts stirred within him, causing his breath to become slightly erratic. Beside him, Director Zhao, maintaining a calm demeanor, drew closer to Li Hao and whispered, "Governor, the demon-hunting army truly lives up to its reputation as the elite force of Silver Moon, exhibiting formidable combat prowess and gaining the upper hand." Li Hao was abruptly roused from his reverie. He turned his gaze forward, where Lu Long was demonstrating remarkable prowess, cleaving down opponents who continually retreated. The commander held the advantage, and the morale surged. Hong Qing and his comrades, brimming with sword intent, shouted in unison, each swing of their blades felling the fierce warriors of greatly before them, blood splattering, bodies trampled. The demon-hunting army indeed commanded the upper hand, swiftly subduing the enemy. On the opposite side, the great Li King furrowed his brow. It was said that the celestial star was not as formidable as before. Particularly after the rise of superpowers, the warriors of Great Li were purportedly 100-fold stronger than before. Yet, in this first battle, his side was unexpectedly suppressed. The enemy's strength was not greater than their own, but these soldiers exhibited an extraordinary fighting spirit, contrary to the rumors of their low morale. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of Celestial Star soldiers witnessed the scene, their spirits lifted as fear and trepidation were swiftly dispelled. Under the command of their respective leaders, they roared in unison, "Hunt the demons! Hunt the demons! Hunt the demons!" Their shouts echoed through the heavens. In the wilderness, Lu Long bellowed fiercely, instantly drawing upon the vitality of hundreds of surrounding soldiers, disregarding the potential for their demise. This battle needed to be decisive. The enemy commander must be swiftly eliminated. Die! Lu Long's aura surged violently as he unleashed a mighty axe strike. Boom! The formidable Great Li general, a being of significant power and not a mere foot soldier among the enemy ranks, was one of the elite guards of the Great Li King. Yet, at this moment, he let out a harrowing scream. With a resounding crash, he was cleaved in two by Lu Long's blow. The enemy commander lay slain. Kill! Lu Long, despite having exhausted his own vitality, roared with fervor as the tide of battle surged like a formidable wave. Around him, the soldiers echoed his battle cry, "Slay the enemy commander! Hunt the demons! Kill!" For the king. At the side of the Great Li King, a figure's expression shifted slightly. The army that had entered the fray was considered elite, yet their commander had been felled shortly after the battle commenced. Now, with the death of their leader, although the vast army had not collapsed, it was glaringly clear they had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Soldiers continued to be slain, but none dared to retreat, for the Great Li King was present. However, if this continued, more soldiers would inevitably perish. Nearby, the high priest of the temple also frowned slightly and quickly remarked, "It is not a matter of war crimes. The enemy is equipped with new battle armor, offering substantial protection. If we engage in direct combat without armor, our victory is assured." While he spoke thus, he understood that this was the enemy's foundation, a luxury they lacked. He turned to the Great Li King and swiftly inquired, "My king, shall we engage in military conflict with Celestial Star here, or shall we launch a full-scale assault? Although their forces are numerous, there are clearly many ordinary soldiers in the rear. A full-on assault may swiftly rout them." The Great Li King remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "High Priest, tell me, if we cannot sever the military spirit of Celestial Star and shatter their morale, can we truly breach the gates of Celestial Star City?" The High Priest fell into silence. It is exceedingly difficult for the people of Great Li to achieve this unless they can thoroughly subdue their adversaries, rendering them too fearful to raise their heads or even dare to descend. Otherwise, it is improbable that a population of billions in Tianxing could be so easily conquered. Yet now, the initial battle has surprisingly encountered setbacks, which is quite astonishing. This is the elite army of Li Hao compelling the Tiger Guard to engage. How many such elite forces remain at his disposal? Soon, with the decree of the King of Great Li transmitted, a legion of 10,000 soldiers was dispatched once more. A formidable general, riding a fierce tiger and wielding a massive axe, bellowed a command, "Kill." The army surged forward. Meanwhile, on Li Hao's side, the War Heaven army remained inactive. Instead, Yao Si let out a fierce shout and waved his hand, unleashing over 10,000 super soldiers into the fray. These troops comprised the forces of the 9 divisions and the royal family, now drawn to the front line. The War Heaven army must not be hastily deployed. In a matter of moments, more than 40,000 soldiers from both sides clashed in the wilderness, the sounds of battle resonating like thunder. At this moment, one felt that even the participation of the 7 system experts would not significantly alter the outcome. The intent to kill was palpable, and the blood surged high. The two sides fought fiercely, and Li Hao's faction did not even resort to using their super cannons. In this first engagement, neither side employed large-scale destructive weapons, each hoping to demonstrate their might through personal valor. At this moment, across Tianxing, some breathed a sigh of relief. Great Li was not as formidable as anticipated. The Demon Hunter army still proved to be tenacious. I had thought Great Li was far more powerful. It had just sent chills down my spine. Upon witnessing the tide of battle shifting in favor of the Demon Hunter army, the previously anxious populace found solace. They knew their adversaries were formidable, and even from behind their screens, they felt suffocated, yet they ultimately felt reassured. They were not without strength, for the governor's mansion boasted many powerful warriors. With the likes of Governor Li yet to make their move, our forces could suppress the enemy. On the scene, the multitude cried out in unison, the war drums echoing deafeningly. The clamor of battle was incessant. Li Hao gradually regained his composure, swiftly suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within his mind. He was ready for battle. As the second mighty army of the adversary entered the fray, the forces of the 9 divisions faltered, and the demon hunter army appeared fatigued. Li Hao glanced downward, where the commander of the 9th division looked up. In the next moment, the commander raised his hand. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted as 3,000 soldiers from the War Heaven army swiftly entered the battlefield, where another legion also joined the fray. However, in the blink of an eye, the War Heaven army displayed unparalleled combat prowess. Their individual strength may not have been extraordinary, but at this moment, they moved in perfect harmony as a singular entity, executing their strikes with remarkable simplicity. Boom! The moment the 3,000 War Heaven soldiers emerged, the chaotic battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. A great number of Great Li's forces were swiftly slain on the spot. The once steady troops began to show signs of collapse. In the skies above, the king of Great Li coldly observed Li Hao, his voice resonating like a great bell. The new martial corps? Li Hao, is this your source of confidence? I had thought you would rely on your own strength. Li Hao replied with a smile in his voice. O king of Great Li, how about this? You permit those ancient civilization warriors by your side to withdraw, and let us engage in a battle to the death, relying solely on ourselves. Let us see if Tianxing fears you. They are but puppets of the ancients, unworthy to speak of self-reliance with me. The king of Great Li cast a glance at Li Hao and chose not to speak further. He was not one to indulge in idle chatter. At that moment, with the entrance of the War Heaven army, chaos ensued among the forces of Great Li, unless reinforcements were dispatched. The mere 3,000 soldiers of the War Heaven army would struggle to contend with an opposing force of 20 to 30,000. Indeed, 1,000 soldiers from the War Heaven army could rival 10,000 from Great Li. As the battle raged on, the Great Li army had already suffered over 5,000 losses, whereas Li Hao's side had endured fewer than 3,000. If this continued and losses surpassed 10,000, morale would surely plummet. Sound the retreat, commanded the king of Great Li, who was met with a solemn objection from a figure clad in black robes. Your Majesty, why not deploy the entire army? The War Heaven army is outnumbered. To withdraw now is tantamount to conceding defeat. Losing the first battle is far from advantageous. The king paid little heed to the council and reiterated, retreat. The drums of war echoed, reverberating through the air, as tens of thousands of Great Li soldiers began to withdraw hastily. The demon hunters and the War Heaven army pursued for a while, closing in within a kilometer, before they too signaled a retreat. In the next moment, Li Hao raised his arm and shouted, victory. Millions of soldiers erupted in fervent cheers, victory. Their spirits soared. Even the 300,000 regular troops, once disheartened and demoralized, who had initially harbored thoughts of flight, now beheld the spectacle of the Celestial Star's dominance over their foes. The arrival of the War Heaven army was merely the icing on the cake. The forces of the Celestial Star Governorate were formidable in their own right. At that moment, the millions of troops burst into jubilant celebration. For Li Hao had previously proclaimed that should the tide of battle turn against them, they would be cast into the fray as cannon fodder. This declaration had instilled fear. But now, witnessing the victory of the Celestial Star, they were filled with uncontainable joy. Many had forgotten their earlier trepidation, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride in the prowess of the elite Celestial Star army. Meanwhile, the king of Great Li remained silent, merely observing Li Hao from a distance before vanishing into the void. That day, the top-tier powers of both sides did not clash. Below, Lu Long and his companions were breathless, drenched in sweat, yet they brimmed with exuberance. Despite the loss of over 1,000 men from the demon hunters and the deaths of acquaintances, their spirits were unyielding. One thought prevailed. They had won the first battle. The demon hunters were invincible. They had upheld their duty. Lu Long offered a salute to several commanding officers, a smile breaking through his pale countenance. Beneath his armor, not a single piece of flesh remained unscathed. Yet he stood resolute, his smile radiant. Victory! The cheers erupted once more. At that moment, from every corner of the realm, the entire Celestial Star dynasty seemed to join in rapture, for Great Li was but a fleeting shadow. Chapter 314. The king of Great Li in the Great Li military camp. The king returned. One by one, the generals hurried into the command tent. The leaders who had fought in the battle were bloodied and dejected, bowing their heads as they entered the camp, kneeling in despair. A palpable fear gripped the hearts of all present. In the first battle, although the great Li did not suffer a rout, it undeniably faced defeat. This was, of course, related to the opposing Heavenly War Army's overwhelming presence. Otherwise, the losses on Li Hao's side would have been far more substantial. Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, the Great Li army should have triumphed even against tenfold odds. Even if they had matched forces and emerged victorious, there was little to be proud of. The numbers of the Great Li were simply too few. Had the casualties been equal, would the Central Plains still lack 1 million troops? According to their reasoning, they ought to have swept through their enemies with ease. Rise. The king of Great Li did not display his usual volatility. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. In this battle, the enemy deployed the Demon Hunter Army and the Heavenly War Army, the elite forces of the entire Tianxing, even the finest of the new military. This signified that Li Hao had revealed his trump cards. The king of Great Li allowed a smile to grace his lips. The domineering demeanor of your seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. In this confrontation, Li Hao's hidden strengths had been laid bare, granting the king insight into his limits. Defeat, in this case, did not equate to disgrace. Of course, this battle would undoubtedly bolster the morale of Li Hao's forces while dampening that of his own, which was to be expected. However, the true elite of the Great Li army had not truly engaged in the fight, including the beastly troops that fought mounted on demonkind. My king, I have brought shame upon Great Li. I implore you to behead me as a sacrifice. A general from the Tiger Guard knelt, his face etched with anguish, pleading for death. In this battle, the elite Tiger Guard failed to achieve any merit, instead being heavily suppressed by the Heavenly War Army. 3,000 of the Heavenly War troops inflicted grievous losses upon the Tiger Guard. The king of Great Li raised his hand and calmly commanded, "Stand up." The general dared not utter another word and stood, gritting his teeth with an air of ferocity. The defeat in the first battle weighed heavily upon him. At this moment, the high priest softly remarked, "My king, why engage in a contest of generals and armies with Li Hao today? The 100,000 soldiers of Great Li have traveled a great distance. Resources are limited. We ought to focus on besieging cities and swiftly achieving breakthroughs. Engaging in a protracted struggle with Li Hao holds little significance. The Tianxing is vast." He continued, "Now is the time to wreak havoc across the land, forcing the enemy to scramble and extinguish fires everywhere, exhausting their efforts." The high priest looked towards the king of Great Li. "As long as we continue our offensive, Li Hao's position will become precarious amidst the turmoil. He will soon be overwhelmed, losing his grip on the Tianxing. Yet today's battle has inadvertently granted him an opportunity to display his might." The king of Great Li nodded in understanding. He recognized that if Li Hao could overcome Great Li, no one within the Tianxing would dare to resist thereafter. At this juncture, should Great Li launch widespread assaults, causing unrest among the populace, the rise of a hegemon would only serve to further burden Li Hao. He comprehended all this. Yet, why pursue such a path? The king of Great Li smiled gently, surveying his surroundings before speaking. "Today, in this daylight battle, Li Hao has achieved a minor victory. As he desires, I shall indulge him in this dance of arms. He seeks to train his elite forces. Otherwise, the first troops to engage would not have been the Demon Hunter Army, but the Heavenly War Army. In his eyes, I am willing to accompany him in this military exercise for a time. After all, the other 3 nations have yet to make their move. Rashly intruding into the heart of Tianxing may well lead us into a quagmire of war from which we cannot extricate ourselves." The assembly nodded in agreement. If one were to consider this point, it would indeed require a waiting period. However, since the Great Li has already mobilized its forces, what significance does it hold to await the advance of the other 3 nations? Is it merely to provide an opportunity for Li Hao to train his troops? The king of Great Li, however, deftly shifted the topic. With over 10,000 warriors in the Battle of Heaven Army and the equally formidable Demon Hunter Army, along with hundreds of thousands of super soldiers and millions of ordinary soldiers, the various elite forces of Tianxing have yet to be deployed, including the super cannons, which we have not witnessed today. If we were to commit our entire army, victory would be within our grasp. Yet, how many of the million soldiers can we afford to lose? He surveyed the crowd. We would suffer at least half our forces. The enemy will not crumble at a single strike. With such losses, we may still have to contend with counterattacks from across Tianxing. And can the Great Li truly seize the world? The assembly fell silent, nodding in agreement once more. Today, the opposing army was vast, a dark cloud looming overhead. And with the super cannons unutilized, if we were to fully commit our forces, as the king of Greatly suggested, the losses could indeed be catastrophic. Nevertheless, they would prevail. They had no fear of the elite forces aligned with Li Hao. What, then, was the king's intention? The high priest glanced at the king of Greatly, sensing that he harbored alternate plans. The king of Greatly remained utterly composed. Today's skirmish has yielded a minor victory for the enemy. Overconfident soldiers are destined to fail. Therefore, tonight, we shall organize our elite forces for a surprise attack, aiming to behead Li Hao. Upon finishing, he turned to a figure clad in a black robe from the ancient city. I hope you can lend your assistance tonight. Partnering with the high priest to slay the general and seize the banner, launching a night raid on Silver City. The figure in black furrowed his brow. Did the king intend to ambush Li Hao tonight? Even though the enemy's overconfidence might lead to their downfall, could a mere minor victory truly lull them into complacency? For the strong, a surprise attack rarely yields surprising results. The king of Greatly chuckled. Silver City is paramount. Additionally, my commanders will launch a surprise assault against the millions of miscellaneous soldiers tonight, creating turmoil. Li Hao knows nothing of military strategy. Placing millions of ordinary soldiers in the rear appears imposing, but once chaos ensues, it will inevitably disrupt the main forces. Throughout today, I have been observing. As soon as these millions of ordinary soldiers falter, chaos will erupt at the front lines, causing disarray among his main forces. At that moment, I shall unleash a million-strong army, and in a single night, we shall shatter the enemy. The figure in black pondered for a moment before speaking. His army also possesses seasoned generals, not to mention the Battle of Heaven forces. Would they truly be unprepared? Thus, allowing them a small victory today might lead Li Hao to underestimate the Great Li. If so, how could the Great Li dare to launch a night raid? The figure in black considered this. There was a semblance of truth, yet it also seemed flawed. Certainly, if the enemy was willing to conduct a night assault, he would support it. They longed to witness a continuous clash between both sides. Excellent. Very well, I will contact the Grand Master for a pincer attack. Ambushing Li Hao tonight. The king of Greatly nodded. It is essential that you personally undertake this task. The more strong warriors we have, the better. Whether the miscellaneous soldiers collapse or we achieve a successful beheading, the local forces will falter, and it shall be an unencumbered advance. Li Hao aims for a decisive victory in one fell swoop. I, too, share this sentiment. Upon hearing this, the figure in black ceased to offer further commentary. He swiftly exited the military tent, vanishing in a flash. As soon as he departed, one of the commanders under his command spoke in a low voice. My lord, these individuals are untrustworthy. Even if we vanquish Li Hao's faction, they will still pose a problem. The king of Dali glanced at the man and slightly furrowed his brow. We are already allies. To sow discord among the troops at this moment is a treasonous act. You shall withdraw. My lord, I shall take my leave. The king of Dali's cold reprimand left the man somewhat irate, and he chose to remain silent as he turned to leave. Within the grand tent, others also expressed their displeasure. This is precisely the case. Does the king truly believe these people are worthy of trust? That is laughable. The king of Dali replied calmly. With a formidable enemy before us, we cannot disrupt our own ranks. Those who share your sentiments should also withdraw, lest I show you no mercy in the future. Upon hearing this, none dared to voice further objections, yet some still displayed traces of resentment in their eyes. The king of Dali, with a keen gaze, stated, You few shall withdraw. He pointed at several individuals, who, gritting their teeth, departed in silence. They believed the king had been swayed. We are all loyal and devoted, and now, even a mere warning is met with reproach. Can we truly trust these unknown ancient city warriors? Dali is certainly not a puppet of the opposition. Soon, the number of people in the military camp significantly dwindled. The king of Dali chose not to elaborate further and continued. Tonight, the chief priest shall lead the temple's rituals along with half of the divine guards to coordinate a surprise attack on the various powers of Silver City. Should the enemy's forces descend into chaos, you shall lead your troops directly against their main camp. The temple must prepare defenses and ensure the enemy has no opportunity to spy on our military situation. In this era of superpowers, many methods abound. The chief priest nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Everyone, depart and reassure the troops to prevent any wavering of morale. Within the military tent, others gradually exited. Just as the chief priest intended to leave, the king of Dali raised his hand, prompting him to halt. In the Dali dynasty, the authority of the chief priest was, in fact, greater than that of the king. However, this particular king possessed immense strength, even seemingly blessed by fate. Though the chief priest was formidable, he recognized that he might not be a match for this king, thus endowing him with greater authority than his predecessors. The chief priest felt a tinge of confusion, but chose not to voice it. After a brief wait, the many commanders who had been dismissed earlier returned, albeit still puzzled. "My lord, why have you summoned us back?" The king of Dali replied with serene composure. "It is merely a charade. Those ancient city warriors, being new martial artists, carry the weight of their former prowess, and there are murmurs within the army. Some tribal leaders have mingled too freely with them. My authority has become difficult to impose upon them. When I expelled you from the tent, it did not stir any ripples among them, as they likely believed it inappropriate to malign the ancient city warriors." A subtle tremor coursed through the hearts of the gathered. The king of Dali continued, "For 200 years, Dali has labored diligently. How could a handful of ancient city warriors shake our foundations? Li Hao claimed I serve as a dog for the ancient city warriors. That is to underestimate me. However, the sheer number of ancient city warriors is overwhelming. And both the king and Li Hao find themselves in a life and death struggle, ultimately facing these troublesome individuals." The king of Dali displayed a hint of mockery. Indeed, the appearance of the opposing force necessitated our mobilization. Failing to act would present considerable trouble, yet to engage would merely satisfy their selfish desires. For me to commit the entirety of my forces, incurring substantial casualties, would be of no concern to them. The king of Dali perceived this clearly. While the high priest hesitated to speak, the king remarked coolly, "There is no need for further words, high priest. Perhaps you wish to suggest that mutual cooperation, at this moment, would be advantageous with their assistance, correct?" The high priest nodded slightly, aware that the intentions of the powerful from the ancient city were far from pure. However, their support still held significant benefits for Dali. The high priest focused solely on the present, failing to foresee the future implications of those who incited the four great kingdoms to send troops to Tianxing. "Today, they urged me to commit all forces without regard for death. I have begun to comprehend their true intentions." He looked up to the heavens. "The will of the heavens is manifest, the celestial realm observes. The cycle of life and death perfects the natural order. As elite warriors perish in battle, their return to the earth enhances the cycle, thereby stabilizing the will of the heavens and the earth. Perhaps this is what they truly seek." The high priest felt a slight tremor within. This current king of Dali was becoming increasingly inscrutable. The king's intent was clear. Tonight, let the high priest collaborate with the powerful from the ancient city to launch a surprise attack on Li Hao's faction. Bring half the divine guards and half the temple priests. The high priest looked at the king, who then addressed the generals below. "Return and select the finest from the military. I possess earth-boring devices as well. Exercise caution, draw forth half the elite. Conceal our movements with the temple's shroud. I shall personally lead these elite soldiers to block their retreat and eliminate all powerful figures from the ancient city." The high priest's expression shifted. "My king, this." The king interjected calmly. "I am aware you possess certain methods you must refrain from employing. Tonight, we shall feign defeat. The surprise attack must appear as a loss, not a victory. However, we must not incur excessive losses. Should the surprise attack fail and the ancient city's powers retreat, you must assist them in their rear guard while I personally annihilate Li Hao and his group to seize their essence." The king continued with an unwavering demeanor. "Li Hao's path diverges from the new martial arts. Thus, the essence holds little value for him. For us in Dali, who inherit the primordial martial arts, the essence is of great significance. We shall eradicate every emerging powerful figure and seize their essence, fortifying our divine guards. You must restrain a few from the ancient city to prevent their reinforcements. I intend to wear down their battle strength, for while Li Hao trains his troops, I will also cultivate powerful figures through his hand, eliminating the ancient city's strong men one by one." The high priest's expression darkened. "My king, if the news were to leak." The king remained composed. "Then we must ensure that it does not. As long as we eliminate them all, how could any information escape? In their eyes, how could the current humans dare to scheme against them? Aside from Li Hao as an anomaly, is there another? I have consistently treated these powerful figures from the ancient city with respect, hoping to utilize their strength to seize Tianxing. How could I turn against them and harm my own kin? Perhaps it is Li Hao who will strike them down, or another from the ancient city. Or perhaps for various reasons, but one thing is certain. It shall not be me who acts against them. The king gazed into the distance. High priest, I am well aware that even if we seize Tianxing, what significance would it hold? Only by continuously augmenting the number and strength of our formidable warriors, relentlessly surpassing our limits, and even confronting the new martial arts, can Li find its singular path to salvation. This military expedition to seize the celestial star was never the ultimate goal. He suddenly chuckled. I also seek to gauge Li Hao's prowess, should he prove too weak. I shall, through the ancient city's hand, eradicate him directly. If his strength is adequate, then I shall utilize him to eliminate the strong from the ancient city, allowing my divine guards and temple priests to ascend to the pinnacle of the new martial arts. The chief priest of the temple, unable to suppress the tumult within, slowly remarked, then tonight's surprise attack, let everything proceed as I instruct, he interjected. Pressure Li Hao and the ancient city alike. Moreover, let the army advance. Those disobedient tribes shall lead the charge, and the casualties matter not. At that moment, several generals were equally stirred, their voices rising in fervent agreement. The king is wise. Seize the essence of the ancient city strong, empower our divine guards and priests. Such thoughts had not even dared to cross their minds. For the warriors of the ancient city were indeed fearsome. Yet, the king of Li remained remarkably composed. The new martial arts have departed. Besides, they are merely a band of traitors to the new martial arts, akin to serpents and rats. What is there to fear? Even if we fail to capture the celestial star in this battle, it will not alter the grand scheme. Seizing one person's essence will strengthen another. Even if we do not reach the apex, we can still achieve the so-called 6 realms of mountain and sea. Remember, in the end, it is the strong that matter in war. As for our troops, Li's elite warriors number in the millions, sufficient indeed. Li Hao requires elite troops. We seek only the powerful. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. The king intended to stage a performance with Li Hao? The king of Li smiled, shaking his head. No. It is not mere theatrics. It is genuine combat. His forces will perfectly serve our purpose of training generals. He will drill his soldiers while we hone our commanders. After tonight's assault, I shall contend with him in martial prowess. Contend in martial prowess. The assembly quaked once more at this proclamation. The king of Li revealed a hint of a smile. By drawing from the essence of ancient beings, whose strength is but a facade, we can utilize his subordinates for our training. He aids me in developing commanders, and I assist him in training soldiers. Would Li Hao acquiesce? Certainly. Li Hao would be eager for such an arrangement, as it would afford him precious time to cultivate a formidable force. The Li dynasty lacked elite troops, but was desperately in need of powerful warriors. Although he was formidable, and the chief priest equally so, the remainder were not particularly strong. Despite the external perception that Li's divine guards and temple priests had reached the level of supernatural prowess, was the king of Li satisfied? Not in the slightest. Their strength was too feeble. How could they conquer the silver moon or contend with those ancient powerhouses? Now, the opportunity had arisen. The stronger Li Hao became, the more the king rejoiced. Only thus would the ancient city regard him with trepidation and continuously dispatch reinforcements. Continuing, he added, additionally, do not intentionally allow many soldiers to perish. Excessive casualties yield no advantages. Even those disobedient tribal soldiers, rescue them if possible. This will demonstrate that Li's military spirit is intact and camaraderie prevails. Understood. The generals, elated, prepared to depart. The king of Li raised his hand. Go now? But exercise caution. Select the elite, and tonight, accompany me in action. Understood. The generals, filled with excitement, were about to leave when the king of Li frowned slightly, remarking coolly, maintain composure. Having just been reprimanded, your exuberance now is a clear signal to all. It is often said that the warriors of the great Li possess might, but lack intellect. However, I find merit in Li Hao's efforts to promote education in the Central Plains. The several generals, silenced by this notion, departed cautiously, as though mourning a great loss. Once they had left, the king of Great Li turned to the high priest of the temple and, after a lengthy pause, spoke. Zhang Li, at this moment, I am more inclined to truly instill fear across the lands and command respect throughout the universe than merely to claim dominion through hollow accolades. With the favor of destiny bestowed upon Li Hao, this is not the time for a decisive confrontation between us. We are both favored by the divine will of this era. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to address some of the lingering troubles left by the ancients. The high priest bowed slightly, acknowledging the king's wisdom. The king of Great Li gazed at him for a long time before slowly adding, "Thus, I do not wish to become the mouthpiece of any primordial god of war, nor does the temple hold any exception." The priest's expression shifted subtly. The king continued calmly, "Reflect on this deeply. Faith is a precious thing. Yet, the believers of old, whose names have faded into obscurity over millennia, what do they still bring to our existence? What have they changed for us? Why do they still seek faith? The primordial god of war has faced defeat time and again. Why does he persist in fantasizing about unrealizable aspirations? Even if the great Li were to conquer the world, would it not be the merit of our own people? Must we attribute our triumphs to the primordial god of war?" The high priest's countenance transformed completely. The king of Great Li merely observed him in silence, choosing not to elaborate further. The current high priest was indeed formidable. He understood the intricacies involved, even sensing some divine favor from the primordial god of war, though he refrained from delving into specifics. What mattered to him was the Great Li, his realm, and he would not allow any dissenting voices to arise. Taking a deep breath, the priest replied, "My king, I shall return now and ponder this matter thoroughly." The king nodded, bidding him farewell. As the high priest departed, the king gazed into the distance, where the tumult of destiny swirled, indicating the region occupied by Li Hao and his forces. Li Hao is not to be underestimated. He does not fear. He seeks to utilize me, just as I aim to leverage him. Ultimately, it remains to be seen who possesses greater skill. Meanwhile, in the direction of Silver City, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. They had triumphed in their initial engagement, though it was only achieved through the involvement of the Battle Heaven Army and came at a significant cost. It far exceeded their expectations. Nevertheless, the ninth commander spoke up. This was merely the first clash, a small-scale skirmish, compared to the million-man army across from us. Today we have only deployed several thousand troops, and we have committed the Demon Hunter Army and the Battle Heaven Army to secure this minor victory. I urge everyone not to become overly complacent. Joy is acceptable, but losing oneself in it is unnecessary. The disparity between the two sides remains substantial. Even the mightiest Demon Hunter army found itself evenly matched against the enemy's 10,000-strong battalion, while the other forces clearly fell short. Huang Yu's expression was grave, indeed. Upon reviewing our forces, the Demon Hunter army is relatively strong, yet the 9th Army Corps has not undergone rigorous training. Their individual combat prowess is commendable, but once assembled, they tend to fall into disarray. On the battlefield, the deployment of 10,000 troops led to several errors that resulted in considerable losses. Li Hao nodded in agreement. That is precisely the case. Indeed, happiness is essential, especially after a small victory. However, the reaction of the Great Li King took me completely by surprise. He did not deploy his entire army, as I had anticipated. I had prepared for a fierce confrontation, ready to deliver a decisive blow, yet he chose to concede. Li Hao furrowed his brow. At that moment, had the Great Li forces chosen to attack, he was prepared. With his divine avatar, he was even ready for self-detonation, in conjunction with Hong Yitang's earth-shattering formation, which would have undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the opposition. Yet, astonishingly, they surrendered without a fight. This was utterly unexpected for Li Hao. In his imagination, the Great Li King should have been an unparalleled tyrant, incapable of conceding defeat. The Great Li was even more barbaric than Silver Moon. How could they so easily show weakness? Yet, the reality was just that. Remarkably, the Great Li King himself did not engage, while Li Hao had fully prepared for a fierce battle between formidable warriors. It was truly peculiar. The Great Li King's reaction disrupted his plans. As Li Hao was speaking, Qian Wuliang entered, accompanied by an elder, the renowned Xuanfeng'er. At this moment, Xuanfeng'er appeared somewhat anxious, stating, "Commander, a special defense has suddenly risen on the Great Li's side, isolating everything. We cannot listen or investigate. We only know that a powerful individual may have departed from the Great Li forces." Li Hao slightly furrowed his brow. After contemplating, he produced a mirror, without further ado, and infused it with energy. Soon, the mirror began to ripple, dispersing the essence of the universe. The waves gradually oscillated. However, there was a certain chaos. Yet some perception remained. Upon focusing intently, Li Hao raised his eyebrows. It indeed seemed that a powerful being had departed. With that, he infused more energy into the mirror, and the ripples intensified. Gradually, they spread in all directions. Yet, in the land of Silver Moon, the mirror appeared to be subjected to some restrictions. Certain ancient city regions seemed to be isolated from the cosmos, rendering them impervious to detection. In a flash, a shadow darted past and swiftly vanished, making it exceedingly difficult to capture again. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and finally remarked, "It appears that a formidable ancient warrior has left the side of the great Li King. At present, among his subordinates, there were ample resources." Li Hao had been continuously monitoring the movements of the adversary. Yet, the departure of an ancient warrior did not seem overly significant. Could it be that he sought reinforcements? However, considering it was merely a minor defeat, the Great Li dynasty would not even classify it as a loss. With a casualty ratio of 5,000 to 3,000, the War Heaven army had suffered significant losses. Under such circumstances, would the Great Li King truly seek aid from the ancient city? Would that not portray him as utterly incapable? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Director Zhao suddenly interjected. "The Great Li King wouldn't be planning to launch a surprise attack against us, would he? He likely does not wish to incur excessive losses, considering the limited strength of the Great Li forces." Continuing, he added, "Moreover, they are collaborating with the faction that betrayed them. If there are powerful allies available, they would be foolish not to utilize them." He believed there was indeed a possibility of this. The others mulled over his words, contemplating the implications of a decapitation strategy. Could the opposition manage it? If bolstered by numerous ancient city warriors, it might be feasible. Yet, they would also be underestimating Li Hao and his comrades. If it truly came to that, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Li Hao stroked his chin and smiled. If that is indeed the case, it would be quite advantageous to deal a significant blow to the other party. I am not in a hurry. The other three factions have yet to make any substantial movements. I am quite willing to engage in a war of attrition with the King of Li. If we can eliminate some of their formidable warriors, it would compel them to engage in military exercises with us, rather than a decisive battle, which would only benefit us. With that said, we must prepare the auxiliary Fengyun treasure mirror. It is of no concern if it incurs somewhere. From this day forth, it shall be hung here for daily observation, to guard against any special tactics they might employ for a swift assault. If they think they can catch us off guard, they are sorely mistaken. The Fengyun auxiliary mirror detects vitality. While it does consume a fair amount of resources, it can prevent the enemy from launching a sudden attack without our knowledge. The ninth commander interjected, "Moreover, this Fengyun auxiliary mirror may not be able to detect everything. We must remain vigilant." Li Hao nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed." After saying this, he fell into contemplation, gazing at the enemy camp situated 10,000 meters away. Executing a beheading strategy against formidable opponents is certainly no easy feat naturally. The enemy might underestimate our strength. For someone like the King of Li, seeking revenge after suffering a loss is quite normal. We must exercise caution tonight. We should remain close together, and if anything occurs, follow my command and retaliate swiftly. Furthermore, we must ensure morale within the ranks remains high to avoid any potential chaos. Understood. The group responded in unison. Once they dispersed, Li Hao gazed into the distance, frowning slightly. The immense momentum of the King of Li was formidable, surging forth with the weight of the heavens. If he truly intended to disrupt our military training plans, it would shatter our strategy. However, if we could succeed in eliminating a significant number of their strong warriors, forcing them to continue training with us would be advantageous, effectively cutting off their desire for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, in an ancient city, a powerful figure clad in black robes merged instantaneously with his true form. Adorned in golden armor, he swiftly entered the main hall and spoke in a solemn tone. "My lord, the King of Li intends to launch a surprise attack on Li Hao tonight, aiming for a beheading. He seeks our assistance to encircle and annihilate Li Hao in one fell swoop." Within the hall, the ancient entity remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I have observed today's battle. The forces of Li did not fight to the death. Please explain the specifics of this decision. Is it not said that the King of Li is impulsive and cannot tolerate loss?" The armored warrior quickly replied, "The King of Li has his own schemes. He aims to feign defeat in order to lower Li Hao's vigilance, planning a surprise attack tonight following a beheading strategy, emulating the methods of the human king. Additionally, He intends to mobilize his entire army under the cover of night to annihilate Li Hao's forces in one decisive strike. Is it truly that simple? The man chuckled derisively. If it were so easy, Li Hao's faction would have been eliminated long ago. The king of Li is underestimating him. Does he really believe that a minor victory could render Li Hao complacent? Regardless of who triumphs or falters, the key is that many must perish. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Severing the source and utilizing avatars to assist in battle is not out of the question, but the numbers are too great, and the commotion may easily attract the attention of other cities. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You shall mobilize 50 individuals to sever the essence and assist in the battle against Li. However, remember, if circumstances change, prioritize the annihilation of living beings. If it proves impossible to eliminate Li Hao, do not force it. Retreat swiftly." Understood. Zhantian nodded and added, "My lord, if we have the opportunity, shall we take the chance to slay Li Hao? Then slay him." The man chuckled. "If we can kill him, we shall certainly do so. If not, we must retreat in a timely manner. We cannot allow Li Hao's side to gain any advantage. The destruction of our essence avatars would be a significant loss for us. And while Li Hao's new martial path does not rely on the power of essence, it may facilitate his acquisition of new martial prowess. Your subordinate comprehends." Zhantian said no more and swiftly departed, gathering personnel outside the city to sever the avatars and prepare for the battle against Li. Of course, in his heart, Zhantian hoped that if they could successfully eliminate Li Hao's faction, it would yield the best outcome, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. In the grand hall, the man gazed at the sky, furrowing his brow slightly. This king of Li must have the favor of fate. His thoughts are not entirely erroneous. However, to launch an assault after a minor defeat is rather rash and impetuous. Had he feigned defeat for 3 to 5 days, it might have allowed Li Hao's forces to lower their guard. Is he merely seeking to test our strength? He pondered. Considering that the king of Li might wish to gauge their capabilities, the man looked outside. Within the city, various mansions housed formidable beings, and the energy within was quite dense. He contemplated whether, at this moment, deploying hundreds of essence avatars could lead to the annihilation of Li Hao's faction. Would it be feasible to eradicate them entirely? Yet such an action would undoubtedly alarm the other major cities, possibly resulting in no one returning. With a sigh, he realized that excessive commotion could lead to complications, inadvertently bolstering Li Hao's position. As for the rivalry between Li and Li Hao, those major cities would likely observe for a while. Why is the second resurgence proving so arduous? Is even the heavens unwilling to grant us the opportunity to emerge? Furthermore, the 3 major organizations we nurtured, including the Haoyan Mountain Manor, have vanished. These individuals are nothing but ungrateful wolves. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The individuals of this era are insatiable. There always exists a faction that believes they are the true protagonists of heaven and earth. And what of the king of Li? Are there any genuine remnants of the initial martial era left in the initial martial temple of Li? Moreover, the Hongyue faction has been unusually quiet of late, causing considerable trouble in the Silver Moon world. As these thoughts swirled, the man closed his eyes. Is betrayal of the new martial path destined for a short existence? Moments later, phantoms emerged from the ancient city, clad in black robes that concealed their features, rendering their faces indistinct, their essence obscured. A full 50 avatars of formidable beings emerged, solely to support Li. Even if they could not eliminate Li Hao's group, they must inflict severe losses, emboldening Li to continue its offensive. Zhantian's black-robed avatar led the charge. He believed that the king of Li was still overly cautious. Otherwise, had the army advanced today, perhaps the situation would not have been so troublesome. Confidence must be instilled in the king of Li. As dusk deepens, night begins to descend. At this moment, within the Li military camp, the chief priest leads a contingent, accompanied by over 100 formidable beings, including temple priests, royal guards of the king of Li, and a cadre of cloaked figures from the ancient city, all concealing their auras. More than 100 individuals stand resolutely in place. The king of Li speaks with tranquil authority. Tonight, we shall decisively quell the rebellion of the celestial star forces. Let us unite our efforts, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The temple priests and royal guards must prioritize the retreat of the ancient city's warriors, ensuring we leave no evidence of our alliance that could expose our identities and provoke intervention from other ancient cities of the Silver Moon. Among the gathering, The cloaked figures from the ancient city feel a sense of ease upon hearing this proclamation. One of the cloaked figures chuckles darkly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We possess unparalleled strength, and with the chief priest's assistance, we shall undoubtedly eliminate Li Hao and his followers. The king of Dali responds with a smile. Then I shall await the good news from you, esteemed elders. A cloaked figure inquires, Will Your Majesty not participate in this battle? The king of Dali replies with a grin. I shall remain here to stir the tides of fate, preventing Li Hao from learning of our intentions. My presence ensures his confidence. Otherwise, he may become aware of our intentions prematurely. The others ponder this reasoning and find it sound. The king of Dali refrains from further discourse, turning to the chief priest. I must trouble you for this undertaking. The chief priest's expression is somewhat intricate, but he quickly asserts, I dare not falter. I shall exert my utmost. Then let us depart, avoiding the main forces and remaining vigilant to evade detection. Esteemed elders, lend your support. The chief priest speaks no more, swiftly leading the contingent away. After they have left for a while, the king of Dali waits, and soon, shadows materialize. Some royal guards appear, along with several generals, all brimming with excitement. The king of Dali glances at them, sensing an unseen presence probing his intentions. Li Hao possesses many treasures, yet if he knows I have departed, what can he truly do? Casually, he discards a seal that emanates a faint royal aura, filling the tent with a commanding presence, akin to that of a sovereign descending. The king of Dali gazes at the gathered individuals and raises his hand, revealing an underground shuttle, his voice low yet firm. I hope each of you will grow formidable, becoming my right hand rather than mere prey. The crowd, their eyes ablaze with fervor, kneels before him, their voices fervent, for the king's advance. The king of Dali nods slightly. Then let us set forth to slay the ancient warriors. If Li Hao's forces can kill, so can we. We shall not permit any essence to escape our sight. Once they flee Dali, it shall spell disaster. Everyone comprehends the gravity of the situation. A successful strike would yield immeasurable gains, yet failure, and allowing an escape back to the ancient city, could spell trouble for Dali. Silence ensues as they board the underground shuttle, with the king of Dali being the last to enter, swiftly vanishing from sight. Within the military tent, only a few royal guards remain, the royal seal still exuding a potent aura, resonating with the very fabric of the world. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly opens his eyes, gazing intently at the treasure mirror before him, his expression shifting slightly. It seems that the forces of the king of Dali have vanished. The presence lingers, yet it seems not to belong to the original. Is it peculiar? Are they truly planning a surprise attack tonight? Have they underestimated us? Or do they genuinely believe that with the aid of those traitors, they can act without restraint? Li Hao's gaze turned icy. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back. The king of the great Li cannot possibly think that his departure has gone unnoticed, can he? Though the aura emanating from that direction remains formidable, imbued with a certain royal essence, as one who has similarly received the favor of the heavens. Li Hao can discern a stark difference between the two. Prepare for battle, Li Hao commanded resolutely. Since they have come to my doorstep, it would be prudent to reap some rewards and perhaps dissuade their intentions. Yet, an unsettling feeling persisted within him. The king of the great Li, having also received divine endorsement, should possess enough wit to recognize that while others might remain oblivious to his absence, he himself would certainly be aware. Even without knowledge of the existence of the wind and cloud vice mirror, he ought to have remained stationed, awaiting the moment to strike amidst the chaos, rather than leaving personally, which would have served to mislead. How strange! Li Hao pondered deeply, momentarily perplexed by the king of the great Li's intentions. Was this individual truly regarding him as a fool? This evening, I shall show you the consequences of your actions. Chapter 3:15. The terrifying Li Hao as night descended. The Silver City appeared somewhat desolate. The armies outside had quieted, transitioning from the day's clamor into silence. From all directions, forces arriving from the north continued to merge into the main army, their numbers considerable. Within the city, Li Hao awaited, lost in thought. He understood his youth and lack of military experience, yet in matters of individual combat, the Silver Moon people feared no one. Team battles were not their forte. However, in direct confrontations, he harbored no fear, nor did the Silver Moon martial artists or the powerful allies who accompanied them. Strong figures stood ready, each waiting for something. Some wore twisted smiles, while others, perhaps contemplating favorable prospects, also grinned. Recently, Nan Quan had been in high spirits, daring to approach Yu Luocha, only to be met with the icy disdain of Ho Xiaoqing, who retreated a few steps before seeking solace near the indifferent Bai Guangjian. Yuan Shua's response was muted. He merely cast a glance at Nan Quan. That single look provoked a silent curse from Nan Quan, who, feeling somewhat exasperated, refrained from approaching the bright sword. Despite its current balance of yin and yang being far more aesthetically pleasing than its previous, rougher appearance. Nonetheless, it was better to keep his distance. The presence of Nan Quan injected some vitality into the ranks. Otherwise, the place would seem akin to hell to any observer. Li Hao's voice resonated softly. The king of the great Li has departed. Exercise caution. Both he and the high priest of the divine temple are formidable, far more so than those primordial avatars. As for the avatars, this era no longer belongs to them. Thus we need not be overly concerned. The crowd nodded in silent agreement, understanding the decision to pursue a decapitation strategy against the king of the great Li. Should he truly arrive, they would harbor no trepidation. Li Hao remained silent, having said all that needed to be said. He found the king of Dali rather peculiar, despite knowing that he could detect his departure. The king insisted on creating a grand spectacle. Rather than opting for a surprise attack, a direct confrontation would have sufficed. Such a dignified monarch, in this manner, appeared somewhat despicable. A longsword materialized in his hand. If the king of Dali was unwilling to train his forces, so be it. True strength would prevail. And he was unafraid of the king. If the man sought his demise, then he would gladly assist him on his journey. To the south of Silver City, dozens of black-robed cultivators stood suspended in the void, a faint barrier of light shimmering around them. Gazing towards Silver City, one remarked with a hint of nostalgia, Silver City, or rather, Sword City, has not emerged for many years. Time has transformed the landscape, and has Sword City truly vanished among the 8 principal cities? Who can say? Perhaps it still exists, though it may not be readily apparent. It is likely adrift within the world's barriers. If Sword City still stands, who commands it now? That remains uncertain. I have little interest in such matters. My curiosity lies elsewhere. It is not surprising that the other clans possess divine weapons. But if memory serves me right, Sword City was among the first to enter the world's barriers. How then has the starry sky sword managed to circulate? It is unclear. Perhaps the main lineage of the Li family triumphed, allowing the starry sky sword and some of their kin to escape. Do they hope that their scattered descendants will return? Yet, I must admit, after all these years, the emergence of Li Hao indeed showcases considerable prowess. Among the 8 principal cities, the other 7 still thrive above ground. In critical moments, it is understandable for the main lineage to retreat with their guardian artifacts. However, the appearance of the starry sky sword from the Li family perplexes those in the know. Others may be oblivious, which is inconsequential. But they are aware that on that fateful day, shortly after the sword's sovereign and his entourage departed, the Star Gate was sealed, and they were ambushed. Those left behind in Sword City commandeered the ancient city, taking to the skies to engage in battle within the world's barriers. Under such circumstances, how could the Li lineage manifest? The emergence of the other 7 families is not surprising, but the appearance of the Li family is indeed enigmatic. Of course, they had no choice but to seal the ancient city and choose slumber. The specifics remain shrouded in the passage of 100,000 years, making it impossible to retrace time and uncover the truth. Should Sword City still exist, the reasons will eventually come to light. Amidst the conversation, another voice interjected. The king of Dali possesses considerable strength, as does the high priest of the divine temple. Apart from them, the others seem rather mediocre. It appears we must rely on ourselves. The master has his own thoughts. We shall execute his will without overthinking. For now, we are all in the same boat. And the master does not wish for this realm to bear the surname Li once more. This statement held merit. Any surname would suffice. As long as it was not Li or Fong, for that would indeed be alarming. Just then, the golden-armored avatar spoke suddenly. News from Dali has arrived. They have already mobilized. Once chaos ensues within the city, we shall swiftly strike. Understood. Rest assured, in this new era of martial prowess, we have fought countless battles. And we can certainly seize this moment. How could the newcomers, like the mighty king of Dali, fathom the extent of our struggles during that time? Enough of the new martial arts. A voice cut through the murmurs. At these words, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, at times, emotions can be quite intricate. The strength of the new martial arts is a source of pride for them. They too have fought for it, revered the king of humans, and felt their blood surge at its rise. Yet, ultimately, they betrayed it. Countless years later, they scorn others, deeming this new martial age as the true pinnacle of strength. They look down upon the primitive martial arts, dismiss the new era, and even disdain the realm of the Red Moon, despite its formidable might. Capable of ambushing the sword sovereigns, they have even harbored hopes that the powerful beings of the Red Moon realm would aid them in vanquishing the new martial arts. Yet, time and again, they ponder, can the Red Moon truly prevail against the new martial arts? Can it triumph over the invincible king of humans? Can it outmaneuver the astute and calculating Zhang the Supreme? Such complexities render them hesitant to utter the words new martial arts, while deep down, they acknowledge its true strength and their once integral role within it. Alas, fate can be cruel. Some have lamented that the king of humans is ruthless, corrupt, and derelict in duty. Such traits exist in every era. The king, indifferent to the reasons, resorts to a single word: execution. With resources scarce and an abundance of powerful figures in the new martial arts, the king merely tends to a few familiar faces, neglecting those on the fringes. If one seeks resources through forceful means, it too concludes with execution. Otherwise, if the king had shown a modicum of mercy, why would we have betrayed the new martial arts? Yet, betrayal is betrayal. No amount of justification can truly soothe our conscience, and now, there is no turning back. As these thoughts lingered in their minds, a group approached the Silver City quietly. The high priest of the temple, Jiang Li, wore a complex expression. The words exchanged with the king of Dali today concealed deeper implications. The temple must bow in submission. However, within the temple, some priests, fanatically devoted, would not easily forsake their beliefs to pledge loyalty to the king of Dali. Thus, this operation would be led primarily by the temple priests, rather than the king's personal guards, the Divine Guard army. Jiang Li surveyed the crowd of priests, many of whom were fervent zealots. It seemed the king of Dali desired these individuals to remain here, never to return, including those unruly tribal leaders. This intent behind the campaign was something Jiang Li had not anticipated. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Li communicated telepathically, "Be cautious when we strike. Li Hao's faction is formidable, or else it would not instill fear, rendering the celestial sovereigns powerless. We must not underestimate the strength of Li Hao's side. The Silver Moon warriors have clashed with our ancestors before. In the past, Silver Moon managed to contend with Dali with just a province, showcasing its strength." He offered several more warnings. "Fear not, High Priest," came a swift response. "The light of the temple shall surely envelop the heavens and the earth." It was one of the temple's priests. The Divine Guard, however, remained silent, their loyalty solely pledged to the king of Dali. Thus, the priestly proclamations regarding the light of the temple failed to pique their interest, and they were unwilling to involve themselves. This time, the Divine Guard harbored an additional mission. Should they find themselves outmatched by Li Hao's faction, they were to ensure the priest's retreat, with the specifics of this withdrawal to be orchestrated by the chief priest, Jiang Li. They harbored some doubts regarding the king's orders, as the chief priest held the highest authority within the temple. As time passed, the orb of darkness began to drift ominously towards Silver City. A mirror materialized, revealing a swirling mass of black mist, devoid of additional information. Yet, Li Hao's brow furrowed. He felt an unsettling absence of the grand cosmic momentum. The king of Dali was absent. What could this mean? In such circumstances, how could the king not be present? Or perhaps, he was lying in wait, biding his time for a decisive strike? That night bore an unusual atmosphere. As the black mist approached, Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. He cast the mirror into the void, enveloping the surroundings in a soft glow. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens. The thunderclap resounded like a celestial upheaval. Under the force of the thunder, Li Hao's mirror quivered slightly. In the next instant, a resonant chant echoed in the ears of those present. The world seemed to revert to a primordial state of chaos. Li Hao had encountered similar techniques before, notably from the formidable red shadow within the mines, who had wielded such powers to initiate the primordial realm. Returning to the chaotic age could ensnare enemies, yet it also posed a perilous threat to oneself. Li Hao, dismissing further contemplation, uttered a terse command: "Kill." In an instant, powerful figures manifested behind him, surging towards the black mist. The first to act was none other than Yuan Shua. Like a flash of lightning, he unleashed a punch, shattering the chaotic void. This individual had been pent up for too long. With a chilling laugh, he struck, causing the black mist to explode and revealing a multitude of figures. A figure clad in a black robe from an ancient city let out a cold snort and also delivered a punch, igniting a fierce battle in all directions. Li Hao, however, remained pensive and silent. The king of Dali was indeed absent, but he had caught sight of the chief priest. Zhang, sensing the peculiar tension, glanced at Li Hao and remarked softly, "It seems that Governor Li has already discerned our presence, mistakenly believing this ambush would yield results." As he spoke, a peculiar wave emanated from his mouth, resonating with the very fabric of the world. In that moment, a luminous barrier surged from the south of Silver City, advancing towards them. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, Zhang summoned countless bolts of lightning from the sky, which thundered down upon the gathering. Li Hao sensed something unusual. Was this the method of primordial martial arts? Manipulating thunder like a divine power. The deity of primordial martial arts appeared to command a singular force. This bore striking similarities to the celestial beings of this era, albeit, strictly speaking, this age could be regarded as a nascent period of a new primordial martial arts era in the New World, suggesting that the paths of the great Tao often converge despite their differences. This adversary shall be my challenge, Li Hao resolved, eager to explore the intricacies of the primordial martial path. Without further ado, a misstep occurred, and a sword was unsheathed. The chaos split apart. A divine script inscribed with the character for thunder materialized, and the sword erupted like celestial lightning. With a resounding crash, the black thunder in the sky shattered into fragments. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Is that all? Thunder met thunder, and Li Hao emerged victorious. Zhang was not surprised. If Li Hao lacked such prowess, how could he unify the celestial realms? With a wave of his hand, flames manifested between heaven and earth, dividing into myriad strands, rushing towards Li Hao with lethal intent. Li Hao responded with a divine script of his own, summoning the character for fire, which instantaneously unleashed countless flames, obliterating the oncoming inferno. He remained unhurried, for not all foes had yet arrived. He was curious to discern the true intentions of the great Li King while also preparing for a potential ambush. The high priest of the temple indeed possessed formidable strength. From Li Hao's evaluation, the power of the thunder and flames alone surpassed many of the seven elements. The Governor Li was undeniably valiant, yet it was still insufficient. Zhang chuckled softly, stating that the path of initial martial arts transcended mere elemental divine abilities. As he spoke, he vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Li Hao found himself enveloped in chaos, everything around him fading away, all strong presences disappearing. At that moment, it felt as if a deity had materialized in the world, colossal and boundless, descending with a foot aimed at Li Hao. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered. This deity, immensely powerful, seemed to embody the high priest Zhang Li. Li Hao, however, gazed upward, golden light emanating from his eyes, allowing the colossal foot to descend upon him. Suddenly, he pivoted and unleashed a sword strike that shattered the void, frowning slightly. An attack from the mental domain is intriguing. Yet I possess the sword eye to pierce through illusions, and you are not yet capable of that. With that sword strike, it appeared as if something had been cleaved, and the world instantly fragmented. Zhang Li's figure re-emerged, blood trickling from his 7 orifices, staring at Li Hao with a hint of astonishment. No wonder the great king claimed you would be a formidable adversary. At that moment, the battles from all directions erupted once more with thunderous roars. Numerous silver moon warriors clashed with the formidable figures from the ancient black-robed cities. These ancient city warriors were avatars of the original essence, with over 10 present, exhibiting tremendous strength. Their opponents were renowned heroes from the Silver Moon-S annals, each possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Naturally, there were lesser figures, such as the likes of the Green Light Sword and the Golden Spear, who were engaged with the Divine Guardians and Temple Priests. Li Hao observed the methods of the Divine Guardians. Generally, they were characterized by their formidable physical strength. However, the Temple Priests intrigued him. Some even vaguely employed techniques akin to domains. These priests resembled divine abilities, while the Divine Guardians appeared akin to practitioners of formless pathways. Zhang Li before him was indeed powerful, yet Li Hao did not regard him with much concern. He was primarily awaiting the arrival of the great Li King. At that moment, a radiant sphere collided with the chaos. In an instant, 50 strong figures emerged from the tumult. Before Li Hao could make a move, a sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth. This strike came so unexpectedly that Li Hao could barely discern its details. In the next moment, an avatar of original essence was cleaved into fragments by the sword. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed in anger, "Li Daozong." Indeed, it was the ninth master. At this moment, the ninth commander, adorned in golden armor, revealed a glint of murderous intent in his eyes as he gazed upon the gathered individuals, his voice cold and resolute. "Traitors, perish. Kill." A surge of familiar sword intent surged forth from Li Hao. The ninth commander, who had maintained a low profile as of late, now manifested the fury within him. With a single, silent stroke, he unleashed the essence of the lifeless sword from the Li family's swordsmanship. Though both were avatars of primordial origin, and both stood at the limits of what the heavens could accommodate, the ninth commander's sword intent erupted with such force that it could suppress and even annihilate his opponent. The golden-armored avatar, witnessing this, bellowed, "Kill." With a thunderous impact, he unleashed a punch that shook the very foundations of the earth. The ninth commander's gaze turned icy. "Who are you?" This individual possessed unparalleled punching intent, unmistakably a top-tier powerhouse from days of yore, with a true form that was at least at the pinnacle of immortality, perhaps even a being of saintly caliber. Such figures were rare in the small world. The golden-armored avatar offered no reply, unwilling even now to reveal his true identity. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's eyes brightened slightly as he issued a low command. "Join forces with these elders and eliminate them." With the addition of these primordial avatars, the strength of the Li faction surged exponentially, their combat prowess intensifying dramatically. The Silver Moon martial artist, who had previously held his ground in one-on-one combat, was now forced to retreat against the onslaught. Only a handful, including Yuan Shuo, Yao Si, Hong Yitong, Ho Xiaoqing, and Tian Jian, could barely hold their ground against the adversaries, their energies fully unleashed, roaring with fervor, as luminous points emerged around them, signaling the opening of their acupoints. Among them, Yuan Shuo, while simultaneously unlocking his acupoints, did not abandon his research. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, manifesting a cage of celestial energy that ensnared one of the primordial avatars. In the next instant, Yuan Shuo, in a frenzy, unleashed hundreds of punches, each one shattering the void, culminating in a resounding explosion that obliterated the trapped powerhouse on the spot. Yuan Shuo roared, "Come and meet your demise." As his words fell, three primordial avatars appeared in an instant, and without hesitation, Yuan Shuo charged forward with his fists raised. Li Hao, observing dozens of powerful beings entering the battlefield, furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings with a discerning eye, pondering whether the king of Li was truly absent from the vicinity. It was exceedingly strange. He had been anticipating this individual. Yet, at this moment, the Silver Moon martial artists were still lacking in number, and sensing the tide turning against them, Li Hao shouted, "Come forth, slay them." In an instant, 20 puppet warriors materialized from the void, all students of the Yuanping Martial Science University. They wasted no time in joining the fray, some chuckling lightly, others roaring with fervor. With a thunderous clash, hundreds of powerful beings collided, engaging in fierce combat, their roars echoing throughout the battlefield. A temple priest was obliterated by Nan Quan, who laughed heartily as he soared towards a primordial powerhouse, bellowing, "Let me test the might of a primordial being." However, moments later, a fierce cry erupted as Nan Quan was sent flying back, blood gushing forth. He was no match for the primordial strength. At that moment, a divine inscription suddenly materialized in the sky, resembling a celestial star of life, exuding a profound vitality that surged towards Nan Quan. Li Hao, with one hand raised to the heavens, appeared to be immersed in the vast river of life. Streams of life force flowed into the bodies of various powerful beings around him. He surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed, "Engage in battle. If only these individuals are present today, not a single one shall escape." On the opposite side, Jiang Li's expression shifted as he gazed at Li Hao, speaking in a low tone. "What a remarkable tactic. I am indeed curious to know the extent of your cultivation, Li Governor. Such methods are unprecedented." Li Hao was indeed more formidable than anticipated. While engaging in combat, he wielded a special divine inscription, infusing tremendous vitality to manipulate the entire battlefield. Jiang Li believed he had reached the limits of what the world could contain. Yet Li Hao seemed to transcend this boundary. Li Hao remained silent, sword in hand, no longer concerned with the great Li King. If he chooses not to appear, then I shall eliminate these foes. He audaciously declared that the Celestial Star Governor's office would withstand the invasion from all corners of the continent, clearly possessing some confidence. In that moment, numerous acupoints appeared on his body, and several meridians manifested, with the count of acupoints exceeding 250. The divine pathways faintly revealed 9 distinct lines. Since the opponent chose to remain hidden, he would dispatch these adversaries, eager to see if it would stir any concern. These individuals were not weak. Had it not been for the purpose of training soldiers, Li Hao would have already struck at the heart of the enemy. Kill. The intent of his sword manifested, radiating a fierce energy that surpassed even that of the 9th commander. He lunged at Zhang Li with his blade. At that moment, Zhang Li felt a mixture of shock, disappointment, and helplessness. The king had stated that he possessed certain tactics that need not be employed, merely feigning defeat. Yet, the king underestimated Li Hao. Without utilizing his full power, not only would they not feign defeat, but all of them might very well perish. Li Hao was far more formidable than they had imagined. This was an unforeseen development. They had presumed that Li Hao's combat prowess was merely at the extreme limits of the world, at most reaching an 8th or 9th tier strength. But in reality, it far exceeded those expectations. Zhang Li could no longer afford to delay. With a soft command, he began to chant, uttering words unknown to all. Suddenly, a gleaming white bone appeared in his hand, translucent and resplendent. Nearby, a source avatar powerhouse was momentarily stunned, the initial martial white jade bone. No sooner had he spoken than the bone transformed into a silvery substance, swiftly merging into Zhang Li's body. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and fissures in the void began to manifest around him, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Zhang Li was somewhat taken aback, while Li Hao remained utterly composed. Feel free to use it. I am here, and the void fissures are of no concern. With that, he waved his hand, causing several divine inscriptions to vanish, enveloping the heavens and earth. A smile graced his lips. I too wish to see what the great Li relies upon. I also wish to ascertain whether this initial martial powerhouse is truly alive and can lend you a fraction of strength. Fight with all your might. Zhang Li's expression changed dramatically. Although his aura was now incredibly formidable, the void fissures no longer threatened to slice through him. How had Li Hao accomplished this? Moreover, this individual was astonishingly powerful, exhibiting a level of arrogance that was almost excessive. He ceased to speak further, letting out a low growl. Kill. At this moment, it was no longer a mere display of elemental manipulation, but rather a powerful strike unleashed, with a formidable phantom emerging from behind, reminiscent of an initial martial artist, exuding a chaotic aura that rendered many around breathless. The 9th commander's expression shifted, and he growled, "That is the bone of an initial martial artist, a living embodiment of their strength. Be cautious." Li Hao remained silent, unleashing the energy from his acupoints. A surge of formidable power erupted, with a multitude of energies from the Haoxing realm swirling around his fist as he too struck out. Boom! The void shattered, and with a crack, Li Hao's fist astonishingly burst apart, a drop of blood splattering forth, while Zhang Li's fist appeared crystalline and seemed largely unscathed. Li Hao staggered back a few steps, his eyes reflecting surprise. Indeed, no wonder you dared to lead the team here. Your strength exceeds my expectations. Although you are drawing upon external power, I must admit, it is undeniably formidable. His astonishment was matched by Zhang Li's shock. Not only Zhang Li, but even the 9th commander and the golden armored avatar were equally astounded. How was it possible that Li Hao, in this situation, could collide with the bone of an initial martial artist without shattering his entire arm? How was this feat achieved? Was the method of unlocking acupoints truly that powerful? Zhang Li's complexion turned pale, inwardly lamenting, "My lord, this time we have indeed acted recklessly." Initially, the plan seemed sound, but given the current circumstances, Li Hao appears unfazed. Perhaps the situation is more complex than it seems. Could it be that escape is not an option? I have already utilized the bone of the initial martial god, and I dare not claim superiority, yet my strength must at least rival a dozen systems of divine abilities. Yet, all that resulted was merely the fracturing of Li Hao's arm. How could a Tianxing being possess such a formidable physique? He suddenly grew anxious. The king was ambushing these primordial avatars and was not present. If Li Hao were to capture all the sacrifices and the divine guards, it would spell great trouble. Everyone had underestimated Li Hao. This individual's strength seemed to progress with each passing moment. He could no longer afford to adhere to any plans. With a roar, strikingly different from his previous elegance and infused with a peculiar power, he murmured a phrase. Suddenly, another bone materialized in his grasp, and he bellowed, "Li Hao is too strong, retreat." With that, another bone fused into his body, and his arms shimmered with a crystalline hue. His fists hurtled toward Li Hao with unparalleled ferocity. Li Hao inhaled sharply, astonished. Can it become even more formidable? In an instant, he reached out, snatching several divine texts that vanished from the surroundings. In that fleeting moment, spatial rifts materialized, slicing through Jiang Li's arm with a sharp crack. Crack! More and more rifts began to sever Jiang Li, whose expression shifted dramatically. At this juncture, he could no longer contain himself and angrily exclaimed, "Li Hao, did you not say I could act at will?" Li Hao had retracted the divine texts, and he found himself subjected to the very slicing of space, the constraints of heaven and earth. "This scoundrel," Li Hao scoffed, "nonsense. The power you suddenly unleashed was far too overwhelming. I suspect you might have more bones. If this continues, you could surpass me significantly, and that would be tantamount to courting death." The high priest of the temple indeed possesses considerable prowess, and he certainly would not grant his opponent the liberty to unleash their full potential. Jiang Li found himself in a state of utter helplessness. Any surge of overwhelming power would result in being cleaved by the fabric of space, yet refraining from such a surge rendered him incapable of contending with Li Hao. A veritable anomaly. As the space continued to fracture, he was compelled to diminish his strength, manifesting a bone which swiftly vanished, leaving only an arm glimmering with a crystalline hue as he hurled a punch towards Li Hao. The surrounding void, a chaotic expanse, abruptly parted. One must concede that this high priest possessed a myriad of techniques and formidable strength, with the ability to augment his power at will. Although this was related to the primal bone of initial martiality, it remained a testament to his considerable skill. "Retreat!" Jiang Li bellowed once more, striking towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, depart first. We shall cover your retreat." At this moment, the powerful avatars of primal essence also exhibited signs of trepidation. Li Hao's capabilities were indeed formidable, and these puppets were no weaklings either. They had surmised the identities of these individuals, realizing they were the puppets of descendants of imperial sovereigns, not to be underestimated. Initially believing that with 50 individuals, in addition to the 10 or so avatars remaining in this location, along with the formidable forces of Li, they might be able to subdue Li Hao, they now comprehended why their master had indicated that a direct confrontation with Li Hao using avatars would be unwise. In the next instant, these individuals erupted in force, repelling their adversaries, intent on retreating. At that moment, Li Hao snorted coldly, questioning, "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" It would not be so simple. If the king of Li did not emerge, then he would gladly take them all. In that instant, a divine script materialized in Li Hao's grasp, and not far away, Director Wang suddenly faltered, his aura instantly dissipating, prompting him to flee in haste. For at that moment, the character of the Tao was extracted by Li Hao. In the blink of an eye, 9 divine scripts representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness manifested around Li Hao, merging seamlessly into the Tao character. Within him, a staggering 230 apertures ignited. The illumination of 180 apertures indicated that half of the 36 Tao meridians were activated, and thereafter, every additional 5 apertures represented the completion of a full Tao meridian. At this juncture, Li Hao had fully activated 10 Tao meridians. Coupled with the 9 divine meridians of supernatural abilities, he had unleashed the power of a total of 19 Tao meridians. The remaining 26 meridians were half-activated, also bolstering his formidable strength, resulting in Li Hao possessing power exceeding that of 20 Tao meridians, all amalgamated within the Tao character. The starry sword manifested, slicing through the fleeing adversaries. "Do you wish to escape? Did you think to come and go at will?" At this moment, Li Hao emanated a power that was almost unfathomable, at least in their eyes, for the heavens and earth appeared insufficient to sustain such overwhelming might. Just then, Jiang Li let out a furious roar as bones re-emerged, not merely one, but 2, his fists once again transforming into a crystalline hue. He disregarded the spatial fractures, allowing his arms to be severed as he launched another punch towards Li Hao, shouting, "Retreat! Attack!" Li Hao felt a surge of irritation as the Silver Moon warriors around him erupted into action. The puppets roared ferociously, charging towards the fleeing powerful figures. Commander Jiu's sword intent reached its zenith as he swung his blade towards the golden-armored doppelganger. A resounding crash echoed through the heavens and earth. In the distance, the sound of a great army's roar emerged. The forces of the Great Li Kingdom, alerted by the commotion, began to mobilize. Li Hao paid little heed to this. For Huang Yu was still in command, and everything seemed manageable. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder where the Great Li King had vanished to. A sword strike landed on Jiang Li's arm with a sharp crack, pain etched across Jiang Li's features. Nevertheless, he managed to parry Li Hao's formidable blow. With a powerful punch directed at the sky, he unleashed a thunderous force that sent the obstructing Fengyun treasure flying. At this moment, Jiang Li appeared to be on the brink of collapse. However, he had not forgotten the Great Li King's command to allow certain ancient city warriors to escape. With a fierce shout, he urged, "Seniors, flee. Return to the ancient city. It is no longer safe among the Great Li forces." The Origin warriors, no longer needing his counsel, had already vanished without a trace. They couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. The people of Great Li truly valued loyalty. For them, losing a doppelganger was merely a setback, but if these Great Li warriors perished, it would be a genuine loss. Flee. Li Hao's anger flared. They had come to fight, yet now sought to escape? What audacity! Imperial guards! He barked, and with a thunderous roar, an illusory imperial palace materialized in the void, a small tree swaying gracefully, instantly suppressing the surrounding space. The heavens seemed to bow down in retreat, and those fleeing doppelgangers, upon witnessing this, cried out in terror, "The imperial palace! Quickly! Self-destruct some of your number. The rest must escape." Although they were merely doppelgangers, their loss would still inflict significant damage. This time, there was no hesitation among the crowd. Whether traitors or new warriors of the martial era, when it came time to make a decision, they acted with remarkable resolve. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions erupted as at least 7 or 8 Origin doppelgangers self-destructed on the spot, causing the illusory imperial palace to dissipate, the small tree trembling slightly. In an instant, the remaining dozens of figures fled into the distance. Li Hao frowned, his frustration mounting. In total, he had only managed to eliminate around 20 doppelgangers. These beings were truly vexatious. The high priest of the temple was becoming increasingly bothersome. In his fury, he unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes, fervently targeting Jiang Li. The fleeing doppelgangers were inconsequential, but Jiang Li was a prize worth capturing. As a significant number of doppelgangers escaped, Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief and retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Li Hao. However, Li Hao's overwhelming assault and the cutting forces of space left him in considerable discomfort. Meanwhile, the surrounding divine guards and temple priests were swiftly dispatched. Jiang Li felt tears welling up. This was no feigned defeat. He was genuinely overmatched. Even if the king managed to eradicate those doppelgangers, it would likely be a losing endeavor. Li Hao, undeterred, commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with those ancient city warriors. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive." Boom. Without these primordial powerhouses and divine guardians, how could one hope to contend against the multitude? In the blink of an eye, dozens fell. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Suddenly, an arm flew forth, not aimed at Li Hao, but rather towards those Silver Moon martial artists, exploding with a tremendous roar. Countless Silver Moon martial artists were instantly flung away, blood spewing forth uncontrollably. Li Hao, filled with fury, drew his sword in a single stroke. With a sharp crack, he severed another of the opponent's arms. Yet, Jiang Li paid no heed to these matters. He swept through the heavens and earth, enveloping the remaining divine guardians and temple priests in darkness, intent on their escape. Li Hao, however, wore a cold expression. At this moment, a singular thought resided in his mind: to annihilate this foe. The once hidden divine avatar suddenly materialized, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted forth. It appeared before Jiang Li, blocking his path. Jiang Li's expression shifted, his heart sinking once more. But at this juncture, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth as a crystalline sheen emerged anew upon his legs. He launched a powerful kick toward the divine avatar, his legs imbued with immense strength. Li Hao furrowed his brow and swung his sword from behind. At that moment, Jiang Li roared, and suddenly, a crystalline glow manifested along his spine. the ethereal figure of the god of primordial martial arts solidifying behind him. The void trembled as if being cleaved apart. Yet, Zhang Li paid no mind to anything else. With a roar, he kicked the divine avatar aside, and, in the blink of an eye, turned and unleashed a punch that sent the starry sky, sword hurtling backwards. Li Hao's lips bled as he staggered back, astonished. How could this initial martial powerhouse merge with the opponent so seamlessly? The space continued to tear, as if angered by the breach of its boundaries. With a thunderous crack, Zhang Li's leg was severed, yet he cared not for his injury. Attempting to drag away his severed limb, only to be struck down by the divine avatar's hand, sending him tumbling. He could scarcely afford to linger. He fled into the void, internally cursing his fate. The losses were immense, with both arms severed and a leg lost. Alongside the deaths of dozens of divine guardians and temple priests, even if he had slain numerous primordial avatars, the toll was catastrophic. The king had forbade him from utilizing special measures, yet here he was, on the brink of collapse. Foolish king of Li. The outcome of not employing tactics would lead to total annihilation. Li Hao, is this truly a person of this era? Dragging his battered form, missing a leg and two arms, the space no longer cleaved at him. As he fled, he bellowed, Li Hao, should you dare pursue us, I shall unleash all divine bones. Even if I cannot slay you, I shall annihilate all your formidable subordinates. Li Hao, poised to give chase, furrowed his brow, coldly observing the retreating figure, refraining from pursuit. If this fellow were to follow through, in a mutual destruction scenario, he might not perish. But the others, especially those troops, would surely face doom. Yet, those wretches were doomed regardless. Meanwhile, the bloodied Yuan Shuo and his companions flew over. Gritting their teeth, let us confront him. When have we ever feared a threat? This rogue dares to threaten us. As the distant figure of Zhang Li faded away, he transmitted once more, this is not a threat. We may continue our battle of arms. The king desires to engage in military exercises with General Li. Should we truly perish, how could the Li army withstand such losses? Furthermore, if I am compelled to wield all my divine bones, this place may well transform into an abyss. With that, Zhang Li returned to the Li encampment, commanding, all troops, retreat. At that moment, he hovered in the air, his eyes reflecting a mix of resignation and sorrow. His arms and one leg were indeed the bones of the god of initial martial arts. Who could have anticipated Li Hao's formidable prowess? Meanwhile, Li Hao cast a glance at him before turning his attention elsewhere, a slight frown creasing his brow. This night felt peculiar. Additionally, it was strange that Zhang Li, despite losing the bones of the god of initial martial arts, was intent on rescuing those original avatars. Clearly, these divine bones were far more precious than those avatars. This individual exerted himself so vigorously for the sake of the ancient city. Could it be that he was allied with them? Was it possible that the traitor from years past, the god of initial martial arts, was among them? Just then, Commander Zhou swiftly approached, having just chased after the fleeing foe. His demeanor seemed unexpectedly buoyant. I managed to eliminate that fellow's avatar. Fewer than 30 original avatars escaped, and I have at least half their numbers. To your surprise, your strength has grown considerably. Li Hao remained silent, a hint of skepticism in his expression. Where has the Li king gone? I have waited all night, and have yet to see him. Were it not for my wariness of the Li king's potential to unleash his full might, I would have ensured that no one, aside from Zhang Li, could escape. Cough, cough. Director Zhao beside him coughed, spitting blood, and communicated, something feels amiss. The Li and those traitors may not be aligned. Zhang Li specifically instructed them to return to the ancient city rather than remain here. Could it be that the Li king is lying in ambush along the way? Li Hao was taken aback. Ambush along the way? What does that imply? Li requires the strength of the original. Zhao director's words were laden with meaning, and Li Hao, momentarily stunned, pondered, could it be so foolish? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he chuckled. Is it not so absurd? This individual detonated a piece of bone, and I have seized 2 or 3 bones of the god of initial martial arts. Their worth far exceeds that of these originals. Commander Zhu nodded in agreement. Far more precious. If the Li king truly opted for such a strategy, it would indeed spell a tremendous loss for him. In truth, Commander Zhou was equally astonished and continued, setting aside the Li king's intentions. How have you attained such rapid mastery? You have already unlocked 230 apertures. Not only that, but his 9 divine abilities had also transformed into divine scripts. This individual, quietly advancing, had led everyone to believe he was still beneath the 15th pulse. Yet, within a few days, his power had surged once more. As for whether the Li King truly lay in wait to ambush those individuals, it mattered little to Li Hao. Whether they were slain or spared would not affect his own circumstances. Jiang Li was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in this era. Yet he found himself significantly restrained when facing Li Hao. With Li Hao's overwhelming strength, even slight weaknesses in spatial manipulation were swiftly shattered. A common plight shared by all formidable beings. Li Hao revealed a faint smile. I have merely unlocked 230 acupoints. Previously, I had opened 180. It has been over 10 days since then, and to have opened 50 more acupoints in such a short span is not particularly swift, is it? Silence enveloped the group at that moment. The unlocking of acupoints becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. To open just one now might equate to having unlocked 10 before. Thus, your claim of not being overly rapid is questionable. Even Yuan Shuo could not contain his disbelief. How could one possibly achieve such speed? I consider myself quite fast. Yet I have only managed to unlock 190, along with 5 elemental abilities, which is merely a slight enhancement over the 7 elemental ones. He regarded his own pace as remarkably swift and could not fathom that Li Hao might surpass him, despite the undeniable talent of his disciple. This period had been one of remarkable advancement for himself. Li Hao glanced at his master and after a pause, stated, I cannot say for certain, but it truly feels rapid. Perhaps it is tied to fate. As he spoke, he gestured towards the heavens. Of late, it seems as though the multitude venerates me, as if the entire world of cultivators is aiding my progress. Admittedly, it is not overt, yet the influx of power from the Haoxing realm has accelerated tremendously. Yuan Shuo was taken aback and remained momentarily speechless. A realization dawned upon him. Meanwhile, the ninth master's expression subtly shifted, concealed beneath his golden armor. The notion that the cultivation of the masses could enhance Li Hao's speed struck a chord with him. He recalled tales of yore, of one named Zhang Jizuan, during the new martial era, where the strength of humanity fueled his own. Yet, how could this be the case when Li Hao had not yet united the realm or claimed the throne? Li Hao, too, grasped a vague understanding but preferred not to overstate it. This sentiment felt as though he were claiming kingship among men, a title he did not covet. Therefore, he quickly smiled and said, let us not dwell on this. I am now curious if the great Li King is genuinely targeting those individuals. If so, that would indeed be intriguing. Moreover, if the high priest Jiang Li is truly making such significant sacrifices for the great Li King, one must wonder if these two formidable men share a peculiar bond. Otherwise, losing 3 divine bones, even if they manage to reclaim a substantial amount of primordial power, would still be a considerable loss. The ninth master swiftly interjected, these matters are secondary. What truly matters is that there is likely a primordial martial deity in slumber within the great Li. If such a being exists, their strength may be formidable. Primordial martial practitioners might find it easier to adapt to the current realm, potentially breaking through boundaries and emerging from the remnants. This individual has just unleashed a power that transcends limits. Their spatial cutting force may surpass that of primordial beings. Li Hao understood. The primordial martial practitioners might indeed find it easier to emerge than their primordial counterparts, and this warranted serious consideration. He quickly composed himself, gazing at the dissipating primordial power with a smile. The strong from the ancient city are exceedingly gracious, providing me with another batch of primordial power. Yet they seem dissatisfied with its quantity. He smiled again. I shall gather this primordial power and step outside for a while. Everyone, be cautious of Jiang Li. I intend to confront the great Li King. If he truly is engaged with those individuals, sharing half of his spoils with me would not be unreasonable, would it? Upon finishing his words, a somewhat derisive laughter dissipated into the air. Once he departed, Director Wang, feeling somewhat feeble, remarked, this fellow has extracted the coordinates of the Great Path, nearly driving me to the brink of collapse. And now he goes on to wreak havoc upon the great Li King. Opposing him truly is a source of vexation. Li Hao has become increasingly inscrutable. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he exudes an aura of growing mystery to Director Wang. The ninth commander remains silent. Li Hao, when traced through the generations, is indeed a descendant of his countless descendants. Although not a direct ancestor, he is still a distant relative, rendering him somewhat enigmatic. This evening, when Jiang Li revealed the essence of his initial martial prowess, It was anticipated to be a fierce struggle. Yet, Li Hao effortlessly neutralized the threat posed by his opponent. If the revival of heaven and earth were to commence anew, everyone would find themselves ensnared by his machinations. He gazed towards the great Li. Had Li Hao not been training troops, perhaps he alone could have vanquished the formidable warriors of the great Li. A thought of the human king crossed his mind. Were he present, he might indeed have chosen to eliminate them rather than engage in training. At times, he found himself pondering that. While the human king harbored a weighty intent to kill, deep down, he still cared for the human race. In contrast, Li Hao's essence seems imbued with indifference. To fulfill his ambitions, Li Hao appears unconcerned about the loss of lives. Momentarily, he felt a sense of disorientation. Why of late? Did he find himself drawn to compare Li Hao with the human king? Li Hao and the human king are worlds apart. Yet, he could not help but engage in such comparisons. If this trend continues, he feared he might ultimately betray the new marshal and align himself with this formidable individual. A terrifying thought. As he contemplated this, he also thought of his true self. Should the revival of heaven and earth truly begin, he would emerge as a being rivaling the sages, far surpassing Li Hao. Why, then, did he perceive him as frightening? It was indeed perplexing. Recalling his past assessments of Li Hao as unworthy, he felt compelled to destroy that record upon his return, lest someone one day discover it and ridicule him for his lack of discernment. Chapter 316. Unmatched combat power to the south of Silver City. A portion of the avatars of the primordial powerhouses hastily fled. Li Hao's might was beyond expectation. Initially, they believed that, despite Li Hao's strength, he was merely at the limits of his current phase. Although their avatars may not match his, the disparity should not be substantial. Akin to the day Lin Hongyu vanquished an avatar. Despite their formidable nature in individual combat, they still had a chance for a turnaround. However, who could have anticipated that Li Hao had transcended those boundaries? Such a transformation left everyone at a loss, plunging them into dire straits. Fortunately, the chief priest of the great Li was exceptionally powerful and could even wield the essence of initial martial prowess, which allowed them to narrowly escape. In that moment, this group fled rapidly, each exhibiting signs of panic. The destruction of their avatars represented a significant loss for their true selves. Retaining their avatars would have been the optimal outcome. Amidst their frantic escape, someone suddenly bellowed, "Beware!" In an instant, the world spun chaotically. In their dazed state, thousands of elite soldiers and dozens of powerful practitioners materialized before them. Leading the charge was the great Li King. Upon casting a glance at these primordial powerhouses, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, there were still dozens, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Kill. With a low growl, the vast forces of heaven and earth were suppressed, turning the world upside down. Behind, the elite soldiers suddenly donned their armor, revealing new war gear, distinct from that of the Battle Heaven City, embodying a raw, untamed essence. Even more astonishingly, these warriors instantaneously formed a colossal entity. This was not merely a connection of life force, but a true amalgamation. The armored soldiers appeared as integral components of a giant, with thousands of elite warriors coalescing into an immense mechanized warrior. Grasping a massive axe, it swung down. The fleeing powerhouses displayed expressions of terror. The combined battle formation. This tactic was superior to the life force connection employed in the army, yet it bore greater peril. Should the giant be shattered, all the soldiers would perish. Nevertheless, its might was unparalleled. As the giant formed by the soldiers brought down its axe, the solidified life force even tore through the void, countless eyes materializing. In the next moment, tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison. Boom! Their vigor was formidable, unmatched. One axe cleaved the void, snapping with a crack, shattering a primordial avatar. King Dali! Someone bellowed in fury. How dare you! It was indeed King Dali who intercepted them. Cursed be this turn of events. They had come to assist King Dali in battle. The powerhouses, too, erupted in anger, transforming into a towering giant, while King Dali, fiercely robust, expanded immensely, his iron fist shattering the void with explosive force. With a thunderous roar, he obliterated a primordial being on the spot. Behind him, the divine guards exhibited unparalleled strength, far surpassing those who had previously attacked Li Hao. Moreover, these individuals possessed unique traits. Some had golden arms, exuding an overwhelming aura. Others bore eyes that emanated golden light, akin to celestial orbs. Still, Others unleashed their mental prowess, stirring up tremendous waves. These divine guards had genuinely inherited certain abilities of the primal warriors, each possessing extraordinary skills, their powers formidable, rivaling even some silver moon martial artists. In an instant, they unleashed their attacks. Alongside King Dali and the giant formed by the soldiers, they swiftly overwhelmed the group of mere primordial avatars. Primordial avatars were inherently weaker than their true forms. Furthermore, those avatars had already suffered considerable depletion in strength from their previous engagements with Li Hao, lacking external primordial reinforcement. Among the ancient city's powerhouses, one bellowed, unleashing a fierce combat technique. The potent technique rent the void. Many divine guards were forced to retreat, bloodied. Soon, these individuals became targets for King Dali, who traversed the void, his iron fist striking out, shattering the space around him, his body aglow with golden brilliance, as though embodying an immortal essence. With successive punches, he obliterated several foes in the blink of an eye. King Dali, how dare you attempt to assassinate us? You are courting death. At this moment, someone shouted angrily, surveying the surroundings, and roared, battle. In an instant, the remaining primordial avatars appeared to receive some kind of command, transforming into crimson figures in the blink of an eye. The great Li King furrowed his brow slightly. Bloodblade technique? The remaining individuals morphed into shadowy crimson forms. A fierce roar erupted. Though we have betrayed, we have also experienced the new martial arts. How could we be easily vanquished by this swarm of ants? Kill! With that thunderous shout, the remaining primordial avatars were engulfed in fury. On Li Hao's side, they had taken the initiative to attack, and upon their defeat, as per their master's words, they were to flee. It was of little consequence. However, here, the audacity of the great Li King to strike at them was utterly intolerable. Moreover, they needed to relay the news of the great Li King's assault back home. In an instant, their combat prowess surged. Boom! Several crimson figures erupted violently, a deafening sound reverberating as the colossal giant formed by the soldiers staggered back, shattering the void beneath it with a cacophony of sounds and a chorus of anguished cries. The great Li King's gaze turned cold and piercing. He had anticipated a crushing victory, yet he was met with a fierce counterattack, resulting in the loss of countless soldiers. He no longer hesitated, letting out a low growl. At that moment, a colossal visage seemed to manifest in the sky. The great Li King tilted his head skyward and devoured an unseen essence. In an instant, his aura expanded, and he materialized before a powerful figure of the ancient city, striking down with a palm, as if to imprison the heavens themselves. Boom! The crimson figure roared in fury. When my true form emerges, I shall annihilate you. With a thunderous explosion, the primordial avatar self-destructed, causing the great Li King's massive hand to fracture. He furrowed his brow again. Why did these beings seem far more formidable than he had anticipated? It was indeed his misfortune. These ancient city warriors had initially intended to preserve their avatars for a return, and with the edict from their lord, their first thought upon facing defeat was to escape. Moreover, some had stayed behind without hesitation. Yet now, with the great Li King blocking their path and sensing his overwhelming power, they realized returning to their true forms was no longer an option, leaving them with no reservations. Despite their betrayal, these individuals were still formidable new martial arts practitioners, inherently ferocious. Faced with the loss of their escape route, they erupted in a flurry of violence, employing every brutal technique at their disposal, bloodblade techniques, self-detonation, all executed in an instant, with each seeking to escape, for they were merely avatars. A cacophony of explosions ensued, powerful forces sweeping across the land. Boom! A formidable divine guard was obliterated. The great Li King's eyes trembled slightly. These guards were the true elite of the great Li dynasty, immensely powerful. He had expected these foes to be crushed, yet they displayed reckless bravery, self-destructing in an instant, resulting in the death of a formidable divine guard. Not only that, but many other guards were also sent reeling, blood spewing forth, gravely injured. The giant formed by the soldiers was further devastated, collapsing as 5 or 6 avatars self-destructed, causing thousands of soldiers to be flung backward. Some were killed instantly, while others, shielded by their armor, barely survived. The expression on the face of the great Li King turned ashen as he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a thunderous sound that obliterated a doppelganger intent on self-destruction. Simultaneously, from a distance, Li Hao slipped into the void, inwardly gasping in astonishment. Such ferocity! Truth be told, he had not placed much significance on these new martial traders, dismissing them due to their nature as mere projections. Their demise was inconsequential, for they were but fragments of the whole. Furthermore, his disdain for them was amplified by their treachery. Previously, in the celestial Star Sea and Silver City, his subordinates had dispatched them with ease. Yet now, they exhibited such ruthless resolve. Li Hao inhaled sharply, having just arrived, and despite the great Li King's attempts at concealment, he sensed the commotion and was met with a scene of brutal carnage. The adversaries had self-destructed without hesitation, devoid of any reluctance. Perhaps this was tied to their nature as doppelgangers, for they were not truly dead. Perhaps the great Li King's ambush and betrayal had instilled a sense of desperation in them, as traitors often harbor an even deeper loathing for their kind. Such convoluted emotions were beyond Li Hao's comprehension. Around 30 original doppelgangers had, in the blink of an eye, lost at least half of their number to self-destruction and the deaths of 7 or 8 others. The remaining few refrained from self-immolation, seizing the moment to flee in all directions. One voice thundered, "Dare to betray our great Li King, and you shall become a relic of the past." The great Li King's expression darkened, yet he offered no further words. Suddenly, a weapon materialized in his hand, an imposing golden gauntlet, but only one adorned his fist. At that moment, Li Hao felt the starry sword in his grasp tremble ever so slightly. The great Li King cast a cold glance toward a specific point in the void, remaining silent before launching a punch that seemed to collapse the very fabric of space with a resounding explosion. The individual who had threatened him was instantly obliterated amidst the void. In an instant, the great Li King vanished, reappearing before another individual, who appeared stricken with terror as recognition dawned upon him. He bellowed, "How is this possible?" The gauntlet seemed familiar to him. How could the great Li King possess the inheritance of that individual? It was utterly inconceivable. That person seemed as if he had never traversed this realm. So how could he have left behind an inheritance? Even if it were not an inheritance, whence came this gauntlet? With a thunderous roar, the gauntlet shattered the heavens once more, tearing apart the doppelganger of the origin power, leaving behind disbelief. The Overlord Emperor? No, it cannot be. Boom. The doppelganger exploded. The gauntlet was indeed formidable beyond compare. In the shadows, Li Hao's expression shifted. Such a powerful gauntlet, such a mighty weapon. The starry sword in his grasp quivered slightly. The Overlord Emperor? He pondered, what manner of being was this? The new martial emperor had become familiar to him, yet he had never heard mention of such a figure. Meanwhile, the great Li King cast a cold gaze across all directions, launching a sudden assault, traversing the void with his formidable physique, golden light shimmering, delivering relentless punches. Any fleeing doppelganger that encountered him faced an almost certain demise. The prowess of this individual is astonishingly formidable, surpassing the limitations of heaven and earth, much like Li Hao. At this moment, a shadow swiftly approached Li Hao's hiding place. In the darkness, a gleam of sword light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Crack! The void shattered. The fleeing strongman was cleaved in two by a single strike, seemingly casting a glance at Li Hao and then at the great Li King behind him, before suddenly exploding. A cold laughter resonating through the air, with both exceeding limits. Two tigers cannot coexist. Let us see who meets their demise. As the words fell, he disintegrated in an instant. Surrounding Li Hao, dozens of divine guards converged, and the great Li King had also dispatched the last of his original avatars. Stepping into the void to gaze upon Li Hao, he had sensed Li Hao's presence earlier, yet now he frowned slightly and calmly inquired, "Where is Jiang Li?" The fact that Li Hao had arrived here perplexed him. He believed Jiang Li could hold Li Hao at bay for a time, or at the very least, intimidate him into not leaving. But now, Li Hao was present. Li Hao surveyed his surroundings with a smile. The great Li has numerous top-tier warriors, and these divine guards possess a variety of methods. However, I am more curious about the origins of this gauntlet. The great Li King remained composed. Did you not hear? It seems the Emperor of Dominance has not been previously acknowledged. The great Li King chuckled. Quite normal, in the era of initial martial arts. There were 9 emperors and 4 emperors, namely the War, Dominance, Annihilation, and Dual Emperors, all of whom were the pinnacle of initial martial arts. Later, the 9 emperors and the celestial emperors ushered in the era of originality. After the deaths of the other 4 extreme celestial emperors, they each attained their reincarnated forms. The Emperor of Dominance is also the one who emerged from the capital martial arts of the new martial era, which is why many prefer to call him the Iron Emperor or the Capital Martial Emperor. Li Hao understood and contemplated. So, the reincarnation of the War Emperor is the Blood Emperor? Indeed, replied the great Li King, appearing to possess considerable knowledge. However, none of these individuals believe themselves to be the reincarnated forms of one another. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Thus, in the new martial era, such matters are no longer mentioned. Li Hao comprehended. No wonder the Blood Emperor was so exhilarated when bestowing the title upon Warhaven City. He recalled witnessing the scene of the two characters Warhaven during his first visit to that city, where the Blood Emperor had also proclaimed, "I am me. He is he." This implies that this gauntlet indeed belongs to a top-tier emperor? Li Hao revealed a smile. It appears that the great Li King has also acquired some remarkable legacy. The great Li King, however, remained exceptionally calm. In this age, or rather, in any era, no one can become powerful out of thin air. Everyone has their own opportunities. Your journey to this day must also be filled with fortuity. There is no need for envy. Sound reasoning. Li Hao nodded slightly. The next moment, he turned to his surroundings and said with a grin, "The great Li King is undeniably strong and unparalleled. Would you care for a spar?" The great Li King exuded an aura that surged towards the heavens. He looked at Li Hao, contemplating for a long while, then once more inquired, "Where is Jiang Li?" "Him?" Li Hao replied with an odd expression. "Nothing serious. He merely had both arms severed and a leg broken, but now he is well and has returned." The great Li King fell silent, exhaling softly. "Hand it over." "What?" "The initial martial, white jade bone." The great King of Li glanced at Li Hao, a hint of coldness gleaming in his eyes. "Hand it over, and this day I shall let you depart." Li Hao chuckled, a mirthful smile gracing his features. He bared his teeth in response. "I am not as tyrannical as you, great King. This evening, I demand 70% of the primordial force you have amassed, along with 10,000 sets of your numerous battle armors. Is my request too excessive?" The great King laughed. "Very well. You may attempt to claim it." Li Hao, eager to find someone to test his sword, grinned. "The second resurrection has yet to commence. I find myself quite lonely. Were I to be the sole participant, I would have initiated it long ago, venturing forth to test my sword against the world. Alas, this realm does not belong solely to me." In an instant, the long sword gleamed in the air, tearing through the void as if a chaotic space had been unveiled. Li Hao stepped into it, raising his sword and declaring, "I present myself. From the Tianxing governor's office, Silver Moon martial artist, Li Hao." The great king regarded him coldly, and as the divine guards attempted to advance, he raised a hand. "Return for now. I wish to witness the might of the demon sword." With that, he entered the chaotic space. In the next moment, a flash of sword light roared forth like a ferocious tiger, as a fist shadow ripped apart the heavens. Boom! The earth and sky shattered, energy surging through the cosmos. At that moment, the entire sky above Silver Moon seemed to manifest a sword and a pair of fists. Within the chaotic space, Li Hao felt exhilarated and electrified, every aperture in his body awakening, 230 luminescent orbs shining like suns. 9 divine veins coursed throughout him. No longer were they converted into divine scripts. Instead, they opened within his body, connecting to the Hao star realm. As if an ocean of energy flooded in. With a single stroke of his sword, the firmament fractured. Boom! A colossal fist struck forth, causing even the cosmic sword to tremble. This was the first time he encountered such formidable strength and weaponry. The gauntlet felt even sturdier than the cosmic sword itself. Li Hao's excitement grew. "Break me," he uttered in a low voice, and like an assassin, he thrust his sword through the sky, devoid of energy fluctuations. Yet the void shattered continuously. The great king remained silent, unleashing a punch. The space between them ruptured incessantly. Li Hao struck. His exhilaration mounted as he battled across the wasteland, shattering the void. Once again, he reappeared, his sword sweeping through the heavens. Not far off, an ethereal visage loomed above an ancient city. Its expression shifted in alarm, and before it could utter a word, a crack resounded as the sword light obliterated the apparition. A furious curse echoed from within the ancient city. Li Hao paid no heed to which ancient city it was. Here, beyond the heavens, he was an invincible entity, though perhaps the foe before him was as well. That night, a single sword and a pair of fists illuminated the land of Silver Moon. Above each ancient city, Ethereal figures materialized, some astonished, others surprised, and some contemplative. Was this the great king of Li and Li Hao? Perhaps these were indeed the two most powerful individuals in the world today? The void tore as they traversed 1,000 miles, battling through the cosmos. This was the true pinnacle. Yes, the genuine apex, possessing the ultimate combat strength of the primordial essence. The so-called pinnacle and the seven systems of today pale in comparison to these true paragons of power, unless the immortal true body were to appear. Otherwise, they would not measure up to these authentic apex forces. In an era when the immortal sovereign could not manifest, these two individuals became the pinnacle of power within the realm. They have shattered a limit. Both have garnered the favor of destiny, allowing them to unleash their utmost strength. Is this a continuation of the Sword Sovereign and the Emperor of Jingwu? In the city of Zhantian, General Huai expressed his sentiments. Li Hao employed the eternal life sword technique, while the esteemed king of Dali seemed to utilize the combat methods of the Emperor of Jingwu, wielding weapons that were passed down through their respective lineages. Yet, how could the Emperor of Jingwu's weaponry be here? Truly perplexing. Who will emerge victorious? General Huai inquired. To which the ancient tortoise shook its head, equally uncertain. Both sides have reached the zenith of this realm. At this moment, who can predict the outcome? On this day, throughout the land of Silver Moon, countless powerful beings observed the battle in secrecy. At this moment, even the descendant of the sea stabilizing envoy from the northern sea detached its primordial avatar to witness the confrontation from the depths of the ocean. On this day, even the celestial canopy in certain regions captured the scene, where the two figures tore through the void, vanishing in an instant. A great mountain was instantly obliterated by Li Hao's sword, pulverized to dust by a single punch from the king of Dali. An unimaginable display of strength. The battle commenced so abruptly. Even the warriors of Silver Moon were taken aback, although Li Hao had mentioned seeking some benefits. They never anticipated that the two would engage in such a fierce and merciless clash. Tearing through the void and traversing the battlefield, the entire northern continent became their arena. Everyone held their breath in trepidation. The death of either individual would herald a catastrophic disaster. Should the king of Dali perish, though there remains Jiang Li, it is feared that Jiang Li would struggle to suppress the formidable warriors of Dali. Likewise, if Li Hao falls, who could quell the ancient city? Who could subdue the arrogant martial artists of Silver Moon? Perhaps the Tianxing governor's mansion would soon face disintegration. In the desolate expanse of the northern continent, the void split open once more. Li Hao uttered a low roar, and it seemed as though a fissure appeared in the heavens, with thunder roaring and fierce winds howling. The elements erupting, light and darkness alternating. Opposite him, the king of Dali remained resolute, delivering but a single punch. Merely flamboyant displays. With a cold snort, the king of Dali dismissed Li Hao's myriad techniques, viewing them as insubstantial. The forces of the five elements, the cosmic prison, the tempest of wind, rain, and lightning, all mere embellishments. In this world, only my fist holds true power. Li Hao remained silent, his sword suspended in the air, gazing upward. In that instant, the long sword seemed to transform into a pathway of cosmic law. As Li Hao basked within the essence of the universe, 9 great stars orbiting around him. With a wave of his hand, the great stars collided with the heavens. Boom! The king of Dali unleashed successive punches, shattering all the approaching stars, causing Li Hao to spit blood, while the king of Dali's complexion turned slightly pale. In the next moment, Li Hao's form expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal giant. At that moment, even the entirety of the north could faintly perceive that immense figure piercing through the heavens. Li Hao's eyes gleamed like the sun and moon. The great stars traversing the sky, his 230 acupoints radiating with stellar brilliance. In this moment, Li Hao seemed to embody the cosmos itself. A smile graced his face. Flamboyant displays? Unacquainted with the beauty of the great way and the intricacies of martial arts, you, O great king of Dali, are merely a brutish man. Allow me to enlighten you on the essence of the sun and moon. With a low exclamation, Li Hao summoned a radiant full moon, illuminating the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, and an enormous sun shimmered into existence. With his left hand cradling the moon and his right hand lifting the sun, he transformed into a colossal figure, akin to a deity or demon, wielding the celestial bodies and striking towards the great king of Dali. The earth trembled and the skies shattered. The great king roared. unleashing a punch that radiated like a blazing sun, resonating with a thunderous boom. The cacophony echoed as the great king staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, visibly shaken. Li Hao grew increasingly formidable with each encounter. Suddenly inspired, he roared anew, transforming into a towering giant. Traversing the void, drawing near to Li Hao with tremendous pressure, and unleashed a mighty punch. Boom! Li Hao was forced back a step, fissures appearing across his body. The great king rejoiced. Your physical form is not as formidable as I imagined. Li Hao's corporeal strength was not as exceptional as anticipated. Indeed, it was merely his divine abilities that were formidable. If only his physical form were as powerful as his principles, the great king believed he would undoubtedly face defeat today. The prowess of this individual exceeded all expectations, and his understanding of the great way surpassed his own. But now, he perceived an opportunity. This scene relieved many powerful beings thousands of miles away. Fortunately, there remained someone capable of restraining Li Hao, for with the strength he had displayed, who could possibly contend with him? The world had not yet awakened. Even with countless sages and celestial kings, they could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. The great king could not afford to be vanquished. At this moment, not just one, but many shared this sentiment. If the great king were to fall, they could hardly conceive who could withstand Li Hao at this stage. Just then, as Li Hao continued to retreat, he suddenly laughed. The physical form is not the sole aspect. Great king of Dali, allow me to unveil a new technique I have yet to employ. With that, Li Hao suddenly split into 9. Instantly, he stood in 9 directions. In that moment, 9 Li Haos encircled the great king of Dali. It seemed as though a new universe had emerged within the cosmos, with Li Hao transformed into 9 celestial stars, exerting overwhelming pressure. Thunder. A deafening roar erupted as a thunderous Li Hao unleashed countless bolts of lightning, while a tempestuous Li Hao summoned a gale that swept across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the 9 Li Haos stood in formation, each employing their unique abilities. But that was not all. Suddenly, another Li Hao materialized in the sky, as if this were the true body, wielding a cosmic sword, which he brought down with a single stroke, merging the powers of his other forms into this strike, sending the great king of Dali hurtling away. Roar! The great king suddenly let out a primal howl. With a furious roar, he unleashed a punch, akin to the roar of 1,000 demons, and with a thunderous crash, it seemed as though the barriers of heaven and earth had been breached. The 10 Li Haos converged into one. Meanwhile, the great king, drenched in blood, had golden blood continuously dripping from him. He gasped violently, his body marked with burns from lightning strikes, scorched by flames, and frostbite from ice. The great Li King gazed coldly at the equally breathless Li Hao across from him, feeling a profound shock within. Like Li Hao, he harbored a steadfast confidence, believing that no one in the world could rival him today. He was the mightiest great Li King in history. He had even subdued the temple, which had endured countless ages, compelling the high priest to serve him. He led his troops into the central plains, plotting against ancient cities, with ambitions of dominance within reach. As for Li Hao, he merely regarded him as a prodigy, a paragon of this era. Yet, a prodigy does not equal a sovereign. That title belonged to him. However, in today's battle, despite his unparalleled ferocity, he found himself unable to overcome Li Hao. Although he did not face defeat, Li Hao's myriad of techniques left him astonished. Could such abilities truly belong to a martial artist who had trained for only a few months? The various divine powers seemed effortless. Was this truly a martial artist? On the opposite side, Li Hao revealed a smile. The great Li King possesses remarkable prowess. I admire your kind of martial spirit. His smile grew more devilish. Indeed, being invincible in the world was rather lonely. Of course, he was not truly invincible, yet before his second resurrection, he believed others were but fragile. Even that Jiang Li was no match for him. Everything lay within his grasp. He wished for his adversaries to grow strong, for only then could they challenge him. If he did not desire it, they could not. Yet this one, blessed by destiny, could break through infinitely. Such an opponent intrigued him. Were it not for the invasion of the great Li, Li Hao would have sought to enter the ruins for a battle against true immortals, to hone his skills in solitary combat. Alas, the great Li had barred his way. Therefore, he resolved to use the great Li King as a sharpening stone. Whatever he wished to test, he intended to experiment upon this individual. In the next moment, Li Hao executed a new maneuver. Suddenly, he swung his sword towards the void. A divine character materialized. Tao. As this divine character emerged, it seemed as if the void had been cleaved asunder by a sword. The great Li King's expression shifted. Not only he, but countless watching warriors also changed countenance at that moment. The great path of the universe. The new path of the universe. Indeed, at this moment, the starry sky sword, under the guidance of the Tao character, appeared to rend the heavens asunder. Li Hao stood beneath the starry sky sword. A vast power resonating through it, a unique force from the Haoxing realm cascading down, instantly merging into Li Hao's being. Is your physical form truly formidable? At this moment, Li Hao absorbed this power, using the starry sky sword as a vessel and the Tao character as the cosmic coordinate, suddenly breaking through the Haoxing realm. In that instant, the entire Tianxing dynasty felt that overwhelming pressure. Li Hao's physique radiated like the brilliance of the stars. With a smile, he unleashed a punch. The roar of a fierce tiger erupted. A mighty tiger manifested instantly, striking towards the great Li King. With a resounding boom, the great Li King countered. Yet despite the gauntlet he wore, the hand within shattered in an instant. The shockwave reverberated forth, and in that moment, Li Hao seemed to carry the power of the universe, landing a blow that sent the once invincible great Li King hurtling backward, blood spewing endlessly, utterly shaken. The secret technique of the 5 animals, the tiger fist. With a light chuckle, Li Hao emitted a sound reminiscent of a monkey's call. His colossal figure swayed in the void, appearing like a simian creature, then leaping joyfully like a young deer. In an instant, he materialized beside his opponent. A single punch. The void shattered. With a move akin to a monkey's tail whip, he unleashed a kick that reverberated through the air, sending the great Li King flying. At that moment, the great Li King was overwhelmed with astonishment. He was no match. Just as he grappled with his shock, a voice, cold and mechanical, echoed from an unknown source. Leave this place. He can only unleash his unparalleled power near the starry sword, as he has yet to attain the capability to battle within its encompassing range. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. The great Li King suddenly came to his senses. With a roar of fury, he turned to flee, shattering the starlight barrier with a single punch. A thunderous sound erupted as the barrier crumbled. Behind him, Li Hao struck with a punch, landing a resounding blow that shattered his back, yet he disregarded the pain and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Li Hao coldly gazed in a particular direction, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just wait. I care not whether you are the head of the Zheng family or Li Daoheng of the Li family. If you dare to interfere in my duel, you will incur the wrath of the martial world in Silver Moon. After the second resurgence, I shall eliminate you. Silence fell. The preceding voice seemed to vanish entirely. No one knew who had spoken moments ago. At that moment, powerful figures hovered above ancient cities, probing the surroundings with their spiritual energies. Yet they could not delve too far. Some faces shifted in color. Li Hao had mentioned Li Daoheng of the Li family and the head of the Zheng family. How could this be possible? Li Hao, with a flick of his hand, summoned the starry sword back, and the Tao character inscriptions returned to his body, albeit somewhat fragmented. In truth, Li Hao was merely testing. If his opponent remained silent, he would not endure for long. The great Li King, should he choose not to flee, would soon witness the disintegration of the inscriptions. Li Hao would not allow them to shatter, and it was uncertain whether he could slay the great Li King within that time frame. However, at this moment, there was no need for further words. Li Hao waved his hand, and a celestial screen unfurled. His voice resonated throughout the heavens. Demon hunting army, launch a full-scale attack. Kill. In the land of Silver Moon, within Silver City, everyone froze momentarily. Then, the ninth commander seemed to grasp Li Hao's intent, bellowing, all troops, advance. Kill. The great Li King has been defeated. Slay the enemies. In that instant, everyone perceived the unfolding situation. Moments later, hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, thundering forth towards the distance. Zhang Li's expression shifted slightly, compelling him to shout, "Charge!" The two torrents of forces collided instantaneously. The battle cries reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Li Hao's side soared with morale. Just moments ago, their leader, in an invincible manner, had vanquished the great Li King, who had chosen to flee. Were it not for the intervention of ancient powers, perhaps the great Li King would have been slain. That formidable great Li King was terrifyingly powerful, yet he was still bested by their leader. At this moment, the morale soared to unprecedented heights. While on the opposing side of the great Li, spirits were exceedingly low. Not only that, But the king of Great Li had withdrawn a portion of his elite troops, all formidable warriors, and at this instant, with the king absent from the military camp, despite the abundance of strong fighters, they were still suppressed by the vanguard of the Tianxing army. The sounds of battle reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was not until the return of the king of Great Li, marked by a radiant golden light that illuminated the sky, that the tide began to turn. Just as the Great Li forces were showing signs of collapse, the battle came to a halt, because the king had returned. With a thunderous roar from the king of Great Li, morale was restored, and a counterattack commenced. Meanwhile, from the direction of Silver City, Li Hao traversed the void, his laughter echoing, "Retreat!" The Tianxing army, which had almost breached the enemy camp, heeded Li Hao's command and chose to withdraw. Above Silver City, Li Hao gazed across the battlefield, his smile radiant. "King of Great Li, do stay here and practice your military skills with me. Do not wander off. My Tianxing governor's office commands millions. I rely on you, Great Li, to help me forge a formidable army. If you are unconvinced, let those ancient city warriors come forth. I would not mind acquiring some primal energy." The king of Great Li remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Li Hao. Beside him, Zhang Li's expression was complex. He too looked at Li Hao, recalling the previously lost primordial martial god bone, his heart aching with regret. Yet Li Hao paid him no further heed, surveying the surroundings, his voice resounding. "Before the second resurgence, this world belongs to me, Li Hao. If you disagree, step forth. The relics are yours, the darkness is yours, but the universe and the light belong to me." Though his words were exceedingly audacious, at that moment, the ancient cities fell into an eerie silence. In an era where the true form did not emerge, who could rival Li Hao's avatars? Even the king of Great Li, who had also transcended boundaries, was no match for Li Hao, let alone their avatars. Li Hao's declarations ignited unparalleled excitement and fervor among the millions of Tianxing soldiers, as he boldly proclaimed that these Great Li warriors were simply tools for training, truly an unparalleled display of dominance. The king of Great Li cast a fleeting glance at Li Hao before disregarding him and returning to his military tent. As he sat down, fissures began to appear across his body. Zhang Li, entering shortly after, was taken aback. "Your Majesty." The king of Great Li slightly shook his head, stating in a low voice, "It matters not. I merely did not anticipate Li Hao's multitude of tactics. I once thought that in this world, no one could contend with me." At this point, he suddenly scoffed. "Li Hao is merely posturing, intimidating a few ancients. Do not be deceived into thinking he surpasses me by much." Zhang Li harbored doubts, but chose to remain silent. Simultaneously, within Silver City, amidst the excitement of the crowd, Li Hao returned to the inspection office, only to have his physical form shatter, blood streaming forth. Yuan Shuo and the others were profoundly shaken. Yet Li Hao laughed. "No worries, my physical form is indeed not robust enough. The force from the Hao Star realm is overwhelmingly strong, and my acupoints are insufficiently opened. If only I had a few more, it would not be a problem. That king of Great Li has surprised me. I did not expect him to be so formidable." Upon the arrival of the ninth commander, he was met with a scene that stirred a sense of melancholy within him. The Li family remained ensnared in an inescapable curse, their corporeal forms crumbling after each battle. The crowd fell silent, and Li Hao too was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. "What a statement!" he exclaimed. As he laughed, he suddenly brandished his sword, reducing all the blood upon the ground to mere ash. Looking skyward, he furrowed his brow and could not help but curse. "You wretched creature, how dare you attempt to siphon my vitality?" After uttering this, he gazed once more into the void, where the Bagua diagram became increasingly distinct, and he faintly perceived something. Reflecting on this, he addressed Director Zhao, "Please visit the Great Li military camp and convey a message to King Li. The three major organizations may be planning to raid his stronghold. However, if they choose to unite, then disregard my words." Director Zhao's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Li Hao, casting another glance at the Bagua diagram, felt his brow knit tighter. As time passed, the diagram appeared clearer than before, yet dimmer in essence, a foreboding sign indeed. At that moment, Li Hao set aside his concerns and spoke to the assembly. "Continue with your training. I require a few days of seclusion to assimilate today's insights. The Great Li King has inadvertently provided me with ample opportunity to experiment with new combat techniques, which I consider a boon. Should I triumph over him? And if he is willing, I might spare his life as a gesture of goodwill." The crowd was rendered speechless. Such words were undeniably audacious. The ninth commander remained silent for a while before finally stating, "This training session may result in significant casualties." Li Hao regarded him with a hint of confusion. "This world does not belong solely to me. It is the domain of all. I shall fulfill my responsibilities, while everyone else must tend to theirs. Only in this manner can we sustain the strength of the new era after my departure. You are a formidable warrior, Commander. Why this lament?" Though he was loath to witness death, he recognized he could not be the savior for every individual. The world belonged to all, and it was through collective resilience that the new era would thrive. Otherwise, it would resemble the fate of the new marshal, where, upon the departure of the king and the sword sovereign, the remaining warriors floundered aimlessly, bereft of purpose. Li Hao perceived that while the new marshal possessed numerous strengths, it also harbored weaknesses. It was only through self-empowerment that they could withstand the loss of key figures without collapsing. A robust era should be characterized by the strength of the many, rather than the prowess of a singular individual. In that moment, the ninth commander refrained from further comment, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Indeed, Li Hao was not the king of men. He was simply Li Hao. Chapter 317. Overthinking the battle against the Silver Moon had a profound impact. The clash between Li Hao and the great Li King shattered humanity's prior conceptions of martial prowess. While not everyone had encountered ancient martial masters, Li Hao was a figure known to all. The opening of his acupoints shone like the sun, and countless witnesses beheld it that day. In an instant, the entire North capitulated in awe. Li Hao was invincible. Such formidable strength left some of the northern overlords in despair. Could such an entity truly be besieged by an army? Is such an existence attainable by humanity? According to Li Hao, he embodies the essence of the sun and the moon, the realm of celestial bodies. Can the great Li truly contend with Li Hao? The king of great Li is formidable, yet it is evident that Li Hao, in a climactic moment, seemed to summon the stars and the cosmos, delivering a single blow that sent his opponent flying. The king of great Li was utterly outmatched. Outsiders may not perceive the greater depths or the limitations that bind Li Hao. He can only act within a confined space. Yet, the outcome remains clear. The king of great Li was defeated. This alone suffices. Silver City remains embroiled in fierce combat, and great Li has not yet retreated. However, at this juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Celestial Star Governor's office issued a decree. In the northern provinces, the military, idle and unoccupied, was swiftly mobilized to establish martial arts academies, commence road construction, and prepare for the spring plowing. They were to enhance water conservancy and cultivate new lands. Li Hao seems resolute in his victory. Regardless of the tense situation at the front lines, he is solely focused on the impending spring plowing. Failing to prepare now would jeopardize the harvest. With nearly 2 billion people in the north, relying solely on the cultivation of demonic plants for sustenance is untenable. Should the 100 billion of humanity merely consume without producing? In the north, aside from the troubles posed by the ancient city of Silver Moon and some issues with Great Li, Li Hao perceives no other significant threats. The major provinces still house hundreds of millions within their armies. Idly consuming resources is unthinkable. Instead of engaging in conflict, they might as well become laborers and begin their work. Even if the major provinces of the north do not require central support and lack the funds for sustenance, Li Hao believes they should not be allowed to eat without contributing. Thus, a decree was swiftly issued, carrying the weight of Li Hao's recent victory over the king of Great Li, instilling awe across the land. The northern territories lie beneath Li Hao's command. However, disobedience would bear dire consequences. In the north, aside from the 3 northern provinces, Silver Moon and Linjiang, there are 14 additional provinces. On this day, upon receiving the orders, the overlords of the major provinces, despite cursing under their breath, dared not take the matter lightly and promptly issued commands. Troops began to enhance water conservancy to ensure the spring plowing would proceed smoothly. Who among the military would dare to defy? Even the commanding generals refrained from voicing dissent. In the past, they might have protested against perceived insults to their honor, but the experiences of the 3 northern provinces and Linjiang made them acutely aware of their insignificance in Li Hao's eyes. With Li Hao's victory over the king of Great Li, this fear has only deepened. As he traversed this path, Li Hao felt he had not taken many lives. Yet when reflecting on the central and northern regions, a significant number of high-ranking officials had perished from the 9 divisions, the royal family, the princely houses, nobility, governors, and department heads. The count was nearly overwhelming. Earlier, he had slain the Duke of the Eastern Kingdom and subsequently the Duke of the Western Kingdom. Throughout this journey, Li Hao has left an exceedingly paradoxical impression. He is a sage, fostering water conservancy, cherishing the populace, prioritizing education, and promoting martial arts, all of which paint him as a virtuous individual. However, to enumerate the souls he has claimed sends shivers down the spine. A substantial portion of the upper echelons of the Celestial Star dynasty has fallen by his hand. Few recall this matter, which is truly terrifying in its profundity. Everything transpires quietly and imperceptibly. After Li Hao eliminated the 9 sects and the royal family, his low profile was astonishing, even when publicly assuming control of the central region. He refrained from mentioning the fate of the 9 sects and the royal family, causing the populace to completely forget about these figures. Over time, even the local warlords seem to have nearly forgotten their existence. But are they still around? Perhaps only their bones remain. On this day, provinces in the north were mobilizing, preparing for the spring plowing and for literacy campaigns. Concurrently, in the barracks of Great Li, Director Zhao met with the King of Great Li, a smile adorning his face as he casually recounted the departure of the 3 major organizations to Great Li, keenly observing the king's expression. Yet, the king remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as if indifferent to the entire affair. It was Zhang Li who showed a slight change in color, quickly masking his reaction. Director Zhao chuckled, his smile radiant, this venerable elder perpetually cheerful. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Since the king of Great Li is informed, then that simplifies matters. And it is not in vain that the governor concerns himself with the safety of Great Li." With a tone of compassion, he continued, "The governor is benevolent, unwilling to see the common people suffer. All people across the realm are of the human race. Whether Tianxing or Great Li, the common folk are innocent. The 3 major organizations commit heinous acts. Should they instigate bloodshed in Great Li, the governor cannot remain passive." The king of Great Li maintained his composure, continuing to listen intently. Director Zhao added, "Furthermore, the governor has sent me to discuss a few matters with the king, and I ask that you dismiss those present to hear me out. Speak." The king of Great Li showed no intention of dismissing anyone. Undeterred, Director Zhao continued with a smile. "First, the governor requests that the king of Great Li widely invite ancient strongmen from all quarters to assist in battle. The more, the better. We shall share the spoils equally, and the greater our victories, the stronger we shall become." Zhang Li nearly sputtered in disbelief. What was this? Asking Great Li to summon powerful allies? Was this the action of a dignified ruler? Yet, Director Zhao remained composed, laughing as he continued. "Second, the conflict between our armies must persist. Daily skirmishes are essential. Should our new troops engage, I ask the king of Great Li to accommodate us by dispatching weaker forces, ensuring parity in numbers, so as not to exploit numerical superiority." The king's expression turned cold. Undeterred, Director Zhao pressed on. "Third, we propose daily duels, focusing primarily on the realms of Thousand Duel and Mountain Sea, where life and death are predetermined, and the strong must not interfere." The king of Great Li regarded him with an icy stare, his countenance chilling further. Director Zhao continued, "Fourth, we aim for a unification of realms, hoping that the soldiers and strong individuals under the king's command will embrace the 10, break the 100, duel the 1,000, and reach the realms of sun and moon." At this declaration, the king of Great Li grew somewhat enraged, coldly demanding, "What are you trying to accomplish? Or what does Li Hao intend?" Director Zhao replied with a smile, "It is not my intention, but the governor's own words." The governor stated that whether I unify the realm or Great Li does, we must unify language, education, martial arts, and realms, establishing common standards for vehicles and writing. His smile was bright as he concluded, "Great Li has few people. If they do not integrate with Tianxing, how can they hope to unify the world?" The governor further remarked that only those of the Celestial Star can govern their own kind, thus allowing the few to command the many. Does the king of Dali truly lack ambition for the world? The king's expression shifted. This was assimilation, an invasion of culture led by Li Hao. Indeed. Director Zhao continued. Furthermore, the governor stated that everything must be measured. The Dali Kingdom's monetary system must align with the Celestial Star's, achieving a conversion with a constant ratio. In the realm of the extraordinary, trade shall be based on the divine energy stones, though this matter is not urgent at present. The king of Dali's demeanor darkened completely, and he coldly replied, Li Hao, do you truly believe victory is assured? No. Director Zhao shook his head. The governor has said that the king of Dali is a rare dragon among men, a paragon among the rulers of this era. Born in the northern wilderness, yet standing as a formidable sovereign. Should the king of Dali prevail, it is hoped that he will follow through and unify the Silver Moon world. A hint of a smile graced his lips. The western divine kingdom, the eastern great wasteland, and the southern water clouds. The governor expressed disdain for the belief in deities in the divine kingdom, for he considers them the true rulers. The great wasteland is said to be akin to bandits, fleeting like the wind, with no permanent abode, a nomadic people. The southern water clouds, while lacking the grandeur and dominance of the north, are charming yet fall short when compared to the northern majesty, where heroes thrive amid chaos. The south cannot compare. With that, he turned to the king of Dali. The governor stated that only a ruler of exceptional talent like the king of Dali would dare to make a move against the ancient city and thus be willing to accept these conditions. The king of Dali gazed coldly at him, unimpressed by Li Hao's appraisal, considering him unworthy of such judgment. He turned to Director Zhao and inquired, what if I refuse? Li Hao's conditions felt like an act of bullying, demanding military training and a cultural invasion alongside a financial encroachment. To the king of Dali, this was akin to being trampled upon. How could one presume that after a minor defeat last night, he had secured dominance over the king? Yet, Director Zhao remained composed, asserting that if the king of Dali chose not to comply, his existence would hold little value. Standing tall, he addressed the king. The governor has proclaimed that if the king does not respond, in 3 days, the Yuanping Military University will unleash 400 elite warriors, 30 immortal beasts, 100,000 soldiers, a divine king, alongside the might of the celestial star, to eradicate Dali in a single day. The king of Dali regarded him with a frigid stare. At this moment, Jiang Li interjected, his tone laced with coldness. Empty boasts, anyone can utter. Who do you intend to frighten? A divine king? Where is this divine king to be found? In this age, how could a divine king possibly emerge? As for the rest, that is indeed open to discussion. The director of the Yuanping Military University, the grandson of the supreme of the new martial era, Elder Zhang. Director Zhao smiled broadly. If the king does not believe, he may wager once. The king knows that destiny favors the governor, who is forging a new path, creating a realm of his own. The chief priest should be well aware that the governor can control this realm. Once the realm manifests, its combat power flourishes. Jiang Li's expression shifted slightly, and he soon spoke in a subdued tone. Li Hao's strength is limited, while he possesses remnants of immortal power. It is impossible to summon a divine king. Director Zhao chuckled. While one person may find it difficult, the path of the star martial arts is not solely the governor's. The Silver Moon martial artists are plentiful, and under the fusion of realms, one could accommodate not just a divine king, but even an imperial sovereign. Both of you are unaware of the new path's divine powers and its formidable strength. If the king fails to heed the consequences, let him bear the burden himself. The king of Dali replied with indifference. Is this a threat? Indeed. Director Zhao nodded affirmatively. It is a threat. The governor further stated that unless the king relinquishes his foundation, departs from the north, and unites with the other 3 kingdoms, merging into one, perhaps the governor would hold some reservations. Otherwise, the king must concede. Should he refuse to comply, within 3 days, Dali shall be erased from the realm. Audacious! Jiang Li exclaimed in a low voice. Do you truly believe that Dali is without its champions? Li Hao dares to act so boldly. The deity of Dali's initial martial prowess shall surely manifest, and my king will be sheltered by the heavens. Even if the divine does not descend, we may still invoke the divine bones, unrestricted, and the outcome of the hunt remains uncertain. To threaten with ancient powers? Jiang Li seethed in anger. Should it come to that, Dali is not without the means to fight back. The king of Dali, bold enough to contend for supremacy, cannot be intimidated by these ancient forces. Director Zhao soon revealed a smile. The chief priest's words bear wisdom. In light of this, the celestial star governor's office shall concede somewhat. Matters of currency and trade may be postponed. Urgency is not essential. Jiang Li was furious. Is this a jest? Observing his reaction, Director Zhao continued with a grin. The governor has further instructions. Should the king of Dali acquiesce to these conditions upon the completion of his elite troops, he may join Dali in the quest to conquer the world, first extinguishing the three kingdoms, then laying siege to the ancient city. The king of Dali, a sovereign of great ambition, must understand that when two tigers contend, one shall surely be harmed. Or does the king of Dali believe he can subdue the celestial star and the governor? The king of Dali fell into silence, as did Zhang Li. Having witnessed Li Hao's formidable strength, who could confidently claim to subdue him now, even if he spoke of wielding the initial martial bones? The king of Dali could invoke the divine bones, yet it is not so simple, and furthermore, Li Hao is not without his countermeasures. Though Li Hao's conditions were initially conceived by the king of Dali in a similar light, circumstances have since shifted. After a prolonged silence, the king of Dali spoke slowly. This matter is not insurmountable, but I too have demands. Pray, speak, your majesty. Director Zhao wore a broad smile, exuding an air of irritation. The king of Dali calmly stated, "First, let Li Hao return the divine bones he has seized." Director Zhao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Second, those ancient powers are not foolish. They cannot be easily lured, and should they truly appear, we shall claim 70% of the primordial energy. Director Zhao continued to remain silent. Third, I demand a complete and comprehensive account of the cultivation methods concerning the new path, including theoretical aspects, rather than mere rudimentary manuals. Director Zhao frowned, taken aback by this unexpected condition. Seeing that the king of Dali had ceased to speak, Director Zhao chuckled. Besides these three conditions, is there anything else? The king of Dali nodded. There is one final demand. As I lead my troops to Celestial Star, given the arduous journey, since Li Hao wishes to train my Dali soldiers, all necessary supplies shall be provided by you, Celestial Star. He spoke with unwavering calm. As for provisions, I have brought some. Backed by the lofty mountains, we are not lacking in such. With 100,000 soldiers, each extraordinary, capable of consuming beef, our daily food consumption amounts to 3 million pounds. Li Hao need only supply a month's worth for my Dali. 3 million pounds a day amounts to nearly 100 million pounds in a month. On average, each individual consumes 3 pounds of food daily, which is not particularly substantial for the extraordinary beings. However, they must also incorporate meat into their diet. Director Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Food is not merely a concern for the great Li. Presently, on the side of Silver Moon, with millions in the army, everyone requires sustenance. The populace regards food as paramount, and even the extraordinary, until they reach a certain threshold, must eat. Without nourishment, strength wanes. And where is the vigor to engage in battle? The consumption on the Silver Moon side has already escalated significantly. He furrowed his brow and remarked, since the Great Li is prepared to invade the Celestial Star, how could they not be ready? The king of Great Li replied calmly, on the day we cross the Tianxing Mountains, my intent is to occupy the north and seize the granaries, rather than merely encamp at the foot of the mountains. If Li Hao does not acquiesce, then so be it. Whether to fight or retreat, I have my own plans. At this moment, Director Zhao also felt a twinge of doubt. This was excessive. Particularly in recent years, the Celestial Star has not been tranquil. Vast areas have been rendered barren. And now they rely on certain magical plants to provide sacred rice to fill some gaps. But to supply the Great Li, who are their adversaries? How could they possibly offer food they themselves lack to nourish the enemy and subsequently face extermination? If this news were to leak, Li Hao would surely be vilified. Presently, in various continents, there are still many who go hungry. The central regions are somewhat better off, and the north is receiving grain supplies, but the other three continents are devoid of sustenance. Should this information be revealed, would it not tarnish Li Hao's reputation? To allow the enemy to consume their provisions and then turn against their own? The conditions set forth by the king of Great Li are utterly outrageous. Director Zhao fell silent. In truth, he was merely relaying the message swiftly. This was beyond his jurisdiction. In Silver City, upon receiving the news, Li Hao shared it, inciting outrage among the assembly. Absolutely not. At this moment, not only the martial artists of Silver Moon, but even Qian Wuliang hastily declared, Governor, if we provide grain to the Great Li, only to have them subsequently slay our Celestial Star soldiers, even if we all understand that this is for military training, the families of the fallen soldiers will not perceive it this way, nor will the starving populace. The world is already in turmoil. This matter is absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, Even if the governor makes 100 correct decisions and cultivates 1 million elite troops, he will still be met with public scorn. Hong Yitong, who had remained silent, now furrowed his brow and spoke. This matter cannot be hastily agreed upon. The king of Great Li harbors ill intentions. For over 200 years, Great Li has sustained 1 million soldiers. It is inconceivable that they would lack sufficient provisions. If so, their claims of diligent governance are nothing but a farce. Furthermore, backed by the Tianxing Mountains, which are teeming with not only magical creatures, but also an abundance of wild fauna, how could they be devoid of food? The king of Great Li is deliberately laying a trap for Li Hao. Should we acquiesce, and the news leaks, Li Hao can prepare himself for public condemnation. Nan Quan furiously added, "What is more, we cannot agree to even the first condition. Does the Great Li truly consider itself significant? In yesterday's battle, we have seen their prowess, merely average. Aside from their 1 million elite troops, what right do they have to negotiate with us? If they refuse, let them launch a direct assault. With sufficient casualties, they will naturally cultivate elite soldiers." In his perspective, if Li does not acquiesce, then a vigorous assault on Li is imperative. A cataclysmic upheaval awaits. Perhaps the losses will be monumental, yet those who survive shall emerge as elite warriors. At this moment, the number of individuals amassed here approaches an astonishing 4 million. The wasteland north of Silver City, now teeming with an unending sea of troops, nearly saturating the expanse. Slaying 1 million of them. Can we not expect the remaining to transform into seasoned fighters? The assembly voiced their opposition, deeming Li's demands excessive and unnecessary to heed. A direct assault was in order. If strength falters, let numbers compensate. If that fails, let the strong rally together. Above, Li Hao stroked his chin. After listening for a while, he chuckled. Rest assured, I am not foolish. There is no logic in winning only to cede territory and pay reparations. The king of Li merely speaks in jest. Do not take it too seriously. With a smile, he continued, let us revise the terms. I can concede matters regarding the primal force, as enticing them is their own merit. As for the initial bone of martial prowess, I can return one to them, retaining another for my research into cultivation methods. Their physique differs from ours. Should they wish to learn, I can offer them a change of form. Li Hao further added, I am in need of provisions as well, yet in light of the king of Li's willingness to engage with me, I shall allocate the Zhang family's main city to him. The city is home to numerous monstrous plants, all capable of yielding sustenance. Should he conquer the Zhang family's main city, it shall rightfully belong to him. The crowd fell silent, exchanging peculiar glances. You might as well cede Battle Heaven City to him. When did it become your prerogative to allocate ancient cities? If it were so simple to seize an ancient city, you would have done so long ago, rather than divvying it up to others. This is sheer folly. Such words were no different than a farce. If the king of Li had any sense, he would hardly take it to heart. Li Hao, with a beaming smile, remarked, I have made him an offer, and even included more. As long as I maintain face, one should not be overly domineering, but rather exhibit a measure of humility. After all, he is a sovereign in his own right, and respect must be accorded. Continuing, he said, moreover, once my elite troops are trained, I have perused the maps and found that Li is not particularly distant from the Western Divine Kingdom and the Eastern Wilderness. I am willing to leave a nation for Li to absorb, forging a bond of friendship with them. Once again, the crowd was left speechless. The Western Divine Kingdom and the Eastern Wilderness are adversaries of Tianxing. To allocate territory to the king of Li is to treat him as a fool. Is this what one calls low profile? Is this what one calls granting the king of Li face? Do you truly consider him a simpleton? Yet, Li Hao maintained a radiant smile. Lastly, I shall offer him another boon. Should he consent, I can readily transform Jiang Li into a woman, if that pleases him. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. In an instant, the atmosphere was eerily quiet from all directions. After a lengthy pause, Huang Yu murmured, Commander, at this moment, Director Zhao is within the enemy camp. Perhaps it is best to forego this notion, for I fear he may not return. Are you intentionally seeking to endanger Zhao? Speaking such words in the presence of the king of Li and the chief priest, if Director Zhao were to falter even slightly, it would be nothing short of miraculous if he emerged unscathed. It was at this moment that they realized, sometimes, Li Hao was truly heartless. Everyone speculated whether he intended to bring about Director Zhao's demise in the process. Yet, Li Hao feigned innocence, asserting his sincerity. Li had sacrificed the initial divine bone for the ambitions of the great Li king, who, upon meeting, demanded the divine bone and was even willing to wage war against Li Hao. There was undoubtedly something amiss between the two. Perhaps by facilitating their plans, Li Hao could reap significant benefits. Why did these individuals deem this untrustworthy? Is it not entirely natural for some to prefer beauty over power? I am capable of creating life. The great Li king could simply state his desires, or if he wished to transform into a woman, I could accommodate that. Whatever he desired could be realized without issue. Huang Yu once more urged caution, suggesting they wait for Director Zhao to depart, and that the governor could inquire through other means. It was best not to let old Zhao speak. After all, they had been colleagues in Silver Moon for decades, and Huang Yu felt compelled to protect old Zhao. Li Hao chuckled, agreeing, stating that if the great Li refused to comply, he would mobilize troops and engage them at a leisurely pace. He was in no rush. The other three nations had yet to make significant moves, perhaps waiting for them to become embroiled in a stalemate with the great Li. If these fellows were so hesitant to act, he would gladly assist them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was satisfactory. In that moment, Director Zhao articulated several of Li Hao's conditions, leaving the great Li king with a peculiar expression. How utterly shameless. You demand the Zheng family's main city, along with the Western Divine Kingdom and the Eastern Wilderness, allowing me to choose one? You might as well grant both. Is this what you call a benefit? Li Hao, you are truly revolting. However, the fact that Li Hao was willing to return a divine bone and offer everything related to the new martial way was somewhat unexpected. He had merely been making exorbitant demands, and to his surprise, Li Hao acquiesced to several terms. Upon hearing this, the great Li king slowly declared, "Very well. Let it be so." He had no intention of withdrawing his troops. Since he could still reclaim something, that was acceptable. Director Zhao smiled, refraining from further comment, leaving behind a piece of communication jade, saying, "This was left by the governor. Any messages can be sent directly to the great Li king. I shall take my leave now." Li Hao instructed him to return promptly, adding for him to hurry. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Director Zhao decided to leave. The great Li king, unperturbed, simply remarked, "You may depart." Director Zhao smiled and turned to leave, not dawdling. On either side, some divine guards glared at him, but he paid them no mind. "What are you staring at? I, old Zhao, have witnessed far more formidable displays. A mere gathering of divine guards does not intimidate me." Just as he exited the great Li military camp, suddenly, from the rear of the army, a furious roar echoed through the heavens. "Li Hao, you have gone too far." With that, a pair of colossal fists surged towards Director Zhao. Startled, he fled in an instant, bewildered and questioning what had transpired. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. Even when he made such demands, the other party did not react with anger. Had Li Hao sent some message that incited such fury? In the distance, from the direction of Silver City, Li Hao's voice resonated, tinged with amusement. "I am sincere. I can fulfill your wishes, undeniably genuine, seamless. And certainly not a puppet or a mere machine." Rubbish. The voice of the king of Dali thundered through the heavens and the earth. "Li Hao, I shall slay you." At this moment, the king of Dali's fury erupted as he swung a fist towards Silver City. A flash of sword light flickered. With a resounding boom, the heavens trembled, and a powerful aura swept across the surroundings. Many distant observers, keenly watching the scene, were taken aback. What was happening now? After their battle yesterday, both had retreated. Why had hostilities reignited today? Shouldn't the king of Dali realize he might not be able to contend with Li Hao? Why such explosive anger? Li Hao chuckled heartily. "If you are unwilling, then so be it. Perhaps I have misunderstood. Maybe you prefer your current state. I have meddled too much. So let it be. If the king of Dali is ever interested, he may seek me out." Humph. A cold snort reverberated throughout the realm. The king of Dali's countenance turned ashen. This was the first time he felt disgusted by Li Hao, infuriated to such an extent. Even after suffering a setback yesterday, he had not found him this detestable. Li Hao, this rascal, where was the demeanor of a sovereign? Beside him, Jiang Li, oblivious to the situation, only knew that the king had glanced at the communication jade and had soon erupted in wrath. This was the first time he witnessed the king of Dali lose composure. What was happening? He pondered, truly perplexed by the sight of the king's reaction to a single message. Could Li Hao's words truly strike at the heart? "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" The king of Dali cast a glance at him, and after a moment, spoke darkly. "Leave." Jiang Li was taken aback. Such an unfriendly demeanor. He wished to say more, but the king of Dali coldly commanded, "Leave." With a slight frown and a sigh, Jiang Li rose and departed. The king of Dali had suffered defeat yesterday. Could it be that his mindset had been thrown off balance? Such an attitude towards the high priest was hardly a good sign. Once Jiang Li had exited, the king of Dali initially intended to crush the communication jade in frustration. But upon considering that he might still need to contact Li Hao, he gritted his teeth and refrained from doing so, his fury still simmering. "Li Hao, I shall rend you limb from limb. How dare you humiliate me so?" In Silver City, Li Hao raised an eyebrow, the entire manor now silent, all covertly astonished by his audacity. He had nearly ignited a new round of war. Though unafraid, the notion of such a trivial cause leading to full-scale conflict seemed absurd to everyone. When Director Zhao returned, he appeared puzzled. "What is the situation with the king of Dali?" Huang Yu quickly conveyed a few words. Zhao's expression shifted slightly, exasperated, as he glanced at Li Hao, realizing at that moment that this individual was still quite young and truly outspoken. No wonder the king of Dali was nearly driven to fury. If it were him, he would likely feel quite vexed. After all, the king of Dali was a regional sovereign. How could he not be enraged? Thankfully, he had left directly. Otherwise, the king might have sought to make him a sacrificial emblem. Li Hao, however, was all smiles. "It seems I have misunderstood. I now see that he has a rather unique preference for men. Forget it. One's hobbies are their own concern. I merely wish to support him. If he remains ungrateful, then so be it." At this point, Li Hao spoke up, expressing his desire to visit the Zhao family's main city before his seclusion. Absolutely not. This statement was met with immediate objections from 7 or 8 individuals. Hong Yitong, with a serious demeanor, warned, "Currently, it is uncertain whether the city that has defected is indeed the Zheng family. If it is, then a visit to Zhao's main city is permissible. However, if it is not, and the Zhao family's main city has turned traitor, the commander's visit would undoubtedly invite peril, as there would likely be a sage in residence. Even if not all have been revived, should the Zhao family's main city betray us, it would not be surprising to find a celestial being stationed there. The abundance of power and numerous strong individuals could merely be a ruse to deceive Director Zhao. Thus, this venture would be exceedingly dangerous. At present, we cannot ascertain which family it is. The possibility of War Heaven City being involved is minimal. Otherwise, Li Hao would have perished on his multiple visits. Yet, the other 7 cities, including Sword City, harbor potential for treachery. To engage with those ancient relics at this juncture is indeed perilous. Even the typically bold Yuan Shua solemnly declared, "We cannot go." The situation remains unclear, and stumbling into a traitorous city would pose a significant threat. Even Director Zhao, usually hopeful for the commander to engage with the martial arts alliance, quietly admitted, "Though I wish for the commander to have some dialogue with the alliance, it is indeed dangerous to proceed now. I cannot even determine whether the martial arts alliance is a defector or not. The Zhao family's ancient city is known as the Martial Arts Alliance, reputedly founded by an ancestor of the Zhao family, who was once the leader of martial sections. The name is of little interest to anyone present. At this moment, everyone was dissuading Li Hao, for the endeavor was far too perilous. Even the 9th commander, who had remained silent until now, slowly remarked, "I believe the likelihood of the Zhao family's betrayal is low. Although their ancestor was not an emperor, he had some discord with the Supremes during the new martial era. The Zhao family still possesses an inherent sense of justice. Nonetheless, I also do not advise you to visit other main cities." All voices were in opposition. Li Hao stroked his chin, smiling. There is no need for such tension. Communication does not inherently require risk. I am neither obstinate nor reckless with my life. Instead, I propose to remain outside Zhao's ancient city while Director Zhao enters. If the Zhao family's strong individuals are willing to engage, they can arrange for some avatars to communicate with me outside. He looked at the others with some confusion. After all, it is not impossible to summon avatars. Why must everyone be so anxious? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Indeed, there are many means of communication. However, everyone was preoccupied with the notion that Li Hao, being a person of great authority and formidable strength, harbored intentions to single-handedly brave the dangers of Zhao's ancient city. Yet, upon hearing Li Hao's perspective, it seemed reasonable. If Zhao's ancient city truly wished to converse, they could indeed send avatars for discussion. Director Zhao exhaled in relief and asked, "What objectives does the commander hope to achieve?" Li Hao replied, I have neither high expectations nor specific desires regarding the new martial era. I merely hope for a more harmonious future and wish for the Zhao family to adopt a certain stance." Li Hao chuckled lightly, saying, "It is not that I possess any particular ambitions, but rather I hope that these new martial leaders can express their stance, instead of remaining in silent anticipation and lurking in the shadows. If this continues, I shall regard them as potential adversaries." His expression gradually turned grave as he continued. "To remain silent, to refrain from sending troops or personnel, to avoid communication and engagement. If they merely wait, how can I not be on guard? Should that time come, I would harbor no expectations or leniency." The Zhao family stronghold had always maintained communication with Director Zhao, yet this time, upon Li Hao's return with his army, the Zhao main city exhibited no signs of activity whatsoever. This was indeed peculiar. Whether in offering assistance or in any other capacity, a display of intent was necessary. Take War Heaven City, for instance. They dispatched 10,000 troops, with General Jiu leading the charge and Director Wang himself participating. That was a demonstration of intent. A lack of clarity and the continuous lurking was, in fact, a troubling sign. The other prominent cities were no different. Now, with the cosmos accommodating the emergence of certain primordial avatars, there was no reason to remain concealed, unless the opposing side had not yet revived, and the entire city remained under a sealing state. Director Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. Perhaps they are still observing. Of course, if the governor wishes to meet, I can make arrangements. General Jiu contemplated briefly and suggested, "Let Wang Yi accompany us as well." Nearby, Director Wang wore an expression of melancholy and helplessness, remarking, "I could go, but I fear they may not recognize me." This statement held merit. With the changes in aura and the loss of primordial essence, it was indeed possible they might not recognize him. General Jiu found himself at a loss for words. Li Hao smiled and said, "There is no need for that. The two of you need not go to such lengths. I do not wish to exert pressure on the new martial leaders with the new martial force, compelling them to make decisions. I merely hope they can clarify their position. If they are unwilling to align with me, that is of no consequence. However, I must at least ascertain their stance." At this point, Li Hao added, "The same applies to the other ancient cities. I may not remain here for much longer. When it is time to deploy troops, we shall do so, and when it is time to engage in battle, we shall fight. I hope everyone can grow stronger. Perhaps through my relentless ascendance, I alone might bring peace to all." He gazed at the assembly, his mentors, and Hong Yitong, and spoke softly, "Yet I hope even in my absence, you all can achieve everything on your own. Elders, do not lose yourselves or your identities. The House Star realm has only recently been discovered. It is a chance for all. I would rather not find myself alone in the years to come, as the universe is vast, and the outside world may hold even greater wonders." Silence enveloped the crowd. At this moment, they seemed to fully comprehend Li Hao's sentiments. He remained the same Li Hao as before. Perhaps he had changed in some ways, yet he held no interest in becoming a king or an emperor. He simply wished to address the injustices he witnessed. He felt the world was steeped in darkness and desired to ignite the first flame. Perhaps, if the great Li King could conquer the world and better the lives of its people, he would even be willing to withdraw from the conflict. Was that the case? At that moment, everyone pondered this thought. Yuan Shua took a deep breath and assured, "Rest easy. We are aware. This world is not solely yours. As you have said, this world is also a realm of rivers and lakes, belonging to all of us." Li Hao beamed, appreciating his teacher's understanding. Yuan Shua chose not to respond. Thinking to himself, what understanding is there? You, my friend, have become increasingly enigmatic. At this moment, he remains oblivious to Li Hao's thoughts, perhaps from the very beginning. Li Hao never intended to claim dominion. It seems that what occupies his mind is still the desire for vengeance. "Director Zhao, please make the necessary arrangements. I wish to meet with the head of the Zhao family at the earliest opportunity." Li Hao ceased to speak further, drifting away, his voice echoing once more. "Keep a watchful eye on the three major organizations and observe their reactions to the Great Li. Should the Great Li retaliate against them, inform the Great Li King that Ing Hongyue belongs to me." The others remained silent. Ing Hongyue had fled too swiftly, evading Li Hao's grasp. Whether it was sheer luck or a deliberate plan remains uncertain. Yet, everyone understood that Li Hao would not kill Ing Hongyue. Any indifference now would be mere pretense. From the very outset, his aim was to slay Ing Hongyue. Yuan Shua exhaled deeply and remarked slowly, Let us not forget that the world belongs to all of us. Ing Hongyue is his greatest inner demon. Without eliminating Ing Hongyue, he cannot overcome this hurdle. I fear that the stronger he becomes, the greater the peril. The others nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. In recent days, Li Hao seldom mentioned revenge, but today, the mere mention of Ing Hongyue indicated that he sensed the time had come, his strength had grown, and he felt a restless agitation. Perhaps his decision not to confront the great Li King directly or to eliminate their powerful warriors was a strategic choice to avoid alarming Ing Hongyue, preventing her from escaping once more. It is possible that Li Hao's military training initiative was merely incidental. He seemingly wished to avoid inflicting too severe losses on the great Li, granting Ing Hongyue another opportunity to grow stronger. Of course, these speculations lingered in their minds, yet remained unspoken. Military training is a matter of great importance. If it were solely to constrain Ing Hongyue, it would suggest that Li Hao's ambitions were rather limited. Thus, let it be regarded as military training. At this moment, everyone shared a silent understanding. Meanwhile, within the Great Li territory, Ing Hongyue gazed towards the south, her vision seemingly transcending the Zhantian Mountains. After a prolonged moment, she took a deep breath and spoke softly. Li Hao is growing increasingly formidable. I have an unsettling premonition. The individuals beside her cast curious glances, some puzzled, others bemused, and a few stifled laughter. Are you afraid? Ing Hongyue responded calmly. It is not fear. Rather, I may have misjudged a crucial matter. What is it? The crowd inquired, bewildered by her implication. Ing Hongyue replied with composure. Everything Li Hao has done might merely be to eradicate all possible contingencies I could possess, and unbeknownst to me, he has already cornered me to the north of Zhantian. The others found this peculiar. After all, it was she who had chosen to be there. So what relation did it have to Li Hao? From long ago, he had ceased to target the three major organizations. He fought against the Jusi, the royal family, the city of supernatural powers, the great Li, and all others, showing little concern for her. Why then, must she embellish her own significance? According to Ing Hongyue's words, it seemed as though Li Hao's conquest of the world was solely to leave her with no refuge. How laughable! At this moment, Yin Luo and the others remained silent, their thoughts bordering on amusement. Could it be that Ing Hongyue had been so intimidated by Li Hao that she had become irrational? Yet, Ing Hongyue chose not to elaborate further. He merely cast another glance towards the south, devoid of any evidence, his intuition alone guiding him. Li Hao had devoured the world, gradually driving the three major organizations from the central region to the north, and subsequently from the north to the realm of Dali. Although each time it was his own choice, today he found himself pondering whether it was truly his decision at all. Each instance carried an involuntary sense of coercion, akin to a stray dog fleeing repeatedly. He hoped it was merely an illusion. Perhaps he was overthinking. If it were indeed the case, it would be rather disheartening. How could Li Hao, that fellow, be so scheming? Chapter 318, a document, seeking subscription and monthly votes. The Zhao family stronghold, known as the Martial Alliance, boasted a distinctive name. In times past, the ancestral head of the Zhao family was the leader of the Martial Alliance. During the new martial era, the martial world was rather feeble, yet the Zhao ancestor managed to unify it, gradually integrating into the new martial landscape. Later, when the Sword Sovereign ventured into the minor realm, the Zhao family chose to relocate in order to revive the martial world. Among the 8 prominent families, the Li family led the way, with the other 7 families not far behind. Even though the Zhao family lacked an emperor backing them, their ancestor, at his peak, possessed combat prowess not significantly inferior to that of an emperor. In recent years, Director Zhao primarily maintained contact with the Zhao family. However, despite frequent communication, the resources provided were scant, and the feedback from the Zhao family was minimal, resulting in a superficial partnership without depth. Among the 8 families, the Zhao family was renowned for its martial arts. The Li family was known for their swords, the Zhang family for their blades, and the Zhao family for their fist techniques. If ranked accordingly, the Zhao family's martial arts held a commendable position. The ancient city of the Zhao family was situated nearby West City, merely 100 miles away, allowing Director Zhao to arrive swiftly on each visit. On this day, the Zhao family ancient city, which had been eerily quiet, was bustling with activity. Zhao Shuguang, who had not visited for several days, stepped into the Zhao family ancient city. At the grand entrance stood a golden-armored sentinel, materializing in an instant. With a smile, Director Zhao clasped his hands and greeted, "Good morning, Elder 7. The Zhao family ancient city differed from other cities, possessing a strong familial sect nature. Aside from the military, which adhered to new martial standards, other management within the city. Aside from the city lord, comprised elders, a characteristic reminiscent of the former martial alliance. Elder 7 held an official title, yet preferred to be addressed as such within the martial alliance. He was among the ancient masters Zhao Shuguang interacted with most frequently, reputed to have once held peak immortal strength, nearing the sacred path. As for the truth of such claims, Director Zhao refrained from inquiring further. Elder 7's armor clanked as he heartily laughed. "Little Zhao, it seems you've been thriving in my absence. It appears the Li has not troubled you too much." Director Zhao replied, "With Governor Li present, even the mighty king of Li finds it challenging to achieve success." He then stated directly, "I have urgent matters to discuss. Governor Li is currently outside the martial alliance and wishes to converse with the esteemed elders of the Zhao family." Upon hearing this, several figures emerged around them. One of them, with a detached demeanor, remarked, "Is there truly a necessity for further discussion?" Director Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed yet silent. Having engaged with the Zhao family for several years, he understood that they were not particularly easy to deal with. However, they typically harbored no unwarranted hostility towards others. Nevertheless, the recent return of Li Hao had undeniably stirred an unusual atmosphere within the Zhao household. In contrast, Elder 7 exhibited a warmer demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "The heir of the Li family has arrived. Naturally, it is only fitting that we meet him, especially since he now holds dominion over this land." After a brief pause, he continued, "Yet, there are certain queries that remain shrouded in mystery, the most pivotal of which concerns the true state of the Li family's sword city." Elder 7 sighed softly. "The Li family is in disarray. How can we be inclined to engage further with them?" Director Zhao was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the reluctance to meet Governor Li stems from the turmoil within the new martial Li family, and that the Zhao family prefers to remain uninvolved?" Elder 7 contemplated for a moment before nodding. "It is not solely us. Perhaps no major city is willing to meet him. This reluctance is not merely due to the generational divide, but also because there are pressing issues that lack clarity, making our involvement precarious. Of course, this is also tied to the fact that he has yet to demonstrate any significant prowess. Although he showcased some power yesterday, his references to Li Daoheng have only deepened our reservations." Elder 7 sighed again, adding, "Moreover, it is crucial to note that Li Hao has previously shattered the Hong family's divine hammer and the Lu family's windchaser boots, which is rather troublesome. From our perspective, or rather, from the perspective of many, his destruction of these artifacts has effectively extinguished our hopes of opening the Star Gate. Our feelings towards him are quite complex, leading us to speculate whether he is connected to the traitors of the past. Currently, it seems he is merely playing a role, as traitors likely would not desire the Star Gate to be opened at this moment." Director Zhao was momentarily stunned, beginning to grasp the underlying implications. The indifference towards Li Hao's return was not solely due to the chaos within the Li family. Rather, it was significantly influenced by his destruction of the sacred weapons belonging to the 8 great families, which had instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Furthermore, Li Hao had not only demolished these 2 items, but had also shattered the Zhang family's sword. For the Zhang, Hong, and Lu families, such actions were tantamount to humiliation, provocation, and hostility, carrying profound significance. Pondering for a moment, Director Zhao ventured, "Esteemed elders, do you still wish to avoid a meeting? Discussing certain matters might prove more advantageous. After all, the Wang family has consistently supported Governor Li. Engaging in dialogue could be mutually beneficial." He continued, "Not only the Wang family, but also Yuanping Wuke University is inclined to back the governor." Elder 7 appeared poised to respond when a voice echoed from within the city, "Old 7, you should go out and speak with him." Turning to see the source of the remark, he recognized it was Elder 2's voice. Thus far, he was the strongest among the revived martial alliance, while the Grand Elder had accompanied the city lord outside. Within the city, aside from the Guardians, Elder 2 remained the most formidable presence. Originally, he was reluctant to venture forth, but since the 2nd Elder had spoken, the 7th Elder merely nodded slightly. "I shall go out to meet this Lord Li. However, if the heavens cannot accommodate, I shall manifest a projection for the journey. If that is agreeable, I shall accompany you. I, too, wish to hear and see this audacious individual who dares to shatter the divine weapons of various houses." Several formidable figures subsequently voiced their intentions, some clad in armor, while others floated directly above their divine weapons. The seventh elder refrained from elaborating further. Before long, a fragment of essence separated, transforming into a dignified middle-aged man, unadorned by armor. Zhao, lead the way. This was the first occasion for Director Zhao to behold the true form of the seventh elder. He cast a glance, but said little, as a few others followed suit in silence. Outside the ancient city, at the entrance of the Weakling Alliance, stood before a majestic waterfall, where the tumult of crashing water resounded. Li Hao had not brought many companions. Only Director Wang kept him company. Director Wang was currently communicating through thought. Introducing, the Lord of the Weakling Alliance is not the former Zhao Alliance leader, but rather his son, who has presumably departed through the Star Gate with the Sword Master. In addition to the Lord, the Zhao family has appointed 9 elders, not all of whom hail from the Zhao family. Representatives from various clans are included. Some even from the Zhao family's military of yore, known as the Xingwu Army, which is actually the original name of the Zhao ancestor. Li Hao nodded slightly. Director Wang continued, the Zhao family is particularly adept in the art of swordsmanship. Li Hao paused, turning his gaze toward him. Swordsmanship? Director Wang affirmed. However, that pertains to the Zhao ancestor. The descendants of the Zhao family have since excelled in the art of boxing, hence the reputation of Zhao family boxing. Li Hao nodded once more. As they spoke, the waterfall trembled in the distance, and Director Zhao emerged, followed by several others. Their forms appeared slightly ethereal. Yet their features were clear, unlike those who had betrayed the ancient city, whose visages were obscured and indistinct. Li Hao rose and bowed slightly. I am Li Hao, honored to meet all esteemed seniors. The imposing seventh elder did not exhibit arrogance. Returning the gesture with a respectful salute, Commander Hu Sikai of the 7th Army of the Xingwu Army of the Weakling Alliance. Not of the Zhao surname. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. He was indeed a commander, a position of considerable standing. To date, he had not encountered any commanders from the War Heaven Army. Perhaps others had departed, yet it was said that the commander of the Reserve Guard Army still lay in slumber. Whether true or not, Li Hao did not inquire further. Commander Hu, please take a seat. Li Hao offered a smile, as there were stone tables and benches in this locale, in this era of superpowers. For someone of Li Hao's caliber, it was as simple as a wave of the hand to conjure natural formations. The middle-aged man made himself comfortable. Sitting across from Li Hao, the others did not introduce themselves either and took their seats. Some gazed at Li Hao with curiosity, while others regarded him with less friendliness. The 7th elder, however, was rather straightforward. Upon seating himself, he declared, "Let me clarify, I do not represent the Weakling Alliance. It is not a singular entity, but rather a council of elders. As several elders have already awakened, I shall convey all that Lord Li has stated. But I cannot provide any definitive responses at this time." Upon the utterance of those words, before Li Hao could respond, Director Wang exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction. Hu Sikai, whom do you think you are fooling? The 7th elder then turned his gaze towards him, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. Noticing this, Director Wang sighed. It is I, Wang Yi. Wang Yi. The 7th elder expressed surprise. You have severed your connection to the primordial path and pursued a new one. This revelation caused the 7th elder to frown, while others present did not hesitate to scoff. Traitor. Wang Yi, however, remained unyielding. Am I a traitor simply because I have abandoned the primordial path? Would you dare to speak such words to the king? Would you dare utter them to the sovereign? Would you dare say them to the sword sovereign? Many have forsaken the primordial path, now that the new path flourishes. I am labeled a traitor? The primordial path was established by the celestial emperor and the 9 sovereigns, not by the new marshal. Are those who cultivate the primordial path also traitors? He had often found himself at a disadvantage against the 9th commander, yet he was unreserved with these individuals. Stating bluntly, before you label me a traitor, take a good look in the mirror and refrain from carelessly tossing around the term. What do you mean by that? Wang Yi retorted, the revival of the martial alliance predates my ascent to the city of war. What have you accomplished during these years? Nothing at all. Had Lord Zhao still been alive, he would have severed you all with a single strike. A bunch of useless wretches. I risked my life to carve a new path. This was for the sake of the new marshal. What right do you have to berate me? Speak one more word, and I shall tear your tongues apart. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Old Wang's tongue was quite sharp. It was not something he had noticed previously. The 7th elder frowned slightly. Enough, Wang Yi. He has misspoken. Those of the martial alliance are known for their candor. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Wang Yi merely scoffed and chose to remain silent. After all, he had gained the upper hand. A scolding felt quite satisfying. Li Hao chuckled, opting not to engage in their discourse, and spoke. Since the elder has been forthright, I, Li Hao, shall also speak openly. As a junior, if I am in any way remiss, I hope the elder will forgive me. Li Hao continued to smile radiantly. Silver Moon. Whether in terms of the Silver Moon realm or the Silver Moon province, is where I have grown up. It is my homeland, my home. I desire nothing but prosperity for Silver Moon. He added softly, in the past, it was indeed the heart of the new marshal, yet it may not necessarily be your homeland. Of course, these details have become inconsequential. Li Hao quietly remarked, in these tumultuous times, Silver Moon remains relatively stable. Yet its greatest predicament lies in the multitude of powerful beings dwelling within the ruins and ancient cities. Some have awakened, while others have not. The onset of a second awakening will inevitably bring forth a surge of formidable entities, and at that juncture, Silver Moon may transform into a battlefield. Li Hao continued, as far as I understand, the remnants of the new marshal's powerful beings have divided into several factions. First, the traitors. Second, the official forces of the new marshal. Third, those who believe the new marshal has perished and seek to establish their own autonomy. And fourth, possibly outsiders, though I am uncertain of their true nature. Thus, with the commencement of the second awakening, it is likely that peace will be a mere illusion. Li Hao sighed, reflecting that if the new Wu were to remain relatively stable, he would indeed welcome the resurgence of the esteemed elders. It would be a harmonious coexistence. Whether in the development of the Silver Moon or in the endeavor to unlock the Stargate, such outcomes would be a joy to behold. However, the current situation in the Silver Moon is far from straightforward, involving complexities beyond mere new Wu people and Silver Moon inhabitants. Elder 7 knitted his brow slightly and interjected. Do you have any specific insights regarding this fourth faction? I'm not entirely sure, Li Hao responded. Perhaps it resembles the Red Shadow type. Or it could involve individuals with formidable mental prowess, distinct from ordinary spiritual practitioners. He elaborated. The notion of a fourth faction arises from peculiar occurrences near the Stargate, suggesting that some powerful entities may be sealed there. This is merely conjecture, as I currently lack concrete evidence to substantiate the existence of this fourth power. Elder 7 pondered for a moment before stating, it may indeed exist. He continued, however, I cannot be entirely certain. I recall that on the day the Sword Sovereign and others set out, I was tasked with guarding the city and overseeing its security. I vaguely perceived a red shadow, initially mistaking it for a strong practitioner engaging in some form of cultivation, and thus paid it little heed. Li Hao, reflecting on this, nodded thoughtfully. Let us not dwell on them for now. One thing is certain, once the esteemed elders emerge from the ruins, they will not remain inconspicuous, correct? Elder 7 remained silent for a moment before affirming, of course, whether it is to eliminate the traitors of yore or to unlock the Stargate. We must strive for action. There is no way they would fade into obscurity. Li Hao chuckled softly. In that case, it is inevitable that our two sides will engage in some manner of interaction. Perhaps, Commander, who may suggest that you pursue your path, while I pursue mine. Yet should a powerful being take action, the heavens will tremble, and society will be shaken. The billions of citizens of Tianxing are, after all, people of the new era. Elder 7 frowned slightly and inquired, what exactly do you mean, Governor Li? Speak plainly. Li Hao sighed again. It is not that I harbor any particular thoughts. Rather, I wish to discern the sentiments of the ancient cities towards the people of the Silver Moon. What do they think of me, Li Hao? If they wish to unlock the Stargate, they cannot bypass my involvement. Li Hao continued softly. There are fundamentally two options. First, to collaborate with me and jointly devise a way to open the gate. Second, to eliminate me, seize the Star Sword, and consult others to see if they can unlock it, or perhaps reach out to Ying Hongyue, who possesses the potential of unifying the 7 veins, or even the 8. Thus, for the ancient cities, the choices are not entirely limited. Since they cannot directly use the 8 divine weapons to open the Stargate, they must rely on the Star Sword. In this scenario, I could unlock it, and Ying Hongyue might also have that possibility. Does he possess the bloodline of the Li family? Li Hao smiled. Perhaps he is not of the Li family, but that is of little consequence. He has disturbed my parents' graves. My father was assassinated by him. Ultimately, the Li family still retains some of its bloodline. My parents' remains have vanished, as have the remains of my forebears. Given this, why can't Hongyue extract the Li family's bloodline? At this revelation, the expressions of all present shifted slightly. The Crimson Moon has unearthed the tomb of the Li family, a fact known only to Li Hao himself. The seventh elder's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Li Hao. This young man, with a nonchalant demeanor, casually mentioned the desecration of his ancestral grave, implying that his parents' remains might have been taken for nefarious purposes. Was he truly at peace with this, indifferent, or was there something else beneath the surface? If it were they in his position, perhaps they would have been driven to madness, consumed by rage. Yet, this man exhibited little emotional turbulence. Speaking with a smile still intact, Li Hao continued, "Thus, my purpose here is to seek clarity. The Stargate is an inescapable reality for us all. It seems we have but two options, either collaborate with me or ally with the Crimson Moon. There appears to be no alternative." He sighed softly. "If we do not join forces, then we must inevitably choose the Crimson Moon. Do you, General Hu, believe that the ancient cities can provide me with a definitive answer?" The seventh elder was aware of the Crimson Moon and had exchanged information with Director Zhao previously, thus understanding the significance of this individual. He was the leader of the foremost organization, the Crimson Moon, and presumably a descendant of one of the 8 great families, though his exact lineage remained ambiguous. Li Hao's inquiries were direct and unpretentious, and while the seventh elder pondered this, Director Zhao's gaze flickered momentarily. Choosing between Li Hao and the Crimson Moon held little distinction for the ancient cities. If their goal was the Stargate, the choice of ally was of little consequence. After all, both had blood on their hands. In the grand scheme of the new martial world, distinguishing between hero and villain was a challenge, often reduced to the victor's writing history. Indeed, the Crimson Moon had slain descendants of the 8 great families, seizing their bloodlines, but that was many years ago. Had Li Hao not also taken lives among them? It seemed implausible. However, Director Zhao understood the gravity of the situation. If the ancient cities delayed their response, Li Hao might assume their allegiance lay with the Crimson Moon, the very faction responsible for his profound grievances. The Crimson Moon had murdered his parents, violated his ancestral grave, and taken his friends, all while harboring a relentless desire to eliminate Li Hao. Was he truly indifferent, having let go of all that had transpired? After all, he wielded the sword of demons. Since the emergence of the Silver Moon, Li Hao had refrained from targeting the 3 major organizations, shedding the malice of his earlier days, fixated solely on vanquishing the Crimson Moon. But was that truly the case? At this moment, Director Zhao's mind was tumultuous with thoughts. What was Li Hao's true intention in seeking the Zhao family? The seventh elder then interjected, "If we choose to ally with General Li, what sacrifices will we need to make, and what shall we gain in return?" Li Hao offered a smile. "The cost is not steep. Provide me with 10,000 sets of Xingshu military armor, along with some essence blood from the Zhao family, their methods of controlling divine weapons, and techniques for locating these divine artifacts. In return, I will offer energy in the form of 50 million divine stones and 3 embodiments of the eternal wood." Li Hao's demeanor was notably gentle. It was neither a matter of gain or loss, but rather a mere expression of intent and attitude. "Naturally, I shall make these matters public, allowing everyone to witness my sincerity and stance." The exchange involved 50 million divine energy stones and 3 revered immortal trees, yielding a tangible return of merely 10,000 sets of basic armor. While these armors are indeed valuable, given the significant loss of life among soldiers, the armory must possess ample reserves. Trading 10,000 surplus sets of armor for these items is sufficient to revive at least one top-tier powerhouse. Li Hao did not demand personnel or any additional terms, which, in the eyes of Director Zhao and Director Wang, demonstrated considerable sincerity. Director Wang even felt a bit envious, noting that Li Hao had not shown such favorable sentiments towards the battle city, which had at least dispatched 10,000 troops in support. Elder Seven pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "It is possible to trade for these, but the Zhao family's essence blood is currently absent. How can we procure any?" Li Hao replied with a smile. "As long as there are still members of the Zhao family, particularly those of direct lineage, it should not be difficult to gather a few drops of essence blood with a bit of recovery." Elder Seven considered this and remarked, "I must return to consult further. But I do not find your request overly challenging." He expressed some doubt. "Is this truly all you require? No need for assistance in battle or dividing source avatars to aid." "Not at all." Li Hao shook his head with a smile. "Everyone has their own motivations. I do not impose upon anyone. The battle city, by sending troops and personnel, will naturally receive corresponding benefits. If they choose not to participate, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall not coerce anyone. This revelation took his interlocutors by surprise. It appeared that Li Hao sought merely a gesture, a statement of intent. 10,000 sets of battle armor were indeed trivial. In their prime, the major cities boasted a military strength in the millions. And while they might not have 1,000,000 spare armors, certainly several 100,000 remained. Thus, offering 10,000 sets was hardly significant. However, Li Hao's other requests were likely aimed at securing the location of the Zhao family's divine weapons, perhaps with intentions to seize them. Elder 7 contemplated this and finally questioned. You do not intend to take the Zhao family's divine weapons and consume them, do you? Li Hao chuckled. Currently, the Zhao family's divine weapons should be in the possession of Ying Hanyue. If I can eliminate him and consume the remnants, that may not even be necessary. If I successfully defeat him, and the Zhao family desires it, I shall naturally return their possessions. Elder 7 could no longer contain his curiosity. Truly, there are no additional demands? None at all, came the reply. Elder 7 was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Director Zhao. Realizing that Li Hao's requests were indeed not difficult and far more reasonable than he had anticipated. He had even envisioned Li Hao making exorbitant demands, expecting the Zhao family to dispatch dozens of source avatars to aid him. Yet, there were none. It was as though Li Hao was more easily satisfied than Zhao Shuguang. Despite his confusion, he quickly stated, I shall return to discuss with Elder 2. Your conditions seem agreeable, though, of course, the martial arts alliance is not solely my decision. Understood. Li Hao nodded. The several strong individuals behind the 7th Elder appeared somewhat peculiar at this moment, casting glances at Director Zhao. One could not help but inquire. Are you, like Zhao Shuguang, merely attempting to placate us, only to devise a means to counter us later? Director Zhao, feeling exceedingly awkward, replied, Esteemed seniors, have you perhaps misunderstood something? When have I ever sought to oppose you? You are all so formidable. The strong individual scoffed. Zhao Shuguang had never been forthright. Despite being a descendant of the Zhao family, the passage of years had seen the revival of Zhao's main city curtailed. Otherwise, it would have awakened far earlier than Zhantian City. Presently, the guardians of the demon plants had only just begun to rouse. They were disinclined to elaborate further and swiftly followed the 7th Elder back to the ruins to deliberate. Upon their departure, Director Wang could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Is this it? 10,000 sets of armor? You traveled such a great distance solely for this? If you truly desire it. Zhantian City has it as well. 50 million divine energy stones and 3 immortal trees. I can provide them for you. What on earth was this fellow thinking? Li Hao chuckled. The crux lies in the attitude. A good attitude suffices. Director Wang, after all, we are no longer in the same era. I maintain a sense of reverence and respect for the elder warriors and the new martial power. They both felt this was acceptable. Being less aggressive would prevent anyone from perceiving me, Li Hao, as difficult to deal with or arrogant. Furthermore, with the support of the Zhao family, coupled with Zhantian City and the 8 main cities, the 2 families had made their stance clear. If I disseminate this information to the other families, perhaps they will be willing to engage in negotiation. Li Hao continued, based on my understanding of the new martial arts. As long as they are not from the traitorous city, those who have promised to cooperate with me should not easily renege on their word, right? Director Wang stroked his chin thoughtfully. That should not be the case, I suppose. Li Hao smiled. Isn't that sufficient? Director Wang remained somewhat speechless. However, your demands regarding Zhantian City are not insignificant, are they? Li Hao replied with a grin. In my formative years, I naturally sought assistance and benefits, but later, I acquiesced to the conditions proposed by the 9th Elder, didn't I? This includes my stance towards Yuanping Martial Science University. When I was weak, I desperately needed help and thus made demands. Yet now that I can manage, I have little expectation from Yuanping Martial Science University, do I not? Director Wang pondered this and found it reasonable. He refrained from further comment, only reflecting that Li Hao was indeed more tolerant than before. Yes, tolerant. This fellow now exhibited considerable leniency towards the new martial arts, his adversaries, and even individuals such as the Dali King. As long as it was not a matter of principle, Li Hao seemed capable of forgiveness. At this moment, he could not help but recall the transition from the human king to the current one. Today, the Zhao family's main city faced 2 paths. The first, surrender and assimilation. The second, Annihilation of the ancient Zhao city if one possessed the strength. There was no third option. The notion of merely expressing a stance was non-existent. Could it be that this fellow truly intended to tread the path of a sage? He mused, recalling how Master Zhang had never displayed such leniency towards third parties or enemies. Why had Li Hao suddenly adopted a maternal approach? These thoughts lingered in his mind, though he refrained from voicing them. While Director Zhao was lost in contemplation, pondering something, he eventually broke the silence. Governor, do all the other ancient cities share this attitude? Li Hao nodded, generally speaking, yes. However, to clarify matters, it may be necessary for them to affix the city lord's seal, formalizing today's pact as an alliance between the new Marshal and Silver Moon. It should be more official. Other than that, there are no excessive demands. As long as they still acknowledge new Marshal, I believe that once the city lord's seal is applied, they are unlikely to turn against us. Li Hao smiled. When I possess sufficient strength, I shall naturally find a way to assist them in opening the star gates. Whether they choose to stay or leave is entirely their decision. What if they go back on their word? Li Hao merely smiled and regarded him silently. Director Zhao understood his implications. What if someone was unwilling to comply with this condition? He turned to Li Hao. 10,000 sets of armor may not seem like much, but for some, they may be reluctant to engage in equal exchanges with the governor. Li Hao cast another glance at him. Zhao's eyes flickered slightly as he transmitted. Does the governor imply that the main city is also formidable? Li Hao chuckled. As long as it is not that traitor's city. The other main cities are not necessarily formidable. Without adequate energy restoration, even a sage has only regained a sliver of their former strength. Is it truly that challenging? Zhao felt a jolt within and ceased to speak. At this moment, he fully grasped Li Hao's intentions. What he sought was merely a stance, the attitudes of the 8 main cities and all other ruins. If they recognize the Celestial Star Governor's office, then they shall seal the agreement and establish an alliance. Li Hao's demands are not overly ambitious. If they do not acknowledge or express their stance, then they will fall within the scope of Li Hao's complete purge. But is it truly that simple? Zhao refrained from further comment. Li Hao, too, remained silent, quietly contemplating. At least one of the 8 main cities harbors issues. Even if they agree, it may only be superficial, and discerning their true intentions is not easy. Additionally, Yinghongyue has ventured far from Delhi, neither collaborating with the ancient cities nor with those in the Red Shadows. Perhaps they have their own plans. Moreover, regarding the Forbidden Sea, Li Hao seldom mentions it now. However, to his knowledge, even Songshan has seen tributaries of the Forbidden Sea emerge, suggesting that it may have penetrated into Delhi or may have originated from there. Yinghongyue is under relatively less pressure. If he feels no significant strain, how could he continue to conspire with others? Thoughts flickered in his mind. Perhaps it is necessary to impose some pressure on them. Otherwise, those entities behind him might be completely cast aside by Yinghongyue. He raised his head and glanced into the distance, toward the direction of Silver City. The hexagram above Silver City bore 8 red lines, of which Yinghongyue connected 7. Some of these lines appeared to be weakening, likely related to the severing of divine weapons. Would it be possible to sever some connections again, making him more urgent? Just as he pondered this, Elder 7 emerged once more. At this moment, the 7th Elder displayed a modicum of courtesy. Governor Li, the Martial Alliance is willing to reach an agreement with you, provided that you do not demand more. If today's discussion suffices, the Martial Alliance would be delighted to forge a friendship with you. Upon relaying this to the 2nd Elder, he found it utterly inconceivable, as it did not align with his expectations. The new martial practitioners believed that the representative of the heavenly Tao in this generation would not so easily coexist with them. This was exemplified by the new martial king, who had accustomed them to his demeanor. To be candid, the Martial Alliance felt a twinge of apprehension in presenting such terms. Was this individual perhaps scheming for something more? Yet, since he had articulated his stance, it would be unwise to sever ties merely out of suspicion of ill intent. Patience was essential. Li Hao smiled slightly. Then the matter becomes quite simple. He continued, in that case, I hope to obtain the witness of the heavenly Tao. With that, he reached out, and a divine script coalesced into form. A page of golden parchment materialized, encapsulating the terms they had just discussed. In the next moment, a divine seal of the character Tao emerged, shimmering like myriad lights. Li Hao pressed his seal upon it. There were no superfluous titles, only the 2 grand characters, Li Hao. The entire document resembled a tome of the heavenly Tao. The 7th Elder's gaze shifted subtly as Li Hao spoke. It is said that the seals of the city lords in the major cities bear the inscriptions left by the esteemed Zhang in days of yore. If Senior Who has no objections, I kindly request you to take this document back to the city and affix the seal of the Martial Alliance's city lord. The seventh elder's eyes flickered. If it is affixed, will there be any special repercussions? Li Hao smiled. There are no significant repercussions. Merely that if the Martial Alliance supports Ying Hongyue in the future, unless blessed by the will of heaven, there may be a slight discomfort or even some degree of rejection within the Silver Moon realm. Of course, if I were to perish, such rejection would cease to exist. The seventh elder's expression changed. Do you control the will of heaven? Not at all. I simply act in accordance with it. The seventh elder took a deep breath. Li Hao's words seemed simple, yet being targeted by the will of heaven could lead to extraordinarily dire consequences. He fell into silence. Li Hao spoke again. As long as there is no breach of contract, nothing untoward will occur. Should there be a breach, including by myself, we may incur the punitive powers of the esteemed Zhang. This is a mutual constraint, not solely directed at your martial alliance. I will present this to the second elder for review. The seventh elder departed once more. At this moment, Director Wang appeared somewhat perplexed and conveyed through sound. Will we truly be targeted by the will of heaven? Not at all. Director Wang was speechless. Then why deceive? To instill fear? Li Hao chuckled. We will be rejected by the House Star Dao. Director Wang was taken aback. What does that mean? Those who practice the House Star Dao, should they encounter a promise breaker, my Dao script remains intact, and thus they shall be enemies for eternity. Li Hao remained remarkably composed. With his own Dao script sealed, as long as it remained unbroken, the agreement would hold. Should the other party violate it, the Dao script would transform into the coordinates of the House Star realm, and all practitioners of the House Star Dao, for generations to come, would become eternal foes with those who breach their promises. This enmity would stem from the very essence of the Dao. Certainly, there is no need to delve into excessive detail regarding these matters. Moreover, the Dao character divine script has yet to become the paramount coordinate within the House Star realm. As Li Hao stated, should one eliminate him and obliterate his Dao character divine script, there would naturally not be any significant complications. An eternal enmity would ensue. At this moment, Director Wang's heart was tumultuous. The hatred, the grievances from broken contracts, would be imprinted within the Dao, engraved upon the very fabric of the House Star realm. As long as the divine script endures, modern individuals and future generations, should they cultivate the Dao of House Star, would inevitably harbor an innate animosity towards those who have broken their promises, a hatred that would be passed down through the ages, unceasing. This was exceedingly ruthless. Yet, as Li Hao himself remarked, if he were to perish and the divine script failed to serve as a coordinate within the Dao universe, then there would indeed be minimal issues. At this moment, Director Wang's feelings were complex. Li Hao was, on one hand, magnanimous, yet on the other, exceedingly stringent. Having forged a contract, he expected adherence, and should the Martial Alliance breach the agreement, unless the Silver Moon clan were annihilated, the enmity would persist through generations, severing the cultivation of the new Dao. This was truly terrifying. Furthermore, the waiting this time seemed interminable. Within the city, there appeared to be some turmoil and struggle. Perhaps unaware of the specific effects, Li Hao's Dao character divine script imprint exuded an extraordinary mystique. Any strong individual who beheld it would recognize the inherent causality within. After approximately half an hour, Elder Qi emerged once more. With a gaze that betrayed complexity, he extended a golden document to Li Hao, stating, "This item, the second elder has instructed me to deliver to Governor Zhao's family. While it will not support the Red Moon, our backing of the governor shall not exceed the original agreement. As for future matters, we shall defer to later discussions." Li Hao received the document, feeling its immense weight. Upon it, a grand seal was affixed, seemingly burdened with an invisible heft. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he glanced at it, revealing a semblance of a smile. "I am most grateful for your understanding, esteemed elder. I shall have Director Zhao deliver the item. May our friendship endure for countless generations." With that, he did not stow the document, but rather waved his hand, causing it to ascend into the air. Suddenly, a long sword rent the void, and the document vanished into the ether, as if entering an alternate universe. Elder Qi's expression shifted once more, and Li Hao declared, "Witnessed by the Dao of House Star, the document shall circulate within the new Dao universe. I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Hao gestured, and the three vanished in an instant. Once they departed, Elder Qi inhaled deeply, turning back towards the city, his gaze falling upon an individual outside the city gates, murmuring, "He has sent that document into the new Dao universe." Outside the city, the second elder remained silent for a moment, contemplating before finally uttering, "It is merely a lack of support for the Red Moon. It poses no issue. The demands are not overly high. Though I am unaware of the precise repercussions, adherence to the agreement is paramount." Despite his ignorance of the specific outcomes, he was cognizant that when the city lord's grand seal was affixed, the characters of Zhang Zuanjing had shimmered with brilliance, intertwining with Li Hao's own. At that moment, he had been profoundly astonished. Who was Zhang Zuanjing? What prowess did Li Hao possess? Yet, in that instant, it felt as if they were communicating, reaching a consensus. Should the agreement be breached, both parties might face a shared retribution. Such a consequence was indeed terrifying. Chapter 319. The Path of Flesh and the Veins of Tao. The agreement reached between Li Hao and the Martial Alliance was not concealed for long. Nor was there any need for such secrecy. In fact, it was deliberately made public. The arrangement involved the provision of 10,000 suits of armor and the signing of a pact of alliance, which did not require the deployment of troops or the assistance of formidable warriors. As long as certain fundamental conditions were met, such as refraining from collaboration with traitors, avoiding alliances with Li Hao's adversaries, maintaining the stability of the Tianxing governor's authority, and adhering to the laws of Tianxing, the Tianxing dynasty was willing to accept the new martial faction. This was not an engagement of hostility. The Tianxing governor's office would not specifically target the new martial practitioners. Furthermore, Li Hao was prepared to make certain sacrifices in exchange for these terms, allowing both parties to approach the alliance from a standpoint of equality. In essence, this arrangement was not truly an alliance, but rather a basic non-aggression pact. Li Hao also promised that, circumstances permitting, he would assist the new martial race in opening the Stargate to seek their true homeland. Were these terms excessive? Certainly. In the past, the new humanity would not have been deserving of such equitable treatment. However, times have changed. Li Hao was now nearing the threshold of invincibility in the outside world, as the powerful had yet to fully awaken and could not emerge. Li Hao was indeed qualified to stand on equal footing with these ancient cities. The news spread rapidly. The ancient cities, should they awaken, possessed their own channels of information, whether overt or covert, and often had their own supported warriors or factions. No one would merely sit idly by, especially the new martial practitioners. They were all attuned to the changes unfolding in the outside world. Thus, the news swiftly reached various ears. In the Silver Moon, a city on the brink of the Moon Sea, half submerged and half on land, news also arrived at the Grand Hall. Within the hall, an elderly man, coughing slightly and appearing somewhat frail, spoke. This Li Hao is a descendant of the Li family and one of the current leaders of humanity. Having reached an agreement with the Martial Alliance, it seems he is eager for swift declarations from all parties, adopting a remarkably humble posture. Previously, in his battle against the King of Dali, his formidable strength at such a young age reminds me of the early days of New Martial, where talent flourished in every generation. If he survives, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Upon hearing the elder's words, a figure clad in golden armor from below intoned, "It is undeniable that Li Hao possesses great potential. However, he has severed the divine weapons of 3 clans, including our ancestral treasure. This act of severing the divine weapons and disrupting the legacy behind the stone gate is too reckless. Moreover, his claims of opening the Stargate may very well be mere empty promises. The Li family may have the capability to open it, as might the Star Sword. But without the power of the Emperor, how can it be achieved? In the era of the Emperor and New Martial, only the most exceptional beings can attain the status of Emperor. Currently, Li Hao resides in a lesser world. Even if a new path emerges, its future remains uncertain. His assertions about opening the Stargate should be regarded merely as words of comfort. Once the Stargate remains closed, the resurgence of the new martial arts may inevitably lead to a conflict with Li Hao. In this realm, divided among 5 nations, Li Hao possesses the demeanor of a monarch. Will he truly tolerate the fragmentation of the Silver Moon territory by new martial arts? In the age of man-kings, it would have been swiftly eradicated. If Li Hao aspires to kingship, I foresee an eventual clash with us. This assertion is not without merit. The elder nodded slightly. According to the customs of the new martial arts, Can one allow another to slumber peacefully by their side? Nevertheless, the elders spoke. However, in the present circumstances, both Battle Sky City and the Martial Alliance have expressed their positions. If we remain silent, will we not provoke some discord with these two factions? Let us not dwell on the Zheng family or the current state of the Li family. The other 6 families, unless traitorous, are still branches of the same tree. The curator, it has been over 100,000 years for new martial arts. The armored figure replied solemnly. Are the 8 major cities truly the same as they were in the past? Can they still unite? The elder fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. Regardless of their intentions, new martial arts remains new martial arts. I sincerely hope that its people do not turn their blades upon one another. An alliance, albeit minimal, is not without merit. The armored figure contemplated for a while before responding. Then let it be as you wish, curator. However, given the current ambiguity, we must remain prepared. In this time, we can only trust ourselves. The elder nodded, understanding this sentiment. Let us send a message and establish contact with Li Hao. I hope this individual will not publicly ally while secretly engaging in other schemes. Let us hope for the best. On that day, discussions of this nature echoed across various regions. While Li Hao was not met with overwhelming trepidation, there was a collective desire to avoid significant confrontations with him at this juncture. With Battle Sky City and the Martial Alliance having made their positions known, some ancient cities opted to reach out to Li Hao. As for the potential plight of Tianxing facing attacks from 4 nations, the populace paid little heed. In their eyes, national strength was secondary, individual prowess was paramount. If Li Hao possessed sufficient strength, he was deserving of respect and collaboration. The weakness of others on his side was deemed inconsequential. Meanwhile, as Li Hao traversed the land, the northern Great Li had already mobilized its forces. On this day, in the eastern desert, dust rose high, and the yellow sands stretched for miles. At the eastern edge, countless cavalrymen, their faces veiled in black cloth, surged forth in a formidable army toward the eastern continent. At the forefront of the formation was a white warhorse, soaring like a celestial steed, its hooves barely touching the ground, leading innumerable riders as they galloped across the desert toward the eastern realm. Beside the white horse were hundreds of powerful golden steeds, each bearing valiant knights, their auras exuding strength. Countless banners fluttered in the wind, inscribed with the words, "The Great Wilderness Nation." Tianxing lies in the Central Plains, separated from the northern Great Li by the Tsang Mountains, where beasts dwell and birds find it difficult to cross. To the east, a vast expanse of yellow sand stretches, making human presence scarce. Since the Tianxing royal family unified the realm, communication with neighboring nations has ceased, save for a few merchants who, risking peril, traverse mountains and rivers in pursuit of greater profit. In the vast wilderness, a natural barrier of the east, countless cavalry have trampled this land once marked by divine wrath. At the forefront of the troop rides a valiant warrior clad in golden armor upon a magnificent white steed, yet he is not the sovereign of this wild expanse. Above, 8 colossal steeds soar through the sky, pulling a grand chariot that resembles a palace. Indeed, this chariot is truly palace-like. Within its confines, one can faintly discern palace maids and guards moving about. Within the palace, figures stand in contemplation. Here lies the abode of the ruler of the wilderness. In the treasure hall, an elderly man gazes down through the palace, observing the golden-armored general atop the white horse at the head of the army. And he reflects with a hint of nostalgia. Youth is truly a blessing. It is said that today, as governor of Tianxing, Li Hao is still quite young. The ruler of the northern Dali kingdom has yet to reach his 30s. Our younger generation in the wilderness is not to be underestimated. Yet, there lingers a sense of regret. Alas, a Jun is not a man. At that moment, a scholar stepped forward, beaming with joy. Your Majesty need not harbor regrets. Princess Jun possesses the demeanor of a ruler and is cherished by the soldiers in the army. In these turbulent times, as chaos befalls the Central Plains and the Tianxing dynasty decays, both our wilderness and Dali strive for greatness. This is a fortuitous opportunity. Historically, the decline of the Central Plains has heralded the rise of our 4 kingdoms. Princess Jun of the wilderness is endowed with unmatched bravery, the ability to reach for the stars, and the strength to conquer dragons and tigers. Though she is a woman, our wilderness has never adhered to such mundane conventions. He cast his gaze towards the monarch above and proclaimed, "As I have learned, the ruler of the Western Divine Kingdom is also a woman." In the kingdom of water and clouds, the Empress now holds power. Therefore, why should our wilderness be constrained by such matters? The ruler of the wilderness sighed with understanding. Indeed, a smile graced his lips, and he refrained from further elaboration. Instead, he glanced at the speaking minister, revealing a hint of warmth. Though I am aged, I can still contribute to the wilderness and assist June. However, Li Hao and the king of Dali are formidable foes. The ministers understood the truth that extraordinary talents often emerge in chaotic times. Yet the three kingdoms of the wilderness possess promising prospects. The eastern domain, once under the jurisdiction of the Duke of Stability, has descended into turmoil ever since the Su family lost 2 generations of leaders to Li Hao. Now, the east is in disarray, with provincial rebellions causing fear among the Su clan. This region is also exceptionally fertile. If we could seize the eastern continent and gaze across the sea at the Tianxing governor's mansion without rushing to attack the central Tianxing, our wilderness could win the hearts of the people and solidify its footing. The ruler of the wilderness nodded once more. He then turned his attention to a mysterious figure cloaked in black in the corner of the grand hall, who smiled slightly. What is your assessment of Li Hao? The black-clad figure responded with a measured tone. A genius, a rare talent. Otherwise, there would be no need for the 4 nations to unite. However, previously, when you remarked that establishing a foothold in the east and awaiting the opportune moment would be unwise. A talent like Li Hao is most in need of time. Once time is granted, he will surely turn the tides. Throughout history, such individuals have always been this way. Given enough time, altering the course of destiny becomes effortless. Thus, I believe that if a decisive strike can be made, it must be done swiftly. Even if it disrupts this realm and brings suffering to its inhabitants, we can always rebuild afterward. Once one hesitates at this crucial moment, the prospect of becoming the sovereign of a prosperous era seems exceedingly bleak. The Lord of the Great Wilderness, deep in thought, slowly articulated. Does the envoy imply that we should swiftly breach the eastern continent, penetrate its heart, wreak havoc upon the world, disturb Li Hao's camp, and incite chaos from all directions, rendering him unable to find peace? Shall we unite our forces to vanquish this individual? Indeed, the figure in the black robe quickly affirmed. This is the sole course of action. A person like Li Hao must not be afforded any time. Otherwise, the ultimate failure will rest upon all of us. Upon hearing this, a previously speaking minister furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, the envoy strategy is tantamount to placing the great wilderness in the face of its populace. The population of Tianxing exceeds 100 billion, while that of the great wilderness barely reaches 500 million, merely 1/20th of Tianxing's. He believed that even if they were to follow the ancient city's strongman's counsel and successfully defeat Li Hao, unifying the realm would still pose a formidable challenge. Diplomacy must prevail. He swiftly suggested, an outright assault on the eastern continent is not imperative. On the contrary, we might consider forging an alliance with the Su family to engage in cooperation, establishing feudal titles. The Su family, though merely a duke in Tianxing, could be granted a princely title within the great wilderness. What harm would it bring? Having presided over the eastern continent for 2 centuries, if the great king permits, I shall personally negotiate with the Su family. This way, the great wilderness can swiftly solidify its foothold in the east. The black-robed envoy was about to interject when the lord of the great wilderness coughed gently. Your reasoning holds merit. However, the envoy's suggestions are not without logic. He turned his gaze back to the black robe. Should the envoy be willing to provide substantial support to the great wilderness, supplying provisions from the enchanted plants within the city, and if the formidable individuals therein are willing to lend their assistance, we could also comply with the envoy's wishes to procure an additional 100,000 sets of battle armor for a swift resolution. The black-robed figure inwardly cursed. None of these leaders were particularly amenable. Fortunately, the other party was still willing to deploy troops. Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to explain. He promptly replied, I shall strive to secure these provisions for the great king. However, the great king is aware that the major ancient cities are currently facing significant challenges. The lord of the great wilderness smiled and stated, otherwise, a forceful assault would incur excessive losses. Our land is small, our population scant, and our strong warriors few. Engaging in a bloody conflict with the central plains may prove unsustainable. The black robes ceased further discussion, awaiting the lord's decision. These individuals were all of the sort that would not act without assurance of gain. It was exceedingly difficult to attain their cooperation without offering substantial incentives. He pondered about the other factions and how they were faring at that moment. He could not establish contact with them. However, news from the Great Li had reached him, indicating that they had dispatched troops, albeit under less than favorable circumstances. Simultaneously, unrest was bubbling in the west and south. In the south, an immense river was teeming with countless warships, densely arrayed across the southern waters, advancing towards the southern continent. A colossal battleship bore the presence of Empress Shuiyun, who governed with a steady hand. Outside, the young ruler of Shuiyun, merely a child, frolicked in play, while the Empress's voice resonated. Our Shuiyun navy is formidable. Yet our land combat capabilities are limited, and the number of strong warriors within the kingdom is scant. This time, our goal is merely to assert control over the southern continent, with no ambition to unify the realm. We seek only to relocate some of our populace here, as the floods in Shuiyun are overwhelming. It is said that in this new martial era, the military's combat prowess is unparalleled. In the city of Warheaven, a force of 10,000 soldiers was dispatched to support Li Hao against the formidable million-strong army of the Great Li. It is even rumored that the Warheaven army consists of vengeful spirits of the deceased. One might wonder if the esteemed one could assist our small nation of Shuiyun with ancient weaponry. Beyond the beaded curtain, a figure clad in black robes appeared somewhat feeble. The Empress of Shuiyun had been lamenting her plight since the moment he entered the realm of the enemy, weeping over her poverty and vulnerability. If she truly had no intention of sending troops, she would have dismissed him long ago. Her ambitions were evident. She sought to gain something substantial. Therefore, he responded, "Your Majesty, I am not in a position to make such decisions." "Your humility is commendable," she replied. "However, upon entering the southern continent, I implore you to speak favorably on our behalf. Our small nation, with its limited populace, and my young son, a mere orphan child, cannot withstand great losses without inciting internal dissent. I shall do my utmost," he vowed. The figure in black robes ceased further discourse, contemplating that this matter would be a burden for someone else. The Empress of Shuiyun was not to be trifled with. He had a vague sense that she might possess some extraordinary legacy. In this new era of martial prowess, there were many strong individuals. The Shuiyun nation, abundant in water resources, might harbor remnants of formidable legacies. He even harbored doubts that they could be connected to a certain master of swordsmanship. The power of the water element was said to be well understood by the Chun family of the new martial era. While many bore the surname Chun, only a few excelled in the art of swordplay, particularly in the technique of the stream sword. The most renowned among them was one who had faithfully followed the king of men and ultimately became his queen. Yet, he pondered whether that individual had ever set foot in the land of Silver Moon, were it not for the faint sense of sword intent he perceived from her. Coupled with thoughts of water-based sword techniques, he would not dare to speculate in that direction. Of course, it need not be that individual alone. In this new martial age, there were numerous adept practitioners of the stream sword from the demonic martial factions. All these mysteries would only be unveiled when she demonstrated her prowess. Both De Huang and Shuiyun regarded the figure in black robes as a distinguished guest. However, at that moment, in the west, a colossal city floated in the air. Inside this grand citadel, within the divine kingdom's great hall, another black-robed figure, of lesser standing, was present. He did not even bother with pretense. In the hall, there stood a young woman, composed and dignified, yet her words bore the weight of divinity as she gazed down upon the black-robed figure, her tone neither cold nor warm, but rather detached. "Once the divine kingdom reaches Tianxing, if your master fails to make an appearance, our collaboration shall cease forthwith." Subterfuge is hardly befitting of the new martial era. In times past, your formidable warriors annihilated my deities with unparalleled might, yet now you resemble mere thieves. A source of great shame. The black-robed figure hesitated, yearning to speak, but the woman remained imperious, her aura formidable and her demeanor indifferent. No reasons nor excuses are required. A mere fragment of your original essence believes that my divine kingdom would serve you? Such a notion is painfully naive. Now that the deities within my realm are awakening, favored by the will of heaven, and seizing control of the celestial path, even if you do not intervene, the divine kingdom shall inevitably unify the world. If New Martial lacks worthy warriors, then the remnants of New Martial shall be eradicated as well. The black-robed figure's composure wavered, and after a lengthy silence, he remarked, "The heavens have yet to awaken. Once they do, yet to awaken? That reflects your own inadequacy. The woman interjected. The black-robed figure fell silent, feeling exasperated at the prospect of dealing with such individuals. In this divine kingdom, deities were revered above all. In bygone years, the new martial forces had vanquished deities, engendering a deep-seated animosity towards these ancient beings. Had it not been for the necessity of collaboration, their very presence would likely have led to their own annihilation. The envoy dispatched to the divine realm was indeed a stroke of misfortune. On this day, the grand armies of the three nations advanced majestically towards the celestial star. Outside the Silver City, the air was thick with the cacophony of battle cries, as skirmishes continued unabated. Daily, tens of thousands clashed, leaving behind a grim tableau of carnage. The battlefield was a stage for valiant generals, whose fierce contests turned the heavens and earth upside down. In these recent days, several commanders had perished. The warring factions had managed to contain the scale of their conflicts, yet the toll in lives remained high. Notably, the morale and discipline of both armies had significantly improved compared to earlier encounters. The soldiers, even the millions of common troops, had selected elite fighters to form a new contingent. Having tasted the horrors of war, they suffered grievously. The selection of 30,000 elite soldiers faced a mere 10,000 from the opposing side, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed, nearly leading to collapse. The aftermath of the battle saw a staggering 30% casualty rate, leaving many in a state of shock. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived swiftly, and the Demon Hunter Corps appointed hundreds as officers at various ranks, stabilizing the new army. In the rear of the Great Li military encampment, the King of Great Li observed the battle unfold. After a period of contemplation, his gaze shifted towards the distant Silver City. 5 days had elapsed since their last engagement. During this time, the two sides had clashed multiple times, with the losses on the side of Great Li being minimal, as their forces comprised mainly tribal warriors. The king was not overly concerned, while the enemy had suffered at least 10,000 casualties over the same period. He found himself somewhat admiring Li Hao's ruthless strategy. The new army had been thrust into combat against seasoned elites. Had it not been for his reservations regarding excessive bloodshed potentially provoking the strong forces of Silver Moon to intervene, the previous 30,000 new soldiers could have been decimated by the 10,000. Even with restraint, the enemy had still incurred significant losses. As he pondered, Jiang Li approached and whispered, "Your Majesty, news has arrived. The movements of the three nations are now apparent. They are not far from the three continental realms. Li Hao cannot afford to prolong his stay here much longer." The King of Great Li subtly shifted away, contemplating the proximity of Jiang Li's voice. Jiang Li sensed the tension and furrowed his brow. Had the king developed some peculiarities of late? What had he done to provoke such behavior? The king, however, refrained from elaborating, solemnly inquiring, "With the three nations encroaching, what do you suppose Li Hao will choose? Will he abandon this front to assist the others? Or will he exert all his strength to defeat us before he renders aid?" He found himself perplexed by Li Hao's motives. Truly, he could not comprehend them. Li Hao was remarkably young, merely 20 years of age, 10 years his junior, yet he lacked the impulsiveness and fervor typical of youth. Instead, the impression he left was one of detached indifference. Yet, it was evident he cared about the celestial star. Had he truly been indifferent, he would not have taken such an active role in these matters. Yet, persistently, he did. At the Tianxing Governorate, it is said that they are currently recruiting soldiers in the central region, preparing to aid the three continents, and have even amassed a considerable fleet to transport people across the seas. All of this signifies that Li Hao and his companions are making desperate efforts for self-preservation. However, where is Li Hao himself? Aside from recent rumors that he has reached some agreements with the Martial Alliance and acquired 1,000 sets of battle armor, he has been conspicuously absent. In his recent attempts to sense Li Hao's presence, he has come up empty-handed. At this moment, he is filled with uncertainty. Li Hao's cryptic demeanor only adds to his unease. He feels a rising agitation. This Li Hao is quite infuriating. Why not either deploy troops directly or clearly state his intentions? What is his true purpose in merely entangling himself with the Dali in this military exercise? It has been 10 days since Dali entered this territory. During this span, apart from that one day of fierce battle, Li Hao has adhered strictly to the prior agreements, matching troops against troops, generals against generals. Even after Dali managed to eliminate a member of what was said to be Li Hao's demon hunting team a couple of days ago, there was no reaction from Li Hao's side. If it were him, he would have mourned the loss of his divine guard. Yet, Li Hao remains even more cold-hearted, not even making an appearance. At this point, it is not only the king of Dali who is anxious. In truth, the esteemed figures of the Silver Moon are also quite perturbed. Reports from the 3 continents have begun to surface. Zhantian, stationed at the inspection office, continuously receives intelligence and hopes to personally report to Li Hao, yet Li Hao remains elusive. Without Li Hao's orders, no one dares to act recklessly. Initially, Li Hao proclaimed his commitment to safeguarding the 3 continents. Yet now, as the threat approaches, his silence is disconcerting, easily leading to despair among the ranks. Meanwhile, Li Hao is not present in the earthly realm. He has entered the Haoxing universe. Within the Haoxing universe, he sits cross-legged in the void, allowing the energies to wash over him, with sparkling points of light emanating from his body. Before him, a bone resembling white jade floats. After a considerable time, Li Hao opens his eyes and grasps the white jade bone, which is the initial martial divine bone. According to the assertions of the 9 elders, from the inception of martial arts to the present, the most formidable physical being may not be the human king, but rather the Overlord Emperor. The Overlord Emperor, a practitioner of physical cultivation from the initial martial era, represents a level of strength that is astonishingly unparalleled. In the new martial era, while there exists the golden body cultivation method, even the golden body pales in comparison to the Overlord body. The Overlord Emperor began his physical cultivation in an era devoid of origins, rendering him unimaginably powerful. Subsequently, no strong individual from any era has been able to surpass him in physical prowess. As for the era in which Li Hao resides, it is merely at its nascent stage, making any comparison futile, not to mention matching the Overlord Emperor. Even the physical capabilities of contemporary human cultivators may not rival those of their new martial counterparts. Initially, Li Hao and his associates envisioned that the energy feedback from the Haoxing realm would continuously enhance their physical forms, ultimately achieving a dual strength of body and divine power. However, at this moment, Li Hao realizes that while his physical form is not weak, it is certainly not as formidable as he had hoped. It merely aligns with the ordinary standards of the new martial human race, lacking any distinctive qualities. Until he encountered Jiang Li, who utilized the initial divine bone. Li Hao discerned that the issue might reside within the bone itself. He realized that the 3 realms could be on the brink of war. However, at this moment, he still had some unresolved matters. The sharpening of the knife does not hinder the chopping of wood, and thus he was not in a rush. Could it be that the transformation had not occurred because the 360 acupoints had not been fully opened? Yet, if the transformation required all 360 acupoints to be opened, then one would need at least the strength of 36 meridians to achieve such a transformation. Was this not rather delayed? A new martial artist at the 8th grade of Golden Body merely reached the level of the 3rd or 4th stage of the mountain and sea realm, at most the 5th or 6th stage. At this juncture, the opponent's physical body would undergo transformation. However, according to Li Hao's notion, a transformation would only occur once all 360 acupoints were opened, implying that a Silver Moon person would need to cultivate to at least the 9th stage of the Sun and Moon realm to transform their body. Yet, even Li Hao himself had not opened all 360 acupoints, let alone others. This was undeniably inappropriate, whether in the mountain and sea realm or the Sun and Moon realm. Without the enhancement of divine powers, the physical body did not possess any unique attributes, leaving no advantage when facing new martial artists or initial divine beings. Was divine power truly a necessity? Li Hao picked up the bone and examined it closely. He gazed into the vast universe for a while. Was there, within this cosmos, a path uniquely belonging to the physical body? Or perhaps, did the human body possess a singularly special meridian, and upon its awakening, would the physical form experience significant advancement? Or could it directly manifest a transformation? If such a path existed, where could it be found? Modern humanity's most distinctive aspect is undoubtedly the meridian system, which does not necessarily require following another's path. However, even if such a meridian existed, it must be discovered. Thus far, he had yet to uncover a meridian that could rapidly enhance one's physical prowess. During his previous battle with the great king of Li, Li Hao had indeed recognized some of his own deficiencies. Although he possessed numerous techniques and divine powers, the strength of the great king had not reached its utmost potential. Otherwise, one would not have had the opportunity to unleash their own abilities. Despite having many capabilities, he could only claim a draw against the great king. Both were individuals who had shattered the limits of existence. Thus, in a stricter sense, Li Hao and the Great King were considered equals. However, being of the same tier did not render him invincible. Although his mentor had stated that one need not pursue absolute invincibility among equals, Li Hao felt that his fortunes were not trivial. He had even been the first to discover the Hao Star realm. Yet, he could not even completely suppress his equal. Was this what invincibility entailed? Which invincible powerhouse was not in defiance of higher realms? Meanwhile, he had nearly been crushed. The ninth master had remarked that the Li family was thus, yet he was unwilling to accept such a notion. The modern human race must possess its own unique meridian that could strengthen the physical body, Li Hao pondered. Suddenly, his body began to crack open. In that moment, Li Hao felt as if he were being dissected. His bones were exposed, his organs laid bare, and even his meridians became visible one by one. The initial divine bone that floated before him suddenly shattered slightly, and a unique power began to circulate. Li Hao did not absorb this power. He merely observed quietly. This bone was indeed formidable, containing a distinctive strength within. He yearned to discern whether within his own being there existed a meridian capable of engaging with another, merging in an active embrace. He pondered if, amidst this resplendent star realm, there lay a celestial body capable of drawing forth such power. If such a connection could be forged, it might indeed signify the location of his corporeal meridian. Despite his frail physicality, discovering the brilliance of the star realm, he felt the sting of ridicule. How foolish, he muttered to himself, yet it was in this moment that the vigor of youth surged within him. He was unwilling to concede defeat. On that fateful day, Zhantian had scorned him, declaring that as a new human, his physique was too weak to merit respect. This affront had irked him. Subsequently, the king of Dali had echoed similar sentiments, belittling him as a celestial star dweller whose corporeal form was unimpressive, even likening him to a mere shadow of worth. This only fueled his indignation. Who was he to be underestimated? Were they not all born as embodiments of the Tao? It was merely that their discoveries had come too late, and as of now, the corporeal meridian remained undiscovered. Yet, should it come to light, a being of equal rank, possessing an unembellished strength, could indeed vanquish them with a single blow. Outwardly, Li Hao would never utter such words. However, in this space, he felt liberated, allowed to speak freely, murmuring to himself, "Surely, it exists. I firmly believe it shall be found. When I uncover it, I shall return and strike down the king of Dali with a single fist." Boom. The primal divine bone erupted once more, yet he refrained from absorbing the energy, allowing the potent force to dissipate into the void. If Jiang Li were to witness this, he would undoubtedly lament the reckless self-detonation of such a precious artifact. This was, after all, the primal divine bone. If Li Hao were to absorb its power, it would elicit no regret. But his willful neglect of the energy was nothing short of sacrilege. With the divine bone shattering, energy surged forth, a vigorous force swirling through the void. Some of this energy clung to Li Hao, gradually being absorbed, yet a sense of vexation washed over him as he realized that the Tao character inscriptions were also absorbing it. He understood that these inscriptions perhaps contained the essence of the corporeal Tao, but this was not his desire. What he sought was the corporeal meridian accessible to all practitioners. He continued to drift through the void, while at that moment, the wandering energy of the divine bone floated about. Suddenly, from a distance, a great star flickered faintly. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. The figure that had seemed as insubstantial as a wisp of paper vanished in an instant, and the next moment, he harnessed the great star, arriving at a new location. Here, another celestial body resided, albeit shrouded in obscurity. At that moment, having absorbed a measure of unique energy, it began to glimmer slightly. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "Could it be that among the human race, someone has awakened this meridian, yet has neither cultivated it nor been discovered? Is it possible that the power of the primal divine bone has ignited this pathway?" However, within the current human populace, every individual possessed a meridian. Whose could this possibly be? Certainly not his own. Li Hao felt overwhelmed. Should he breach this realm? Yet, if the other party had not awakened their meridian and remained feeble, his recklessness in traversing this resplendent star realm could spell doom for them, potentially causing an explosive demise. Yet, separated by layers of the cosmos, he found it challenging to ascertain the identity of the other. The headache only intensified. Whose meridian was this, after all? After finally gleaning a fragment of a clue, He could not allow this pursuit to falter. Despite the turmoil within his heart, Li Hao contemplated for a moment and proceeded to present a series of divine inscriptions, encircling the great star. Subsequently, he conjured the Tao character inscriptions, completely enveloping the celestial body. Feeling that this measure was still insufficiently secure, Li Hao deliberated further and, with a sudden resolution, forcefully integrated some of the obscure essence of the great star into the Tao character inscriptions. At that moment, he exhaled deeply. This arrangement allowed for a tentative positioning. From here on, all he needed to do was traverse the world, encountering familiar auras or sensing kindred spirits, for they might possess the essence of this Tao vein. Thus, he would at least avoid significant danger, preventing the risk of inadvertently causing harm to another. He could indeed choose to pierce the Tao vein at this moment, perhaps discovering that the other party was too feeble, leading to an immediate collapse. However, such worries were not conducive to his current positioning. After further contemplation, Li Hao let a drop of blood fall, akin to the light of stars, shimmering as it penetrated the obscure great star. This was nearly sufficient. Should he encounter someone akin to Director Wang, perhaps resembling his son, that individual would likely be the true master of this great star. Satisfied, Li Hao swiftly prepared to depart from this location. As for the initial divine bones, nearly depleted of energy, he felt indifferent. It was merely a bone. If this attempt failed, he could always seek out Zhongli again, pilfer a few more bones, and return to study them as potential energy conduits for himself. Before long, guided by the positioning of the starry sky sword, Li Hao traversed the void and returned to the realm of reality. In the next moment, someone detected his presence. Yuan Shuo appeared instantly, spotting Li Hao and breathing a sigh of relief. Do not wander recklessly. It remains perilous. News has arrived. The three kingdoms are mobilizing and are about to enter the tricontinental region. Everyone is awaiting your directives. Li Hao nodded. There's no need for haste. First, we shall gather troops and prepare. I will manage it. He continued. The king of Dali has not made any moves, has he? Not at all. That's good. Li Hao chuckled and added, Teacher, I am currently in search of the corporeal Tao vein and believe I have made some discoveries. If I can uncover it, it would signify a true achievement. Therefore, I shall continue my search. My strength is formidable, allowing me to traverse the void and perceive my surroundings swiftly. So, please wait a moment. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow. Opening the 360 orifices will inevitably lead to some transformation. That may be too late. Li Hao countered, shaking his head. Yuan Shuo found himself at a loss for words. He thought such transformations were applicable only to the strong. Yet Li Hao's insistence on the corporeal Tao vein seemed somewhat misguided. Nevertheless, as his disciple was filled with myriad thoughts, Yuan Shuo felt powerless to dissuade him. Then be swift. Do not squander too much time on this. Understood. Li Hao nodded and vanished in an instant. At this moment, Li Hao maximized his perception, ascending into the air and sweeping across the surroundings with an overwhelming force that enveloped the heavens and the earth. He extended his senses in all directions. Consequently, on that day, many witnessed Li Hao's presence. However, he merely swept past without lingering, instilling fear in many, particularly among the powerful of various provinces, who felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. Once Li Hao soared past and disappeared, the onlookers finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, Li Hao's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He had initially swept across the northern continent, but sensed no connection whatsoever, aside from Director Wang. No one else evoked such a sense of familiarity within him. With no other recourse, Li Hao hastily ventured into the central continent. It was only due to his formidable strength and boundless energy that he could undertake such a seemingly impossible task of searching for a needle in a haystack. After a moment of silence, he once again delved into the Haoxing realm. Assessing the direction, despite the uncertainty of its accuracy, he decided not to dwell on it, for he had to scour every possible avenue. As the three kingdoms drew nearer, Li Hao dashed forward, traversing the land in search of individuals possessing physical Tao veins. Progressing steadily westward, his excitement grew. He sensed that perhaps the individuals he sought were in the west. One day, as he soared through the air, the powerful beings of the western continent trembled in fear, terrified that Li Hao had come to annihilate them. Eventually, after weaving through the vast western lands and crossing numerous mountains, he halted in one direction, where a colossal city, reminiscent of a divine realm, floated into view. Li Hao stood agape, momentarily speechless. How could this be? He seemed to perceive that the Dao veins resided within this very city. The Western Divine Kingdom. Did they possess Dao veins? As he contemplated this, a sudden clarity washed over him. Deities are inherently endowed with Dao veins. Why then? Would the inhabitants of the Western Divine Kingdom lack them? Strictly speaking, perhaps it was the denizens of the Divine Kingdom who were the true indigenous beings. So that was it. Li Hao murmured to himself, when suddenly a voice rang out from a distance. Who dares to spy upon my Divine Kingdom? Li Hao stood resolute, gazing into the distance as phantasmal figures materialized, powerful and unmatched, as if deities were awakening. He observed them for a while, then broke into a smile before turning to depart. At that moment, exhilaration and a hint of madness sparkled in his eyes. He resolved to first vanquish the Divine Kingdom. It seemed that the Dao veins lay at the very heart of the Divine Kingdom, akin to a formidable entity. Capturing it would not be easy, nor could he directly probe the Dao veins. However, he could obliterate the Divine Kingdom, thereby unlocking the physical Dao veins for all. Within the grand hall of the Divine Kingdom, the queen cast her gaze towards the east, her brow slightly furrowed. Who was it? Why did they evoke such a sense of familiarity? A powerful being. At that moment, a specter manifested, its voice grave. The one who just passed may be the celestial star, Li Hao, traversing the void with a fierce presence, as if heaven had descended, causing even us to feel unsettled. Li Hao. The queen paused briefly, her heart racing. The water goddess, why was he here? Uncertain, she remained silent for a while, withholding her feelings. Li Hao. Why had he suddenly appeared in the west? Was he here to investigate? But what could one man accomplish? With many deities awakening within her kingdom and her own unmatched prowess, if Li Hao did not leave, he would find it impossible to do so. Yet, a lingering doubt persisted. Having never encountered Li Hao, why did it feel as if a familiar presence was approaching from afar, akin to a father's arrival? The queen shook her head slightly, perplexed by the sensation. This Li Hao was indeed extraordinary, somewhat formidable. At this moment, Li Hao was filled with immense excitement. A multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Could it be a deity? With countless deities, the likelihood of a special path opening was considerable. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Let the world witness that in the land of the silver moon, I am the one who reigns supreme. Chapter 320, Provocation. Without lingering in the west, Li Hao swiftly traversed the void, heading northward. The king of Dali, who had not seen Li Hao for a long time, soon sensed his aura and breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that with Li Hao's appearance, everyone felt a tad safer. When Li Hao was absent, there was an unsettling emptiness. This was true for both enemies and allies alike. Nowadays, everyone harbored a certain apprehension towards this young man of merely 21. His growing mystique rendered him inscrutable. Upon Li Hao's return to Silver City, the spirits of the people were instantly lifted. At some point, they had all begun to place their faith in him more and more. With Li Hao present, they felt reassured. Even though he insisted that he did not wish to rely solely on one person's strength to resolve all troubles. Yet, in an era, even faith requires pillars of support. And Li Hao evidently provided that confidence. As soon as he returned, Director Zhao hastily arrived. Cutting straight to the chase, several main cities have begun to reach out to us in hopes of coming to an agreement. You have been in seclusion these past few days, so it was not appropriate to disturb you. Which cities? Li Hao bypassed any pleasantries and directly asked. The Zhou main city, Xinghe city, and also Zhang main city, Zhantian City. Director Zhao quickly continued. Currently, these are the two cities. Additionally, there have been some movements from Hong main city, but it is unclear if it is due to the shattered divine weapon. They have yet to make a decision. As for Zhang main city, the exact location is still unknown. Among the 8 main cities, aside from Zhantian City, and the recently agreed-upon martial arts alliance, 5 remain. The Zhou family's firearms and the Zhang family's blades are 2 of them. The remaining 3 families are likely hindered by the Zhang family's betrayal, while the Hong family's hammer and the Lu family's legs are also involved. It is probable that the Zhang family has indeed rebelled, hence their silence. As for the Hong and Lu families, one lost their hammer to Li Hao, and the other their boots. Perhaps this is why they have not sent anyone to negotiate. Interestingly, despite the Zhang family's loss of their blades, they still sent representatives. After pondering for a moment, Li Hao quickly transmitted a message, and before long, someone arrived. Director Wang had recently been in a state of despair, as the original path had yet to stabilize fully, and he had not formed his own unique path. Every time Li Hao extracted the divine script, he appeared rather pitiful. At this moment, he cast a resentful glance at Li Hao. Li Hao offered an apologetic smile before swiftly changing the subject. Director Wang, I possess some understanding of the 8 great families, though not too extensive. Could you briefly enlighten me on their circumstances? You are well aware of the Li and Wang families. And you also know a bit about the situation with the Martial Arts Alliance. Director Wang did not linger on the matter for long. Upon noticing Li Hao's inquiry, he elucidated. Among the remaining 5 families, the Zhou family's Xinghe City, the Zheng family's Wubian City, and the Lu family's Jufeng City are all associated with the legendary martial arts sanctuary, Zhantian City, built by its descendants. The Zhang family's Dingtian City, on the other hand, was constructed by the progeny of a governor from the ancient homeland of the human king in the region of Nanjing. This governor left behind numerous techniques of blade mastery, some of which you may have heard of, such as the legendary slashing immortals and annihilating emperors, a title coined by him. Li Hao's expression shifted, for he had indeed heard of it, particularly the explosive blood mad blade, which is said to be a legacy of this very figure. Among the Silver Moon martial artists, there exists one considered a successor to him, the Mad Blade. However, the Mad Blade has long since departed with several martial artists to other realms. Long ago, Li Hao had not seen the Mad Blade again. Ho Xiaoqing had once mentioned that the Mad Blade had gone to attend to other matters and had yet to return. Thus, it was revealed that the Zhang family's techniques were indeed a lineage from this individual. As for the Zhou family's Xinghe City, the Zheng family's Wubian City, and the Lu family's Jufeng City, they all share a connection to Zhantian City, which Li Hao was somewhat aware of. Director Wang continued. The remaining Hong family, though their ancestors were not widely known, saw the construction of Hong's Leibua City following the rise of a powerful figure in the late era of the new martial arts. This individual graduated from the prestigious magic capital Martial Science University and was a genius of the magic martial era. Li Hao nodded slightly. Among the 8 families, 3 are linked to Zhantian City. Excluding the Li family, the Zhao family of the Weakling Alliance was established by a former leader of the Weakling Alliance, while the Hong family was founded by a prodigy of the magic martial lineage. The Zhang family stemmed from the governor of the human king's territory, and the Wang family is related to the Blood Emperor. It seems that all have notable origins. Li Hao inquired further. If we follow the order of precedence, why does the Li family rank first, while the Zhang and Wang families follow in lower positions? Director Wang shook his head. Among the 8 main cities, aside from the Li family, the differences among the others are minimal. It is not entirely clear why the Zhang family is considered second. The origins of this ranking remain ambiguous, as it is merely a small world. Except for the Sword Sovereign, none of the other families, despite their significance, have an actual emperor to oversee them. For instance, the Wang family has a substantial background, yet it is not the Blood Emperor himself who governs this place. Li Hao nodded. Then according to your reasoning, the Zhou, Zheng, and Lu families must be interconnected. However, the closeness of their ancestors does not guarantee that the descendants maintain similar ties. As the saying goes, 1 generation is close, 2 generations are distant. By the 3rd or 4th generation, it may as well be severed. This holds true even for direct kin. How much more so for descendants who are not of the same lineage? Director Wang seemed indifferent to this notion. The families of Zhantian City had rather ordinary relations after the establishment of the new martial arts, each venturing their separate ways. Li Hao refrained from further comments. He pondered for a moment and remarked, currently, the Zhou and Zhang families wish to form a simple alliance contract with me, along with the Wang and Zhao families, excluding the absent Jin City. At present, only the Zheng, Lu, and Hong families have yet to provide any response. Director Wang exhaled, remaining silent. Each has their own thoughts, and he finds it difficult to ascertain the intentions of those few families. Naturally, from his perspective, it seems entirely normal for the Zheng family to remain aloof. A staggering 99% probability indicates betrayal. Li Hao pondered for a moment before continuing. Setting aside these 3 families, there are also the 4 realms and the 3 continents, alongside formidable beings potentially hailing from another universe. Despite my relentless efforts to eliminate adversaries, why does it feel as though the entire world is conspiring against me? There was an air of helplessness in his voice. He had exerted considerable effort in pursuit of peace and equilibrium, yet the number of enemies continued to swell, showing no signs of abating. The quest for unification is indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps what is lacking is a certain softness, The rigidity is insufficient. It is only through a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness that true dominion is attained. Li Hao spoke slowly. Though I have engaged in considerable bloodshed, it has primarily been against the weak. In the eyes of the ancient city and the various realms, I, Li Hao, am merely perceived in this light. Therefore, only through decisive measures can I eradicate a faction and instill fear, thus restoring peace to the world. He turned his gaze towards Director Zhao. I wish to exert my utmost effort to eliminate a faction. Which one do you believe would best establish my authority? Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback and replied thoughtfully. If the goal is to establish authority, then undoubtedly, Li would be the most advantageous choice. Are there any other options? His confusion was palpable. After all, Li was right before them, and while its military prowess was commendable, it was not overwhelmingly superior. Li Hao's intentions were somewhat inscrutable to him. Li Hao then spoke with profound significance. Director Zhao, in all warfare, aside from the necessity of vanquishing foes and instilling fear, one must also acquire sufficient benefits. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao was slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, in terms of benefits, the ancient city certainly holds many treasures, but at present, the adversaries are entrenched in the ruins, and there are powerful beings stationed within the city. Thus, we must initially refrain from engaging the ancient city. Moreover, our enemies are numerous, and for now, our focus should remain on the surface. The noble lords of the three continents are too weak, and the potential benefits are limited. Internal strife is ill-timed. We can only target the four realms. After further deliberation, he concluded, if Li does not yield sufficient benefits, the most suitable options would be the southern Shuiyun Kingdom and the western Divine Kingdom. The eastern Great Wasteland is a land of poverty and may not surpass Li in wealth. He mused about Shuiyun Kingdom. It is relatively affluent. Yet I have heard little about its cultivation resources. In contrast, the western Divine Kingdom is rich in cultivation resources and possibly possesses divine beings that naturally gather energy. There may even be untapped mineral veins in the west. However, the Divine Kingdom is also the strongest of the four. Director Zhao provided a brief overview before continuing. It is said that the Divine Kingdom venerates the moon goddess, who reigns as the supreme deity, accompanied by various divine beings representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, many of whom may have already returned to existence. He glanced at Li Hao, uncertain of which target Li Hao truly had in mind. Yet he sensed that Li Hao might be contemplating an approach towards the Western Divine Kingdom. He added, of course, if we were to vanquish the Divine Kingdom, the other factions would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, possibly retreating of their own accord. However, we remain entangled with Li. He felt a headache coming on. Unsure of Li Hao's true intentions, why neglect Li and instead set sights on the Divine Kingdom? Reflecting once more on Yuan Shua's words and the three major organizations in Great Li, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. Was their restraint from attacking Great Li perhaps a strategy to preserve sufficient strength to suppress these organizations? Li Hao stroked his chin and spoke, Director Zhao, if I were to meet with the king of Great Li again, allowing him ample time to quell the domestic turmoil, would he be amenable to that? Director Zhao was taken aback. Indeed, this was a complex matter. He shook his head, replying, the king of Great Li is also a sovereign. He understands that if he departs now, allowing the governor to act freely, it may invite even greater troubles. Hence, despite the chaos within the country, he is reluctant to leave. Li Hao chuckled, yet he must realize that at this moment, he stands at a disadvantage against me. Engaging with me may not bear any significant benefit. Although he articulated this, one must acknowledge that the king was not foolish. Allowing him to depart could lead to unforeseen consequences. Naturally, Li Hao's movements were erratic and unpredictable, but with the army and the Silver Moon warriors present, he remained entangled. Li Hao continued, the Battle Heaven City is mobilizing 10,000 troops. Furthermore, should I reach an agreement with the Zhou and Zhang families, along with the Zhao family, that would yield another 30,000 armored soldiers. Coupled with the 10,000 sets of armor I already possess, that totals 50,000 armored warriors. If we select the elite among them, forming a formidable army, could we swiftly conquer the Western Divine Kingdom? He added, for training. It suffices to retain the forces of Great Li. The naval strength of the Water Cloud Kingdom predominates, while the Great Wilderness excels in cavalry. Only Great Li boasts an army on land, and I possess some understanding of the Divine Kingdom. comprised of zealots whose military training holds little significance. Director Zhao was now resolute. It was unclear what Li Hao was contemplating in his ambition to establish dominance over the Western Divine Kingdom. He paused, then spoke. If there are merely 50,000 troops, we could indeed rapidly shift the battlefield. However, two issues remain. First, how to deal with Great Li still being present. Second, how many deities have awakened on the opposing side, and what combat capabilities do they possess? Transitioning the battlefield from the far north to the extreme west, spanning thousands of miles, was a notion only Li Hao could conceive and dare to entertain. Director Zhao felt a sense of weariness. Li Hao was audacious in his aspirations. Li Hao remarked, regardless of the number of deities, this battle is vital for establishing authority and restoring tranquility to the West. I shall exert my utmost effort. All monstrous plants capable of manifesting their true forms shall do so. Those that cannot will deploy their avatars. I will ensure that the students of Yuanping Martial Science University receive ample incentives to assist in this endeavor, annihilating the Divine Kingdom to prevent the deities from growing in power. The threat posed by the deities was considerable. Should they gain strength, they might seize our dominion over the cosmic pathways. His rationale was indeed substantial. Yet, Director Zhao believed that Li Hao's motives were not so simplistic. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such urgency in confronting the Divine Kingdom. Given Li Hao's assertions, Zhao chose to refrain from further commentary. Everything would be left to the governor's discretion. Li Hao smiled. Then I must trouble you, Director Zhao. For this battle, you too must bring along all the formidable warriors of Silver Moon, including the thousands of Silver Moon guards under your command. Indeed, Director Zhao has presided over this territory for many years, commanding a formidable contingent known as the Silver Moon Guard. However, they have remained vigilant over the ancient city and have not yet engaged in battle. Director Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, does the governor intend to leave no escape route for the Divine Kingdom? Precisely, Li Hao affirmed with a smile, suggesting that since the Divine Kingdom resides in the West, what purpose would it serve to grant them an avenue of retreat? His words carried profound implications. Director Zhao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Li Hao gazed into the distance, contemplating the distant king of Dali, who may not be so compliant. The command to return or to cease hostilities might not be obeyed, and once he departs with his formidable allies, the king may entertain alternative thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao spoke. Director Zhao, please make arrangements to replace the elite troops and prepare for immediate deployment. Additionally, notify all powerful individuals to ready themselves for combat and contact Lin Hongyu and others in the central region, ensuring they also make the necessary preparations. All formidable beings must remain in Tianxing City for no less than 3 days. Director Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Li Hao then turned to Director Wang, expressing, in this battle, I desire complete certainty. I hope to secure some assistance from Battle Heaven City. Director Wang raised an eyebrow. What do you require? The avatar of General Huai is one request. Secondly, all the true embodiments guarding the pinnacle plants must engage in battle, not their avatars. Furthermore, if feasible, I hope the Guardian Divine Weapons can also participate. Director Wang inhaled sharply, realizing that Li Hao was resolutely determined to annihilate the Divine Kingdom. What ulterior motive could he possibly have? Previously, when confronting Dali, the individual had been somewhat dismissive, often speaking of military training without seeking aid from various factions. Yet this time, not only were the people here to leave, but he also intended to take individuals from the central region, even requesting assistance from Battle Heaven City. Since Li Hao ascended to the position of governor of Tianxing, he had seldom sought assistance from these antiquated figures. You will need to personally negotiate with Battle Heaven City. The 36 descendants of General Huai, some of whom are indeed formidable, have been protected and thus have not perished. These elite beings are nearly all capable of fighting in their true forms. The true embodiment is ultimately far superior to any avatar. Li Hao nodded and added, Director Wang, you too shall accompany me into battle. Your source path has already been transplanted, and you are capable of generating a Dao vein, though you may have overlooked it until now. Director Wang contemplated for a moment before nodding. Understood. Li Hao smiled. Excellent. Should the adversary possess a thunder god, that would be even more fortuitous. If we could vanquish their thunder god and seize their thunder Dao vein, I would bestow it upon you, Director Wang, allowing you to dominate other Dao veins and transform into a new human embodiment. Director Wang's expression subtly shifted, but he remained silent this time. Li Hao then looked outside and declared, "Prepare yourselves. I shall converse with the king of Dali." With that, the starry sword suddenly materialized. In the next moment, a fiery character appeared, and the starry sword twisted, instantly transforming into a figure of Li Hao, exuding a fierce and unruly aura, reminiscent of a tiger unleashed. "I shall speak with him. Prepare yourselves." With that, the starry sword flickered and vanished, while Li Hao's true form remained steadfast in place. Observing this, Director Zhao's gaze shifted slightly, but he refrained from further comment and soon departed. Within the Dali military camp, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The king of Dali was deep in thought when suddenly a surge of energy disturbed the air, causing the void to ripple. In an instant, a flicker of anger crossed his face, and soon, Jiang Li appeared within the tent. Beneath the disturbance of the void, Li Hao's figure emerged. "King of Dali, Li Hao?" The king of Dali regarded him with icy disdain. This marked the first time Li Hao had boldly ventured into the Dali military camp. His audacity was indeed remarkable. Jiang Li had already begun to emanate a hue reminiscent of white jade. Li Hao smiled. "I come with no ill intent." Yet, both men remained cautious. Li Hao continued, "I have enmity with Ing Hongyue. I have learned that Ing Hongyue's presence lingers within Dali, and I wish to discuss with the king a strategy to deal with him." "No need for your concern." The king of Dali retorted coldly. "He is but a mere clown." "Not so." Li Hao shook his head, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "Ing Hongyue is far from a mere jester. His methods are manifold, and he possesses numerous contingencies. He is not merely a pawn of traitors. He himself may be quite formidable." The king of Dali furrowed his brow slightly. To be candid, as a sovereign, he had not taken Ing Hongyue and his ilk seriously. Even if they caused disturbances from the rear, he had not given them much thought. The three major organizations were, in essence, local factions. Yet now, this was a war between nations. Li Hao's portrayal of Ing Hongyue seemed overly complex, and the king dismissed it. Li Hao added, "Ing Hongyue may indeed be connected to powerful entities from another universe." He spoke softly. To eliminate him is no simple task. In fact, doing so might unleash exceedingly dire repercussions. Dire repercussions? The king of Dali frowned. Will the world be destroyed? Indeed, Li Hao nodded with a smile. In the past, I lacked understanding, but gradually I have come to realize certain truths. The death of Ing Hongyue could potentially trigger unpredictable consequences, even releasing extraordinarily fearsome entities. His relentless pursuit of the unity of the eight veins is anything but ordinary. He may harbor deeper intentions, having forsaken his own growth in favor of a terrifying existence, mutually consuming one another. The king of Dali struggled to comprehend. Li Hao lamented, "He is a formidable adversary. In my weaker days, I did not grasp the gravity of this. As I grew stronger and gained insights into the great paths, I understood that killing him would be exceedingly difficult." "Li Hao, what exactly are you saying?" Li Hao sighed. "I cannot strike him down lightly. If I were to kill him, it might fracture an immensely terrifying seal. To put it simply, Ing Hongyue has intertwined himself with the seal, becoming a focal point of it. The only flaw in his design is that he has not yet claimed my bloodline. Otherwise, he would not merely be a focal point of the seal, but the seal itself. Thus, at this moment, dealing with Ing Hongyue must not be approached with haste, yet he could not be allowed to grow unchecked." Li Hao spoke softly, suggesting a gradual weakening of the adversary, ideally driving him further away from Silver City while simultaneously inflicting wounds and forcing him to retreat, thus continually siphoning his power. The great Li King, with a slight furrow of his brow, discerned the implication. "Are you suggesting that this individual is connected to a sealed, formidable being, capable of drawing upon that entity's energy? While I cannot assert this with absolute certainty, the likelihood is considerable. However, it comes at a price. Tread carefully when dealing with a tiger. As he extracts power, he is also undergoing a process of assimilation. Should this assimilation reach completion, the seal will inevitably falter." All of this is merely Li Hao's conjecture. Yet it is not unfounded. It stems from multiple encounters coupled with his first-hand observations of the fluctuations in the trigrams and the 7 red lines. Consequently, eliminating Ing Hongyue is an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Nonetheless, Li Hao remains unperturbed, possessing ample patience. If it were a simple task to vanquish that individual, he might feel anxious. However, upon realizing the complexity of the situation, he has relinquished all impatience and opted for a methodical approach. He possesses the fortitude to undertake these actions. Just as he once patiently lingered within the inspection office for a year, not for any other purpose but to peruse some documents. At that moment, the great Li King glanced at Li Hao and suddenly remarked, "Is this not your true self?" The question left Jiang Li momentarily stunned, taken aback. "Not your true self?" The great Li King, having encountered Li Hao's avatars before, furrowed his brow. "No wonder you exhibit such audacity and arrogance. This must be the technique you employed previously. Manifesting 10 forms to besiege me, correct? Furthermore, is this derived from the Tao vein mystical powers discussed in your research?" He had received the research materials from Li Hao and was aware of certain circumstances. Li Hao smiled and nodded. "Indeed. The power of the fire vein has transformed into divine script. Is there any distinction between this source avatar and the original?" The great Li King inquired, presuming Li Hao would remain silent. However, Li Hao replied with a smile, "Certainly. The source avatar does not engage in active cultivation. It can only passively absorb energy, whereas the divine script avatar can cultivate actively. This is the first point. Second, the divine script avatar possesses abilities distinct from the original. For instance, the fire-based avatar excels in fire-related mystical powers, while the original lacks such capabilities after separation. Third, should the source avatar shatter, the original would suffer significant damage, whereas the destruction of the divine script avatar would not yield a catastrophic backlash, although it would impact my fire-based mystical powers. Fourth, and more subtly, it makes it challenging for you to discern who my true self is. Although I have revealed myself to you, my essence differs from that of the original." The great Li King was somewhat shaken and ceased his inquiries. Li Hao smiled again and continued, "I have come to seek the great Li King's assistance, as I wish to exert some pressure on Hongyue. Therefore, I hope that the great Li King and the high priest of the temple might assist me in a small endeavor, or rather, we can mutually aid each other. Shall we embark to Great Li together and deliver them a surprise?" The great Li King regarded him coldly. "Are you jesting? You would have me accompany him while your true self remains here. What of the million troops of Great Li?" Once Li Hao departed, what would happen to the surprise attack on the Great Li military camp? With a sigh, Li Hao remarked, "The vision of the Great Li King is too narrow. The true power still remains. Does the military hold substantial significance? An army, as well as the training of soldiers, only holds value in the absence of formidable warriors. To eliminate the strong while annihilating the army bears little meaning. Without the constraints of the military, you may find yourselves in greater peril. Just as with the Great Li King, if I were to leave, would you then massacre the soldiers? Without the military's restraint, I would become an assassin. Could you withstand my vengeance?" At this moment, Jiang Li frowned slightly and spoke somberly. "Did you come alone, Commander Li, solely to confronting Hongyue? It seems rather complicated." Li Hao nodded. "My primary objective has always been Hongyue. He is my foremost target. As for other matters, they can be set aside." "Then why does your true self not come in person?" The great Li King glared coldly at him, to which Li Hao replied with a smile. "Venturing alone into Great Li concerns me as well, for you may deploy the god of initial martial arts to eliminate me. I must tread carefully. Moreover, should I appear in person, you would have to be wary of my overwhelming strength, which could disrupt your Great Li. Is this not the most opportune moment? Do you truly believe the Great Li King is untroubled by the potential massacre of innocents by the 3 major organizations within Great Li? I dare not." The Great Li King asserted confidently, if they were to act thus, Great Li would spare no effort in pursuing them to the ends of the earth. "Do not be overly confident." Li Hao chuckled. "Anything is possible." After a brief pause, he continued, "Have you truly given no thought to my proposal?" The Great Li King pondered for a moment, glanced at Li Hao, and suddenly said, "You wish for us to depart, yet your true self remains absent. Is there another target you are aiming for? Thus, you do not wish for us to interfere with your plans?" Li Hao merely smiled in silence. "Could it be that you intend to ambush one of the factions due to the other 3 kingdoms mobilizing their forces?" His eyes flickered slightly. "So, you are eager for me to leave, granting you time?" Li Hao grinned. "Great Li King, you may assert whatever you wish. Then I shall certainly not depart." The Great Li King suddenly chuckled coldly. "Then I must ensure that I remain a thorn in your side." Li Hao also chuckled. "However, if that is the case, I will indeed have to exert all my strength against you." Li Hao murmured, "Now, let us unite to resolve the troubles posed by the 3 major organizations. You will have time to stabilize the rear, and I will have the opportunity to pursue my own endeavors. It is a win-win situation. Why create complications for yourself? The great Li King remained unmoved. Li Hao smiled. Very well. I may need to confront the ancient city next. There are numerous formidable warriors and abundant origins there. I can count you among my allies. What do you say? What? The great Li King was taken aback. Li Hao grinned. To confront the ancient city. Among the 8 major cities, not everyone is virtuous, nor is everyone aligned with my cause. If that is the case, we should deal with them decisively, utterly annihilating them to ensure the ancient city falls into silence. Does great Li not require the power of origins? I offer you this opportunity. How do you respond? The great Li King's expression shifted. Jiang Li hastily interjected, you are simply audacious. The ancient city harbors countless powerful beings, even if they have not fully awakened. They are not something you can easily confront. You may be invincible outside, but within the ruins, even a peak immortal could vanquish you. Thank you for your concern. Am I truly concerned for you? Jiang Li felt somewhat speechless. Li Hao's thought process was truly exceptional. Li Hao chuckled, are you afraid? If so, how can you aspire to dominate the world? A ruler should not cower before the weak. The king of Dali sneered. Are you attempting to provoke me? Indeed. Li Hao nodded. We are both the proud scions of this era. Why should we be beholden to others' whims? You dare confront the avatar of ancient city, yet hesitate to face the city itself? Are you not merely trying to divert me for your own ambitions? Li Hao was sincere. Regardless of whether you join me or not, I shall proceed. I will leave behind a formidable army. If you wish to massacre, then do so. For it will help me eliminate some expendable troops and simultaneously incite the wrath of my people. Following that, no nation will dare to step into Tianxing. All will regard you as a hereditary enemy. The king of Dali remained unmoved. Let us test that theory. Li Hao continued with a smile. I offer you a chance. Do you truly wish to forgo it? Must I turn against you? The king of Dali's expression darkened, yet suddenly he laughed. Very well, I shall acquiesce. However, I have a stipulation. Speak. The king of Dali grinned. You wish to take advantage of this situation, do you not? You disdain to bully the weak. Then, if you venture westward to confront the Western Divine Kingdom, I shall willingly cooperate. The Western Divine Kingdom is the mightiest among the 4 nations. The king of Dali was well aware. Dali, at its peak, ranked only second among the 4 nations, far inferior to a realm replete with deities. Who does Li Hao intend to challenge? In his estimation, the most likely target is the Great Wilderness, renowned for its cavalry and unparalleled mobility, capable of swiftly sweeping across the entire eastern continent. Conversely, Shuiyun Kingdom, primarily a naval force, poses little threat. The Divine Kingdom, however, is excessively formidable and not Li Hao's immediate objective. Thus, he concluded that Li Hao was likely aiming to confront the Great Wilderness. But could he act according to Li Hao's desires? Certainly not. If you go against the Divine Kingdom, I shall not obstruct your path. Furthermore, Dali harbors considerable trepidation towards the Divine Kingdom, as it venerates the god of primordial warfare, fully aware that faith can be a formidable weapon. The fervent zealots of the West make such a nation exceedingly challenging to contend with. Perhaps annihilating their realm is the only way to quell Western resistance, even allowing the Tianxing dynasty a chance at unification. Yet the Western Divine Kingdom may prove the most daunting adversary. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The Western Divine Kingdom's deities are beginning to awaken, immensely powerful. Confronting them now would undoubtedly lead to a brutal conflict. You dare to speak of it, and even contemplate such an endeavor. The king of Dali laughed heartily. Am I not accommodating your wishes? Since you have allowed me to depart, then let us confront the Western Divine Kingdom. Its faith spreads like wildfire, and deities manifest. They are indeed the most formidable and perilous foes for Tianxing. You dare confront the ancient city, yet not the Divine Kingdom? Li Hao regarded him coldly. It is not a matter of courage, but of timing. Once the 3 nations are subdued, I shall naturally address their so-called deities. Then let it be now. The king of Dali would not yield an inch. In that case, I shall only grant you this opportunity. Otherwise, should you dare to depart, I will seize the entire northern continent in an instant. Li Hao glared at him. Do not court disaster. Test me if you dare. The king of Dali chuckled coldly. I too wish to witness if the initial divine bone can vanquish you. Li Hao inhaled deeply. His fury igniting as a tempestuous flame surged around him. Jiang Li remained vigilant and somber. Meanwhile, the king of Dali narrowed his eyes, preparing for a fierce clash with Li Hao. Having mobilized his forces, he was unafraid of Li Hao's potential betrayal. it was merely a matter of time. He was not Li Hao's subordinate, compelled to heed his every command. Li Hao took a deep breath. I shall first conquer the great wilderness, and then I will address the divine kingdom. Do not harbor any illusions. The king of Delhi retorted coldly. You cannot touch the great wilderness. A fierce glint flashed in Li Hao's eyes, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Then I shall eradicate Delhi first. Let us test this. At that moment, Jiang Li saw that a battle was imminent and hastily interjected. Commander Li, might I propose a thought? The divine kingdom indeed poses a greater threat. Its propagation of faith leads to the ignorance of the populace, making them susceptible to manipulation, whether it be the commander unifying the realm or Delhi asserting its dominance. The divine kingdom is, in essence, a malignant tumor. We in Delhi are acutely aware of the dangers of this faith. Once it spreads, it could usher in a calamity for the entire celestial sphere. He offered a faint smile. If the commander is willing to confront the divine kingdom, Delhi shall not only refrain from obstruction, but also lend you our support. For instance, I could assist you in addressing the divine kingdom. Li Hao furrowed his brows, retorting coldly, the divine kingdom is formidable. If a stalemate ensues, will the commander truly fear it? Li Hao scoffed. Are you attempting to provoke me? The king of Delhi replied calmly, and if I am, what of it? Were you not the one who sought to provoke me earlier? Li Hao chuckled. I am never intimidated by provocation. If that is the case, let the divine kingdom of the West become our target. At this moment, the king of Delhi and Jiang Li exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. Did Li Hao truly dare to take such action? Li Hao continued nonchalantly. If you are apprehensive, both the king of Delhi and the high priest may participate. I harbored no fear of any faction. If you deem it necessary, you may join me personally, whether to observe or otherwise. Upon hearing this, the king of Delhi felt a stir in his heart and replied coolly, very well. I must return to my realm to address the matters concerning the three major organizations. Your avatar may accompany me. Of course, Jiang Li, you may accompany Commander Li. Jiang Li nodded, saying nothing further. Li Hao inhaled deeply and declared, then it is settled. With that, he vanished in an instant, his voice echoing, we shall depart tonight. High Priest Jiang Li may follow. My avatar will return this evening. Once he disappeared, the king of Delhi frowned slightly. High Priest, do you think he is merely dismissing me, or does he genuinely intend to confront the divine kingdom? Or was the objective from the outset the divine kingdom? Jiang Li shook his head. That seems unlikely. Rather than contending with the divine kingdom, it would be more advantageous to confront Delhi directly. The king should be aware that the power of the divine kingdom is unparalleled. To launch a surprise attack on the first would be less effective than eliminating the second, for it does not pose any constraints. Li Hao likely seeks to address the great wilderness. Jiang Li smiled and remarked, indeed, the king is remarkable. With just a few words, he has provoked Li Hao to confront the divine kingdom. He hesitated for a moment and added, however, it seems that Li Hao is rather easily incited today. A thoughtful silence enveloped the great king of Delhi before he spoke again. Regardless of that, let us first observe the situation. The Western divine kingdom certainly poses a challenge. Yet, you must exercise caution. Perhaps his true intention is to target you. What he says may be a ruse, ultimately aimed at you. Jiang Li's expression turned serious, contemplating the possibility. He nodded and assured, rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall remain vigilant. Should any issues arise, I will promptly inform you. Furthermore, should he attempt to seize me, it will not be an easy feat. The great king of Delhi inhaled deeply. Indeed, I must return to address matters at home. I cannot allow those rascals to wreak havoc domestically. I was initially unable to leave, but now presents an opportunity. He glanced once more in the direction Li Hao had departed, speaking solemnly. He mentioned that Ing Hongyue is in contact with a formidable ally. Do you believe this to be true? 70% true. Jiang Li responded. Do you think he is being honest? Jiang Li nodded. I am aware of certain circumstances. If it were easy to eliminate Ing Hongyue, given Li Hao's nature, would he so easily relinquish today's achievements? Thus, there may indeed be complications compelling him to abandon the pursuit of annihilating her. The great king of Delhi took a deep breath. Understood. I must expedite their departure. Otherwise, they may create significant turmoil for Delhi. After deliberating extensively, he resolved to forge an agreement with Li Hao. Moreover, if Li Hao were to confront the divine kingdom, it could yield beneficial insights into their respective strengths. Just how many hidden cards does Li Hao possess? Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Hao reflected on the great king of Dali, thinking, how endearing. I find it hard to bring myself to eliminate you. Chapter 321. Mobilization. That night, the army was mobilized, 10,000 from the War Sky Army, 10,000 from the Demon Hunting Army, 10,000 elite troops from the 9th Division, 10,000 superpowered soldiers recruited from Superpower City, along with an additional 10,000 from the Silver Moon, organized by Director Zhao, all of whom were superpowered. These forces had been actively engaging the Dali army on the front lines, their murderous intent palpable. A total of 50,000 soldiers donned armor, their military formations imposing, finally resembling a formidable fighting force. The War Sky Army was already renowned for its elite status, while the other 4 divisions were also composed of the finest, each boasting extraordinary capabilities, with most surpassing the 100-level threshold. Not a single weakling among them. Clad in battle armor, their combat prowess surged significantly. 100 superpowered cannons were prepared, along with a stockpile of 100,000 superpowered shells collected from various provinces. These were astonishingly powerful. The so-called city-destroying shells, remnants from the new era of weaponry, were somewhat weaker than standard military artillery, but still possessed tremendous destructive capability. Previously, even Li Hao, with the strength of the rising sun, found himself cornered by them. Clearly, Li Hao was prepared to take decisive action. This was the first time Zhang Li witnessed Li Hao's earnestness and solemnity. Although he was not well acquainted with Li Hao, after days of conflict between the great Li and the Tianxing, he had come to regard the Tianxing army as rather ordinary, save for the exceptional War Sky Army. However, today, as these soldiers donned their battle armor, accompanied by super-energy cannons and countless artillery shells being loaded, he felt a sense of awe. He understood the significance of what lay before him. Soon, drilling shuttles, hovercraft, and cruisers emerged. A cadre of generals appeared, no longer the chaotic assembly of before, clad either in silver or bronze armor, each exuding formidable prowess. The likes of General Jiao, Huang Yu, and Lu Long stepped forward, leading the ranks. In this vast expanse of Silver Moon, Li Hao surprisingly left only one fierce general, Hou Xiaoqing, one of the 4 guardians of Silver Moon, to oversee the area. Remarkably, even Director Zhao had accompanied Li Hao. Hou Xiaoqing remained due to the unsuitability of others, while Huang Yu was a commendable choice. His expertise in military strategy made his absence a loss. Kong Jia, though competent, lacked the stature of Hou Xiaoqing in Silver Moon. After much deliberation, Li Hao ultimately decided to retain Hou Xiaoqing to command. This decision placed immense pressure on Hou Xiaoqing, who found himself reluctantly returned to his old post. Regrettably, he would not participate in the battle in the west, which marked Li Hao's first concerted mobilization of all his formidable allies for a substantial siege. The Western divine nation awaited. Moreover, at this moment, even some hidden puppets from the academies, the Imperial Guards, and the embodiment of the towering redwood of immortality revealed themselves, indicating that Li Hao had not previously unleashed any concealed forces. Zhang Li's expression grew increasingly grave. Many of these powerful figures were unfamiliar to him, including some of the elder martial artists of Silver Moon who had long been in seclusion, diligently cultivating new paths and opening their insights. Yet today, they had all been summoned, alongside the 6 elders Li Hao had previously brought from the Tianxing governor's office. The total number of elder martial artists in Silver Moon was limited, amounting to barely over 10. Nonetheless, their combat effectiveness was not to be underestimated. Board the ships, Li Hao instructed softly. 50,000 troops swiftly embarked on 3 battleships, which felt somewhat cramped, yet Li Hao did not requisition additional vessels, deeming them sufficient for the time being. The formidable warriors hastily boarded as well. Turning to Hou Xiaoqing, Li Hao offered a smile. Commander Hou, remember this. If Great Li chooses to deploy, we shall fight if we can, and retreat if we cannot. Should Great Li breach the agreement, I will lead my forces to annihilate them, leaving no trace behind. Hou Xiaoqing nodded silently. Zhang Li furrowed his brow slightly, and Li Hao glanced at him with a smile. The promises I, Li Hao, have made shall continually be fulfilled. Zhang Li felt a flicker of emotion, but remained silent. Li Hao soared into the air and declared, to War Sky City. In an instant, the 3 battleships ascended into the darkness. With a wave of his hand, a divine script materialized, specifically the dark character script, enveloping the 3 vessels. In the shadows, the ships appeared even darker, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from their surroundings. Tens of thousands, in hushed anticipation, felt a surge of excitement, yet not a single voice broke the silence. After enduring prolonged battles with the great Li, they had finally begun to resemble a formidable force. Li Hao was thoroughly satisfied. The warship soared through the skies and soon arrived at the distant Battle Heaven City. Li Hao descended from the vessel and entered the city. Jiang Li, filled with curiosity, refrained from following, aware of the ancient city's might, yet intrigued by the possibility of powerful warriors emerging from Battle Heaven City this time. Within Battle Heaven City, as Li Hao re-entered, the atmosphere felt distinctly altered. However, he paid it little mind, promptly addressing, "General Huai, Guardian Gue, I seek your esteemed assistance. Please, do not hesitate to state the price for your aid." The ninth master was also present. His true self had been outside all along. Merely a projection had been engaged. Upon hearing Li Hao's invitation for the two formidable warriors to partake in battle, it was clear that both the tree and the divine soldier were entities of true saintly caliber. Even should they merely deploy projections, those at the saintly level would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary immortal beings. The old tortoise remained silent, waiting for a moment. After a brief pause, the ninth master's projection converged with his true self. This, perhaps, was what they were anticipating. The gathering of the true self with the projection allowed for the comprehension of all experiences the projection had undergone. The ninth master conveyed a few words telepathically, and the two elders grasped the entirety of the situation. The old tortoise remained calm. As the spirit of a divine soldier, my strength is limited. Even if I were to engage, I could only manifest a projection of the divine soldier, whose combat prowess is modest, though defensively adequate. I can establish a defensive line for the Tianxing governor's office, yet my participation is indeed constrained. This is no exaggeration. Defensive troops. Li Hao beamed with a smile. General Huai hesitated before responding. I too can deploy a projection, but due to the constraints of heaven and earth, even though it may be stronger than an ordinary projection, its power remains limited and cannot be exceedingly formidable. That suffices, Li Hao replied with a grin. Furthermore, I wish to summon some pinnacle demon plants to join the fray. I shall bear all the restorative energy required. This time, General Huai did not decline, but instead smiled. Very well, I have 12 pinnacle demon plants at my disposal. Although their original paths have diminished, their strength is not to be underestimated, certainly not weaker than some immortal projections. That is more than adequate. The 12 would necessitate substantial energy for revival, with each requiring at least tens of millions, summing to over 1 billion divine energy stones. Yet Li Hao was capable of shouldering this burden. He inclined his body slightly. I extend my gratitude to the two esteemed elders for your assistance. Might I inquire if you have any specific requests? Battle Heaven City was the ancient city with which he had the most interaction, and their collaboration had been the longest. Li Hao had reaped numerous benefits here, naturally reciprocating in kind. Now, with the formidable warriors of Battle Heaven City willing to assist, he was more than willing to part with some treasures or energy. The several powerful beings exchanged glances before ultimately looking towards the ninth master. Enshrouded in his golden battle armor, he took a moment before slowly articulating, "My request may seem excessive, yet I hope to see it realized." "What is it?" "A myriad of physical bodies." Li Hao was taken aback. The ninth commander spoke calmly. "It is the myriad warriors of the Battle Heaven army outside, or perhaps, to put it more selfishly, it is the soldiers of the 9th Division. I yearn for them to awaken once more in this era, to be resurrected. Even if their memories are somewhat fragmented, I hope they can return to life. I am aware that the consumption of each physical form is quite daunting. Should we wish to connect with the Haoxing realm, it will demand considerable effort, consume numerous treasures, and require immense energy, with great dangers lurking. Nonetheless, the Battle Heaven City, am willing to offer my full support." The 9th commander gazed at Li Hao. "I desire their revival. I wish for them to possess the physical forms of this era, and I hope they can thrive in the new age, even if they forget everything, even if they must start anew." He looked at Li Hao with utmost seriousness. "For you, resurrecting 10,000 ordinary soldiers may not be worthwhile. You could choose to collaborate with some ancient cities to revive their powerful beings. Yet for us, these individuals are our comrades, our brothers in arms. I long for them to come back to life. 10,000. This is truly no small number. Moreover, they must possess the innate Tao bodies of the new era, which implies that Li Hao may need to find a way to penetrate the Haoxing realm countless times. Furthermore, to solidify the connection between the Haoxing realm and their physical forms, Without the support of the primordial Tao, perhaps 10,000 divine weapons will be required. The cost is already far beyond what has been previously expended. The ninth commander understood how arduous this task was. And he continued, the Battle Heaven Army and the 9th Division can fight for you endlessly, including myself. In the past, I would not have mentioned this. But now I know you are capable of it. He paused and added, furthermore, should there be war or a battle of the strong in the future, Battle Heaven City is willing to pay the necessary price to participate. 10,000. Li Hao exhaled softly, and after a long moment, he nodded. Very well. The 9th commander was taken aback. General Huai and the old tortoise exchanged glances, both surprised. Li Hao had agreed. To be honest, today they were merely testing the waters. And yet Li Hao had consented. The 9th commander fell silent. Li Hao revealed a slight smile. It's nothing, just a small matter. Of course. It won't be immediate. I need time to prepare. Moreover, I was once part of the 9th Division, serving as the captain of the 11th Regiment. Initially, I wished to revive the 7th Regiment's leaders, but you did not agree. I mean everyone. The 9th commander spoke solemnly, not just a few leaders. I understand. Li Hao chuckled. Releasing one sheep is the same as releasing many. It's all the same principle. This is not merely releasing sheep. Li Hao's simplicity made them somewhat doubtful. Did this fellow truly mean it? At this moment, the 9th commander chose not to ponder further and said gravely, if you can accomplish this, then the 9th Division shall fight for you until the opening of the Stargate, or until death. Is there anything else? Several of them appeared uncertain at his query. What else could there be? Reviving 10,000 and granting them physical forms had already surpassed their original goal. What more did he desire? No. What more are you asking us? They exchanged glances, all looking rather uncertain. Li Hao smiled. Does the 9th commander not wish for revival? The 9th commander was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he replied, I am indifferent. If I wished for it, it would not be too difficult. Very well then. Li Hao chuckled and said, furthermore, I have a modest request. The others felt a sense of stability in their hearts and replied, very well, if you have a request. Please state it. Li Hao smiled and declared, once this battle concludes, I require 50,000 sets of battle sky armor. Certainly. The 9th commander readily agreed. At present, the Battle Sky Army has a reserve of 120,000 armors. If you desire, you may take them all. Li Hao laughed. That seems quite ample. However, for now, 50,000 will suffice. Combined with what I currently possess, and the 10,000 from the Battle Sky Army, I will have 100,000 armors. 100,000 is just sufficient. In New Wu, it would constitute a small-scale legion. The Battle Sky Army comprises vast legions, totaling 1,000,000 strong. In contrast, the Tianxing Army stationed at Tianxing Town consists of merely 100,000 men. There is no need for them today. I shall return to collect them later. Having said that, Li Hao turned to the two elderly men. The old tortoise remained silent, while inside the city, the enormous tortoise tower seemed to be in labor. In the next moment, a small shield, resembling a tortoise, materialized instantly. Li Hao grasped it, feeling a powerful flow of energy coursing through his being. General Huai also directly summoned a tree, which emanated a faint aura of sacred power. With a wave of his hand, 12 additional demonic plants appeared. At this moment, they had regained some vitality and could communicate mentally. Though their combat strength remained weak, they still required a substantial amount of divine energy stones from Li Hao for sustenance. General Huai regarded Li Hao and remarked, my avatar, along with the 12 auxiliary generals, can weave a comprehensive net. If you wish to ensnare the enemy entirely, we can take root in the void, sealing heaven and earth. Li Hao's eyes brightened. General Huai continued, with your wind and cloud treasure mirror. My avatar can enter it alongside them. At that time, we can use this artifact as the focal point to arrange the net. No one shall escape. Excellent. Li Hao summoned the wind and cloud treasure mirror, and General Huai's avatar stepped inside, followed by the 12 demonic plants, who also entered. The old tortoise smiled and said, then I wish you, 11th Commander, a triumphant start. The title 11th Commander held profound significance. Li Hao grinned. Thank you for your auspicious words. With that, he took his leave. The 9th Commander also dispatched a portion of his avatar, which emerged, feeling even more powerful than before. He followed Li Hao out. The warship continued its journey. As they crossed the North Sea, a figure emerged. From a distance, the individual did not approach but transmitted a wave of sound. Have you conveyed the matters of the Forbidden Sea? young friend? Recently, it seems there have been greater disturbances in the Forbidden Sea. It appears someone intends to take action. Before Li Hao could respond, a small tortoise shell beside him trembled slightly, and the old tortoise's avatar appeared, displaying a smile. Lord Oversea. The figure was momentarily taken aback. Ah, you are the spirit of the Wang family's divine weapon. After a brief exchange, the figure added, no need to refer to me as Lord, if memory serves. Your seniority is considerable, from the same era as my ancestors, the descendants of the Oversea, the sea stabilizer. This remark clearly indicated that the old tortoise held a significant legacy during his lifetime. After a brief pleasantry, he turned back to Li Hao, who then stated, I am aware and have already relayed the message. Senior Zhang had mentioned that the revival of the Forbidden Sea is due to the severance of its connection with the main world, thus it has naturally awakened. I am already aware of this. I am referring to the recent unrest in the Forbidden Sea. Indeed, I am cognizant of that. Li Hao nodded, assuring his elder that he would handle the matter, thus alleviating any concerns. It is not I who should be worried, but rather you. Li Fuhai intoned gravely, suggesting that someone might be tampering with the source of the Forbidden Sea, intending to stir the heavens and the earth, potentially leading to an early resurgence of formidable beings. As anticipated, Li Hao realized in his heart, it must undoubtedly be the individuals associated with Ying Hongyue. Thank you for your warning, elder. I am aware of who is causing the disturbance. Though this individual is not easily dealt with, I will endeavor to resolve the issue. Li Fuhai appeared somewhat perplexed, but chose not to elaborate further. It sufficed that Li Hao was informed. This encounter felt distinctly different. During their first meeting, Li Hao had displayed a brash demeanor, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the greatest in all the realms. However, this time, he was considerably more courteous. This fellow has indeed become more polite than before. Li Fuhai made no further comments, and upon confirming Li Hao's understanding, he added, that settles the matter. By the way, there is a minor issue. In the Western Sea, something may be infiltrating, attempting to usurp my dominion over the four seas. It may even be akin to a deity of this world, perhaps a water god of some sort. If you have the time, please investigate. Li Hao nodded and suddenly asked, Elder, why have you sought me out specifically? This puzzled him. Why not seek out others among the multitude? Such a peculiar choice. Li Fuhai seemed somewhat surprised. Shouldn't it be expected to seek you out? The Li family governs the realms, and the Sword Sovereign is the ruler of the world. You are accompanied by the descendant of the demon suppressor, while my lineage is also under the jurisdiction of the demon suppressor. Since my true form cannot manifest, naturally, I must turn to you. Li Hao found this rather strange. Is that all? I wondered why this esteemed individual requested me to convey messages right from our first encounter. It seems this elder truly regards the Li family as the masters of this realm, or perhaps he genuinely believes it to be so. Li Hao chuckled. I shall attend to the matters of the Western Sea. Well then, I shall take my leave now. He did not linger for pleasantries with Li Hao nor engage in lengthy discussions with the old turtle's avatar, swiftly vanishing from sight. Beside Li Hao, the old turtle's avatar remarked meaningfully, the Zhenhai lineage is quite earnest, yet they are equally astute, not to be underestimated. Li Hao smiled. I appreciate intelligent individuals. Conversations with them tend to be more agreeable. Upon hearing this, the old turtle ceased further discourse and vanished once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Li observed coldly, subtly grasping some underlying truths, and spoke up. Commander Li, does the recent disturbance in the Forbidden Sea relate to Ying Hongyue? 99%. If that is the case, it could incite a second resurgence. Why not preemptively prevent it? If the commander were to return to the army, I would advise the king to cooperate with you to thwart or eliminate Ying Hongyue. No need for concern. Li Hao shook his head, given Ying Hongyue's cunning. He would not directly initiate a second resurgence, but would rather subtly enhance the density of the celestial energies, stabilizing them. This may elevate the upper limits of the realm, allowing for the emergence of beings at the peak of the late stage, or even the pinnacle, or perhaps the manifestation of an immortal entity. However, he would never recklessly allow the presence of saints to appear. Zhang Li's heart trembled slightly at this revelation. What could it mean? And why did Li Hao, fully aware of the implications, refrain from taking decisive action to prevent it? As the high priest of the temple, he has always served as the sage of the great Li king. However, today, he finds himself at a loss regarding Li Hao's intentions, or rather, he believes he understands, yet perceives Li Hao's actions as excessively reckless. Was the general's avatar accompanying the king not meant to resolve this predicament? No. It merely serves to exert pressure on Ing Hongyue. It is utterly incomprehensible. Jiang Li truly wishes to express his frustration. What on earth is this individual contemplating? Li Hao remains unfazed, and the warships continue their advance. Before long, they arrive at Tianxing City. The three warships hover gracefully in the sky. Below, Director Zhou and Lin Hongyu, along with others, make their presence known. Not just them. As Jiang Li gazes downward, his expression shifts. Numerous puppets are present. Though Li Hao brought but a few, there are now over 100 puppets below. Individually, these puppets may not rival the original avatars. But in numbers, 2 or 3, they could easily contend against each other. Here, there are hundreds. Moreover, Li Hao originally brought along several, amounting to several hundred in total. Jiang Li's complexion pales. How much has Li Hao truly concealed? And it is evident that Li Hao's strength extends far beyond this. Soon, he ventures out, and shortly thereafter, a multitude of demon plant avatars emerge, exceeding 20 in number. Jiang Li's expression grows increasingly grim. Is there truly so many? These avatars alone are not easily dealt with. Yet, Li Hao himself has yet to make an appearance. Within the ruins of Tianxing Town, Li Hao speaks. Senior, it is said that the most formidable deity in the divine realm is the moon goddess. I fear that this entity may also awaken. If she does, the divine realm could face annihilation, and she might emerge, for deities are favored by the heavens and may unleash formidable power. Zhang regards him with calmness. Do you still intend to eradicate them entirely? You seldom act in such a manner. Why insist this time? I am in pursuit of the Tao. Zhang frowns slightly and continues. If you wish to take me along, I must relinquish my physical form. Otherwise, you cannot transport me. However, without my corporeal body, my combat strength may not be as formidable as you imagine. That should suffice. Li Hao replies with a smile. Upon conclusion of this endeavor, I shall strive to revive all the students under your care, whether in new or modern physical forms, allowing them to choose freely. All of them. Indeed. Zhang expresses surprise. Are you not afraid? Not at all. Li Hao shakes his head. I harbor no fear. And I trust that these individuals will not act recklessly. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang nods. Very well. I shall accompany you on this journey. Li Hao acknowledges him and then turns to Director Qi. Director Qi, would you care to join us for a look? Me? Director Qi inquires, puzzled. I possess little combat capability. Li Hao smiles. Combat prowess is not required. We aim to capture some deities for study. Very well. Director Qi beams. Clearly delighted. The study of divine bodies has always been our focus. It is unfortunate that only the earthly deity's form has been preserved from years past. If we can acquire more divine forms, we are bound to discover certain characteristics. Li Hao chuckles. I am glad to hear of your interest, Director Qi. This time, I wish to explore the path of the physical body. Director Qi's heart stirs slightly. Have you made a discovery? Not yet, but it is imminent. No wonder. Director Qi understood immediately and replied, you must exercise caution. Do not allow the other party to perish. At critical moments, one may relinquish other pursuits. But it is imperative to capture the individual possessing the physical Tao vein, preferably alive. I have also been observing your research and have noted a missing element, the physical Tao vein. Furthermore, I must add that there is another Tao vein that is lacking, the spiritual Tao vein. He turned to Li Hao and continued, force is force, and spirit is spirit. Of course, this can be studied later, but the physical Tao vein is indeed essential. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Therefore, even if it means sacrificing some things, I must prioritize capturing this individual. That is only right, Director Qi affirmed. Zhang merely observed them without further comment. He was not particularly interested but recognized that the discovery of the physical Tao vein could potentially alter the entire situation. At the very least, it would grant attribute-less cultivators the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the new martial power. This was a monumental discovery. Yet he believed that Li Hao did not need to be so anxious. If he continued to explore the Tao veins, he would eventually uncover it, merely a matter of time. Once all your Tao veins are opened, there will be no issues. Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of storage rings flew into his grasp, all filled with divine energy stones, extracted from the mines behind him, amounting to at least hundreds of millions. Li Hao then conjured a divine inscription, the very inscription of the Tao character, which he had retrieved from the Haoxing realm. Confirming the individual's identity was sufficient. There was no need to resort to eliminating them through the Haoxing realm. He feared that if the other party sensed something amiss, they might self-destruct, which would be a tremendous loss. As the divine inscription materialized, Li Hao presented it to Zhang, saying, "Senior, this divine inscription represents the grand principles of heaven and earth. If you embed it within yourself, you will no longer require my assistance to open your domain." "You're entrusting this to me?" Zhang was taken aback. "You truly do not regard me as an outsider. If I were to shatter it, you would surely lament." Li Hao chuckled. "A foundation of trust is essential. I rely on your assistance, and it would be foolish to distrust you." Although Zhang was typically serious, he smiled at this moment. "However, if I were to seize this divine inscription, many of your plans would be rendered unfeasible. I am well aware of its significance. Such a divine inscription, born from the heavens, may have been a reward for Li Hao's discovery of the Haoxing realm. Or perhaps it was bestowed due to his relentless promotion of the new Tao, prompting the grand principles of heaven and earth to reward him. Without this, many endeavors would become exceedingly complicated, such as the creation of the physical body. Furthermore, possessing this inscription would allow Zhang to avoid the severance by heaven and earth, making it an invaluable tool. Li Hao certainly exhibited remarkable boldness. Li Hao replied with a smile, "If you desire it, Senior, feel free to take it." "You think I would be polite?" Zhang remarked nonchalantly. "If you truly offer it, I shall accept. Who am I pretending to be magnanimous with? If you give, I shall take." Li Hao grinned. "It matters not if you take it, but should you do so, you may need to bear certain responsibilities, such as ensuring the new Tao flourishes. If it is not feasible, the great path will disperse on its own. Senior, you must understand that this is the reward of the celestial script bestowed by heaven and earth, as well as the doctrine of the Haoxing realm. It is a blessing for the new path to spread among humanity. Should the new path be extinguished or vanish, it will automatically dissipate." Zhang felt a stir in his heart. Does this also signify a kind of responsibility? Upon reflection, it made sense. He glanced at Li Hao, paused for a moment, and smiled. "Then let it be. I am not one to shoulder too much responsibility. Matters like this are better left to you." Li Hao chuckled. "Senior, do not think I am trying to deceive you. The truth is indeed as such. This divine script serves as assistance, but it is also a burden. At the very least, one must bear the responsibility of promoting the new path. I would actually prefer someone to take it. It's a hassle." Zhang chose not to respond further. Sometimes, sheer strength does not equate to the ability to bear certain responsibilities, such as promoting the new path. He had no inclination for that. He pressed the divine script into his body, discarding his physical form, thus avoiding spatial fragmentation. However, with the physical form included, the protective power of the divine script would be insufficient. Should I act from the very beginning? No need. Unless a truly formidable opponent with Saint Path combat prowess appears, there is no requirement for the senior to intervene. Otherwise, should the Saint Path take action, one must be cautious not to frighten the opposition. Zhang remained silent. Soon, a group emerged from the ruins of Tianxing Town. At this point, almost all high-tier combatants from Li Hao's side had mobilized. Meanwhile, in Tianxing City, Li Hao left only Chun Yao and a few others to hold the fort, taking everyone else away, including Dao Jian and his companions. An increasing number of individuals began to converge. Zhang Li grew increasingly solemn at this moment. He vaguely sensed that Li Hao might have initially aimed at the Western Divine Kingdom, given the meticulous preparations and the grand scale of the endeavor. When dealing with De Li, it was not so extensive. In the Western continent, as the Western Divine Kingdom drew nearer, the entire West became somewhat unsettled. The Duke of Ingua, who had previously perished in Tianxing City, saw his aged father personally step forth to oversee the Ingua house. The entire Western continent was fraught with tension. The Western Divine Kingdom is immensely powerful. In the north, Li Hao had led the personnel from the Tianxing governor's office to provide assistance, thereby stabilizing their foothold. It was said that the Western Divine Kingdom was even mightier than De Li. How could they withstand the might of the various provinces of the Western continent? The night was enchanting. Yet at this moment, within the Ingua house of the Western continent, even those who had previously been adversaries gathered. Their minds no longer focused on enmity. In the Grand Hall, someone nervously remarked, "Did not Li Hao previously say that the Tianxing governor's office would come to our aid? Where are they? It has been so long, and they have yet to resolve the situation with De Li. How can they assist us on 3 fronts? What a load of nonsense. He tells us to hold our ground. How can we do so? It is said that the Western divine kingdom has awakened its deities, each possessing power surpassing the so-called 7 realms of mountains and seas, stronger than the previous 7 divine abilities. Our Western continent has numerous provinces. Yet can we muster 5 individuals of the 7 realms of mountains and seas? One by one, the strongmen wore expressions of despair and helplessness. Others quickly suggested, we should still seek aid from the Tianxing governor's office. Perhaps they can come to our rescue? I believe it is better to refrain from action. If all else fails, we might as well surrender to that divine nation. However, we, the celestial star people, are faced with a terrifying fate that dictates death for those who do not worship the deities. This cannot be an option. We cannot resist. I may be willing to confront this fate, but how can I, with my limited strength, withstand such overwhelming odds? Perhaps, if we gather the forces of the West, we could hold out for a time. By then, if the Celestial Star Governor's office resolves the issues with the Great Li, we might find the time and resources to mount a rescue. But let us not kid ourselves. Resolving the Great Li is no simple task. Currently, we are beset by the eastern wilderness and the southern waters, both of which threaten our very existence. The more we discuss, the more despair sets in. Someone turned to the old Duke, expressing their helplessness. Old Duke, the Ngua Duke's residence has always been a leader in the West. We need a directive from the Duke's office on this matter. The old Duke coughed lightly and replied calmly, isn't it true that everyone has been clamoring for action? And now, you expect the Ngua Duke's residence to make a decision? What is there to decide? Surrender is unthinkable. If we truly capitulate, will the Celestial Star Governor's office spare us? Fighting is equally futile. In light of this, let us send word to Li Hao. If he can save us, let him do so. If not, we must resign ourselves to fate. I am more acutely aware than you all that those deities are not merely of the 7 systems, but encompass the 8, 9, and even the so-called solar and lunar realms. The Western continent has its share of strong warriors. Yet we cannot muster even 10 of the 7 systems. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The opposing side boasts 1,000,000 fanatical warriors from the divine nation. In battle, these zealous soldiers will not fear death. Even if we were to deploy our myriad troops, it would only lead to our demise. For we do not possess the formidable military strength of the heavenly war army. It is a profoundly disheartening reality. Despite the current mobilization of the populace, time is too short. Presently, many young individuals from the Western continent are willing to take up arms to defend their homeland, inspired by Li Hao's influence. Yet, what good does it do? It is of no consequence. Even if we were to rally millions to the cause, it would merely lead to our annihilation. The old Duke sighed. This is the only course left to us, to surrender and await our fate. Beyond this, any alternative is but a jest. Some expressed dissatisfaction, murmuring, previously, we were prepared to confront the Celestial Star Governor's office, yet we were not in such despair. Truly, they are adept at internal strife, but inept at external conflicts. Nonsense. If you possess such prowess, go and battle the Western divine nation. If Li Hao had the capability to fight, he would have done so already without needing to rally the factions. Now, embroiled in a great war against the Great Li in the north, he seems merely to fear for his life and wishes to see our 3 continents brought to ruin. As the group continued their discourse, a vast power suddenly descended upon them. In an instant, a voice resonated in their ears. Ah, you are all here. A tremor coursed through their hearts. The next moment, Li Hao materialized before them, and their astonishment was palpable. They recognized him and were taken aback by his unexpected arrival. The old Duke's expression shifted, and those who had just spoken of Li Hao grew apprehensive. Li Hao, however, wore a radiant smile. What a coincidence. I originally sought out the venerable and Duke, but it appears all of you are gathered here. Could this be the convergence of all the Western overlords? If we were to capture them all, would the Western continent be devoid of any opposing forces? A chill swept through the crowd. Yet, the old Duke regained some composure and replied, the governor is jesting. In this current age, as the divine kingdom encroaches upon us, should the governor remain inactive, the Western continent would inevitably fall into the hands of others. In the past, my understanding was limited, and I was foolishly self-assured, believing I could dominate a region. However, I now realize that such notions were merely laughable. The old Duke sighed. We have long relinquished any aspirations of supremacy or the imperial throne. Had it not been for the invasion of the 4 nations, we might have already submitted to the governor's authority, sparing us his scorn. Li Hao chuckled, finding the old Duke amusing. It was not mere amusement, rather. It was the wisdom that comes with age. The old duke expressed his concerns. I wonder if the governor has any strategies to counter the divine kingdom? Li Hao nodded slightly. There are some, but your cooperation is essential. The governor is at your service. Li Hao continued. It is not a grand matter. I simply ask that you accompany me for a brief journey, after which we shall soothe the hearts of the people within our borders. With a radiant smile, Li Hao added, I was contemplating visiting each household individually, but since you are all here, it is much more convenient. What does the governor mean? Some appeared anxious. Li Hao replied with a smile. It is nothing of great concern, merely that the governor's office is preparing to send troops against the divine kingdom. I hope you will not create any disturbances. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What about the Great Li? The Great Li will undoubtedly have its own response. They found it hard to believe, yet Li Hao urged, Come with me. With that, he reached out and seized an individual, exclaiming, Do not attempt to send any messages. I have already sealed off the surroundings. Let me see what news you were trying to convey. Grasping a piece of communication jade, Li Hao glanced at it and remarked, Li Hao has arrived at the Duke of An's residence and is preparing to send troops against the divine kingdom. Relay this to the envoy promptly. Li Hao shook his head. Are you foolish? I am so powerful, and yet you dare send messages right under my nose. With a sharp crack, he crushed the individual to death. In an instant, fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. The one he had slain was a formidable figure, a practitioner of the 5th or 6th realm of the divine arts, and he had opened many acupoints, yet was instantly killed by Li Hao. Which province did this individual hail from? The old duke's expression grew grave. The farthest western region, the western frontier. Li Hao nodded. It seems the divine kingdom has not been idle. They have launched an attack. Such matters are trivial. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, I suggest you accompany me. The others dared not voice their objections. Despite Li Hao standing alone, they had no courage to resist him. It was a lamentable situation. One man could subdue them all. The old duke provided a few instructions and then announced he would seek reinforcements, urging the residents to remain calm. Understood. The old duke sighed and quickly conveyed a few words to the outside. Li Hao paid little mind to these matters. After all, he had been the one to slay the former Duke of An, and he felt no concern about it. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Soon, a group of high-ranking officials was led onto the warship, and in an instant, they were left in disbelief. Realizing that Li Hao was serious about launching an expedition against the divine kingdom. At the same time, in the west, a colossal city floated in the air. Within a grand hall, numerous sculptures stood sentinel. Suddenly, one of the statues opened its eyes. Moments later, the queen of the divine kingdom appeared, her voice resonating with authority. Has the prophet awakened suddenly to convey an important message? The statue's voice resonated with a sense of melancholy. Your Majesty, I have witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I have seen the fall of the divine realm. This journey is fraught with peril. The queen paused, her brow furrowing slightly. The second resurrection has yet to commence. At present, my divine kingdom is unparalleled. Thus, I have chosen to mobilize my forces to unify the realm, awaiting the onset of the second resurrection. After a moment, she inquired, Has the prophet foreseen the aftermath of the second resurrection? Perhaps, but I cannot be certain, came the response. The queen's frown deepened. Is it possible that even with preparation, during the second resurrection, we cannot rival those formidable beings? At that moment, another statue awakened, its eyes opening with a resonant voice. Fear not, Your Majesty. With us present, even when the second resurrection begins, the divine kingdom shall remain prosperous. In the past, the new warriors did not bring about our demise. The prophet sighed, God of war, do not sway Your Majesty's resolve. She shall make her own decisions. There is no need for intimidation. The god of war retorted sharply before closing his eyes again. This old fool, retreating in fear, was unacceptable. The queen remained silent for a moment before declaring, I understand. I shall exercise caution regarding the entities of this new martial era and will not be careless. At this juncture, she assumed that the prophet had indeed glimpsed the aftermath of the second resurrection and recognized that the future was not set in stone. It could still be altered. The prophet hesitated before stating, Your Majesty, it may not be the new warriors. What? I cannot say for certain. But I saw a banner of a fierce tiger. The queen's expression shifted. The banner of a fierce tiger? Is that not the standard of Li Hao's forces? How could this be? Are you suggesting I would be defeated by Li Hao? That is inconceivable. A laugh escaped her lips. Her divine kingdom was immensely powerful, with deities awakening and countless strong beings. As long as the second resurrection had not begun and the ancient powerhouses did not emerge from their ruins, the divine kingdom would fear nothing. I understand. The queen smiled. Prophet, you should rest now. Foreseeing the future is no small burden. Once we secure the great mine of Tianxing Town, I shall restore everyone's full strength. With that, she turned to leave. Had the prophet miscalculated? Or was it possible that after the second resurrection, Li Hao allied himself with the ancient city? Such a possibility existed. At that moment, 3 warships began to converge toward the west. Li Hao gazed ahead, a flicker of excitement within him. This time, he would witness the true combat prowess of the deities and satisfy his curiosity. Moreover, how many deities resided in the west? Perhaps if he captured or eliminated them, he could unlock some pathways of power. From afar, he had already spotted the grand city. The flying city appeared to be an exceptionally formidable divine weapon. Beside Li Hao, the powerful beings began to stir restlessly. Jiang Li glanced at Li Hao, observing his excitement, and sighed, "My king, we have been deceived. This fellow Li Hao aims for the divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom falls, our hopes may become even more tenuous."